Endnotes 1-501-2000. This facility has not always prevented intolerance, which seems inherent in the religious spirit, when armed with authority. The separation of the ecclesiastical and civil power appears to be the only means of at once maintaining religion and tolerance, but this is a very modern notion. The passions, which mingle themselves with opinions, made the pagans very often intolerant and persecutors, witness the Persians, the Egyptians, even the Greeks and Romans. 1. The Persians. Cambyses, conqueror of the Egyptians, condemned to death the magistrates of Memphis, because they had offered divine honors to their god, Apis. He caused the god to be brought before him, struck him with his dagger, commanded the priests to be scourged, and ordered a general massacre of all the Egyptians who should be found celebrating the festival of Apis. He caused all the statues of the gods to be burnt. Not content with this intolerance, he sent an army to reduce the Ammonians to slavery, and to set on fire the temple in which Jupiter delivered his oracles. See Herodotus 3:25, 29, 37. Xerxes, during his invasion of Greece, acted on the same principles. He destroyed all the temples of Greece and Ionia, except that of Ephesus. See Pausanias, L. 7, page 533, and X, page 887. Strabo, L. 14, page 941. 2. The Egyptians, they thought themselves defiled when they had drunk from the same cup or eaten at the same table with a man of a different belief from their own. He who has voluntarily killed any sacred animal is punished with death. But if anyone, even involuntarily, has killed a cat or an ibis, he cannot escape the extreme penalty. The people drag him away, treat him in the most cruel manner, sometimes without waiting for a judicial sentence. Even at the time when King Ptolemy was not yet the acknowledged friend of the Roman people. While the multitude were paying court with all possible attention to the strangers who came from Italy, a Roman having killed a cat, the people rushed to his house. And neither the entreaties of the nobles, whom the king sent to them, nor the terror of the Roman name, were sufficiently powerful to rescue the man from punishment, though he had committed the crime involuntarily. Diodorus Siculus I-83. Juvenal, in his 13th satire, describes the sanguinary conflict between the inhabitants of Ombos and of Tentyra, from religious animosity. The fury was carried so far, that the conquerors tore and devoured the quivering limbs of the conquered. Ardet ad hoc Ombos eti Tentyra, summus utrinc. In furor vulgo, quat numina vicinorum. Audit uterque locus, quum solos credat habendos. Esse deos quos ipsi collit. Satires 15 v 85. 3. The Greeks, let us not here, says the Abbé Guény, refer to the cities of Peloponnesus and their severity against atheism, the Ephesians prosecuting Heraclitus for impiety. The Greeks armed one against the other by religious zeal, in the Amphictyonic War. Let us say nothing either of the frightful cruelties inflicted by 3 successors of Alexander upon the Jews, to force them to abandon their religion, nor of Antiochus expelling the philosophers from his states. Let us not seek our proofs of intolerance so far off. Athens, the polite and learned Athens, will supply us with sufficient examples. Every citizen made a public and solemn vow to conform to the religion of his country, to defend it, and to cause it to be respected. An express law severely punished all discourses against the gods, and a rigid decree ordered the denunciation of all who should deny their existence. The practice was in unison with the severity of the law. The proceedings commenced against Protagoras, a price set upon the head of Diagoras, the danger of Alcibiades, Aristotle obliged to fly, Stilpo banished, Anaxagoras hardly escaping death. Pericles himself, after all his services to his country, and all the glory he had acquired, compelled to appear before the tribunals and make his defense. A priestess executed for having introduced strange gods, Socrates condemned in drinking the hemlock, because he was accused of not recognizing those of his country, etc. These facts attest too loudly, to be called in question, the religious intolerance of the most humane and enlightened people in Greece. Lettres de quelques juifs à M. Voltaire, I, page 221. Compare Richard Bentley on Remarks on a Late Discourse of Free Thinking, from which much of this is derived. M. For the Romans, the laws of Rome were not less express and severe. The intolerance of foreign religions reaches, with the Romans, as high as the laws of the 12 Tables. The prohibitions were afterwards renewed at different times. Intolerance did not discontinue under the emperors, witness the council of Maecenas to Augustus. This council is so remarkable, that I think it right to insert it entire. Honor the gods yourself, says Maecenas to Augustus, in every way according to the usage of your ancestors, and compel, nu gamma kappa alpha zeta iota, others to worship them. Hate and punish those who introduce strange gods, tau omicron delta delta xi epsilon nu zeta omicron nu tau alpha mu iota sigma epsilon iota kappa lambda alpha zeta epsilon, not only for the sake of the gods, he who despises them will respect no one, but because those who introduce new gods engage a multitude of persons in foreign laws and customs. From hence arise unions bound by oaths, and confederacies, and associations, things dangerous to a monarchy. Dion Cassius, L. 2c. 36. But, though some may differ from it, see Gibbon's just observation on this passage in Dion Cassius, in this note, impugned, indeed, in this note by M. Guizot, M. Even the laws which the philosophers of Athens and of Rome wrote for their imaginary republics are intolerant. Plato does not leave to his citizens freedom of religious worship. And Cicero expressly prohibits them from having other gods than those of the state. Lettres de quelques juifs à M. Voltaire, I, page 226. G. According to M. Guizot's just remarks, religious intolerance will always ally itself with the passions of man, however different those passions may be. In the instances quoted above, with the Persians it was the pride of despotism. To conquer the gods of a country was the last mark of subjugation. With the Egyptians, it was the gross fetishism of the superstitious populace, and the local jealousy of neighboring towns. In Greece, persecution was in general connected with political party. In Rome, with the stern supremacy of the law and the interests of the state. Gibbon has been mistaken in attributing to the tolerant spirit of paganism that which arose out of the peculiar circumstances of the times. 1. The decay of the old polytheism, through the progress of reason and intelligence, and the prevalence of philosophical opinions among the higher orders. 2. The Roman character, in which the political always predominated over the religious part. The Romans were contented with having bowed the world to a uniformity of subjection to their power, and cared not for establishing the, to them, less important uniformity of religion. M. Right arrow curving left. Dum Assyrios penis, medasc, in persas oriens fuit, despectissima pars servientium. Tacitus, Historiae v. 8. Herodotus, who visited Asia whilst it obeyed the last of those empires, slightly mentions the Syrians of Palestine, who, according to their own confession, had received from Egypt the rite of circumcision. CL 2c 104. Right arrow curving left. Diodorus Siculus, L. XL. Dion Cassius, L. XVI, page 121. Tacitus, Historiae v. 1, 9. Justin XXXVI 2, 3. Right arrow curving left. Tradidit Arcano quicunc volumine Moses. Non monstrare vias idem nisi sacra calenti. Qui citem ad fontem solos deducere verpos. The letter of this law is not to be found in the present volume of Moses. But the wise, the humane Maimonides openly teaches that, if an idolater fall into the water, a Jew ought not to save him from instant death. See Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 6c. 28. 8799 right arrow curving left. A Jewish sect, which indulged themselves in a sort of occasional conformity, derived from Herod, by whose example and authority they had been seduced, the name of Herodians. But their numbers were so inconsiderable, and their duration so short, that Josephus has not thought them worthy of his notice. See Prideaux's The Old and New Testament Connected, Volume 2, page 285. 8800 right arrow curving left. Cicero, Pro Flacco, c. 28.8801 right arrow curving left. Philo, Delegation. Augustus left a foundation for a perpetual sacrifice. Yet he approved of the neglect which his grandson Caius expressed towards the Temple of Jerusalem. See Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 93, and Casaubon's notes on that passage. Right arrow curving left. See, in particular, Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews 17:6, 18:3, and De Bello Judaico I 33, and 2:9, edit. Haverkamp. 8802 right arrow curving left. Jussia Caio Caesar, Officium Aegis in Templo Locar, Arma Podia Sumpsir. Tacitus, Historiae v9. Philo and Josephus gave a very circumstantial, but a very rhetorical, account of this transaction, which exceedingly perplexed the governor of Syria. At the first mention of this idolatrous proposal, King Agrippa fainted away, and did not recover his senses until the third day. History of the Jews 2:181, etc. Right arrow curving left. For the enumeration of the Syrian and Arabian deities. It may be observed that Milton has comprised in 130 very beautiful lines the two large and learned syntagmas which Selden had composed on that abstruse subject. Right arrow curving left. How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have shown among them? Numbers 14:11. It would be easy, but it would be unbecoming, to justify the complaint of the deity from the whole tenor of the Mosaic history. 8803 right arrow curving left. All that relates to the Jewish proselytes has been very ably treated by Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 6c. 6, 7. Right arrow curving left. See Exodus 34 verse 23, Deuteronomy 16 verse 16, the commentators, and a very sensible note in the Universal History, Volume 1, page 603, edit. Folio. Right arrow curving left. When Pompey, using or abusing the right of conquest, entered into the Holy of Holies, it was observed with amazement, nulla intus deum effigie, vacuum sedum et inania arcana. Tacitus, Historiae v9. It was a popular saying, with regard to the Jews. Nil praeter nubes id celi numina durant. Right arrow curving left. A second kind of circumcision was inflicted on a Samaritan or Egyptian proselyte. The sullen indifference of the Talmudists, with respect to the conversion of strangers, may be seen in Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 6c. 6. Right arrow curving left. These arguments were urged with great ingenuity by the Jew Orobio, and refuted with equal ingenuity and candor by the Christian Limborch. See the Amica Collatio, it well deserves that name, or account of the dispute between them. Right arrow curving left. Jesus, circumcisus erat, cibis judibator Judaicis, vestitus simili. Purgatos scabi mitabat ad sacerdotes. Piscata et alios dies festos religios observabat, si quos sanavit sabatho, ostendit non tantum ex leg, sed et ex receptis sententius, talia opera sabatho non interdicta. Grotius, De Veritate Religionis Christiani, L.V. c. 7. A little afterwards, c. 12, he expatiates on the condescension of the apostles. Right arrow curving left. Pene omnes Christum Deum sub legis observation credibant. Sulpicius Severus 231. See Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 4c. 5. Right arrow curving left. Johann Lorenz Mosheim, De Rebus Christianorum Ante Constantinum Magnum Commentarii, page 153. In this masterly performance, which I shall often have occasion to quote, he enters much more fully into the state of the primitive church than he has an opportunity of doing in his ecclesiastical history. Right arrow curving left. This is incorrect. All the traditions concur in placing the abandonment of the city by the Christians, not only before it was in ruins, but before the siege had commenced. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 4c. 5, and Jean Leclerc. M. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 3c. 5. Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, page 605. During this occasional absence, the bishop and church of Pella still retained the title of Jerusalem. In the same manner, the Roman pontiffs resided 70 years at Avignon. And the patriarchs of Alexandria have long since transferred their episcopal seat to Cairo. Right arrow curving left. Dion Cassius, L. LXAX. The exile of the Jewish nation from Jerusalem is attested by Aristo of Pella, apud Eusebius, L. 4c. 6, and is mentioned by several ecclesiastical writers. Though some of them too hastily extend this interdiction to the whole country of Palestine. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 4c. 6. Sulpicius Severus 231. By comparing their unsatisfactory accounts, Mosheim, page 327, etc., has drawn out a very distinct representation of the circumstances and motives of this revolution. Right arrow curving left. Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, pp. 477, 535, seems to have collected from Eusebius, Jerome, Epiphanius, and other writers, all the principal circumstances that relate to the Nazarenes or Ebionites. The nature of their opinions soon divided them into a stricter and a milder sect. And there is some reason to conjecture that the family of Jesus Christ remained members, at least, of the latter and more moderate party. Right arrow curving left. Some writers have been pleased to create an Ebion, the imaginary author of their sect and name. But we can more safely rely on the learned Eusebius than on the vehement Tertullian or the credulous Epiphanius. According to Leclerc, the Hebrew word ebgenim may be translated into Latin by that of paupers. See Historia Ecclesiastica, page 477. 8804 right arrow curving left. See the very curious dialogue of Justin Martyr with the Jew Tryphon. 8805 The conference between them was held at Ephesus, in the reign of Antoninus Pius, and about 20 years after the return of the Church of Pella to Jerusalem. For this date consult the accurate note of Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclésiastiques, tom. 2, page 511. Right arrow curving left. Of all the systems of Christianity, that of Abyssinia is the only one which still adheres to the Mosaic rites. Michael Geddes' Church History of Ethiopia, and Dissertations de la Grande sur la relation du Père Geronimo Lobo. The eunuch of the Queen Candace might suggest some suspicions. But as we are assured, Socrates I-19, Sozomen 224, Ladolphus, p. 281, that the Ethiopians were not converted till the 4th century, it is more reasonable to believe that they respected the Sabbath, and distinguished the forbidden meats. In imitation of the Jews, who, in a very early period, were seated on both sides of the Red Sea. Circumcision had been practiced by the most ancient Ethiopians, from motives of health and cleanliness, which seem to be explained in the Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, tom. 2, p. 117, right arrow curving left. Isaac de Beauzebur, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. IC. 3, has stated their objections, particularly those of Faustus, the adversary of Augustine, with the most learned impartiality. Right arrow curving left. On the war law of the Jews, see History of the Jews I-137. M. Right arrow curving left. Apud ipsos fides obstinata, misericordiae impromptu, adversus amnes alios hostilodium. Tacitus, Historiae v4. Surely Tacitus had seen the Jews with too favorable an eye. 8806 The perusal of Josephus must have destroyed the antithesis. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Thomas Burnet, Archaeologia Philosophicae, L. 2c. 7, has discussed the first chapters of Genesis with too much wit and freedom. 8807 right arrow curving left. The milder Gnostics considered Jehovah, the Creator, as a being of a mixed nature between God and the demon. Others confounded him with the evil principle. Consult the 2nd century of the General History of Mosheim, which gives a very distinct, though concise, account of their strange opinions on this subject. Right arrow curving left. The Gnostics, and the historian who has stated these plausible objections with so much force as almost to make them his own, would have shown a more considerate and not less reasonable philosophy, if they had considered the religion of Moses with reference to the age in which it was promulgated. If they had done justice to its sublime as well as its more imperfect views of the divine nature. The humane and civilizing provisions of the Hebrew law, as well as those adapted for an infant and barbarous people. See History of the Jews I 36, 37, etc., m. Right arrow curving left. See Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. IC. 4. Origen and Saint Augustine were among the allegorists. Right arrow curving left. Hegesippus, Apud Eusebius, L. 332, 422. Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata 717.8808 right arrow curving left. In the account of the Gnostics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Mosheim is ingenious and candid, Leclerc dull, but exact. Bozaber almost always an apologist, and it is much to be feared that the primitive fathers are very frequently calumniators. 8809 right arrow curving left. See the catalogues of Irenaeus and Epiphanius. It must indeed be allowed that those writers were inclined to multiply the number of sects which opposed the unity of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 4c. 15. Sozomen, L. 2c. 32. See in Bell, in the article of Mark Ion, a curious detail of a dispute on that subject. It should seem that some of the Gnostics, the Basilidians, declined, and even refused, the honor of martyrdom. Their reasons were singular and abstruse. See Mosheim, page 539. Right arrow curving left. M. Hahn has restored the Marcionite Gospel with great ingenuity. His work is reprinted in Johann Thelo, Codex Apocryphus Novae Testamenti, Volume 1, M. Right arrow curving left. See a very remarkable passage of Origen, Proem ad Lucem. That indefatigable writer, who had consumed his life in the study of the Scriptures, relies for their authenticity on the inspired authority of the Church. It was impossible that the Gnostics could receive our present Gospels, many parts of which, particularly in the resurrection of Christ, are directly, and as it might seem designedly, pointed against their favorite tenets. It is therefore somewhat singular that Ignatius, Epistles ad Smyrnaeos, Pat Res Apostoli, Tom. 2, p. 34, should choose to employ a vague and doubtful tradition, instead of quoting the certain testimony of the evangelists. 8810 right arrow curving left. Facient favos eti vespi. Facient ecclesias eti Marcionity, is the strong expression of Tertullian, which I am obliged to quote from memory. In the time of Epiphanius, Adversus Heresies, p. 302, the Marcionites were very numerous in Italy, Syria, Egypt, Arabia, and Persia. Right arrow curving left. Augustine is a memorable instance of this gradual progress from reason to faith. He was, during several years, engaged in the Manichaean sect. Right arrow curving left. The unanimous sentiment of the primitive church is very clearly explained by Justin Martyr, Apologia Major, by Athenagoras of Athens, Legatio pro Christianis, c. 22, etc. And by Lactantius, Institutions Divini 2:14, 19. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 23, alleges the confession of the demons themselves as often as they were tormented by the Christian exorcists. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian has written a most severe treatise against idolatry, to caution his brethren against the hourly danger of incurring that guilt. Recogita silvum, ut quante latitant spini. De corona militis, c. 10. Right arrow curving left. The Roman Senate was always held in a temple or consecrated place. Aulus Gellius 14:7. Before they entered on business, every senator dropped some wine and frankincense on the altar. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 35. Right arrow curving left. C. Tertullian, De Spectaculis. This severe reformer shows no more indulgence to a tragedy of Euripides than to a combat of gladiators. The dress of the actors particularly offends him. By the use of the lofty buskin, they impiously strive to add a cubit to their stature, c. 23. Right arrow curving left. The ancient practice of concluding the entertainment with libations may be found in every classic. Socrates and Seneca, in their last moments, made a noble application of this custom. Post remo stagnum calidae aquae introit, respurgens proximo servorum, addita voci, libar se liquorem illum Jovi liberatori. Tacitus, Annals 1564. Right arrow curving left. See the elegant but idolatrous hymn of Catullus, on the nuptials of Manlius and Julia. O Hymen, Hymeni io. Cos huic Deo compararier ausit? Right arrow curving left. The ancient funerals, in those of Maecenas and Pallas, are no less accurately described by Virgil than they are illustrated by his commentator Servius. The pile itself was an altar, the flames were fed with the blood of victims, and all the assistants were sprinkled with lustral water. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Idolatria, c. 11. 8811 Right arrow curving left. See every part of Montfaucon's Antiquities. Even the reverses of the Greek and Roman coins were frequently of an idolatrous nature. Here indeed the scruples of the Christian were suspended by a stronger passion. 8812 Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Idolatria, c. 20-22. If a pagan friend, on the occasion perhaps of sneezing, used the familiar expression of "Jupiter bless you," the Christian was obliged to protest against the divinity of Jupiter. Right arrow curving left. Consult the most labored work of Ovid, his Imperfect Fasti. He finished no more than the first 6 months of the year. The compilation of Macrobius is called the Saturnalia, but it is only a small part of the first book that bears any relation to the title. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian has composed a defense, or rather panegyric, of the rash action of a Christian soldier, who, by throwing away his crown of laurel, had exposed himself and his brethren to the most imminent danger. 8813 By the mention of the emperors, Severus and Caracalla, it is evident, notwithstanding the wishes of M. de Tillemont, that Tertullian composed his treatise De Corona Militis long before he was engaged in the errors of the Montanists. See Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 3, page 384. 8814 Right arrow curving left. In particular, the first book of the Tusculan Questions, and the treatise, Cato Maior de Senectute, and the Somnium Scipionis, contain, in the most beautiful language, everything that Grecian philosophy, or Roman good sense, could possibly suggest on this dark but important object. Right arrow curving left. The pre-existence of human souls, so far at least as that doctrine is compatible with religion, was adopted by many of the Greek and Latin fathers. See Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. 6c. 4. Right arrow curving left. See Cicero, Pro Cluentio, c. 61. Caesar apud Celestii, de Bello Catalini, c. 50. Juvenal, Satires 2-149. Esse aliquid manes, et subterranea regna. Vertical ellipsis. Nisi pueri credent, nisi ca non dum levanter. Right arrow curving left. The 11th book of the Odyssey gives a very dreary and incoherent account of the infernal shades. Pindar and Virgil have embellished the picture. But even those poets, though more correct than their great model, are guilty of very strange inconsistencies. C. Bell, Réponse aux questions d'un provincial, Part 3 c. 22. Right arrow curving left. See 16th Epistle of the First Book of Horace, the 13th Satire of Juvenal, and the 2nd Satire of Persius. These popular discourses expressed the sentiment and language of the multitude. Right arrow curving left. If we confine ourselves to the Gauls, we may observe that they entrusted, not only their lives, but even their money, to the security of another world. Vetus almos Gallorum occurrit, says Valerius Maximus, L. 2c. 6, page 10, quos, memoria proditum est, pecunias mutuas, quae his apud inferos rederenter, der solidos. The same custom is more darkly insinuated by Mela, L. 3c. 2. It is almost needless to add that the profits of trade hold a just proportion to the credit of the merchant, and that the Druids derived from their holy profession a character of responsibility which could scarcely be claimed by any other order of men. Right arrow curving left. The Right Reverend author of the Divine Legation of Moses assigns a very curious reason for the omission, and most ingeniously retorts it on the unbelievers. 8815 Right arrow curving left. C. Leclerc, Prolegomena ad Historia Ecclesiastica sect. 1, c. 8. His authority seems to carry the greater weight, as he has written a learned and judicious commentary on the books of the Old Testament. Right arrow curving left. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, L. 13 c. 10. De Bello Judaico 2:8. According to the most natural interpretation of his words, the Sadducees admitted only the Pentateuch. But it has pleased some modern critics to add the prophets to their creed, and to suppose that they contented themselves with rejecting the traditions of the Pharisees. Dar. Jordan has argued that point in his Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 2, page 103. Right arrow curving left. This was, in fact, an integral part of the Jewish notion of the Messiah, from which the minds of the apostles themselves were but gradually detached. See Leonard Berthold, Christologia Judaeorum, concluding chapters. M. Right arrow curving left. This expectation was countenanced by the 24th chapter of St. Matthew, and by the first epistle of St. Paul to the Thessalonians. Erasmus removes the difficulty by the help of allegory and metaphor. And the learned Grotius ventures to insinuate that, for wise purposes, the pious deception was permitted to take place. 8816 Right arrow curving left. See Thomas Burnett's Sacred Theory of the Earth, Part 3 c. 5. This tradition may be traced as high as the author of Epistle of Barnabas, who wrote in the 1st century, and who seems to have been half a Jew. 8817 Right arrow curving left. The primitive church of Antioch computed almost 6,000 years from the creation of the world to the birth of Christ. Africanus, Lactantius, and the Greek church have reduced that number to 5,500, and Eusebius has contented himself with 5,200 years. These calculations were formed on the Septuagint, which was universally received during the 6 first centuries. The authority of the Vulgate and of the Hebrew text has determined the moderns, Protestants as well as Catholics, to prefer a period of about 4,000 years. Though, in the study of profane antiquity, they often find themselves straitened by those narrow limits. 8818 Right arrow curving left. Most of these pictures were borrowed from a misrepresentation of Isaiah, Daniel, and the Apocalypse. One of the grossest images may be found in Irenaeus, L.v.p. 455, the disciple of Papias, who had seen the Apostle St. John. Right arrow curving left. See the 2nd Dialogue of Justin with Tryphon, and the 7th Book of Lactantius. It is unnecessary to allege all the intermediate fathers, as the fact is not disputed. Yet the curious reader may consult Jean Dale, De Usu Patrum, L. 2c. 4. Right arrow curving left. The testimony of Justin of his own faith and that of his Orthodox brethren, in the doctrine of a millennium, is delivered in the clearest and most solemn manner, dialogus cum Tryphone. Justin Martyr, pp. 177, 178, edit. Benedicti. If in the beginning of this important passage there is anything like an inconsistency, we may impute it, as we think proper, either to the author or to his transcribers. 8819 right arrow curving left. Depan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, tom. I, page 223, tom. 2, page 366, and Mosheim, page 720, though the latter of these learned divines is not altogether candid on this occasion. Right arrow curving left. In the Council of Laodicea, about the year 360, the Apocalypse was tacitly excluded from the sacred canon, by the same churches of Asia to which it is addressed. And we may learn from the complaint of Sulpicius Severus that their sentence had been ratified by the greater number of Christians of his time. From what causes, then, is the Apocalypse at present so generally received by the Greek, the Roman, and the Protestant churches? The following ones may be assigned. The Greeks were subdued by the authority of an impostor, who, in the 6th century, assumed the character of Dionysius the Areopagite. A just apprehension, that the grammarians might become more important than the theologians, engaged the Council of Trent to fix the seal of their infallibility on all the books of Scripture contained in the Latin Vulgate, in the number of which the Apocalypse was fortunately included. Fra Paolo Sarpi, Historia del Concilio Tridentino, L. 2. The advantage of turning those mysterious prophecies against the See of Rome inspired the Protestants with uncommon veneration for so useful an ally. See the ingenious and elegant discourses of the present Bishop of Lichfield on that unpromising subject. 8820. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divinae 715, etc. Relates the dismal talk of futurity with great spirit and eloquence. 8821 Right arrow curving left. On this subject every reader of taste will be entertained with the third part of Burnet's Sacred Theory of the Earth. He blends philosophy, scripture, and tradition into one magnificent system, in the description of which he displays a strength of fancy not inferior to that of Milton himself. Right arrow curving left. And yet whatever may be the language of individuals, it is still the public doctrine of all the Christian churches. Nor can even our own refuse to admit the conclusions which must be drawn from the 8th and the 18th of her articles. The Jansenists, who have so diligently studied the works of the Fathers, maintain this sentiment with distinguished zeal, and the learned M. de Tillemont never dismisses a virtuous emperor without pronouncing his damnation. Zuinglius is perhaps the only leader of a party who has ever adopted the milder sentiment, and he gave no less offense to the Lutherans than to the Catholics. See Bossuet, Histoire de variations de Églises protestants, L. 2c. 19, 22. Right arrow curving left. Justin and Clement of Alexandria allow that some of the philosophers were instructed by the Logos, confounding its double signification of the human reason and of the divine word. Right arrow curving left. This translation is not exact, the first sentence is imperfect. Tertullian says, Al dies nationibus inspiratus, al derisus, cum tanta seculi vetustas et tot aegis nativitates uno igni horienter. The text does not authorize the exaggerated expressions, so many magistrates, so many sago philosophers, so many poets, etc., but simply magistrates, philosophers, poets. G. It is not clear that Gibbon's version or paraphrase is incorrect. Tertullian writes, tot tantasque regis idem presides, etc., m. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Spectaculis, c. 30. In order to ascertain the degree of authority which the zealous African had acquired, it may be sufficient to allege the testimony of Cyprian, the doctor and guide of all the Western churches. See Prudentius, Hymns 13-100. As often as he applied himself to his daily study of the writings of Tertullian, he was accustomed to say, De mihi magistrum, give me my master. Hieronymus, De viris illustribus, tom. I, page 284. Right arrow curving left. The object of Tertullian's vehemence in his treatise was to keep the Christians away from the secular games celebrated by the Emperor Severus. It has not prevented him from showing himself in other places full of benevolence and charity towards unbelievers. The spirit of the gospel has sometimes prevailed over the violence of human passions. Ca ergo putaveris nihil nosta salute Caesaris curari, he says in his Apology, in spice de voces literas nostras. Citot ex illis preceptum esse nobis ad rejudantionem, benignitates etiam pro inimicis deum orare, ed pro persecutoribus bona precari. Sed etiam nominatim ac manifest orate inquit, Christus, pro regibus et pro principibus et potestatibus ut omnia sint tranquilla vobis. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 31. G. It would be wiser for Christianity, retreating upon its genuine records in the New Testament, to disclaim this fierce African, than to identify itself with his furious invectives by unsatisfactory apologies for their unchristian fanaticism. M. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the evasions of Dr. Middleton, it is impossible to overlook the clear traces of visions and inspiration, which may be found in the Apostolic Fathers. 8822 Right arrow curving left. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies, Proem, p. 3.8823 Dr. Middleton, A Free Inquiry into the Miraculous Powers, page 96, etc. observes that as this pretension of all others was the most difficult to support by art, it was the soonest given up. The observation suits his hypothesis. 8824 Right arrow curving left. Athenagoras in Legatio pro Christianis. Justin Martyr, Cohortatio ad Gentes. Tertullian, Adversus Martianum, L. 4. These descriptions are not very unlike the prophetic fury, for which Cicero, De Divination 254, expresses so little reverence. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 23, throws out a bold defiance to the pagan magistrates. Of the primitive miracles, the power of exorcising is the only one which has been assumed by Protestants. 8825 Right arrow curving left. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies, L. 256, 57, L. v. c. 6. Mr. Dodwell, Dissertations ad Irenaeum 242, concludes that the 2nd century was still more fertile in miracles than the first. 8826 Right arrow curving left. Theophilus of Antioch, Apologia ad Autolycum, L. I, page 345. Edit. Benedictine, Paris, 1742.8827 Right arrow curving left. Dar. Middleton sent out his introduction in the year 1747, published his Free Inquiry in 1749, and before his death, which happened in 1750. He had prepared a vindication of it against his numerous adversaries. Right arrow curving left. The University of Oxford conferred degrees on his opponents. From the Indignation of Mosheim, page 221, we may discover the sentiments of the Lutheran divines. 8828 Right arrow curving left. It may seem somewhat remarkable that Bernard of Clairvaux, who records so many miracles of his friend St. Malachi, never takes any notice of his own, which, in their turn, however, are carefully related by his companions and disciples. In the long series of ecclesiastical history, does there exist a single instance of a saint asserting that he himself possessed the gift of miracles? Right arrow curving left. The conversion of Constantine is the era which is most usually fixed by Protestants. The more rational divines are unwilling to admit the miracles of the 4th, whilst the more credulous are unwilling to reject those of the 5th century. 8829 Right arrow curving left. These, in the opinion of the editor, are the most uncandid paragraphs in Gibbon's history. He ought either, with manly courage, to have denied the moral reformation introduced by Christianity, or fairly to have investigated all its motives. Not to have confined himself to an insidious and sarcastic description of the less pure and generous elements of the Christian character as it appeared even at that early time. Right arrow curving left. The imputations of Celsus and Julian, with the defense of the Fathers, are very fairly stated by Spanheim, Commentaire sur les Césaires de l'Empereur Julian, page 468. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae X 97. Right arrow curving left. And this blamelessness was fully admitted by the candid and enlightened Roman. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 44. He adds, however, with some degree of hesitation, autsi aliad, jam non Christianus. 8830 right arrow curving left. The philosopher Peregrinus, of whose life and death Lucian has left us so entertaining an account, imposed, for a long time, on the credulous simplicity of the Christians of Asia. Right arrow curving left. See a very judicious treatise of Jean Barbirac, Trait de la morale de Pérez de l'Église. Right arrow curving left. Edike mi fate cet homely semi-stoicien, semi-epicurian? A-t-on jamais regarde l'amour du plaisir comme l'un de principes de la perfection morale? Et de quel droit faites-vous de l'amour de l'action, et de l'amour du plaisir, les seuls éléments de l'être humain? Est-ce que vous faites abstraction de la vérité en elle-même, de la conscience et du sentiment du devoir? Est-ce que vous n'y sentez point, par exemple, que le sacrifice du moi à la justice et à la vérité, est aussi dans le cœur de l'homme, que tout n'est pas pour lui action ou plaisir? Et que dans le bien ce n'est pas le mouvement, mais la vérité, il church? Oedipus. Thucydide et Tacite, ces maîtres de l'histoire, ont-ils jamais introduits dans leur récits un fragment de dissertation sur le plaisir et sur l'action. Abel François Villemain, Cours de la littérature françoise, Part 2 Leçon v. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divinae, L. 6c. 2022. Right arrow curving left. Consult a work of Clement of Alexandria, entitled The Pedagogue, which contains the rudiments of ethics, as they were taught in the most celebrated of the Christian schools. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Spectaculis, c. 23. Clemens Alexandrinus, Pedagogus, L. 3 c. 8. Right arrow curving left. Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. 7 c. 3. Justin, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine, etc., strongly inclined to this opinion. 8831 right arrow curving left. Some of the Gnostic heretics were more consistent, they rejected the use of marriage. Right arrow curving left. See a chain of tradition, from Justin Martyr to Jerome, in the Morale de Pérez, c. 4-6, 26. Right arrow curving left. See a very curious dissertation on the Vestals, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 4, pages 161, 227. Notwithstanding the honors and rewards which were bestowed on those virgins, it was difficult to procure a sufficient number. Nor could the dread of the most horrible death always restrain their incontinence. Right arrow curving left. Cupiditatem procreandi aut unam simus aut nullum. Minucius Felix, c. 31. Justin Martyr, Apologia Major. Athenagoras in Legatio pro Christianis, c. 28. Tertullian, De Culta Feminarum, L. 2. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 6-8. Before the fame of Origen had excited envy and persecution, this extraordinary action was rather admired than censured. As it was his general practice to allegorize Scripture, it seems unfortunate that, in this instance only, he should have adopted the literal sense. Right arrow curving left. Cyprianus, Epistolae 4, and Dodwell, Dissertation Cyprianicae 3. Something like this rash attempt was long afterwards imputed to the founder of the Order of Fontevrault. Bell has amused himself and his readers on that very delicate subject. Right arrow curving left. Dupin, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. I. p. 195, gives a particular account of the Dialogue of the 10 Virgins, as it was composed by Methodius, Bishop of Tyre. The praises of virginity are excessive. Right arrow curving left. The ascetics, as early as the 2nd century, made a public profession of mortifying their bodies, and of abstaining from the use of flesh and wine. Mosheim, page 310. Right arrow curving left. See the Morale de Perez. The same patient principles have been revived since the Reformation by the Socinians, the modern Anabaptists, and the Quakers. Barclay, the apologist of the Quakers, has protected his brethren by the authority of the primitive Christian, pages 542, 549. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 21. De Idolatria, c. 17, 18. Origen, Contra Celsum, L. v., page 253, L. 7, page 348, L. 8, pages 423, 428. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Corona Militis, c. 11, suggested to them the expedient of deserting. A counsel which, if it had been generally known, was not very proper to conciliate the favor of the emperors towards the Christian sect. 8832 Right arrow curving left. As well as we can judge from the mutilated representation of Origen, L. 8, page 423, his adversary, Celsus, had urged his objection with great force and candor. Right arrow curving left. The aristocratical party in France, as well as in England, has strenuously maintained the divine origin of bishops. But the Calvinistical presbyters were impatient of a superior. And the Roman pontiff refused to acknowledge an equal. See Fra Paolo Sarpi. Right arrow curving left. In the history of the Christian hierarchy, I have, for the most part, followed the learned and candid Mosheim. Right arrow curving left. For the prophets of the primitive church, see Mosheim, Dissertations ad Historia Ecclesiastica Pertinens, Tom. 2, pages 132, 208. Right arrow curving left. St. Paul distinctly reproves the intrusion of females into the prophetic office. 1 Corinthians 14 verses 34 and 35, 1 Timothy 2 verse 11. Right arrow curving left. See the epistles of St. Paul, and of Clemens, to the Corinthians. 8833 Right arrow curving left. Richard Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, L. 7. Right arrow curving left. See Jerome ad Titum, c. I in Epistola 85, in the Benedictine edition, 101, and the elaborate apology of David Blondel, Apologia pro Sententia Hieronymi. The ancient state, as it is described by Jerome, of the bishop and presbyters of Alexandria, receives a remarkable confirmation from the Patriarch Eutychius, Annals, Tom. I, page 330, ver. Pocock. Whose testimony I know not how to reject, in spite of all the objections of the learned Pearson in his Vinditii Epistolarum S. Ignatii, Part 1 c. 11. Right arrow curving left. See the introduction to the Apocalypse. Bishops, under the name of angels, were already instituted in the 7 cities of Asia. And yet the Epistle of Clemens, which is probably of as ancient a date, does not lead us to discover any traces of episcopacy either at Corinth or Rome. Right arrow curving left. Nulla ecclesia sine episcopo, has been a fact as well as a maxim since the time of Tertullian and Irenaeus. Right arrow curving left. After we have passed the difficulties of the 1st century, we find the episcopal government universally established. Till it was interrupted by the republican genius of the Swiss and German reformers. Right arrow curving left. See Mosheim in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Ignatius, ad Smyrna Eos, c. 8, etc., is fond of exalting the episcopal dignity. Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, p. 569, very bluntly censures his conduct. Mosheim, with a more critical judgment, page 161, suspects the purity even of the smaller epistles. Right arrow curving left. Non et lighti sacerdote summus? 8834 Tertullian, De Exhortationis Castitatis, c. 7. As the human heart is still the same, several of the observations which Mr. Hume has made on enthusiasm, Essays, Volume 1, p. 76, quarto edition, may be applied even to real inspiration. Right arrow curving left. The synods were not the first means taken by the insulated churches to enter into communion and to assume a corporate character. The dioceses were first formed by the union of several country churches with a church in a city, many churches in one city uniting among themselves, or joining a more considerable church. Became metropolitan. The dioceses were not formed before the beginning of the 2nd century. Before that time the Christians had not established sufficient churches in the country to stand in need of that union. It is towards the middle of the same century that we discover the first traces of the metropolitan constitution. Probably the country churches were founded in general by missionaries from those in the city, and would preserve a natural connection with the parent church. The provincial synods did not commence till towards the middle of the 3rd century, and were not the first synods. History gives us distinct notions of the synods, held towards the end of the 2nd century, at Ephesus, at Jerusalem, at Pontus, and at Rome. To put an end to the disputes which had arisen between the Latin and Asiatic churches about the celebration of Easter. But these synods were not subject to any regular form or periodical return. This regularity was first established with the provincial synods, which were formed by a union of the bishops of a district, subject to a metropolitan. Planck, p. 90, Geschichte der christlichen kirchlichen Gesellschaftsverfassung. G. Right arrow curving left. Acta Concilio Carthagin, Apud Cyprianus, edit. Fell, page 158. This council was composed of 87 bishops from the provinces of Mauritania, Numidia, and Africa. Some presbyters and deacons assisted at the assembly, present plebis maxima part. Right arrow curving left. Agunter praeteria per Grecias Elas, certes in locis concilia, etc. Tertullian, De Jejuniis, c. 13. The African mentions it as a recent and foreign institution. The coalition of the Christian churches is very ably explained by Mosheim, pages 164, 170. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, in his admired treatise De Ecclesiae Catholici Unit 8, pages 75, 86. Right arrow curving left. We may appeal to the whole tenor of Cyprian's conduct, of his doctrine, and of his epistles. Leclerc, in A Short Life of Cyprian, Bibliothèque Universelle, tom. 12, pp. 207, 378, has laid him open with great freedom and accuracy. Right arrow curving left. If Novatus, Felicissimus, etc. Whom the Bishop of Carthage expelled from his church, and from Africa, were not the most detestable monsters of wickedness, the zeal of Cyprian must occasionally have prevailed over his veracity. For a very just account of these obscure quarrels, see Mosheim, pages 497, 512. Right arrow curving left. Mosheim, pages 269, 574. De Pan, De Antiqua e Silesii Disciplina, pages 19, 20. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, in a distinct treatise, has pleaded against the heretics the right of prescription, as it was held by the apostolic churches. Right arrow curving left. The journey of St. Peter to Rome is mentioned by most of the ancients, see Eusebius 225, maintained by all the Catholics, allowed by some Protestants, see John Pearson and Henry Dodwell. De Succession Episcoporum Romi, but has been vigorously attacked by Spanheim, Miscellanes Sacra 3:3. According to Father Hardouin, the monks of the 13th century, who composed the Aeneid, represented Saint Peter under the allegorical character of the Trojan hero. 8835 right arrow curving left. It is in French only that the famous allusion to Saint Peter's name is exact. Tu es Pierre, et sur cet Pierre, the same is imperfect in Greek, Latin, Italian, etc. And totally unintelligible in our Teutonic languages. 8836 right arrow curving left. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies 3:3. Tertullian, De Praescriptione Hereticarum, c. 36, and Cyprian, Epistolae 27, 55, 71, 75. Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, page 764, and Mosheim, pages 258, 578, labor in the interpretation of these passages. But the loose and rhetorical style of the Fathers often appears favorable to the pretensions of Rome. Right arrow curving left. See the sharp epistle from Firmilianus, Bishop of Caesarea, to Stephen, Bishop of Rome, apud Cyprian, Epistolae 75. Right arrow curving left. Concerning this dispute of the rebaptism of heretics, see the epistles of Cyprian, and the 7th book of Eusebius. Right arrow curving left. For the origin of these words, see Mosheim, page 141. Spanheim, Historia Ecclesiastica, page 633. The distinction of clerus and laicus was established before the time of Tertullian. Right arrow curving left. The community instituted by Plato is more perfect than that which Sir Thomas More had imagined for his Utopia. The community of women, and that of temporal goods, may be considered as inseparable parts of the same system. Right arrow curving left. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews 18:2. Philo, De Vita Contemplativa. Right arrow curving left. See the Acts of the Apostles, 5:2, 4, 5, with Grotius's commentary. Mosheim, in a particular dissertation, attacks the common opinion with very inconclusive arguments. 8837 right arrow curving left. Justin Martyr, Apologia Major, c. 89. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 39. Right arrow curving left. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies, L. 4c. 27, 34. Origen, in Numeros Homilia 2. Cyprian, De Ecclesiae Catholicae Unit 8. Constitutions Apostolorum, L. 2c. 34, 35, with the notes of Codalerius. The constitutions introduce this divine precept by declaring that priests are as much above kings as the soul is above the body. Among the tithable articles, they enumerate corn, wine, oil, and wool. On this interesting subject, consult Prideaux's The Original and Right of Tithes, and Fra Paolo Sarpi, Del Materi Beneficiari, two writers of a very different character. Right arrow curving left. The same opinion which prevailed about the year 1000 was productive of the same effects. Most of the donations express their motive, appropinquant mundi fine. See Mosheim's General History of the Church, Volume 1, page 457. Right arrow curving left. Tum summa cura est fratribus. Ut sermo testator loquax. Affair, fundus venditus. Sestertiorum milia. Addicta avorum predia. Fodis sub auctionibus. Successor exires gemit. Sanctus egens parentibus. Haec oculunter obditis. Ecclesiarum in angulis. Id summa pietas creditor. Nuder dulces liberos. Prudentius, pi epsilon rho sigma tau epsilon phi nu omega nu, him 2. The subsequent conduct of the deacon Lawrence only proves how proper a use was made of the wealth of the Roman Church. It was undoubtedly very considerable. But Fra Paolo Sarpi, c. 3, appears to exaggerate when he supposes that the successors of Commodus were urged to persecute the Christians by their own avarice, or that of their praetorian prefects. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, Epistolae 62. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Prescription Hereticarum, c. 30. Right arrow curving left. Diocletian gave a rescript, which is only a declaration of the old law. Collegium, si nullo speciali privilegio sub nixum sit, hereditatem capere non posse, dubium non est. Fra Paolo Sarpi, c. 4, thinks that these regulations had been much neglected since the reign of Valerian. Right arrow curving left. Historia Augusta, page 131. The ground had been public, and was now disputed between the Society of Christians and that of Butchers. 8838 Right arrow curving left. Constitutions Apostolorum 235. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, de Lapsis, page 89. Epistolae 65. The charge is confirmed by the 19th and 20th canon of the Council of Illiberis. Right arrow curving left. See the Apologies of Justin, Tertullian, etc. Right arrow curving left. The wealth and liberality of the Romans to their most distant brethren is gratefully celebrated by Dionysius of Corinth, apud Eusebius, L. 4 c. 23. Right arrow curving left. See Lucian in De Morte Peregrini. Julian, Epistle 49, seems mortified that the Christian charity maintains not only their own, but likewise the heathen poor. Right arrow curving left. Such, at least, has been the laudable conduct of more modern missionaries, under the same circumstances. Above 3,000 newborn infants are annually exposed in the streets of Peking. See Le Conte, Memoirs sur la Chine, and the Recherches sur les Chinois et les Egyptians, tom. I, page 61. Right arrow curving left. The Montanists and the Novatians, who adhered to this opinion with the greatest rigor and obstinacy, found themselves at last in the number of excommunicated heretics. See the learned and copious Mosheim, Seculum 2 and 3. Right arrow curving left. Dionysius apud Eusebius 423. Cyprian, de Lapsis. Right arrow curving left. Cave's Primitive Christianity, Part 3 c. 5. The admirers of antiquity regret the loss of this public penance. Right arrow curving left. See in Depan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, tom. 2, pp. 304, 313, a short but rational exposition of the canons of those councils, which were assembled in the first moments of tranquility after the persecution of Diocletian. This persecution had been much less severely felt in Spain than in Galatia, a difference which may, in some measure, account for the contrast of their regulations. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has been accused of injustice to the character of Cyprian, as exalting the censures and authority of the Church above the observance of the moral duties. Felicissimus had been condemned by a synod of bishops, non tantum mea, sed plurimorum coepiscorum, sententia condemnatum, on the charge not only of schism, but of embezzlement of public money, the debauching of virgins, and frequent acts of adultery. His violent menaces had extorted his readmission into the Church, against which Cyprian protests with much vehemence, any pecuniae commissi sibi fraudator, any stuprator virginum. Any matrimoniarum multorum depopulator et corruptor, ultra ad hoc sponsum Christi incorruptum presentia sui dedicor, et impudica at incesta contagione, violaret. See Kelsum's Remarks, page 134. If these charges against Felicissimus were true, they were something more than irregularities. A Roman censor would have been a fairer subject of comparison than a consul. On the other hand, it must be admitted that the charge of adultery deepens very rapidly as the controversy becomes more violent. It is first represented as a single act, recently detected, and which men of character were prepared to substantiate, adulteriae etiam crimen excedit. Quat pat res nostrae graves viri deprehendis se nunti averant, eti probaturos se asseverarent. Epistle XXXVI. The heretic has now darkened into a man of notorious and general profligacy. Nor can it be denied that of the whole long epistle, very far the larger and the more passionate part dwells on the breach of ecclesiastical unity, rather than on the violation of Christian holiness. M. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, Epistole 69. Right arrow curving left. This supposition appears unfounded. The birth and the talents of Cyprian might make us presume the contrary. Thatius Caecilius Cyprianus, Carthaginensis, artis oratorii profession claris, magnam sibi gloriam, opes, honores acquisivit, epularibus canis et largis dapibus assuitus. Preciosa vest conspicuous, oro ac purpura fulgens, facibus oblectatus et honoribus, stipatus clientium cuniais, frequentur comitatu officii agmanis honestatus, ut ipsi desi loquitur. In Epistola ad Donatum. See Dr. Cave, Historia Literaria, b. I, page 87. G. Cave has rather embellished Cyprian's language. M. Right arrow curving left. The arts, the manners, and the vices of the priests of the Syrian goddess are very humorously described by Apuleius, in the 8th book of his Metamorphoses. Right arrow curving left. The office of Asiarch was of this nature, and it is frequently mentioned in Aristides, the inscriptions, etc. It was annual and elective. None but the vainest citizens could desire the honor. None but the most wealthy could support the expense. See, in the Patres Apostoli, Tom. 2, page 200, with how much indifference Philip the Asiarch conducted himself in the martyrdom of Polycarp. There were likewise Bithyniarchs, Lysiarchs, etc. Right arrow curving left. The modern critics are not disposed to believe what the Fathers almost unanimously assert, that is T. Matthew composed a Hebrew Gospel, of which only the Greek translation is extant. It seems, however, dangerous to reject their testimony. 8839 Right arrow curving left. Under the reigns of Nero and Domitian, and in the cities of Alexandria, Antioch, Rome, and Ephesus. See John Mill, Prolegomena ad Novae Testamenti Graeci, and Dr. Lardner's Fair and Extensive Collection, Volume 15. 8840 Right arrow curving left. The Elogians, Epiphanius, Adversus Heresies 51, disputed the genuineness of the Apocalypse, because the Church of Thyatira was not yet founded. Epiphanius, who allows the fact, extricates himself from the difficulty by ingeniously supposing that St. John wrote in the spirit of prophecy. See Abozit, Discours sur l'Apocalypse. Right arrow curving left. The epistles of Ignatius and Dionysius, Apud Eusebius 423, point out many churches in Asia and Greece. That of Athens seems to have been one of the least flourishing. Right arrow curving left. Lucian in Alexandro, c. 25. Christianity, however, must have been very unequally diffused over Pontus. Since in the middle of the 3rd century there was no more than 17 believers in the extensive diocese of Neo-Caesarea. C.M. de Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 4, p. 675, from Basil and Gregory of Nyssa, who were themselves natives of Cappadocia. 8841 Right arrow curving left. According to the ancients, Jesus Christ suffered under the consulship of the 2 Gemini, in the year 29 of our present era. Pliny the Younger was sent into Bithynia, according to Pagi, in the year 110. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistolae X 97. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, Opera Omnia Quae Extant, Tom. 7, pages 658, 810, edit. Sevillii, 2422, 529, m. Right arrow curving left. John Malalas, Tom. 2, page 144. He draws the same conclusion with regard to the populousness of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, Tom. I, page 592. I am indebted for these passages, though not for my inference, to the learned Dr. Nathaniel Lardner. Credibility of the Gospel History, Volume 12, p. 370.8842 right arrow curving left. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 2, c. 2023, has examined with the most critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Therapeutae. By proving that it was composed as early as the time of Augustus, Basnage has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius, L. 2c. 17, and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Therapeutae were neither Christians nor monks. It still remains probable that they changed their name, preserved their manners, adopted some new articles of faith, and gradually became the fathers of the Egyptian ascetics. Right arrow curving left. See a letter of Hadrian in the Augustan History, page 245. Right arrow curving left. For the succession of Alexandrian bishops, consult Renaudat's History, page 24, etc. This curious fact is preserved by the Patriarch Eutychius, Annals, tom. I, page 334, ver. Pocock, and its internal evidence would alone be a sufficient answer to all the objections which Bishop Pearson has urged in the Vinditii Epistolarum S. Ignatii. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus XXII 16. Right arrow curving left. Origen, Contra Celsum, L. I, page 40. Right arrow curving left. Ingens multitudo is the expression of Tacitus, 1544. Right arrow curving left. Titus Livius XXXX 13, 15, 17. Nothing could exceed the horror and consternation of the Senate on the discovery of the Bacchanalians, whose depravity is described, and perhaps exaggerated, by Livy. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 6c. 43. The Latin translator, M. de Valois, has thought proper to reduce the number of presbyters to 44. Right arrow curving left. This proportion of the presbyters and of the poor to the rest of the people was originally fixed by Burnet, Travels into Italy, page 168, and is approved by Moyle, volume 2, page 151. They were both unacquainted with the passage of Chrysostom, which converts their conjecture almost into a fact. Right arrow curving left. Sirius trans Alpes, Religione de Secepta. Sulpicius Severus, L. 2. With regard to Africa, see Tertullian, ad Scapulum, c. 3. It is imagined that the Silitan martyrs were the first, acta primorum martyrum sincera, Dom Thierry Ruinart, page 34. One of the adversaries of Apuleius seems to have been a Christian. Apologia, pages 496, 497, edit. Delphin. Right arrow curving left. Tum primum intra Gallias martyria visa. Sulpicius Severus, L. 2. These were the celebrated martyrs of Lyons. See Eusebius v. 1. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 2, page 316. According to the Donatists, whose assertion is confirmed by the tacit acknowledgment of Augustine, Africa was the last of the provinces which received the gospel. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. I, page 754. Right arrow curving left. Rari in aliquibus civitatibus ecclesiae, paucorum Christianorum devotion, resurgerent. Acta Sincera, page 130. Gregory of Tours, L. IC. 28, Mosheim, pages 207, 449. There is some reason to believe that, in the beginning of the 4th century, the extensive dioceses of Liège, of Treves, and of Cologne composed a single bishopric, which had been very recently founded. See Memoirs de Tillemont, tom. 6 part 1, pages 43, 411. Right arrow curving left. The date of Tertullian's Apology is fixed, in a dissertation of Mosheim, to the year 198. Right arrow curving left. In the 15th century, there were few who had either inclination or courage to question whether Joseph of Arimathea founded the monastery of Glastonbury. And whether Dionysius the Areopagite preferred the residence of Paris to that of Athens. Right arrow curving left. The stupendous metamorphosis was performed in the 9th century. See Mariana, Historiae Hispaniae, L. 7c. 13, tom. I, page 285, edit. Hagi Commodum 1733, who, in every sense, imitates Livy, and the honest detection of the legend of St. James by Dr. Geddes, Miscellaneous Tracts, Volume 2, page 221. Right arrow curving left. Justin Martyr, Dialogus cum Tryphone, page 341. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies, L. IC, 10. Tertullian, De Adversus Judaeos, c. 7. See Mosheim, page 203. Right arrow curving left. See the 4th century of Mosheim's History of the Church. Many, though very confused circumstances, that relate to the conversion of Iberia and Armenia, may be found in Moses of Choronae, L. 2c. 78, 89.88 43 right arrow curving left. According to Tertullian, the Christian faith had penetrated into parts of Britain inaccessible to the Roman arms. About a century afterwards, Ossian, the son of Fingal, is said to have disputed, in his extreme old age, with one of the foreign missionaries, and the dispute is still extant, in verse and in the Erse language. See Mr. Macpherson's Dissertation on the Antiquity of Ossian's Poems, page 10. Right arrow curving left. The Goths, who ravaged Asia in the reign of Gallienus, carried away great numbers of captives, some of whom were Christians, and became missionaries. See Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 4, page 44. Right arrow curving left. The Legends of Abgarus, fabulous as it is, affords a decisive proof that many years before Eusebius wrote his history, the greatest part of the inhabitants of Edessa had embraced Christianity. Their rivals, the citizens of Cary, adhered, on the contrary, to the cause of paganism, as late as the 6th century. Right arrow curving left. According to Bardesanes, apud Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelica, there were some Christians in Persia before the end of the 2nd century. In the time of Constantine, see his epistle to Sapor, De Vita Constantini, L. 4 c. 13, they composed a flourishing church. Consult Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, tom. I, page 180, and the Bibliotheca Orientalis of Giuseppe Assimani. Right arrow curving left. Origen, Contra Celsum, L. 8, page 424. Right arrow curving left. Minucius Felix, c. 8, with Waurus's notes. Celsus apud Origen, L. 3, pp. 138, 142. Julian apud Cyril. L. 6, page 206, edit. Spanheim. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica 4-3. Hieronymus, Epistle 83. Right arrow curving left. The story is prettily told in Justin's Dialogues. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 2, page 384, who relates it after him, is sure that the old man was a disguised angel. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius v. 28. It may be hoped that none, except the heretics, gave occasion to the complaint of Celsus, apud Origen, L. 2, page 77, that the Christians were perpetually correcting and altering their Gospels. 8844 right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae x 97. Furunt alii similis mentii, civs Romani. Multi enim omnicitatis, omnis ordinus, utriusque sexus, etium vocuntur in periculum eti vocabuntur. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, ad scapulum. Yet even his rhetoric rises no higher than to claim a 10th part of Carthage. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, Epistolae 79. Right arrow curving left. This incomplete enumeration ought to be increased by the names of several pagans converted at the dawn of Christianity, and whose conversion weakens the reproach which the historian appears to support. Such are, the proconsul Sergius Paulus, converted at Paphos, Acts 13:7, 12, Dionysius, member of the Areopagus, converted with several others, at Athens, Acts 17 verse 34. Several persons at the court of Nero, Philippians 4 verse 22, Erastus, receiver at Corinth, Romans 16 verse 23, some Asiarchs, Acts 19 verse 31. As to the philosophers, we may add Tatian, Athenagoras, Theophilus of Antioch, Hegesippus, Melito, Miltiades, Pantaenus, Ammonius, etc., all distinguished for their genius and learning. G. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Lardner, in his first and second volumes of Jewish and Christian testimonies, collects and illustrates those of Pliny the Younger, of Tacitus, of Galen, of Marcus Antoninus, and perhaps of Epictetus, for it is doubtful whether that philosopher means to speak of the Christians. The new sect is totally unnoticed by Seneca, the elder Pliny, and Plutarch. Right arrow curving left. The emperors Hadrian, Antoninus, etc. Read with astonishment the apologies of Justin Martyr, of Aristides, of Melito, etc. See Saint Hieronymus ad mag Oratio Orosius Lvii c. 13. Eusebius says expressly that the cause of Christianity was defended before the Senate, in a very elegant discourse, by Apollonius the martyr. Pi omicron lambda 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 iota pi alpha rho omega kappa epsilon tau epsilon sigma alpha nu tau omicron delta iota kappa alpha sigma tau omicron, kappa alpha lambda gamma omicron nu pi tau sigma upsilon gamma kappa lambda tau omicron upsilon beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha tau sigma alpha nu tau omicron. Lambda omicron gamma iota omega tau tau iota nu pi rho mu alpha rho tau rho epsilon iota pi sigma tau epsilon omega pi nu tau omega nu pi alpha rho alpha sigma chi omega nu pi omicron lambda omicron gamma alpha nu. G. Gibbon, in his severer spirit of criticism, may have questioned the authority of Jerome and Eusebius. There are some difficulties about Apollonius, which Heineken, note in Locke, Eusebii, would solve, by supposing him to have been, as Jerome states, a senator. M. Right arrow curving left. If the famous prophecy of the 70 weeks had been alleged to a Roman philosopher, would he not have replied in the words of Cicero, Quae tandem ista auguratio est? Anorum podius quam aut mentium aut dirum? De Divination 230. Observe with what irreverence Lucian, in Alexandro, c. 13, and his friend Celsus apud Origen, L. 7, page 327, express themselves concerning the Hebrew prophets. Right arrow curving left. The philosophers, who derided the more ancient predictions of the Sibyls, would easily have detected the Jewish and Christian forgeries, which have been so triumphantly quoted by the Fathers. From Justin Martyr to Lactantius. When the Sibylline verses had performed their appointed task, they, like the system of the millennium, were quietly laid aside. The Christian Sibyl had unluckily fixed the ruin of Rome for the year 195, AUC 948. Right arrow curving left. The Fathers, as they are drawn out in battle array by Dom Calmet, Dissertations sur l'écriture, tom. 3, pages 295, 308, seem to cover the whole earth with darkness, in which they are followed by most of the moderns. Right arrow curving left. Origen ad Matthew 27, and a few modern critics, Beza, Leclerc, Lardner, etc., are desirous of confining it to the land of Judea. Right arrow curving left. The celebrated passage of Phlegon is now wisely abandoned. When Tertullian assures the pagans that the mention of the prodigy is found in Arcanes, not Archivus, Vestris, see his Apologeticus, c. 21, he probably appeals to the Sibylline verses, which related exactly in the words of the Gospel. 8845 Right arrow curving left. Seneca, De Questionibus Naturalibus, L. I 15, 6-1, 7-17. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae, L. 2. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 230. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Georgics I 466. Tibullus, L. I, Elegy v. Ver. 75, Ovid, Metamorphoses 15:782. Lucan, Pharsalia I 540. The last of these poets places this prodigy before the Civil War. Right arrow curving left. See a public epistle of Mark Antony in Josephus, Antiquities 1412. Plutarch in Parallel Lives, Caesar, page 471. Appian, De Bello Civili, L. 4. Dion Cassius, L. XLV, page 431. Julius Obsequens, c. 128. His little treatise is an abstract of Livy's prodigies. Right arrow curving left. The 16th chapter one cannot help considering as a very ingenious and specious, but very disgraceful extenuation of the cruelties perpetrated by the Roman magistrates against the Christians. It is written in the most contemptibly factious spirit of prejudice against the sufferers. It is unworthy of a philosopher and of a man of humanity. Let the narrative of Cyprian's death be examined. He had to relate the murder of an innocent man of advanced age, and in a station deemed venerable by a considerable body of the provincials of Africa. Put to death because he refused to sacrifice to Jupiter. Instead of pointing the indignation of posterity against such an atrocious act of tyranny, he dwells, with visible art, on the small circumstances of decorum and politeness which attended this murder, and which he relates with as much parade as if they were the most important particulars of the event. Dr. William Robertson has been the subject of much blame for his real or supposed lenity towards the Spanish murderers and tyrants in America. That the 16th chapter of Mr. G. did not excite the same or greater disapprobation, is a proof of the unphilosophical and indeed fanatical animosity against Christianity, which was so prevalent during the latter part of the 18th century. Mackintosh, see the Life of Sir James Mackintosh I, pp. 244, 245 right arrow curving left. The history of the first age of Christianity is only found in the Acts of the Apostles, and in order to speak of the first persecutions experienced by the Christians, that book should naturally have been consulted. Those persecutions, then limited to individuals and to a narrow sphere, interested only the persecuted, and have been related by them alone. Gibbon, making the persecutions ascend no higher than Nero, has entirely omitted those which preceded this epoch, and of which St. Luke has preserved the memory. The only way to justify this omission was to attack the authenticity of the Acts of the Apostles, for, if authentic, they must necessarily be consulted and quoted. Now, antiquity has left very few works of which the authenticity is so well established as that of the Acts of the Apostles. See Lardner's The Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2. It is, therefore, without sufficient reason that Gibbon has maintained silence concerning the narrative of St. Luke, and this omission is not without importance. G. Right arrow curving left. In Cyrene, they massacred 220,000 Greeks, in Cyprus, 240,000, in Egypt, a very great multitude. Many of these unhappy victims were sawn asunder, according to a precedent to which David had given the sanction of his example. The victorious Jews devoured the flesh, licked up the blood, and twisted the entrails like a girdle round their bodies. See Dion Cassius, LLXVII, page 1145. 8846 right arrow curving left. Without repeating the well-known narratives of Josephus, we may learn from Dion, LLXAX, p. 1162, that in Hadrian's war 580,000 Jews were cut off by the sword, besides an infinite number which perished by famine, by disease, and by fire. Right arrow curving left. For the sect of the Zealots, see Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. IC, 17, for the characters of the Messiah, according to the rabbis, LVC, 11, 13, for the actions of Bar Kochibas, L. 7c. 12. History of the Jews 3:1-15, etc., m. right arrow curving left. It is to Modestinus, a Roman lawyer, L. 6 regular, that we are indebted for a distinct knowledge of the Edict of Antoninus. See Casaubon ad Historia Augusta, page 27. Right arrow curving left. See Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 3c. 2, 3. The office of patriarch was suppressed by Theodosius the Younger. Right arrow curving left. We need only mention the Purim, or deliverance of the Jews from the rage of Haman, which, till the reign of Theodosius, was celebrated with insolent triumph and riotous intemperance. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 6c. 17, L. 8c. 6. Right arrow curving left. According to the false Josephus, Sappho, the grandson of Esau, conducted into Italy the army of Aeneas, king of Carthage. Another colony of Idumeans, flying from the sword of David, took refuge in the dominions of Romulus. For these, or for other reasons of equal weight, the name of Edom was applied by the Jews to the Roman Empire. 8847 Right arrow curving left. In all this there is doubtless much truth. Yet does not the more important difference lie on the surface? The Christians made many converts, the Jews but few. Had the Jewish been equally a proselyting religion, would it not have encountered as violent persecution? M. Right arrow curving left. From the arguments of Celsus, as they are represented and refuted by Origen, L. v. pages 247, 259, we may clearly discover the distinction that was made between the Jewish people and the Christian sect. C. In the Dialogue of Minucius Felix, c. 5, 6, a fair and not inelegant description of the popular sentiments, with regard to the desertion of the established worship. Right arrow curving left. Cur nullas eris habent? Templa nulla? Nulla nota simulacra. Unde autumn, vel casile, aut ubi, deus unicus, solitarius, destitutus? Minucius Felix, c. 10. The pagan interlocutor goes on to make a distinction in favor of the Jews, who had once a temple, altars, victims, etc. Right arrow curving left. It is difficult, says Plato, to attain, and dangerous to publish, the knowledge of the true God. See the Remarques sur la théologie de philosophes grecs, in the Abbé d'Olivet's French translation of Tully de Natura Deorum, tom. I, page 275. Right arrow curving left. The author of the Philopatris perpetually treats the Christians as a company of dreaming enthusiasts, delta alpha mu omicron nu omicron iota iota theta rho iota omicron iota iota theta epsilon rho omicron beta alpha tau omicron nu tau epsilon epsilon rho omicron beta alpha tau omicron nu tau epsilon, etc. And in one place he manifestly alludes to the vision in which St. Paul was transported to the third heaven. In another place, Triophon, who personates as a Christian, after deriding the gods of paganism, proposes a mysterious oath. Psi iota mu delta omicron nu tau alpha theta epsilon nu, mu gamma alpha nu, mu beta rho omicron tau omicron nu, omicron rho alpha nu omega nu alpha. Upsilon iota nu pi alpha tau rho, pi nu epsilon mu alpha kappa pi alpha tau rho kappa pi omicron rho epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Nu kappa tau rho iota nu, kappa alpha xi nu tau rho alpha. Rho iota theta mu epsilon iota nu mu epsilon delta sigma kappa epsilon iota, is the profane answer of Critias, kappa alpha rho kappa omicron rho iota theta mu eta tau kappa omicron delta alpha gamma rho tau iota lambda gamma epsilon iota, nu tau rho alpha nu. Right arrow curving left. According to Justin Martyr, Apologia Major, c. 70, 85, the demon who had gained some imperfect knowledge of the prophecies, purposely contrived this resemblance, which might deter, though by different means, both the people and the philosophers from embracing the faith of Christ. Right arrow curving left. In the first and second books of Origen, Celsus treats the birth and character of our Savior with the most impious contempt. The orator Libanius praises Porphyry and Julian for confuting the folly of a sect which styles a dead man of Palestine God, and the Son of God. Socrates Scholasticus, Historia Ecclesiastica 323. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Trajan refused to incorporate a company of 150 firemen for the use of the city of Nicomedia. He disliked all associations. See Pliny the Younger, Epistulae X 42, 43. Right arrow curving left. The proconsul Pliny the Younger had published a general edict against unlawful meetings. The prudence of the Christians suspended their agape. But it was impossible for them to omit the exercise of public worship. Right arrow curving left. As the prophecies of the Antichrist, approaching conflagration, etc., provoked those pagans whom they did not convert, they were mentioned with caution and reserve, and the Montanists were censured for disclosing too freely the dangerous secret. See Mosheim, 413. Right arrow curving left. Nec enim dubitabam, quod cunc esset quod faderenter, such are the words of Pliny the Younger, pervicacium cert et inflexibilum obstinationem debir puniri. Right arrow curving left. See Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History, Volume 1, page 101, and Spanheim, Remarques sur les Caesars de Julian, page 468, etc. Right arrow curving left. See Justin Martyr, Apologia I 35, 214. Athenagoras, in Legatio Pro Christianis, c. 27. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 7, 9. Minucius Felix, c. 9, 10, 30, 31. The last of these writers relates the accusation in the most elegant and circumstantial manner. The answer of Tertullian is the boldest and most vigorous. Right arrow curving left. In the persecution of Lyons, some Gentile slaves were compelled, by the fear of tortures, to accuse their Christian master. The Church of Lyons, writing to their brethren of Asia, treat the horrid charge with proper indignation and contempt. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica v1. Right arrow curving left. See Justin Martyr, Apologia I 35. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies I 24. Clemens Alexandrinus, Stramata, L. 3, page 438. Eusebius 4:8. It would be tedious and disgusting to relate all that the succeeding writers have imagined, all that Epiphanius has received, and all that Tillemont has copied. M. de Beauzebur, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. 9c. 8, 9, has exposed, with great spirit, the disingenuous arts of Augustine and Pope Leo I. Right arrow curving left. When Tertullian became a Montanist, he aspersed the morals of the Church which he had so resolutely defended. Sed majores est agape, quia per hanc adolescens tuae cum sororibus dormient. Appendices silicet guli lascivia et luxuria. De Jejuniis, c. 17. The 35th canon of the Council of Illiberis provides against the scandals which too often polluted the vigils of the Church, and disgraced the Christian name in the eyes of unbelievers. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 2, expatiates on the fair and honorable testimony of Pliny, with much reason and some declamation. Right arrow curving left. In the various compilation of the Augustan history, a part of which was composed under the reign of Constantine, there are not 6 lines which relate to the Christians. Nor has the diligence of Xiphilin discovered their name in the large history of Dion Cassius. 8848 Right arrow curving left. An obscure passage of Suetonius, in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, c. 25, may seem to offer a proof how strangely the Jews and Christians of Rome were confounded with each other. Right arrow curving left. See, in the 18th and 25th chapters of the Acts of the Apostles, the behavior of Gallio, proconsul of Achaia, and of Festus, procurator of Judea. Right arrow curving left. In the time of Tertullian and Clement of Alexandria, the glory of martyrdom was confined to St. Peter, St. Paul, and St. James. It was gradually bestowed on the rest of the apostles, by the more recent Greeks, who prudently selected for the theater of their preaching and suffering some remote country beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. See Mosheim, page 81, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. I part 3. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 1538, 44. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Nero, c. 38. Dion Cassius, L. Alexiae, page 1014. Orosius 7-7. Right arrow curving left. The price of wheat, probably of the modius, was reduced as low as terni nummi, which would be equivalent to about 15 shillings the English quarter. Right arrow curving left. We may observe that the rumor is mentioned by Tacitus with a very becoming distrust and hesitation, whilst it is greedily transcribed by Suetonius, and solemnly confirmed by Dion. Right arrow curving left. This testimony is alone sufficient to expose the anachronism of the Jews, who placed the birth of Christ near a century sooner. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L.V. c. 14, 15. We may learn from Josephus, Antiquitatis Judaicae 18:3, that the procuratorship of Pilate corresponded with the last 10 years of Tiberius, AD 27, 37. As to the particular time of the death of Christ, a very early tradition fixed it to the 25th of March, AD 29, under the consulship of the two Gemini. Tertullian, Adversus Judaeos, c. 8. This date, which is adopted by Pagi, Cardinal Norris, and Leclerc, seems at least as probable as the vulgar era, which is placed, I know not from what conjectures, 4 years later. Right arrow curving left. This single phrase, repressa in praesens exicitabila superstitio rursus irrumpat, proves that the Christians had already attracted the attention of the government, and that Nero was not the first to persecute them. I am surprised that more stress has not been laid on the confirmation which the Acts of the Apostles derive from these words of Tacitus, repressa in praesens, and rursus irrumpat. G. I have been unwilling to suppress this note, but surely the expression of Tacitus refers to the expected extirpation of the religion by the death of its founder, Christ. M. Right arrow curving left. Odio homini generis convicti. These words may either signify the hatred of mankind towards the Christians, or the hatred of the Christians towards mankind. I have preferred the latter sense, as the most agreeable to the style of Tacitus, and to the popular error, of which a precept of the Gospel, see Luke 14 verse 26, had been, perhaps, the innocent occasion. My interpretation is justified by the authority of Lipsius, of the Italian, the French, and the English translators of Tacitus, of Mosheim, page 102, of Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, p. 427, of Dr. Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, volume 1, page 345, and of the Bishop of Gloucester, Divine Legation of Moses, volume 3, page 38. But as the word convicti does not unite very happily with the rest of the sentence, James Gronovius has preferred the reading of conjuncti, which is authorized by the valuable MS of Florence. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 1544. Right arrow curving left. Nardini, Roma Antica, page 487. Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, L. 3, page 449. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Nero, c. 16. The epithet of malefica, which some sagacious commentators have translated magical, is considered by the more rational Mosheim as only synonymous to the exiciabilis of Tacitus. Right arrow curving left. The passage concerning Jesus Christ, which was inserted into the text of Josephus between the time of Origen and that of Eusebius, may furnish an example of no vulgar forgery. The accomplishment of the prophecies, the virtues, miracles, and resurrection of Jesus are distinctly related. Josephus acknowledges that he was the Messiah, and hesitates whether he should call him a man. If any doubt can still remain concerning this celebrated passage, the reader may examine the pointed objections of Lefebvre, Haverkamp, Josephus, Tom. 2, pp. 267, 273, The Labored Answers of Daubuz, pages 187, 232, and The Masterly Reply, Bibliothèque Ancienne et Moderne, Tom. 7, pp. 237, 288, of an anonymous critic, whom I believe to have been the learned Abbé de Longueron. 8849 right arrow curving left. See The Lives of Tacitus, by Lipsius and the Abbé de la Bliterie, Dictionnaire de Belle à l'article, Tacite, and Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina Medii et Infamitatis, Tom. 2, p. 386, edit. Ernesti. Right arrow curving left. Principitum divi nervi, et imperium Trajani, uberiorem securiorem moderiam senectudi supposui. Tacitus, Historiae I, right arrow curving left. See Tacitus, Annals 261, 44. 8850 right arrow curving left. The player's name was Aliturus. Through the same channel, Josephus, de Vita Sua, c. 2, about 2 years before, had obtained the pardon and release of some Jewish priests, who were prisoners at Rome. Right arrow curving left. The learned Dr. Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 2, pages 102, 103, has proved that the name of Galileans was a very ancient and, perhaps, the primitive appellation of the Christians. Right arrow curving left. Josephus, Antiquitatis Judaicae 18:1, 2. Tillemont, Ruin de Juifs, page 742. The sons of Judas were crucified in the time of Claudius. His grandson Eleazar, after Jerusalem was taken, defended a strong fortress with 960 of his most desperate followers. When the battering ram had made a breach, they turned their swords against their wives, their children, and at length against their own breasts. They died to the last man. Right arrow curving left. This conjecture is entirely devoid, not merely of verisimilitude, but even of possibility. Tacitus could not be deceived in appropriating to the Christians of Rome the guilt and the sufferings which he might have attributed with far greater truth to the followers of Judas the Gaulonite. For the latter never went to Rome. Their revolt, their attempts, their opinions, their wars, their punishment, had no other theatre but Judea. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, t. I, page 491. Moreover, the name of Christians had long been given in Rome to the disciples of Jesus. And Tacitus affirms too positively, refers too distinctly to its etymology, to allow us to suspect any mistake on his part. G. M. Guizot's expressions are not in the least too strong against this strange imagination of Gibbon. It may be doubted whether the followers of Judas were known as a sect under the name of Galileans. M. Right arrow curving left. C. Dodwell, Depositate Martyrum, L. 13. The Spanish inscription in Grutter, page 238, no. 9, is a manifest and acknowledged forgery, contrived by that noted impostor, Cyriacus of Ancona, to flatter the pride and prejudices of the Spaniards. See Jean de Ferreira's, Histoire Générale d'Espagne, Tom. I, page 192. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot, on the authority of Sulpicius Severus, 237, and of Orosius, 8:5, inclines to the opinion of those who extend the persecution to the provinces. Mosheim rather leans to that side on this much disputed question, see XXXV. Niender takes the view of Gibbon, which is in general that of the most learned writers. There is indeed no evidence, which I can discover, of its reaching the provinces, and the apparent security, at least as regards his life, with which St. Paul pursued his travels during this period, affords at least a strong inference against a rigid and general inquisition against the Christians in other parts of the empire. M. Right arrow curving left. The capital was burnt during the civil war between Vitellius and Vespasian, the 19th of December, AD 69. On the 10th of August, AD 70, the Temple of Jerusalem was destroyed by the hands of the Jews themselves, rather than by those of the Romans. Right arrow curving left. The new capital was dedicated by Domitian. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 5. Plutarch in Parallel Lives, Poplicola, Tom. I, page 230, edit. Bryant. The gilding alone cost 12,000 talents, above 2 millions and a half. It was the opinion of Martial, L. 9 Epigram 4, that, if the emperor had called in his debts, Jupiter himself, even though he had made a general auction of Olympus, would have been unable to pay 2 shillings in the pound. Right arrow curving left. With regard to the tribute, see Dion Cassius, L. LXVI, page 1082, with Riamaris's notes. Spanheim, Dissertations de Prestantia et usu Numismatum Antiquorum, Tom. 2, p. 571, and Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 7c. 2. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius, in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 12, had seen an old man of 90 publicly examined before the procurator's tribunal. This is what Martial calls, Mentula tributis damnata. Right arrow curving left. This appellation was at first understood in the most obvious sense, and it was supposed that the brothers of Jesus were the lawful issue of Joseph and Mary. A devout respect for the virginity of the Mother of God suggested to the Gnostics, and afterwards to the Orthodox Greeks, the expedient of bestowing a second wife on Joseph. The Latins, from the time of Jerome, improved on that hint, asserted the perpetual celibacy of Joseph, and justified by many similar examples the new interpretation that Jude, as well as Simon and James, who were styled the brothers of Jesus Christ, were only his first cousins. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. I Part 3, and Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichisme, L. 2c. 2. Right arrow curving left. 39 pi lambda epsilon theta rho alpha, squares of 100 feet each, which, if strictly computed, would scarcely amount to 9 acres. But the probability of circumstances, the practice of other Greek writers, and the authority of M. de Valois, incline me to believe that the pi lambda epsilon theta rho omicron nu is used to express the Roman jugerum. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius 3:20. The story is taken from Hegesippus. Right arrow curving left. See the death and character of Sabinus in Tacitus, Historiae 374, 75. Sabinus was the elder brother, and, till the accession of Vespasian, had been considered as the principal support of the Flavian family. Right arrow curving left. Flavium Clementum Petrolum sum contemptissimo inertiae, ex tenuissima suspicion interimit. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 15. Right arrow curving left. The Isle of Pandataria, according to Dion. Bruttius Praesens, apud Eusebius 3:18, banishes her to that of Pontia, which was not far distant from the other. That difference, and a mistake either of Eusebius or of his transcribers, have given occasion to suppose 2 Domitillas, the wife and the niece of Clemens. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 2, page 224. Right arrow curving left. Dion, L. LXV, page 1112. If the Bruttius Praesens, from whom it is probable that he collected this account, was the correspondent of Pliny the Younger, Epistulae 7:3, we may consider him as a contemporary writer. Right arrow curving left. This is an uncandid sarcasm. There is nothing to connect Stephen with the religion of Domitilla. He was a knave detected in the malversation of money, interceptarum pecuniaram reis. M. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 17. Philostratus in Vita Apolloniae, L. 8. Right arrow curving left. Dion, L. LXVI, page 1118. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae 4:22. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae X 97. The learned Mosheim expresses himself, pages 147, 232, with the highest approbation of Pliny's moderate and candid temper. Notwithstanding Dr. Lardner's suspicions, see Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 2, page 46, I am unable to discover any bigotry in his language or proceedings. 8851 right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae v. 8. He pleaded his first cause AD 81, the year after the famous eruptions of Mount Vesuvius, in which his uncle lost his life. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae x 98. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 5, considers this rescript as a relaxation of the ancient penal laws, quas Trajanus ex parte frustratus est. And yet Tertullian, in another part of his Apology, exposes the inconsistency of prohibiting inquiries and enjoining punishments. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 4c. 9, has preserved the Edict of Hadrian. He has likewise, c. 13, given us one still more favorable under the name of Antoninus, the authenticity of which is not so universally allowed. The second Apology of Justin contains some curious particulars relative to the accusations of Christians. 8852 right arrow curving left. The enactment of this law affords strong presumption that accusations of the crime of Christianity were by no means so uncommon, nor received with so much mistrust and caution by the ruling authorities, as Gibbon would insinuate. Right arrow curving left. See Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 40. The Acts of the Martyrdom of Polycarp exhibit a lively picture of these tumults, which were usually fomented by the malice of the Jews. Right arrow curving left. These regulations are inserted in the above-mentioned document of Hadrian and Pius. See the Apology of Melito, Apud Eusebius, L. 426. Right arrow curving left. See the Rescript of Trajan, and the Conduct of Pliny the Younger. The most authentic acts of the martyrs abound in these exhortations. 8853 right arrow curving left. In particular, see Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 2, 3, and Lactantius, Institutions Divinae v. 9. Their reasonings are almost the same. But we may discover that one of these apologists had been a lawyer, and the other a rhetorician. Right arrow curving left. The more ancient as well as authentic memorials of the Church relate many examples of the fact, of these severe trials, which there is nothing to contradict. Tertullian, among others, says, Nam proxim ad Leninem damnando Christianam, podius quam ad Leonum, confessi estis labum pudicicii apud nos atrociarem omni pena et omni mort reputari. Apologeticus, c. L. Eusebius likewise says, other virgins, dragged to brothels, have lost their life rather than defile their virtue. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica 8:14. G. The miraculous interpositions were the offspring of the coarse imaginations of the monks. Right arrow curving left. See 2 instances of this kind of torture in the Acta Primorum Martyrum Sincera, published by Ruinart, pages 160, 399. Jerome, in his Life of St. Paul the First Hermit, tells a strange story of a young man who was chained naked on a bed of flowers, and assaulted by a beautiful and wanton courtesan. He quelled the rising temptation by biting off his tongue. Right arrow curving left. The conversion of his wife provoked Claudius Herminianus, governor of Cappadocia, to treat the Christians with uncommon severity. Tertullian, Ad Scapulum, c. 3. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, in his Epistle to the Governor of Africa, mentions several remarkable instances of lenity and forbearance which had happened within his knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Nec enim in universum aliquid quat quasi certum formum habet, constitui potest, an expression of Trajan which gave a very great latitude to the governors of provinces. 8854 right arrow curving left. In Met alla damnamer, in Insula's Relegamer. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 12. The mines of Numidia contained 9 bishops, with a proportionable number of their clergy and people, to whom Cyprian addressed a pious epistle of praise and comfort. See Cyprian, Epistolae 76, 77. Right arrow curving left. Though we cannot receive with entire confidence either the epistles or the Acts of Ignatius, they may be found in the 2nd volume of the Apostolic Fathers. Yet we may quote that Bishop of Antioch as one of these exemplary martyrs. He was sent in chains to Rome as a public spectacle, and when he arrived at Troas, he received the pleasing intelligence that the persecution of Antioch was already at an end. 8855 right arrow curving left. Among the martyrs of Lyons, Eusebius, L.V.C. 1, the slave Blandina was distinguished by more exquisite tortures. Of the 5 martyrs so much celebrated in the Acts of Felicitas and Perpetua, 2 were of a servile, and 2 others of a very mean, condition. Right arrow curving left. Origen, Contra Celsum, L. 3, page 116. His words deserve to be transcribed. Lambda gamma omicron iota kappa alpha tau kappa alpha iota rho omicron, kappa alpha sigma phi delta rho alpha epsilon alpha rho xi mu eta tau omicron iota pi rho tau nu chi rho iota sigma tau iota alpha nu theta epsilon omicron sigma epsilon beta epsilon alpha tau epsilon theta nu kappa alpha sigma iota. 8856 right arrow curving left. If we recollect that all the plebeians of Rome were not Christians, and that all the Christians were not saints and martyrs, we may judge with how much safety religious honors can be ascribed to bones or urns indiscriminately taken from the public burial place. After 10 centuries of a very free and open trade, some suspicions have arisen among the more learned Catholics. They now require, as a proof of sanctity and martyrdom, the letters B.M. A vial full of red liquor supposed to be blood, or the figure of a palm tree. But the 2 former signs are of little weight, and with regard to the last, it is observed by the critics that the figure, as it is called, of a palm is perhaps a cypress. And perhaps only a stop, the flourish of a comma, used in the monumental inscriptions. That the palm was the symbol of victory among the pagans. That among the Christians it served as the emblem, not only of martyrdom, but in general of a joyful resurrection. See the Epistle of Père Jean Mabillon on the worship of unknown saints, and Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra l'Antichità Italiane, Dissertazione LVAI. Right arrow curving left. As a specimen of these legends, we may be satisfied with 10,000 Christian soldiers crucified in one day, either by Trajan or Hadrian on Mount Ararat. See Baronius ad Martyrologium Romanum. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 2 Part 2, page 438, and Geddes' Miscellaneous Tracts, Volume 2, page 203. The abbreviation of mil, which may signify either soldiers or thousands, is said to have occasioned some extraordinary mistakes. Right arrow curving left. Dionysius apud Eusebius, L. 6c. 41. One of the 17 was likewise accused of robbery. 8857 right arrow curving left. The letters of Cyprian exhibit a very curious and original picture both of the man and of the times. See likewise the 2 lives of Cyprian, composed with equal accuracy, though with very different views, the one by Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. 12, pp. 208-378, the other by Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 4 Part 1, pages 76-459. Right arrow curving left. See the polite but severe epistle of the clergy of Rome to the Bishop of Carthage, Cyprian, Epistolae 8, 9. Pontius labors with the greatest care and diligence to justify his master against the general censure. Right arrow curving left. In particular those of Dionysius of Alexandria and Gregory Thaumaturgus of Neocaesarea. See Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 6c. 40, and Memoirs de Tillemont, Tom. 4 Part 2, page 685. Right arrow curving left. See Cyprian, Epistolae 16, and his life by Pontius. Right arrow curving left. We have an original life of Cyprian by the deacon Pontius, the companion of his exile and the spectator of his death, and we likewise possess the ancient proconsular acts of his martyrdom. These two relations are consistent with each other and with probability, and, what is somewhat remarkable, they are both unsullied by any miraculous circumstances. Right arrow curving left. It should seem that these were circular orders, sent at the same time to all the governors. Dionysius, Apud Eusebius, L. 7c. 11, relates the history of his own banishment from Alexandria almost in the same manner. But, as he escaped and survived the persecution, we must account him either more or less fortunate than Cyprian. Right arrow curving left. See Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v3. Cellarius, Geographia Antiqua, Part 3, page 96. Shaw's Travels, page 90, and for the adjacent country, which is terminated by Cape Bona, or the promontory of Mercury, L'Afrique de Marmel, Tom. 2, p. For 94, there are the remains of an aqueduct near Kurubis, or Kurbis, at present altered into Gerbs, and Dr. Shaw read an inscription, which styles that city Colonia Fulvia. The deacon Pontius, in Vita Cyprianus, c. 12, calls it apricum eti competentum locum, hospitium pro voluntate secretum, quicquid opponi eis antipermissum est, ca regnum et justitium Dei quaerunt. Right arrow curving left. See Cyprian, Epistolae 77, edit. Fell. Right arrow curving left. Upon his conversion, he had sold those gardens for the benefit of the poor. The indulgence of God, most probably the liberality of some Christian friend, restored them to Cyprian. See Pontius, c. 15. Right arrow curving left. When Cyprian, a 12-month before, was sent into exile, he dreamt that he should be put to death the next day. The event made it necessary to explain that word as signifying a year. Pontius, c. 12. Right arrow curving left. This was not, as it appears, the motive which induced Saint Cyprian to conceal himself for a short time. He was threatened to be carried to Utica. He preferred remaining at Carthage, in order to suffer martyrdom in the midst of his flock, and in order that his death might conduce to the edification of those whom he had guided during life. Such, at least, is his own explanation of his conduct in one of his letters, Cum perlatum ad nos fuisit, frat res carissimi, fermentarios esse missos cami Udicum perducerent. Eti concilio carissimorum persuasum est, ut de hortis nostris interim cessiderimus, justa intervenient causa, consensi. Eo quat congruat episcopum in ea civitate, in qua ecclesiae Dominicae priest, illic dominum confiteri et plebum universum prepositi presentis confession clarificari. Epistolae 83. G. Right arrow curving left. Pontius, c. 15, acknowledges that Cyprian, with whom he supped, passed the night custodia delicata. The bishop exercised a last and very proper act of jurisdiction, by directing that the younger females, who watched in the streets, should be removed from the dangers and temptations of a nocturnal crowd. Acta Preconsularia, c. 2. Right arrow curving left. See the original sentence in the Acts, c. 4, and in Pontius, c. 17. The latter expresses it in a more rhetorical manner. Right arrow curving left. There is nothing in the life of St. Cyprian, by Pontius, nor in the ancient manuscripts, which can make us suppose that the presbyters and deacons, in their clerical character, and known to be such, had the permission to attend their holy bishop. Setting aside all religious considerations, it is impossible not to be surprised at the kind of complaisance with which the historian here insists, in favor of the persecutors, on some mitigating circumstances allowed at the death of a man whose only crime was maintaining his own opinions with frankness and courage. G. Right arrow curving left. Pontius, c. 19. M. de Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. For Part 1, page 450, note 50, is not pleased with so positive an exclusion of any former martyr of the episcopal rank. 8858 right arrow curving left. Whatever opinion we may entertain of the character or principles of Thomas Becket, we must acknowledge that he suffered death with a constancy not unworthy of the primitive martyrs. See Lord George Lyttelton's History of the Life of Henry II, Volume 2, page 592, etc. Right arrow curving left. See in particular the treatise of Cyprian, de Lapsis, pages 87, 98, edit. Fell. The Learning of Dodwell, Dissertation Cyprianicae 12, 13, and the Ingenuity of Middleton, Free Inquiry, page 162, etc. have left scarcely anything to add concerning the merit, the honors, and the motives of the martyrs. Right arrow curving left. Cyprian, Epistolae 5, 7, 22, 24, 8859 and De Ecclesiae Catholici Unit 8. The number of pretended martyrs has been very much multiplied by the custom which was introduced of bestowing that honorable name on confessors. Right arrow curving left. Certatum gloriosa in certamina rubator. Multo cavidius tum martyria gloriosus mortibus querebantur, quam nunc episcopatus pravis ambitionibus appetuntur. Sulpicius Severus, L. 2. He might have omitted the word nunc. Right arrow curving left. C. Epistle ad Romanos, c. 4, 5, apud patres apostoli, tom. 2, page 27. It suited the purpose of Bishop Pearson, C. Vindicii Epistolarum S. Ignatiae, Part 2 c. 9, to justify, by a profusion of examples and authorities, the sentiments of Ignatius. Right arrow curving left. The story of Polyeucte, on which Pierre Corneille has founded a very beautiful tragedy, is one of the most celebrated, though not perhaps the most authentic instances of this excessive zeal. We should observe that the 60th canon of the Council of Illiberis refuses the title of martyrs to those who expose themselves to death by publicly destroying the idols. Right arrow curving left. See Epictetus, L. For c. 7, though there is some doubt whether he alludes to the Christians. Marcus Antoninus, De Rebus Sui, L. 11 c. 3. Lucian in De Morte Peregrini. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Ad Scapulum, c. 5. The learned are divided between 3 persons of the same name, who were all proconsuls of Asia. I am inclined to ascribe this story to Antoninus Pius, who was afterwards emperor, and who may have governed Asia under the reign of Trajan. Right arrow curving left. Mosheim, De Rebus Christianorum Anti Constantinum, page 235. Right arrow curving left. See the Epistle of the Church of Smyrna, apud Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 4c. 158,860. Right arrow curving left. In the second Apology of Justin, there is a particular and very curious instance of this legal delay. The same indulgence was granted to accused Christians, in the persecution of Decius, and Cyprian, de Lapsis, expressly mentions that dies negantibus prestitutus. 8861. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian considers flight from persecution as an imperfect, but very criminal apostasy, as an impious attempt to elude the will of God, etc., etc. He has written a treatise on this subject, see pages 536, 544, edit. Nicholas Rigault, which is filled with the wildest fanaticism and the most incoherent declamation. It is, however, somewhat remarkable that Tertullian did not suffer martyrdom himself. Right arrow curving left. The Libellatici, who are chiefly known by the writings of Cyprian, are described, with the utmost precision, in the copious commentary of Mosheim, pages 483, 489. Right arrow curving left. The penance was not so slight, for it was exactly the same with that of apostates who had sacrificed to idols. It lasted several years. See Claude Fleury, Justification de discours et de l'histoire ecclésiastique v. 2, page 171. G. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae x 97. Dionysius Alexandrinus apud Eusebius, L. 6c. 41. Ad prima statim verba menantis animaci maximus fratrum numerus fidem suam prodidit, nec prostratus est persecutionis impetu, sed voluntario lapsus ipsum prostravit. Cyprianus Opera, page 89. Among these deserters were many priests, and even bishops. Right arrow curving left. It was on this occasion that Cyprian wrote his treatise De Lapsis, and many of his epistles. The controversy concerning the treatment of penitent apostates does not occur among the Christians of the preceding century. Shall we ascribe this to the superiority of their faith and courage, or to our less intimate knowledge of their history? Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Younger says that the greater part of the Christians persisted in avowing themselves to be so. The reason for his consulting Trajan was the Periclitantium numerus. Eusebius, L. 6c. 41, does not permit us to doubt that the number of those who renounced their faith was infinitely below the number of those who boldly confessed it. The prefect, he says, and his assessors present at the council, were alarmed at seeing the crowd of Christians. The judges themselves trembled. Lastly, St. Cyprian informs us that the greater part of those who had appeared weak brethren in the persecution of Decius, signalized their courage in that of Gallius. Steterant fortes, et ipso dolor poenitentia facti ad prelium fortiors. Epistulae LX, page 142. G. Right arrow curving left. See Mosheim, page 97. Sulpicius Severus was the first author of this computation. Though he seemed desirous of reserving the 10th and greatest persecution for the coming of the Antichrist. Right arrow curving left. The testimony given by Pontius Pilate is first mentioned by Justin. The successive improvements which the story acquired, as it has passed through the hands of Tertullian, Eusebius, Epiphanius, Chrysostom, Orosius, Gregory of Tours, and the authors of the several editions of the Acts of Pilate, are very fairly stated by Dom Calmet, Dissertations sur l'Écriture, tom. 3, page 651, etc. Right arrow curving left. On this miracle, as it is commonly called, of the Thundering Legion, see the admirable criticism of Mr. Moyle, in his works, Volume 2, pages 81, 390. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon, with this phrase, and that below, which admits the injustice of Marcus, has dexterously glossed over one of the most remarkable facts in the early Christian history. That the reign of the wisest and most humane of the heathen emperors was the most fatal to the Christians. Most writers have ascribed the persecutions under Marcus to the latent bigotry of his character, Mosheim, to the influence of the philosophic party, but the fact is admitted by all. A late writer, Mr. George Waddington, History of the Church, page 47, has not scrupled to assert that this prince polluted every year of a long reign with innocent blood. But the causes as well as the date of the persecutions authorized or permitted by Marcus are equally uncertain. Of the Asiatic edict recorded by Melito, the date is unknown, nor is it quite clear that it was an imperial edict. If it was the act under which Polycarp suffered, his martyrdom is placed by Ruinart in the 6th, by Mosheim in the 9th, year of the reign of Marcus. The martyrs of Vienne and Lyons are assigned by Dodwell to the 7th, by most writers to the 17th. In fact, the commencement of the persecutions of the Christians appears to synchronize exactly with the period of the breaking out of the Marcomannic War, which seems to have alarmed the whole empire and the emperor himself into a paroxysm of returning piety to their gods, of which the Christians were the victims. See Julius Capitolinus, Scriptores Historiae Augusti, page 181, edit. 1661. It is remarkable that Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. v. distinctly asserts that Verus, Marcus Aurelius, issued no edicts against the Christians, and almost positively exempts him from the charge of persecution. M. This remarkable synchronism, which explains the persecutions under M. Aurelius, is shown at length in Millman's History of Christianity, Book 2 c. 7. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Dion Cassius, or rather his abbreviator Xiphilin, LXXII, page 1206. Mr. Moyle, page 266, has explained the condition of the Church under the reign of Commodus. Right arrow curving left. The Jews and Christians contest the honor of having furnished a nurse to the fratricide son of Severus Caracalla. History of the Jews 3:158. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the life of Caracalla in the Augustan history with the Epistle of Tertullian to Scapula. Dr. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 2, page 5, etc. Considers the cure of Severus by the means of holy oil, with a strong desire to convert it into a miracle. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Fuga in Persecution, c. 13. The present was made during the feast of the Saturnalia. And it is a matter of serious concern to Tertullian that the faithful should be confounded with the most infamous professions which purchase the connivance of the government. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. V. c. 23, 24. Mosheim, pages 435, 447. Right arrow curving left. Judeos fieri sub gravi pena vituit. Idem idiom de Christianis sanxit. Historia Augusta, page 70. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, L. 2, page 384. This computation, allowing for a single exception, is confirmed by the history of Eusebius, and by the writings of Cyprian. Right arrow curving left. The antiquity of Christian churches is discussed by Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 3 part 2, pages 68, 72, and by Mr. Moyle, volume 1, pages 378, 398. The former refers the first construction of them to the peace of Alexander Severus, the latter, to the peace of Gallienus. Right arrow curving left. See the Augustan History, page 130. The Emperor Alexander adopted their method of publicly proposing the names of those persons who were candidates for ordination. It is true that the honor of this practice is likewise attributed to the Jews. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 6c. 21. Hieronymus, De Scriptoribus Ecclesiasticis, c. 54. Mamaea was styled a holy and pious woman, both by the Christians and the pagans. From the former, therefore, it was impossible that she should deserve that honorable epithet. Right arrow curving left. See the Augustan History, page 123. Mosheim, page 465, seems to refine too much on the domestic religion of Alexander. His design of building a public temple to Christ, Historia Augusta, p. 129, and the objection which was suggested either to him, or in similar circumstances to Hadrian, appear to have no other foundation than an improbable report, invented by the Christians, and credulously adopted by an historian of the age of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 6c. 28. It may be presumed that the success of the Christians had exasperated the increasing bigotry of the pagans. Dion Cassius, who composed his history under the former reign, had most probably intended for the use of his master those counsels of persecution which he ascribes to a better age and to the favorite of Augustus. Concerning this oration of Maecenas, or rather of Dion 8862, I may refer to my own unbiased opinion, this note, and to the Abbé de l'Obliterie, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. Ziv, page 303, tom. XXV, p. 432, right arrow curving left. It is with good reason that this massacre has been called a persecution, for it lasted during the whole reign of Maximin, as may be seen in Eusebius, L. 6c. 28. Rufinus expressly confirms it, Tribus annis a Maximino persecution commoda, incubus finem et persecutionis fecit et vitae. Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 6c. 19. G. Right arrow curving left. Orosius, L. 7c. 19, mentions Origen as the object of Maximin's resentment, and Firmilianus, a Cappadocian bishop of that age, gives a just and confined idea of this persecution, apud Cyprian, Epistole 75. Right arrow curving left. The mention of those princes who were publicly supposed to be Christians, as we find it in an epistle of Dionysius of Alexandria, apud Eusebius, L. 7c. 10, evidently alludes to Philip and his family, and forms a contemporary evidence that such a report had prevailed. But the Egyptian bishop, who lived at an humble distance from the court of Rome, expresses himself with a becoming diffidence concerning the truth of the fact. The epistles of Origen, which were extant in the time of Eusebius, cl. 6c. 36, would most probably decide this curious, rather than important, question. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 6c. 34. The story, as is usual, has been embellished by succeeding writers, and is confuted, with much superfluous learning, by Frederick Spanheim, Opera Varia, Tom. 2, page 400, etc. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 3, 4. After celebrating the felicity and increase of the Church, under a long succession of good princes, he adds, extidit post annos pluramos, execrabile animal, decius, cavexaret ecclesiam. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 6c. 39. Cyprian, Epistole 55. The see of Rome remained vacant from the martyrdom of Fabianus, the 20th of January, A.D. 250, till the election of Cornelius, the 4th of June, A.D. 251. Decius had probably left Rome, since he was killed before the end of that year. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 7c. 10. Mosheim, p. 548, has very clearly shown that the prefect Macrianus and the Egyptian Magus are one and the same person. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 7c. 13, gives us a Greek version of this Latin edict, which seems to have been very concise. By another edict he directed that the Coa Materia should be restored to the Christians. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 7c. 30. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 6. Hieronymus, in Chronicon, page 177. Orosius, L. 7c. 23. Their language is in general so ambiguous and incorrect that we are at a loss to determine how far Aurelian had carried his intentions before he was assassinated. Most of the moderns, except Dodwell, Dissertation Cyprianicae 1164, have seized the occasion of gaining a few extraordinary martyrs. 8863 right arrow curving left. Paul was better pleased with the title of Ducenarius than with that of bishop. The Ducenarius was an imperial procurator, so called from his salary of 200 sestertia, or £1,600 a year. See Salmasius ad Historia Augusta, page 124. Some critics suppose that the bishop of Antioch had actually obtained such an office from Zenobia, while others consider it only as a figurative expression of his pomp and insolence. Right arrow curving left. Simony was not unknown in those times, and the clergy sometimes bought what they intended to sell. It appears that the bishopric of Carthage was purchased by a wealthy matron, named Lucilla, for her servant Majorinus. The price was 400 fals. De schismate Donatistorum aliaque huc pertinentia vetera monumenta ad calcem optatae, page 263. Every phallus contained 125 pieces of silver, and the whole sum may be computed at about £2,400. Right arrow curving left. If we are desirous of extenuating the vices of Paul, we must suspect the assembled bishops of the East of publishing the most malicious calumnies in circular epistles addressed to all the churches of the empire, apud Eusebius, L. 7c. 30. Right arrow curving left. It appears, nevertheless, that the vices and immoralities of Paul of Samosata had much weight in the sentence pronounced against him by the bishops. The object of the letter, addressed by the Synod to the bishops of Rome and Alexandria, was to inform them of the change in the faith of Paul. The altercations and discussions to which it had given rise, as well as of his morals and the whole of his conduct. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 7c. XXX. G. Right arrow curving left. His heresy, like those of Noetus and Sabellius, in the same century, tended to confound the mysterious distinction of the divine persons. See Mosheim, page 702, etc. Right arrow curving left. Her favorite, Zenobia's, Paul of Samosata, seems to have entertained some views of attempting a union between Judaism and Christianity. Both parties rejected the unnatural alliance. History of the Jews 3:175, and Jost, Geschichte Israeli 10:4-167. The protection of the severe Zenobia is the only circumstance which may raise a doubt of the notorious immorality of Paul. M. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 7c. 30. We are entirely indebted to him for the curious story of Paul of Samosata. Right arrow curving left. The era of martyrs, which is still in use among the Copts and the Abyssinians, must be reckoned from the 29th of August, AD 284. As the beginning of the Egyptian year was 19 days earlier than the real accession of Diocletian. See Dissertation Préliminaire à l'art de vérifier les dates. 8864 Right arrow curving left. The expression of Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 15, Sacrificio Polui Coegit, implies their antecedent conversion to the faith, but does not seem to justify the assertion of Mosheim, page 912, that they had been privately baptized. Right arrow curving left. M. de Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. V. Part 1, pages 11, 12, has quoted from the Spicilegium of Dom Luc d'Archery a very curious instruction which Bishop Theonas composed for the use of Lucian. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 10. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 8c. 1. The reader who consults the original will not accuse me of heightening the picture. Eusebius was about 16 years of age at the accession of the Emperor Diocletian. Right arrow curving left. We might quote, among a great number of instances, the mysterious worship of Mithras 8865 and the Taurobolia. The latter of which became fashionable in the time of the Antonines. See a dissertation of M. de Bose, in the Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 2, page 443. The romance of Apuleius is as full of devotion as of satire. Right arrow curving left. The impostor Alexander very strongly recommended the oracle of Trophonius at Malos, and those of Apollo at Claros and Miletus, Lucian, tom. 2, page 236, edit. Writes. The last of these, whose singular history would furnish a very curious episode, was consulted by Diocletian before he published his edicts of persecution, Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 11. Right arrow curving left. Besides the ancient stories of Pythagoras and Aristes, the cures performed at the shrine of Aesculapius and the fables related of Apollonius of Tyana were frequently opposed to the miracles of Christ. Though I agree with Dr. Lardner, see Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 3, pages 253, 352, that, when Philostratus composed the life of Apollonius, he had no such intention. Right arrow curving left. It is seriously to be lamented that the Christian Fathers, by acknowledging the supernatural, or, as they deem it, the infernal part of paganism, destroy with their own hands the great advantage which we might otherwise derive from the liberal concessions of our adversaries. Right arrow curving left. Julian, page 301, edit. Spanheim expresses a pious joy that the providence of the gods had extinguished the impious sects, and for the most part destroyed the books of the Pyrrhonians and Epicureans, which had been very numerous, since Epicurus himself composed no less than 300 volumes. See Diogenes Laertius, L. X. C. 26. Right arrow curving left. Cumque alios audium musiter indignanter, id dicera operter statui per senatum, abelianter ut haec scripta, cabus Christiana religio comprobetter, id vedestatus opermater octoritas. Arnobius of Sicca, Adversus Gentes, L. 3, pages 103, 104. He adds very properly, erroris convincit Ciceronem, nam inter Cypera scripta, edi publicatum vel submerger lectionem, non est deum defendera sed veritatis testificationem timere. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divinae, L. V. C. 2, 3, gives a very clear and spirited account of two of these philosophic adversaries of the faith. The large treatise of Porphyry against the Christians consisted of 30 books, and was composed in Sicily about the year 270. Right arrow curving left. See Socrates Scholasticus, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. IC. 9, and Codex Justinianus, L. I tit. I leg. 3, right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 4, c. 17. He limits the number of military martyrs, by a remarkable expression, sigma pi alpha nu omega tau omega nu epsilon pi omicron upsilon kappa alpha delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron, of which neither his Latin nor French translator have rendered the energy. Notwithstanding the authority of Eusebius, and the silence of Lactantius, Ambrose, Sulpicius, Orosius, etc. It has been long believed that the Theban legion, consisting of 6,000 Christians, suffered martyrdom, by the order of Maximian, in the valley of the Pennine Alps. The story was first published about the middle of the 5th century by Eucherius, Bishop of Lyons, who received it from certain persons, who received it from Isaac, Bishop of Geneva, who is said to have received it from Theodore, Bishop of Octodurum. The Abbey of St. Maurice still subsists, a rich monument of the credulity of Sigismund, King of Burgundy. See an excellent dissertation in the 36th volume of the Bibliothèque Raisonnée, pp. 427, 454. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot criticizes Gibbon's account of this incident. He supposes that Maximilian was not produced by his father as a recruit, but was obliged to appear by the law, which compelled the sons of soldiers to serve at 21 years old. Was not this a law of Constantine? Neither does this circumstance appear in the Acts. His father had clearly expected him to serve, as he had bought him a new dress for the occasion. Yet he refused to force the conscience of his son, and when Maximilian was condemned to death, the father returned home in joy, blessing God for having bestowed upon him such a son. M. Right arrow curving left. See the Actus and Sarah, page 299. The accounts of his martyrdom, and that of Marcellus, bear every mark of truth and authenticity. Right arrow curving left. Actus and Sarah, page 302. 8866 right arrow curving left. De mortibus persecutorum, c. 11. Lactantius, or whoever was the author of this little treatise, was, at that time, an inhabitant of Nicomedia. But it seems difficult to conceive how he could acquire so accurate a knowledge of what passed in the imperial cabinet. 8867 right arrow curving left. This permission was not extorted from Diocletian. He took the step of his own accord. Lactantius says, in truth, nec tamen deflectora notuit, Diocletianus, praecipitis hominis insanium, placuit ergo amicarum sententiam experiri. De mortibus persecutorum, c. 11. But this measure was in accordance with the artificial character of Diocletian, who wished to have the appearance of doing good by his own impulse, and evil by the impulse of others. Nam erat hujus malitiae, cum bonum quid facere decrevicit, sine concilio facibat, ut ipsi laudaretur. Cum autem malum, quoniam id reprehendendum sibat, in concilium multos advocabat, ut aliaram culpi et scribertur quicquid ipsi delicerat. Lactantius, Ibid. Eutropius says likewise, Miratus calide fuit, sagax praeterea et ad modum subtilis ingenio, etica severitatem suam aliena invidia velit explir. Eutropius 9c. 26. G. The manner in which the coarse and unfriendly pencil of the author of the treatise De Mortibus Persecutorum has drawn the character of Diocletian seems inconsistent with this profound subtlety. Many readers will perhaps agree with Gibbon. Right arrow curving left. The only circumstance which we can discover is the devotion and jealousy of the mother of Galerius. She is described by Lactantius as Deorum Montium Cultrix, Mulier ad modum superstitiosa. She had a great influence over her son, and was offended by the disregard of some of her Christian servants. 8868 right arrow curving left. The worship and festival of the god Terminus are elegantly illustrated by M. de Beau's Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. I, page 50. Right arrow curving left. In our only MS. Of Lactantius, we read Perfectus, but reason, and the authority of all the critics, allow us, instead of that word, which destroys the sense of the passage, to substitute proeffectus. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 12, gives a very lively picture of the destruction of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Mosheim, pp. 922, 926, from many scattered passages of Lactantius and Eusebius, has collected a very just and accurate notion of this edict, though he sometimes deviates into conjecture and refinement. Right arrow curving left. This wants proof. The edict of Diocletian was executed in all its rigor during the rest of his reign. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 8c. 13. G. Right arrow curving left. Many ages afterwards, Edward I practiced, with great success, the same mode of persecution against the clergy of England. See Hume's History of England, Volume 2, page 300, last quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius only calls him quidem, etsi non rect, magno tamer animo, etc., c. 12. Eusebius, L. 8c. 5, adorns him with secular honors. Neither have condescended to mention his name. But the Greeks celebrate his memory under that of John. See Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. V. Part 2, page 320. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 13, 14. Potentissimi quandam eunuchi necidi, per quos palladium et ipsi constabat. Eusebius, L. 8c. 6, mentions the cruel executions of the eunuchs, Gorgonius and Dorotheus, and of Anthimus, bishop of Nicomedia. And both those writers describe, in a vague but tragical manner, the horrid scenes which were acted even in the imperial presence. Right arrow curving left. See Lactantius, Eusebius, and Constantine, ad coidem sanctorum, c. xxv. Eusebius confesses his ignorance of the cause of this fire. 8869 right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. V. Part 1, page 43. Right arrow curving left. See the Acta Sincera of Ruinart, page 353. Those of Felix of Thibra, or Tibier, appear much less corrupted than in the other editions, which afford a lively specimen of legendary license. Right arrow curving left. See the first book of Optatus of Milvis against the Donatists. Paris, 1700, edit. De Pan. He lived under the reign of Valens. Right arrow curving left. The ancient monuments, published at the end of Optatus, page 261, etc., describe, in a very circumstantial manner, the proceedings of the governors in the destruction of churches. They made a minute inventory of the plate, etc., which they found in them. That of the church of Cirta, in Numidia, is still extant. It consisted of 2 chalices of gold, and 6 of silver. 6 urns, 1 kettle, 7 lamps, all likewise of silver, besides a large quantity of brass utensils, and wearing apparel. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divini v. 11, confines the calamity to the conventiculum, with its congregation. Eusebius, 8:11, extends it to a whole city, 88:70, and introduces something very like a regular siege. His ancient Latin translator, Rufinus, adds the important circumstance of the permission given to the inhabitants of retiring from thence. As Phrygia reached to the confines of Isauria, it is possible that the restless temper of those independent barbarians may have contributed to this misfortune. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 6. M. de Valois, with some probability, thinks that he has discovered the Syrian rebellion in an oration of Libanius, and that it was a rash attempt of the tribune Eugenius, who with only 500 men seized Antioch, and might perhaps allure the Christians by the promise of religious toleration. From Eusebius, L. 9c. 8, as well as from Moses of Choronae, History of Armenia, L. 2c. 77, etc., it may be inferred that Christianity was already introduced into Armenia. Right arrow curving left. He had already passed them in his first edict. It does not appear that resentment or fear had any share in the new persecutions. Perhaps they originated in superstition, and a specious apparent respect for its ministers. The oracle of Apollo, consulted by Diocletian, gave no answer, and said that just men hindered it from speaking. Constantine, who assisted at the ceremony, affirms, with an oath, that when questioned about these men, the high priest named the Christians. The emperor eagerly seized on this answer, and drew against the innocent a sword, destined only to punish the guilty. He instantly issued edicts, written, if I may use the expression, with a poniard, and ordered the judges to employ all their skill to invent new modes of punishment. Eusebius, De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 54. G. Right arrow curving left. C. Mosheim, p. 938. The text of Eusebius very plainly shows that the governors, whose powers were enlarged, not restrained, by the new laws, could punish with death the most obstinate Christians, as an example to their brethren. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, page 833, Apud Tilamont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. V. Part 190. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 13. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 15. Dodwell, Dissertations Cyprianicae 1175, represents them as inconsistent with each other. But the former evidently speaks of Constantius in the station of Caesar, and the latter of the same prince in the rank of Augustus. Right arrow curving left. Dacianus is mentioned, in Grutter's inscriptions, as having determined the limits between the territories of Pax Julia, and those of Ebra, both cities in the southern part of Lusitania. If we recollect the neighborhood of those places to Cape St. Vincent, we may suspect that the celebrated deacon and martyr of that name has been inaccurately assigned by Prudentius, etc., to Saragossa, or Valentia. See the pompous history of his sufferings, in the Memoirs de Tillemont, Tom. V. Part 2, pages 58-85. Some critics are of opinion that the department of Constantius, as Caesar, did not include Spain, which still continued under the immediate jurisdiction of Maximian. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 11. Grutter, Inscriptions, page 1171, number 18. Rufinus has mistaken the office of Adoctus, as well as the place of his martyrdom. 8871 here in chapter 16. M. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 14. But as Maxentius was vanquished by Constantine, it suited the purpose of Lactantius to place his death among those of the persecutors. 8872 right arrow curving left. The epitaph of Marcellus is to be found in Grutter, Inscriptions, page 1172, number 3, and it contains all that we know of his history. Marcellinus and Marcellus, whose names follow in the list of popes, are supposed by many critics to be different persons. But the learned Abbé de Longueron was convinced that they were one and the same. Veridicus rector lapsis quia crimina fleer. Predixit miseris, fuit omnibus hostis amarus. Hinc furor, hinc odium, sequitur discordia, lights. Seditio, Cedes, solvuntur fodera paces. Crimen obi alterius, Christumca in pace negavit. Finibus expulsus patri est feritate tyranni. Haec brevitor Damasus voluit comperta refer. Marcelli populus meritum cognoscere possit. We may observe that Damasus was made Bishop of Rome, AD 366. Right arrow curving left. Optatus contra Donatists, L. IC, 17, 18.8873 right arrow curving left. The Acts of the Passion of Saint Boniface, which abound in miracles and declamation, are published by Ruinart, pp. 283, 291, both in Greek and Latin, from the authority of very ancient manuscripts. 8874 right arrow curving left. A little after this, Christianity was propagated to the north of the Roman provinces, among the tribes of Germany, a multitude of Christians, forced by the persecutions of the emperors to take refuge among the barbarians, were received with kindness. Eusebius, De Vita Constantini 253. Johann Semler, Selecta Capita Historiae Ecclesiasticae, page 115. The Goths owed their first knowledge of Christianity to a young girl, a prisoner of war. She continued in the midst of them her exercises of piety, she fasted, prayed, and praised God day and night. When she was asked what good would come of so much painful trouble, she answered, "It is thus that Christ, the Son of God, is to be honored." Sozomen 2c. 6. G. Right arrow curving left. During the 4 first centuries, there exist few traces of either bishops or bishoprics in the western Illyricum. It has been thought probable that the primate of Milan extended his jurisdiction over Sirmium, the capital of that great province. See the Geographia Sacra of Charles Vaillart de Saint Paul, pp. 68, 76, with the observations of Lucas Holstenius. Right arrow curving left. The 8th book of Eusebius, as well as the supplement concerning the martyrs of Palestine, principally relate to the persecution of Galerius and Maximin. The general lamentations with which Lactantius opens the 5th book of his Divine Institutes allude to their cruelty. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 8c. 17, has given us a Greek version, and Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 34, the Latin original, of this memorable edict. Neither of these writers seems to recollect how directly it contradicts whatever they have just affirmed of the remorse and repentance of Galerius. 8875 right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 9c. 1. He inserts the epistle of the prefect. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, L. 8c. 14, L. 9c. 2, 8. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 36. These writers agree in representing the arts of Maximin. But the former relates the execution of several martyrs, while the latter expressly affirms, Oxidi servos de vituit. 8876 right arrow curving left. A few days before his death, he published a very ample edict of toleration, in which he imputes all the severities which the Christians suffered to the judges and governors who had misunderstood his intentions. See the Edict of Eusebius, L. 9c. 10. Right arrow curving left. Such is the fair deduction from 2 remarkable passages in Eusebius, L. 8c. 2, and De Martyribus Palestini, c. 12. The prudence of the historian has exposed his own character to censure and suspicion. It was well known that he himself had been thrown into prison. And it was suggested that he had purchased his deliverance by some dishonorable compliance. The reproach was urged in his lifetime, and even in his presence, at the Council of Tyre. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8 Part 1, p. 67.8877 right arrow curving left. This sentence of Gibbon has given rise to several learned dissertations. Janus Mahler, De Fide Eusebii Caesarensis, etc. Havnii, 1813. Johann Traugott Leberek Danzius, De Eusebio Caesarea Histoire Ecclesiastica Scriptor, Ejusque Tide Historica Rect Estimanda, Gene, 1815. Christiani Kestner, Commentatio de Eusebii Histoire Ecclesiastica Conditoris Auctoritate id Fide, etc. See also Henrik Reuterdahl, De Fontibus Historiae Ecclesiastica Eusebiani, Londonini Gotherum, 1826. Gibbon's inference may appear stronger than the text will warrant, yet it is difficult, after reading the passage, to dismiss all suspicion of partiality from the mind. M. Right arrow curving left. The ancient, and perhaps authentic, account of the sufferings of Ptericus 8878 and his companions, Acta Primorum Martyrum Sincera, Ruinart, pp. 448, is filled with strong expressions of resentment and contempt, which could not fail of irritating the magistrate. The behavior of Aedesius to Hierocles, prefect of Egypt, was still more extraordinary. Lambda gamma omicron iota tau epsilon kappa alpha rho gamma omicron iota tau nu delta iota kappa alpha sigma tau nu, pi epsilon rho iota beta alpha lambda nu. Eusebius, De Martyribus Palestini, c. 5. 8879 right arrow curving left. Eusebius, De Martyribus Palestini, c. 13. Right arrow curving left. Augustine, Collationis Carthaginiensis Day 3 c. 13, apud Tillenant, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. V. Part 1, page 46. The controversy with the Donatists has reflected some, though perhaps a partial, light on the history of the African Church. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps there never was an instance of an author committing so deliberately the fault which he reprobates so strongly in others. What is the dexterous management of the more inartificial historians of Christianity, in exaggerating the numbers of the martyrs? Compared to the unfair address with which Gibbon here quietly dismisses from the account all the horrible and excruciating tortures which fell short of death? The reader may refer to the 12th chapter, Book 8, of Eusebius for the description and for the scenes of these tortures. M. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, De Martyribus Palestini, c. 13. He closes his narration by assuring us that these were the martyrdoms inflicted in Palestine during the whole course of the persecution. The 9th chapter of his 8th book, which relates to the province of Thebais in Egypt, may seem to contradict our moderate computation. But it will only lead us to admire the artful management of the historian. Choosing for the scene of the most exquisite cruelty the most remote and sequestered country of the Roman Empire. He relates that in Thebais from 10 to 100 persons had frequently suffered martyrdom in the same day. But when he proceeds to mention his own journey into Egypt, his language insensibly becomes more cautious and moderate. Instead of a large, but definite number, he speaks of many Christians, pi lambda epsilon omicron upsilon, and most artfully selects two ambiguous words, sigma tau omicron rho sigma alpha mu epsilon nu and pi omicron mu epsilon nu alpha nu tau alpha. 8880, which may signify either what he had seen or what he had heard. Either the expectation or the execution of the punishment. Having thus provided a secure evasion, he commits the equivocal passage to his readers and translators. Justly conceiving that their piety would induce them to prefer the most favorable sense. There was perhaps some malice in the remark of Theodorus Medicita, that all who, like Eusebius, had been conversant with the Egyptians, delighted in an obscure and intricate style. See Valesius Adlock, right arrow curving left. This calculation is made from the martyrs, of whom Eusebius speaks by name, but he recognizes a much greater number. Thus the 9th and 10th chapters of his work are entitled, Of Antoninus, Sabinus, Germanus, and Other Martyrs, of Peter the Monk, of Asclepius the Maroionite and other martyrs. Are these vague contents of chapters very good authority? M. Speaking of those who suffered under Diocletian, he says, I will only relate the death of one of these, from which the reader may divine what befell the rest. Historia Ecclesiastica 8:6. This relates only to the martyrs in the royal household. M. Dodwell had made, before Gibbon, this calculation and these objections, but Ruinart, Acta Primorum Martyrum Sincera, page 27, ed. Seek. Has answered him in a peremptory manner, nobis constat Eusebium in Historia Infinitos passum martyrs admissis, quamvis revera paucorum nomina recensurit. Nec alium Eusebii interpretum quam ipsumit Eusebium proferimus, ca. L. 3 c. 33, 8 sub Trajano plurimosa ex fidelibus martyrii certimen subius, L. v init. Sub Antonino et vero innumerabiles prop martyrs per universum orbum enituis affirmat. L. 6 c. 1. Severum persecutionem concitas refert, in qua per omnes ubique locorum ecclesias, ob athletus pro pietate certantibus, illustria confecta furunt martyria. Sic de Decii, sic de Valeriani, persecutionibus loquitur, quae in Dodwelli favant conjectionibus judicat equus lector. Even in the persecutions which Gibbon has represented as much more mild than that of Diocletian, the number of martyrs appears much greater than that to which he limits the martyrs of the latter. And this number is attested by incontestable monuments. I will quote but one example. We find among the letters of St. Cyprian one from Lucianus to Cellerinus, written from the depth of a prison, in which Lucianus names 17 of his brethren dead, some in the quarries, some in the midst of tortures, some of starvation in prison. Jussi summus, he proceeds, secundum preceptum imperatoris, fame id citi necari, iti reclusi summus in duobus cellis ita ut nos efficerant fame id citi et ignis vapor. G. Right arrow curving left. When Palestine was divided into three, the prefecture of the east contained 48 provinces. As the ancient distinctions of nations were long since abolished, the Romans distributed the provinces according to a general proportion of their extent and opulence. Right arrow curving left. Ut gloriari passant nullum se innocentium paramis, nam et ipsi audivi alloquos gloriantes, quia administratio sua, in hac part, furit incruenta. Lactantius, Institutions Divini v11. Right arrow curving left. Grotius, Annals et Historiae de Rebus Belgicis, L. I, page 12, edit. Folio. Right arrow curving left. Fra Paula, Historia del Concilio Tridentino, L. 3, reduces the number of the Belgic martyrs to 50,000. In learning and moderation Fra Paula was not inferior to Grotius. The priority of time gives some advantage to the evidence of the former, which he loses, on the other hand, by the distance of Venice from the Netherlands. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius and the author of the treatise De Mortibus Persecutorum. It is deeply to be regretted that the history of this period rests so much on the loose and, it must be admitted, by no means scrupulous authority of Eusebius. Ecclesiastical history is a solemn and melancholy lesson that the best, even the most sacred, cause will eventually suffer by the least departure from truth. M. Right arrow curving left. Polybius, L. 4, p. 423, edit. Casaubon. He observes that the peace of the Byzantines was frequently disturbed, and the extent of their territory contracted, by the inroads of the wild Thracians. Right arrow curving left. The navigator Byzas, who was styled the son of Neptune, founded the city 656 years before the Christian era. His followers were drawn from Argos and Megara. Byzantium was afterwards rebuilt and fortified by the Spartan general Pausanias. See Scaliger Animadversion ad Eusebius, page 81. Charles du Fresne, Sieur du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. I Part 1c. 15, 16. With regard to the wars of the Byzantines against Philip, the Gauls, and the kings of Bithynia, we should trust none but the ancient writers who lived before the greatness of the imperial city had excited a spirit of flattery and fiction. Right arrow curving left. The Bosphorus has been very minutely described by Dionysius of Byzantium, who lived in the time of Domitian, Hudson, Geography Graeci Minoris, Tom. 3, and by Pierre Gillis, Petrus Gillius, a French traveller of the 16th century. Tournefort, Lettre 15, seems to have used his own eyes and the learning of Gillius. Add Joseph von Hammerpurgstall, Constantinopolis und der Bosporos, octavo. M. Right arrow curving left. There are very few conjectures so happy as that of Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. I. p. 148, who supposes that the harpies were only locusts. The Syriac or Phoenician name of those insects, their noisy flight, the stench and devastation which they occasion, and the north wind which drives them into the sea, all contribute to form the striking resemblance. Right arrow curving left. The residence of Amycus was in Asia, between the old and the new castles, at a place called Loris in Sana. That of Phineas was in Europe, near the village of Maramol and the Black Sea. See Gillius, de Bosphoro Thratio, L. 2c. 23. Tournefort, Lettre 15. Right arrow curving left. The deception was occasioned by several pointed rocks, alternately covered and abandoned by the waves. At present there are two small islands, one towards either shore. That of Europe is distinguished by the column of Pompey. Right arrow curving left. The ancients computed 120 stadia, or 15 Roman miles. They measured only from the new castles, but they carried the straits as far as the town of Chalcedon. Right arrow curving left. Ducas, Historia, c. 34. Johannes Lund-Clavius, Historiae Musulmani Turcorum, de Monumentis Ipsorum Exscripti, L. 15, page 577. Under the Greek Empire these castles were used as state prisons, under the tremendous name of Lethae, or Towers of Oblivion. Right arrow curving left. Darius engraved in Greek and Assyrian letters on two marble columns the names of his subject nations, and the amazing numbers of his land and sea forces. The Byzantines afterwards transported these columns into the city, and used them for the altars of their tutelar deities. Herodotus, L. 4c. 87. Right arrow curving left. Nam que arctissimo inter Europam Asiamque divortio Byzantium in extrema Europa possuere Greciae, cabus, Pythium Apollinum consulentibus ubi conderent urbum, reditum oraculum est. Quererent sedum coeserum terris adversam. Ea amage Chalcedoniae monstrabanter quat prioris illic advecti, previsa locorum utilitate pejora legisant. Tacitus, Annals 1263. Right arrow curving left. Strabo, L. 7, page 492, edit. Casaubon, M. Most of the antlers are now broken off, or, to speak less figuratively, most of the recesses of the harbor are filled up. See Gillius, de Bosphoro Thratio, L. IC. 5. Right arrow curving left. Procopius, de Edificius, L. IC. 5. His description is confirmed by modern travelers. See Jean de Thevenot, Part 1L. IC. 15. Tournefort, Lettre 12. Karsten Niebuhr, Voyage de M. Niebuhr en Arabie, page 22. Right arrow curving left. C. du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. I Part 1c. 16, and his observation Sir Villehardouin, page 289. The chain was drawn from the Acropolis near the modern kiosk to the Tower of Galata, and was supported at convenient distances by large wooden piles. Right arrow curving left. Thevenot, Relation d'un voyage fait au Levant, Part 1L. IC. 14, contracts the measure to 125 small Greek miles. Pierre Bellin, Les Observations de plusieurs singularités et choses mémorables, trouvées en Grèce, Asie, Egypte, Arabie, L. 2c. 1, gives a good description of the Propontis, but contents himself with the vague expression of 1 day and 1 night's sail. When George Sandys Travels, p. 21, talks of 150 furlongs in length as well as breadth, we can only suppose some mistake of the press in the text of that judicious traveler. Right arrow curving left. See an admirable dissertation of M. D'Anville upon the Hellespont or Dardanelles, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. Athenii, pages 318-346. Yet even that ingenious geographer is too fond of supposing new and perhaps imaginary measures, for the purpose of rendering ancient writers as accurate as himself. The stadia employed by Herodotus in the description of the Euxine, the Bosphorus, etc., L. for c. 85, must undoubtedly be all of the same species. But it seems impossible to reconcile them either with truth or with each other. Right arrow curving left. The oblique distance between Cestus and Abydos was 30 stadia. The improbable tale of Hero and Leander is exposed by M. Mahudal, but is defended on the authority of Poets and Medals by M. de la Noz. See the Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 7, Histoire, page 74. Memoirs, p. 240.8881 right arrow curving left. See the 7th book of Herodotus, who has erected an elegant trophy to his own fame and to that of his country. The review appears to have been made with tolerable accuracy, but the vanity, first of the Persians and afterwards of the Greeks, was interested to magnify the armament and the victory. I should much doubt whether the invaders have ever outnumbered the men of any country which they attacked. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon does not allow greater width between the two nearest points of the shores of the Hellespont than between those of the Bosphorus. Yet all the ancient writers speak of the Hellespontic Strait as broader than the other. They agree in giving it 7 stadia in its narrowest width, Herodotus, Historia in Melpomene, c. 85, Polymnia, c. 34, Strabo, page 591, Pliny the Elder 4 c. 12, which make 875 paces. It is singular that Gibbon, who in previous note in this chapter reproaches D'Anville with being fond of supposing new and perhaps imaginary measures, has here adopted the peculiar measurement which D'Anville has assigned to the stadium. This great geographer believes that the ancients had a stadium of 51 toises, and it is that which he applies to the walls of Babylon. Now, 7 of these stadia are equal to about 500 paces, 7 stadia equals 2,142 feet, 500 paces equals 2,135 feet 5 inches. G. See James Rennell, Geographical System of Herodotus, page 121. Ad Euchert, Geographie der Griechen und Römer, v. I, pages 2, 71. M. Right arrow curving left. See Robert Wood's An Essay on the Original Genius of Homer, page 320. I have, with pleasure, selected this remark from an author who in general seems to have disappointed the expectation of the public as a critic, and still more as a traveler. He had visited the banks of the Hellespont, he had read Strabo, he ought to have consulted the Roman itineraries. How was it possible for him to confound Ilium and Alexandria Troas, Essay on Homer, pages 340, 341, 2 cities which were 16 miles distant from each other? 8,882 right arrow curving left. Demetrius of Sepsis wrote 60 books on 30 lines of Homer's catalogue. The 13th book of Strabo is sufficient for our curiosity. Right arrow curving left. Strabo, L. 13, page 595, 890, edit. Casaubon, M. The disposition of the ships, which were drawn upon dry land, and the posts of Ajax and Achilles, are very clearly described by Homer. See Iliad 9-220. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, c. 30, m. page 105. Sozomen, L. 2c. 3. Theophanes, page 18. Nicephorus Callistus, L. 7, page 48. Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, page 6. Zosimus places the new city between Ilium and Alexandria, but this apparent difference may be reconciled by the large extent of its circumference. Before the foundation of Constantinople, Thessalonica is mentioned by Cedrenus, page 283, and Sardica by Zonaras, as the intended capital. They both suppose, with very little probability, that the emperor, if he had not been prevented by a prodigy, would have repeated the mistake of the blind Chalcedonians. Right arrow curving left. Pocock's Description of the East, Volume 2 Part 2, page 127. His plan of the 7 hills is clear and accurate. That traveler is seldom unsatisfactory. Right arrow curving left. C. Bellin, Observations, c. 72, 76. Among a variety of different species, the Pelamides, a sort of thunnies, were the most celebrated. We may learn from Polybius, Strabo, and Tacitus that the profits of the fishery constituted the principal revenue of Byzantium. Right arrow curving left. See the eloquent description of Augerius Busbequius, Turcicae Epistolae, page 64. Est in Europa. Habet in conspectu Asiam, Egyptum, Africanca dextra, quae temetsi contigui non sunt, meris tamen navigandi commoditate veludi junguntur. A sinistra vero pontus est Euxinus, etc. Right arrow curving left. Dater haec venia antiquitati, ut miscendo humana divinis, primordia urbium Augustiora faciat. Titus Livius in Proemium. Right arrow curving left. He says in one of his laws, pro commoditate urbis quam iteras nomini, jubent Deo, donavimus. Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. V. Leg. 7. Right arrow curving left. The Greeks, Theophanes, Cedrenus, and the author of the Alexandrian World Chronicle, confine themselves to vague and general expressions. For a more particular account of the vision, we are obliged to have recourse to such Latin writers as William of Malmesbury. C. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. I, pages 24, 25. Right arrow curving left. See Plutarch in Romulus, Tom. I, page 49, edit. Bryan. Among other ceremonies, a large hole, which had been dug for that purpose, was filled up with handfuls of earth, which each of the settlers brought from the place of his birth. And thus adopted his new country. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 2c. 9. This incident, though borrowed from a suspected writer, is characteristic and probable. Right arrow curving left. See in the Memoirs de l'Académie, Tom. XXXV, pp. 747, 758, a dissertation of M. d'Anville on the extent of Constantinople. He takes the plan inserted in the Imperium Orientale Civ Antiquitates Constantinopolitani of Banduri as the most complete. But, by a series of very nice observations, he reduces the extravagant proportion of the scale, and instead of 9,500, determines the circumference of the city as consisting of about 7,800 French toises. Right arrow curving left. Codinus, Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, page 12. He assigns the Church of St. Anthony as the boundary on the side of the harbor. It is mentioned in Du Cange, L. 4c. 6. But I have tried, without success, to discover the exact place where it was situated. Right arrow curving left. The new wall of Theodosius was constructed in the year 413. In 447 it was thrown down by an earthquake, and rebuilt in 3 months by the diligence of the prefect Cyrus. The suburb of the Blancherni was first taken into the city in the reign of Heraclius. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. IC, 10, 11. Right arrow curving left. The measurement is expressed in the notitia by 14,075 feet. It is reasonable to suppose that these were Greek feet, the proportion of which has been ingeniously determined by M. D'Anville. He compares the 180 feet with 78 Hashemite cubits, which in different writers are assigned for the heights of St. Sophia. Each of these cubits was equal to 27 French inches. Right arrow curving left. The accurate Thevenot, L. IC 15, walked in 1 hour and 3/4 round 2 of the sides of the triangle, from the kiosk of the Seraglio to the 7 towers. D'Anville examines with care, and receives with confidence, this decisive testimony, which gives a circumference of 10 or 12 miles. The extravagant computation of Tournefort, Lettre 11, of 34 or 30 miles, without including Scutari, is a strange departure from his usual character. Right arrow curving left. The Psyche, or fig trees, formed the 13th region, and were very much embellished by Justinian. It has since borne the names of Pera and Galata. The etymology of the former is obvious. That of the latter is unknown. C. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. IC. 22, and Gilius de Byzantium, L. for C. 10. Right arrow curving left. 111 stadia, which may be translated into modern Greek miles each of 7 stadia, or 660, sometimes only 600 French toises. C. D'Anville, Trait de Mesures Itinéraires, page 53. Right arrow curving left. When the ancient texts which describe the size of Babylon and Thebes are settled, the exaggerations reduced, and the measures ascertained, we find that those famous cities filled the great but not incredible circumference of about 25 or 30 miles. Compare D'Anville, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. Atenei, page 235, with his Memoirs sur l'Égypte ancienne et moderne, pages 201, 202. Right arrow curving left. If we divide Constantinople and Paris into equal squares of 50 French toises, the former contains 850, and the latter 1160, of those divisions. Right arrow curving left. 600 centenaries, or 60,000 pounds weight of gold. This sum is taken from Codinus, Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, page 11. But unless that contemptible author had derived his information from some purer sources, he would probably have been unacquainted with so obsolete a mode of reckoning. Right arrow curving left. For the forests of the Black Sea, consult Tournefort, Lettre 16, for the marble quarries of Proconnesus, see Strabo, L. 13, page 588, 881, edit. Casaubon, M. The latter had already furnished the materials of the stately buildings of Cyzicus. Right arrow curving left. See the Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. 4 leg. 1. This law is dated in the year 334, and was addressed to the prefect of Italy, whose jurisdiction extended over Africa. The commentary of Godefroy on the whole title well deserves to be consulted. Right arrow curving left. Constantinopolis Dedicator Poen Omnium Urbium Nuditate. Hieronymus, Chronicon, page 181. See Codinus, pages 8, 9. The author of the Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, L. 3, Apud Banduri, Imperium Oriental, tom. I, page 41, enumerates Rome, Sicily, Antioch, Athens, and a long list of other cities. The provinces of Greece and Asia Minor may be supposed to have yielded the richest booty. Right arrow curving left. Historiarum Compendium, page 369. He describes the statue, or rather bust, of Homer with a degree of taste which plainly indicates that Codrinus copied the style of a more fortunate age. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 106. Chronicum Alexandrinum vel Chronicon Pascale, page 284. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. IC. 24. Even the last of those writers seems to confound the Forum of Constantine with the Augusteum, or Court of the Palace. I am not satisfied whether I have properly distinguished what belongs to the one and the other. Right arrow curving left. The most tolerable account of this column is given by Pocock, Description of the East, Volume 2 Part 2, page 131. But it is still in many instances perplexed and unsatisfactory. Right arrow curving left. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. IC, 24, page 76, and his notes ad Alexias, page 382. The statue of Constantine or Apollo was thrown down under the reign of Alexius Comnenus. 8883 right arrow curving left. Tournefort, Lettre 12, computes the at Maidan at 400 paces. If he means geometrical paces of 5 feet each, it was 300 toises in length, about 40 more than the Great Circus of Rome. C. D'Anville, Trait de Mesures Itinéraires, page 73. Right arrow curving left. The guardians of the most holy relics would rejoice if they were able to produce such a chain of evidence as may be alleged on this occasion. See Banduri ad Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, page 668. Gilius de Byzantium, L. 2c. 13. The original consecration of the tripod and pillar in the Temple of Delphi may be proved from Herodotus and Pausanias. The pagan Zosimus agrees with the three ecclesiastical historians, Eusebius, Socrates, and Sozomen, that the sacred ornaments of the Temple of Delphi were removed to Constantinople by the order of Constantine. And among these the serpentine pillar of the Hippodrome is particularly mentioned. All the European travelers who have visited Constantinople, from Boindlemont to Pocock, describe it in the same place, and almost in the same manner. The differences between them are occasioned only by the injuries which it has sustained from the Turks. Muhammad II broke the underjaw of one of the serpents with a stroke of his battle-axe. Thevenot, L. IC, 17. 8884. Right arrow curving left. In 1808 the Janissaries revolted against the Vizier Mustafa Baysaktar, who wished to introduce a new system of military organization, besieged the quarter of the Hippodrome, in which stood the palace of the viziers, and the Hippodrome was consumed in the conflagration. G. Right arrow curving left. The Latin name Cochlea was adopted by the Greeks, and very frequently occurs in the Byzantine history. Du Cange, Constantinopolis, L. 2c. 1, page 104. Right arrow curving left. There are three topographical points which indicate the situation of the palace. The staircase which connected it with the Hippodrome or at Maidan. A small artificial port on the Propontis, from whence there was an easy ascent, by a flight of marble steps, to the gardens of the palace. The Augusteum was a spacious court, one side of which was occupied by the front of the palace, and another by the Church of Saint Sophia. Right arrow curving left. Zeuxippus was an epithet of Jupiter, and the baths were a part of Old Byzantium. The difficulty of assigning their true situation has not been felt by Du Cange. History seems to connect them with Saint Sophia and the palace, but the original plan inserted in Banduri places them on the other side of the city, near the harbor. For their beauties, see Chronican Pascal, page 285, and Gilius de Byzantium, L. 2c. 7. Christodorus, see Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, L. 7, composed inscriptions in verse for each of the statues. He was a Theban poet in genius as well as in birth. Beatum in crasso jurares er natum. 8885. Right arrow curving left. See the Notitia. Rome only reckoned 1,780 large houses, domus, but the word must have had a more dignified signification. No insuli are mentioned at Constantinople. The old capital consisted of 424 streets, the new of 322. Right arrow curving left. Liutprand of Cremona, Legatio de Legation Constantinopolitana ad Nicephorum Phocam, page 153. The modern Greeks have strangely disfigured the antiquities of Constantinople. We might excuse the errors of the Turkish or Arabian writers. But it is somewhat astonishing that the Greeks, who had access to the authentic materials preserved in their own language, should prefer fiction to truth and loose tradition to genuine history. In a single page of Codinus we may detect 12 unpardonable mistakes: the reconciliation of Severus and Niger, the marriage of their son and daughter, the siege of Byzantium by the Macedonians, the invasion of the Gauls, which recalled Severus to Rome, the 60 years which elapsed from his death to the foundation of Constantinople, etc. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, Consideration sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. 17. Right arrow curving left. Themistiae Orations 3, page 48, edit. Hardouin. Sozomen, L. 2c. 3. Zosimus, L. 2, page 107. Anonymous Valesianus, page 715. If we could credit Codinus, p. 10, Constantine built houses for the senators on the exact model of their Roman palaces, and gratified them, as well as himself, with the pleasure of an agreeable surprise. But the whole story is full of fictions and inconsistencies. Right arrow curving left. The law by which the younger Theodosius, in the year 438, abolished this tenure may be found among the novelli of that emperor at the end of the Theodosian Code, tom. 6 Nov. 12, m. De Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 371, has evidently mistaken the nature of these estates. With a grant from the imperial domains, the same condition was accepted as a favor which would justly have been deemed a hardship, if it had been imposed upon private property. Right arrow curving left. The passages of Zosimus, of Eunapius, of Sozomen, and of Agathias, which relate to the increase of buildings and inhabitants at Constantinople, are collected and connected by Gilius de Byzantium, L. IC. 3. Sidonius Apollinaris, in Panegyricus Anthemius, 56, page 279, edit. Sermond, describes the moles that were pushed forwards into the sea. They consisted of the famous Pozzolan sand, which hardens in the water. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 2c. 3. Philostorgius, L. 2c. 9. Codinus, Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, page 8. It appears by Socrates, L. 2c. 13, that the daily allowance of the city consisted of 8 myriads of sigma iota tau omicron upsilon, which we may either translate, with Valesius, by the words modii of corn, or consider as expressive of the number of loaves of bread. 8,886 right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 and 14, and Codex Justinianus, Edictum 12 tom. 2, page 648, edit. Geneva. See the beautiful complaint of Rome in the poem of Claudian, De Bello Gildonico, ver. 60, 62. Cum subiet par Roma mihi, divisic sum sit. Equales aurora togas, Egyptia rura. In partem Caesara novum. Right arrow curving left. This was also at the expense of Rome. The emperor ordered that the fleet of Alexandria should transport to Constantinople the grain of Egypt which it carried before to Rome. This grain supplied Rome during 4 months of the year. Claudian has described with force the famine occasioned by this measure. Haec nobis, haec antidabas, nunc pabula tantum. Roma precer, miserere tui, pater optimi, gentis. Extremum defend famum. Claudian, De Bello Gildonico, v. 34. G. It was scarcely this measure. Gildo had cut off the African as well as the Egyptian supplies. M. Right arrow curving left. The regions of Constantinople are mentioned in the Code of Justinian, and particularly described in the Notitia of the younger Theodosius. But as the 4 last of them are not included within the wall of Constantine, it may be doubted whether this division of the city should be referred to the founder. Right arrow curving left. Senatum constitut secundi ordinis, claros vocavit. Anonymous Valesianus, page 715. The senators of Old Rome were styled clarissimi. See a curious note of Valesius ad Ammianus Marcellinus XXII 9. From the 11th epistle of Julian, it should seem that the place of senator was considered as a burden, rather than as an honor. But the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Jovian, tom. 2, page 371, has shown that this epistle could not relate to Constantinople. Might we not read, instead of the celebrated name of beta upsilon zeta alpha nu tau iota omicron iota, the obscure but more probable word beta iota sigma alpha nu theta nu omicron iota? Byzanti or Redestus, now Rodosto, was a small maritime city of Thrace. See Stephanus Byzantinus, De Urbibus, page 225, and Cellarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. I, page 849. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 1413. The Commentary of Godefroy, tom. V. p. 220, is long, but perplexed, nor indeed is it easy to ascertain in what the Jus Italicum could consist, after the freedom of the city had been communicated to the whole empire. 8887 right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, page 8, celebrates Constantinople as not less superior to all other cities than she was inferior to Rome itself. His learned commentator, Spanheim, pp. 75, 76, justifies this language by several parallel and contemporary instances. Zosimus, as well as Socrates and Sozomen, flourished after the division of the empire between the two sons of Theodosius, which established a perfect equality between the old and the new capital. Right arrow curving left. Codinus, Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, p. 8, affirms that the foundations of Constantinople were laid in the year of the world 5837, AD 329, on the 26th of September, and that the city was dedicated the 11th of May 5838, AD 330. He connects those dates with several characteristic epochs, but they contradict each other. The authority of Codinus is of little weight, and the space which he assigns must appear insufficient. The term of 10 years is given us by Julian, Oratio I, page 8, and Spanheim labors to establish the truth of it, pages 69, 75, by the help of two passages from Themistius, Orations 4, p. 58, and of Philostorgius, L. 2c. 9, which form a period from the year 324 to the year 334. Modern critics are divided concerning this point of chronology, and their different sentiments are very accurately described by Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, pages 619, 625. Right arrow curving left. Themistii Orations 3, page 47. Zosimus, L. 2, page 108. Constantine himself, in one of his laws, Codex Theodosianus, L. 15 tit. 1, betrays his impatience. Right arrow curving left. Cedrinus and Zonaras, faithful to the mode of superstition which prevailed in their own times, assure us that Constantinople was consecrated to the Virgin Mother of God. Right arrow curving left. The earliest and most complete account of this extraordinary ceremony may be found in the Alexandrian World Chronicle, page 285. Tillemont, and the other friends of Constantine, who are offended with the air of paganism which seems unworthy of a Christian prince, had a right to consider it as doubtful. But they were not authorized to omit the mention of it. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 2001, 500. Sozomen, L. 2c. 2. Ducange, Constantinopolis, L. IC. 6. Velo ipsius Romi filium, is the expression of Augustine. De Civitate Dei, LVC 25. Right arrow curving left. Eutropius, L. XC 8. Julian, Oratio I, page 8. Ducange, Constantinopolis, L. IC 5. The name of Constantinople is extant on the medals of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. The lively Bernard Fontenelle, Nouveaux Dialogues de Morts 12, affects to deride the vanity of human ambition, and seems to triumph in the disappointment of Constantine, whose immortal name is now lost in the vulgar appellation of Istanbul, a Turkish corruption of Iota Taunu Pylamda Iota Nu. Yet the original name is still preserved. By the nations of Europe. By the modern Greeks. By the Arabs, whose writings are diffused over the wide extent of their conquests in Asia and Africa. See D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 275. By the more learned Turks, and by the emperor himself in his public mandates. Dimitri Cantemir's History of the Growth and Decay of the Ottoman Empire, page 51. Right arrow curving left. The Theodosian Code was promulgated AD 438. See the Prolegomena of Godefroy, c. I, page 185. Right arrow curving left. The Notitia Dignitatum Imperii Romani is a description of all the offices in the court and the state, of the legions, etc. It resembles our court almanacs, red books, with this single difference, that our almanacs name the persons in office, the notitia only the offices. It is of the time of the Emperor Theodosius II, that is to say, of the 5th century, when the empire was divided into the eastern and western. It is probable that it was not made for the first time, and that descriptions of the same kind existed before. G. Right arrow curving left. Pansarolus, in his elaborate commentary, assigns to the notitia a date almost similar to that of the Theodosian Code, but his proofs, or rather conjectures, are extremely feeble. I should be rather inclined to place this useful work between the final division of the empire, AD 395, and the successful invasion of Gaul by the barbarians, AD 407. See Histoire anciens de Peuples de l'Europe, tom. 7, page 40. Right arrow curving left. Silicet externi superbii suedo, non inerat notitia nostrae, perhaps nostro. Apud quos vis imperii valet, Einania transmittanter. Tacitus, Annals 1531. The gradation from the style of freedom and simplicity, to that of form and servitude, may be traced in the epistles of Cicero, of Pliny the Younger, and of Symmachus. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Gratian, after confirming a law of precedency published by Valentinian, the father of his divinity, thus continues, Sicis igiter in debitum sibi locum usurpavit. Nulla se ignoration defendat. Sitque plain sacrilegii reis, que divina precepta neglexerit. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. V. Leg. 2, right arrow curving left. Consult the Notitia Dignitatum at the end of the Theodosian Code, tom. 6, page 316. 8888 right arrow curving left. Pansarolus ad Notitia Dignitatum Utriusque Imperii, page 39. But his explanations are obscure, and he does not sufficiently distinguish the painted emblems from the effective ensigns of office. Right arrow curving left. In the Pandects, which may be referred to the reigns of the Antonines, Clarissimus is the ordinary and legal title of a senator. Right arrow curving left. Pansarolus, pages 12, 17. I have not taken any notice of the two inferior ranks, Prefectissimus and Egregius, which were given to many persons who were not raised to the senatorial dignity. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 6. The rules of precedency are ascertained with the most minute accuracy by the emperors, and illustrated with equal prolixity by their learned interpreter. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 22, right arrow curving left. Ausonius, in Gratiarum Actio pro Consulatu, basely expatiates on this unworthy topic, which is managed by Mamertinus, Panegyrici Vetters 11, x. m. 16, 19, with somewhat more freedom and ingenuity. Right arrow curving left. Cum de consulibus in annum crendis, solus mecum volutarum, te consulum et designavi, et declaravi, et priorem nuncupavi, are some of the expressions employed by the Emperor Gratian to his preceptor, the poet Ausonius. Right arrow curving left. Immanesque, dentes. Casecti ferro in tabulas oroque micantes. Inscripti rudulum coelato consul nomen. Per proceres edi vulgus int. Claudian in 3 Consulatus Stilicones, 346. Montfaucon has represented some of these tablets or diptychs, see Supplement à l'Antiquite expliquée, tom. 3, page 220. Right arrow curving left. Consul laetater post plurima secula viso. Palentius apex, agnoscunt rostra curules. Auditas quondam proavis, desvitac singit. Regius oritis fora facibus ulpia lictor. Claudian in 6 Consulatu Honorii, 643. From the reign of Carus to the 6th consulship of Honorius, there was an interval of 120 years, during which the emperors were always absent from Rome on the first day of January. See the Chronology de Tillemont, tom. 3, 4, and v. Right arrow curving left. See Claudian in Panegyricus Dictus Probino et Olibrio Consulibus, 178, etc., and in 4 Consulatu Honorii Augusti, 585, etc. Though in the latter it is not easy to separate the ornaments of the emperor from those of the consul. Ausonius received from the liberality of Gratian a vestis palmata, or robe of state, in which the figure of the emperor Constantius was embroidered. Right arrow curving left. Cernes ut armorum proceres legumque patentis. Patricio sumit habitus, edimor gabino. Discolor incedit legio, positisque perumper. Bellorum signus, sequitur vexilla quirini. Lictori sedent aquili, redetque tegatus. Miles, et in medias effulgit curia castris. Claudian in 4 Consulatu Honorii, 5. Strictasque procul radiare secures. In Probino et Olibrio Consulibus, 231. Right arrow curving left. See Valesius ad Ammianus Marcellinus, L. XXII c. 7. Right arrow curving left. Auspis mox latum sonuit clamor tribunal. Te fastos enunt quater. Solemnia ludit. Omnia libertas, deductum vindice morum. Lex servat, famulusque jugo laxatus herali. Duciter, edi grado remit securior ictu. Claudian in 4 Consulatu Honorii, 611. Right arrow curving left. Celebrant cadem solemns istos dies omnes ubique urbs quae sub legibus agunt. Eti Roma d'amor, eti Constantinopolis de imitation, eti Antiochia pro Luciu, eti distincta Carthago, eti domus fluminis Alexandria, sed travari principis beneficio. Ausonius in Gratiarum actio pro consulatu. Right arrow curving left. Claudian, in Consulata Manlii Theodori, 279, 331, describes, in a lively and fanciful manner, the various games of the circus, the theatre, and the amphitheatre, exhibited by the new consul. The sanguinary combats of gladiators had already been prohibited. Right arrow curving left. Procopius in Historia Arcana, c. 26. Right arrow curving left. In Consulatu Hannos sine labor accipiter. Mamertinus in Panegyrisi Vetters 11, x. m. 2. This exalted idea of the consulship is borrowed from an oration, 3, page 107, pronounced by Julian in the servile court of Constantius. See the Abbé de la Bliterie, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. Ziv, page 289, who delights to pursue the vestiges of the old constitution, and who sometimes finds them in his copious fancy. Right arrow curving left. Intermarriages between the patricians and plebeians were prohibited by the laws of the 12 Tables, and the uniform operations of human nature may attest that the custom survived the law. See in Livy, 4:1, 6, the pride of family urged by the consul, and the rights of mankind asserted by the tribune Cannulius. Right arrow curving left. See the animated picture drawn by Sallust, in the Jugurthine War, of the pride of the nobles, and even of the virtuous Metellus, who was unable to brook the idea that the honor of the consulship should be bestowed on the obscure merit of his lieutenant Marius, c. 64, 200 years before. The race of the Metelli themselves were confounded among the plebeians of Rome. And from the etymology of their name of Coecilius, there is reason to believe that those haughty nobles derived their origin from a sutler. Right arrow curving left. In the year of Rome 800, very few remained, not only of the old patrician families, but even of those which had been created by Caesar and Augustus, Tacitus, Annals 1125. The family of Scaurus, a branch of the patrician Aemilii, was degraded so low that his father, who exercised the trade of a charcoal merchant, left him only 10 slaves. And somewhat less than 300 pounds sterling, Valerius Maximus, L. 4c. 4, n. 11, Aurelius Victor in Scoro. The family was saved from oblivion by the merit of the son. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 1125. Dion Cassius, L. 3, page 693. The virtues of Agricola, who was created a patrician by the Emperor Vespasian, reflected honor on that ancient order, but his ancestors had not any claim beyond an equestrian nobility. Right arrow curving left. This failure would have been almost impossible if it were true, as Casaubon compels Aurelius Victor to affirm, ad Suetonius, in De Vita Caesarum, Julius Caesar, c. 42. See Historia Augusta, page 203 in Casaubon Commentary, page 220, that Vespasian created at once 1,000 patrician families. But this extravagant number is too much even for the whole senatorial order, unless we should include all the Roman knights who were distinguished by the permission of wearing the laticlave. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 118, and Godefroy ad Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 6, right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, pages 109, 110. If we had not fortunately possessed this satisfactory account of the division of the power and provinces of the praetorian prefects, we should frequently have been perplexed amidst the copious details of the code, and the circumstantial minuteness of the notitia. Right arrow curving left. See a law of Constantine himself. A Prefectus autem praetorio provocare non sinimus. Codex Justinianus, L. 7 tit. LXII leg. 19. Carisius, a lawyer of the time of Constantine, Haenexius, Historia Juris Romani, p. 349, who admits this law as a fundamental principle of jurisprudence, compares the praetorian prefects to the masters of the horse of the ancient dictators. Pendecti, L. I tit. 11. Right arrow curving left. When Justinian, in the exhausted condition of the empire, instituted a praetorian prefect for Africa, he allowed him a salary of 100 pounds of gold. Codex Justinianus, L. I tit. XXVI leg. I. Right arrow curving left. For this, and the other dignities of the empire, it may be sufficient to refer to the ample commentaries of Pancirollus and Godefroy, who have diligently collected and accurately digested in their proper order all the legal and historical materials. From those authors, Dr. William Howell, History of the World, Volume 2, pages 24, 77, has deduced a very distinct abridgment of the state of the Roman Empire. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 6:11. Eusebius in Chronicon, page 155. Dion Cassius, in the Oration of Maecenas, LVA, page 675, describes the prerogatives of the prefect of the city as they were established in his own time. Right arrow curving left. The fame of Messala has been scarcely equal to his merit. In the earliest youth he was recommended by Cicero to the friendship of Brutus. He followed the standard of the Republic till it was broken in the fields of Philippi, he then accepted and deserved the favor of the most moderate of the conquerors, and uniformly asserted his freedom and dignity in the court of Augustus. The triumph of Messala was justified by the conquest of Aquitaine. As an orator he disputed the palm of eloquence with Cicero himself. Messala cultivated every muse, and was the patron of every man of genius. He spent his evenings in philosophic conversation with Horace, assumed his place at table between Delia and Tibullus, and amused his leisure by encouraging the poetical talents of young Ovid. Right arrow curving left. In civilum esse potestatum contestans, says the translator of Eusebius. Tacitus expresses the same idea in other words, quasi necius exercendi. Right arrow curving left. See Lipsius, excursus D ad 1 lib. Tacitus, Annals. Right arrow curving left. Haenexius, Elementa Juris Civilis, Secundum Ordinem Pandectorum, Tom. I, page 70. See, likewise, Spanheim, Dissertations de Prestantia et usu Numismatum Antiquorum, Tom. 2 Dissertat. X, page 119. In the year 450, Marcian published a law that 3 citizens should be annually created praetors of Constantinople by the choice of the Senate, but with their own consent. Codex Justinianus, L. I tit. XX leg. 2, right arrow curving left. Quidquid igiter intra urbum admittitor, ad prefectum urbis videtur pertinere, sed eti siquid intra centesimum miliarium. Ulpian in Pandecti, L. I tit. 13 n. 1. He proceeds to enumerate the various offices of the prefect, who, in the Code of Justinian, L. I tit. XX leg. 3, is declared to precede and command all city magistrates sine injuria ac detrimento honoris alieni. Right arrow curving left. Besides our usual guides, we may observe that Felix Cantilorius has written a separate treatise, De Perfecto Urbis, and that many curious details concerning the police of Rome and Constantinople are contained in the 14th book of the Theodosian Code. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius affirms that the proconsul of Asia was independent of the prefect, which must, however, be understood with some allowance. The jurisdiction of the vice-prefect he most assuredly disclaimed. Pansarolus, page 161. Right arrow curving left. The proconsul of Africa had 400 apparitors, and they all received large salaries, either from the treasury or the province. See Pansarolus, page 26, and Codex Justinianus, L. 12 tit. LVI, 57. Right arrow curving left. In Italy there was likewise the Vicar of Rome. It has been much disputed whether his jurisdiction measured 100 miles from the city, or whether it stretched over the 10 southern provinces of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Among the works of the celebrated Ulpian, there was one in 10 books concerning the office of a proconsul, whose duties in the most essential articles were the same as those of an ordinary governor of a province. Right arrow curving left. The presidents, or consulars, could impose only 2 ounces, the vice-prefects, 3, the proconsuls, count of the East, and prefect of Egypt, 6. See Haenexius, Elementa Juris Civilis, Tom. I, page 75. Pandecti, L. XLVI tit. 19 n. 8. Codex Justinianus, L. I tit. LIV leg. 4, 6. Right arrow curving left. Ut nulli patrii sui administratio sine speciali principis permissu permittitur. Codex Justinianus, L. I tit. XLI. This law was first enacted by the Emperor Marcus, after the rebellion of Cassius, Dion, L. LXXI. The same regulation is observed in China, with equal strictness and with equal effect. Right arrow curving left. Pandecti, L. XEI tit. 2 n. 38, 57, 63. Right arrow curving left. In jure conteniter, ne cas in administration constitutus aliquid compararet. Codex Theodosianus, L. 8 tit. 15 leg. 1. This maxim of common law was enforced by a series of edicts, see the remainder of the title, from Constantine to Justin. From this prohibition, which is extended to the meanest officers of the governor, they accept only clothes and provisions. The purchase within 5 years may be recovered. After which, on information, it devolves to the treasury. Right arrow curving left. Cessant rapace jam anunc officialium manus, cessant, inquam, nam si monetae non cessaverant, gladius precedenter, etc. Codex Theodosianus, L. I tit. 7 leg. 1. Zeno enacted that all governors should remain in the province, to answer any accusations, 50 days after the expiration of their power. Codex Justinianus, L. 2 tit. 49 leg. 1. Right arrow curving left. Summa igitur op, idiolacri studio has leges nostras accipite, idi vos metipsos sic eruditos ostendite, ut spes vos pulcherima foviat. Toto legitimo oper perfecto, posse idiom nostram republicam in partibus aegis vobis credendis gubernari. Justinian in proem, institutions Justiniani. Right arrow curving left. The splendor of the school of Berytus, which preserved in the East the language and jurisprudence of the Romans, may be computed to have lasted from the 3rd to the middle of the 6th century. Haenexius, Historia Juris Romani, pages 351, 356. Right arrow curving left. As in a former period I have traced the civil and military promotion of Pertinax, I shall here insert the civil honors of Malleus Theodorus. He was distinguished by his eloquence, while he pleaded as an advocate in the court of the Praetorian prefect. He governed one of the provinces of Africa either as president or consular, and deserved, by his administration, the honor of a brass statue. He was appointed vicar, or vice-prefect, of Macedonia. Quaestor. Count of the Sacred Largesses. Praetorian prefect of the Gauls, whilst he might yet be represented as a young man. After a retreat, perhaps a disgrace, of many years, which Malleus, confounded by some critics with the poet Manilius, see Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina, edit. Ernesti, Tom. IC, 18, p. 501, employed in the study of the Grecian philosophy, he was named Praetorian Prefect of Italy, in the year 397. While he still exercised that great office, he was created, in the year 399, consul for the West. And his name, on account of the infamy of his colleague, the eunuch Eutropius, often stands alone in the Fasti. In the year 408, Malleus was appointed a second time Praetorian Prefect of Italy. Even in the venal panegyric of Claudian, we may discover the merit of Malleus Theodorus, who, by a rare felicity, was the intimate friend both of Symmachus and of Saint Augustine. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. V. pages 1110, 1114. Right arrow curving left. Mamertinus in Panegyrici Vetters 11, x. m. 20, Asterius apud Photius, page 1500. Right arrow curving left. The curious passage of Ammianus, L. XXXC 4, in which he paints the manners of contemporary lawyers, affords a strange mixture of sound sense, false rhetoric, and extravagant satire. Godefroy, Prolegomena ad Codex Theodosianus, c. I, page 185, supports the historian by similar complaints and authentic facts. In the 4th century, many camels might have been laden with law books. Eunapius in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, Adesius, page 72. Right arrow curving left. See a very splendid example in the life of Agricola, particularly c. 20-21. The lieutenant of Britain was entrusted with the same powers which Cicero, proconsul of Cilicia, had exercised in the name of the Senate and people. Right arrow curving left. The Abbé Dubos, who has examined with accuracy, see Histoire de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, pages 41, 100, edit. 1742, The Institutions of Augustus and of Constantine, observes that if Otho had been put to death the day before he executed his conspiracy, Otho would now appear in history as innocent as Corbulo. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 110. Before the end of the reign of Constantius, the magistri militum were already increased to 4. See Valesius ad Ammianus, L. 16 c. 7. Right arrow curving left. Though the military counts and dukes are frequently mentioned, both in history and the codes, we must have recourse to the notitia for the exact knowledge of their number and stations. For the institution, rank, privileges, etc., of the counts in general, see Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 12, XX, with the commentary of Godefroy. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 111. The distinction between the two classes of Roman troops is very darkly expressed in the historians, the laws, and the notitia. Consult, however, the copious Paratitlan, or abstract, which Godefroy has drawn up of the 7th book, De Re Militari, of the Theodosian Code, L. 7 tit. I leg. 18, L. 8 tit. I leg. 10. Right arrow curving left. Ferox erat in suos miles id rapax, ignavis vero in hosts id fractus. Ammianus, L. XXII c. 4. He observes that they loved downy beds and houses of marble, and that their cups were heavier than their swords. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 7 tit. I leg. 1 tit. 12 leg. I. See Howell's History of the World, Volume 2, page 19. That learned historian, who is not sufficiently known, labors to justify the character and policy of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, L. 19 c. 2. He observes, c. 5, that the desperate sallies of 2 Gallic legions were like a handful of water thrown on a great conflagration. Right arrow curving left. Pansarolus ad notitia dignitatem Utriusque imperii, page 96. Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. XXV, page 491. Right arrow curving left. Romana aces unius prope firme erat et hominum et armorum genere. Regia aces varia magis multis gentibus dissimilitudine armorum auxiliarum erat. Titus Livius, L. XVIC, 39, 40. Flaminius, even before the event, had compared the army of Antiochus to a supper, in which the flesh of one vile animal was diversified by the skill of the cooks. See the Life of Flaminius, in Plutarch. Right arrow curving left. Agathias, L. v., page 157, edit. Louvre. Right arrow curving left. Valentinian, Codex Theodosianus, L. 7 tit. 13 leg. 3, fixes the standard at 5 feet 7 inches, about 5 feet 4 inches and a half, English measure. It had formerly been 5 feet 10 inches, and in the best corps, 6 Roman feet. Sed tunc erat amplior multitudo, id plures sequibanter militiam armatum. Vagetius, De Re Militari, L. IC, v. Right arrow curving left. See the 2 titles, De Veteranis, and De Filius Veteranorum, in the 7th book of the Theodosian Code. The age at which their military service was required varied from 25 to 16. If the sons of the veterans appeared with a horse, they had a right to serve in the cavalry. 2 horses gave them some valuable privileges. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 7 tit. 13 leg. 7, according to the historian Socrates, see Godefroy ad loc. The same Emperor Valens sometimes required 80 pieces of gold for a recruit. In the following law it is faintly expressed that slaves shall not be admitted inter optimas lectissimorum militum termas. Right arrow curving left. The person and property of a Roman knight, who had mutilated his 2 sons, were sold at public auction by order of Augustus, Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 27. The moderation of that artful usurper proves that this example of severity was justified by the spirit of the times. Ammianus makes a distinction between the effeminate Italians and the hardy Gauls, L. 15 c. 12. Yet only 15 years afterwards, Valentinian, in a law addressed to the prefect of Gaul, is obliged to enact that these cowardly deserters shall be burnt alive, Codex Theodosianus, L. 7 tit. 13 leg. 5. Their numbers in Illyricum were so considerable that the province complained of a scarcity of recruits, Edom, leg. 10, right arrow curving left. They were called Merci. Mercitus is found in Plautus and Festus, to denote a lazy and cowardly person, who, according to Arnobius and Augustine, was under the immediate protection of the goddess Mercia. From this particular instance of cowardice, mercere is used as synonymous to mutilare, by the writers of the Middle Latinity. See Henricus Lindenbrogius, and Valesius ad Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 15 c. 12. Right arrow curving left. Malaricus, ad habitus Francis quorum ea tempi state in pallatio multitudo florbat, erectius jam loquibator tumultua Turk. Ammianus, L. 15 c. 5. Right arrow curving left. Barbaros omnium primus, ad usque facies auxerat et tribias consulars. Ammianus, L. xxc. 10. Eusebius, in de Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 7, and Aurelius Victor seem to confirm the truth of this assertion, yet in the 32 consular fasti of the reign of Constantine, I cannot discover the name of a single barbarian. I should therefore interpret the liberality of that prince as relative to the ornaments, rather than to the office, of the consulship. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 8. Right arrow curving left. By a very singular metaphor, borrowed from the military character of the first emperors, the steward of their household was styled the count of their camp, comes castrensis. Cassiodorus very seriously represents to him that his own fame, and that of the empire, must depend on the opinion which foreign ambassadors may conceive of the plenty and magnificence of the royal table, Varierum, L. 6 Epistola 9. Right arrow curving left. Gutherius, de Officiis Domus Augusti, L. 2c. 20, L. 3, has very accurately explained the functions of the master of the offices and the constitution of the subordinate scrinia. But he vainly attempts, on the most doubtful authority, to deduce from the time of the Antonines, or even of Nero, the origin of a magistrate who cannot be found in history before the reign of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 1122, says that the first quaestors were elected by the people, 64 years after the foundation of the Republic. But he is of opinion that they had, long before that period, been annually appointed by the consuls, and even by the kings. But this obscure point of antiquity is contested by other writers. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals 1122, seems to consider 20 as the highest number of quaestors, and Dion, L. Xlii p. 374, insinuates that if the dictator Caesar once created 40, it was only to facilitate the payment of an immense debt of gratitude. Yet the augmentation which he made of praetors subsisted under the succeeding reigns. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 65, and Terentius, ad loc Dion Cassius, page 755. Right arrow curving left. The youth and inexperience of the quaestors, who entered on that important office in their 25th year, Lipsius, excursus ad Tacitus, L. 3d, engaged Augustus to remove them from the management of the treasury, and, though they were restored by Claudius, they seem to have been finally dismissed by Nero, Tacitus, Annals 1329. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 36, in Claudian, c. 24, Dion, pages 696, 961, etc., Pliny the Younger, Epistulae x 20, et alibi. In the provinces of the imperial division, the place of the quaestors was more ably supplied by the procurators, Dion Cassius, page 707, Tacitus in Vita Agricola, c. 15. Or, as they were afterwards called, rationales, Historia Augusta, page 130. But in the provinces of the Senate we may still discover a series of quaestors till the reign of Marcus Antoninus, see the inscriptions of Grutter, the epistles of Pliny the Younger. And a decisive fact in the Augustan history, p. 64, from Ulpian we may learn, Pandecti, L. I tit. 13, that, under the government of the house of Severus, their provincial administration was abolished. And in the subsequent troubles the annual or triennial elections of quaestors must have naturally ceased. Right arrow curving left. Cum patris nomini et epistolas ipsi dictaret, etia dicta conscriberet, orationesque in senatu reciteret, etium quaestoris vice. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Titus, c. 6. The office must have acquired new dignity, which was occasionally executed by the heir apparent of the empire. Trajan entrusted the same care to Hadrian, his quaestor and cousin. See Dodwell, Prelections Camdeniana x. 11, pages 362, 394. Right arrow curving left. Terris Edicta de Turris. Supplicibus responsa, Venice, Oracula Regis. Eloquio crevera tua. Nec dignius unquam. Majestas meminit Caeci Romana locutum. Claudian in Consolata Manlii Theodori, 33. See likewise Symmachus, Epistolite 17, and Cassiodorus, Variarum 6-5. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 30, Codex Justinianus, L. 12 tit. 24. Right arrow curving left. In the departments of the two counts of the treasury, the eastern part of the notitia happens to be very defective. It may be observed that we had a treasury chest in London, and a gynecium or manufacture at Winchester. But Britain was not thought worthy either of a mint or of an arsenal. Gaul alone possessed 3 of the former, and 8 of the latter. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. XXX leg. 2, and Godefroy Adlock right arrow curving left. Strabonis Geographica, L. XXIA, page 809, edit. Casaubon, M. The other temple of Comana, in Pontus, was a colony from that of Cappadocia, L. 12, page 835. The President Charles de Brasses, see his Sallust, Tom. 2, page 21, edit. Casaubon, M. Conjectures that the deity adored in both Comanas was Beltis, the Venus of the East, the goddess of generation, a very different being indeed from the goddess of war. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. X tit. 6, de Grege Dominico. Godefroy has collected every circumstance of antiquity relative to the Cappadocian horses. One of the finest breeds, the Palmation, was the forfeiture of a rebel, whose estate lay about 16 miles from Tyana, near the great road between Constantinople and Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Justinian, Novella 30, subjected the province of the Count of Cappadocia to the immediate authority of the favorite eunuch, who presided over the sacred bedchamber. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. XXX leg. 4, etc. Right arrow curving left. Pansarolus, pages 102, 136. The appearance of these military domestics is described in the Latin poem of Corippus, De Laudibus Justini Minoris, L. 3 157, 179, pages 419, 420 of the Appendix, Historiae Byzantini, Rome 1777. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, who served so many years, obtained only the rank of a protector. The first 10 among these honorable soldiers were clarissimi. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Cyropedia, L. 8. Barnaby Brisson, De Regno Persico, L. I number 190, page 264. The emperors adopted with pleasure this Persian metaphor. Right arrow curving left. For the agents in rebus, see Ammianus, L. 15c. 3, L. 16c. 5, L. XXIC. 7. With the curious annotations of Valesius. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. 27, 28, 29. Among the passages collected in the commentary of Godefroy, the most remarkable is one from Libanius, in his discourse concerning the death of Julian. Right arrow curving left. The Pandects, L. XLVII tit. 18, contain the sentiments of the most celebrated civilians on the subject of torture. They strictly confine it to slaves. And Ulpian himself is ready to acknowledge that residential est fragilis et periculosa, eque veritatem fallat. Right arrow curving left. In the conspiracy of Piso against Nero, Epicharis, Libertina Mulier, was the only person tortured, the rest were intacti tormentis. It would be superfluous to add a weaker, and it would be difficult to find a stronger, example. Tacitus, Annals 1557. Right arrow curving left. Dicendum, de Institutis Atheniensium. Rhodiorum, doctissimorum hominum, apud quos etium, id quat acerbissimum est, liberi, civesque torquenter. Cicero, Partitions Oratorii, c. 34. We may learn from the trial of Philotas the practice of the Macedonians, Diodorus Siculus, L. 17, page 604, Quintus Curtius Rufus, L. 6c. 11. Right arrow curving left. Haenexius, Elementa Juris Civilis, Part 7, page 81, has collected these exemptions into one view. Right arrow curving left. This definition of the sage Ulpian, Pandecti, L. XLVII tit. 4, seems to have been adapted to the court of Caracalla, rather than to that of Alexander Severus. See the codes of Theodosius and ad legem Julium Majestatis. Right arrow curving left. Arcadius Carisius is the oldest lawyer quoted in the Pandects to justify the universal practice of torture in all cases of treason. But this maxim of tyranny, which is admitted by Ammianus, L. 19c. 12, with the most respectful terror, is enforced by several laws of the successors of Constantine. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. XXXV, in Majestatis Crimen Omnibus Equa Est Conditio. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, de l'Esprit de l'Oix, L. 12c. 13. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hume, Essays, Volume 1, p. 389, has seen this important truth, with some degree of perplexity. Right arrow curving left. The cycle of indictions, which may be traced as high as the reign of Constantius, or perhaps of his father, Constantine, is still employed by the papal court, but the commencement of the year has been very reasonably altered to the 1st of January. See L'Art de vérifier les dates, page 11, and Dictionnaire raisonné de la diplomatique, tom. 2, page 25, 2 accurate treatises, which come from the workshop of the Benedictines. 8889 right arrow curving left. The first 28 titles of the 11th book of the Theodosian Code are filled with the circumstantial regulations on the important subject of tributes. But they suppose a clearer knowledge of fundamental principles than it is at present in our power to attain. Right arrow curving left. The title concerning the Decurions, L. 12 tit. 1, is the most ample in the whole Theodosian Code, since it contains not less than 192 distinct laws to ascertain the duties and privileges of that useful order of citizens. 8890 right arrow curving left. Habemus enim edi hominum numerum que deletae sunt, edi agram modum. Eumenius in Panegyrici Vetters 8-6. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. X. 11 with Godefroy's commentary. Right arrow curving left. Sicis sacraliga vitam fals succiderit, aut feratium remorum fidus hebitavrit, quo delinet fidem sensuum, edimentiator collide paupertatis ingenium, mox detectus capitali subbibit exitium. Edi bona aegis in fisi jura migrabunt. Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. 11 leg. 1. Although this law is not without its studied obscurity, it is, however, clear enough to prove the minuteness of the Inquisition, and the disproportion of the penalty. Right arrow curving left. The astonishment of Pliny the Elder would have ceased. Equidem maior populum Romanum victus gentibus argentum semper imperitas non orum. Naturalis Historiae 33:15. Right arrow curving left. The proprietors were not charged with the expense of this transport. In the provinces situated on the seashore or near the great rivers, there were companies of boatmen, and of masters of vessels, who had this commission, and furnished the means of transport at their own expense. In return, they were themselves exempt altogether, or in part, from the indite ion and other imposts. They had certain privileges. Particular regulations determined their rights and obligations. Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. V. leg. 9. The transports by land were made in the same manner, by the intervention of a privileged company called bastaga. The members were called bastagarii. Codex Theodosianus, L. 8 tit. V. G. Right arrow curving left. Some precautions were taken. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 11 tit. 2 and Codex Justinianus, L. X tit. XXVI leg. 1, 3, to restrain the magistrates from the abuse of their authority, either in the exaction or in the purchase of corn, but those who had learning enough to read the orations of Cicero against Verres, 3, de fermento, might instruct themselves in all the various arts of oppression. With regard to the weight, the price, the quality, and the carriage, the avarice of an unlettered governor would supply the ignorance of precept or precedent. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 11 tit. 18 leg. 2, published the 24th of March, AD 395, by the Emperor Honorius, only 2 months after the death of his father, Theodosius. He speaks of 528,042 Roman jugera, which I have reduced to the English measure. The jugerum contained 28,800 square Roman feet. Right arrow curving left. Godefroy, Codex Theodosianus, Tom. 6, p. 116, argues with weight and learning on the subject of the capitation. But while he explains the capit, as a share or measure of property, he too absolutely excludes the idea of a personal assessment. Right arrow curving left. Quid profurit, Julianus, Anhelantibus extrema penuria Gallis, hinc maxime claret, quat primitus partis eas ingressus. Pro capitibus singulus tributi nomini vice nos canos orios reperit flagitari. Discedens vero septinos tantum numera universa complentis. Ammianus, L. 16c. 5. Right arrow curving left. In the calculation of any sum of money under Constantine and his successors, we need only refer to the excellent discourse of Mr. Greaves on the denarius, for the proof of the following principles. That the ancient and modern Roman pound, containing 5,256 grains of troy weight, is about 1/12 lighter than the English pound, which is composed of 5,760 of the same grains. That the pound of gold, which had once been divided into 48 aurei, was at this time coined into 72 smaller pieces of the same denomination. That 5 of these aurei were the legal tender for a pound of silver, and that consequently the pound of gold was exchanged for 14 pounds 8 ounces of silver according to the Roman, or about 13 pounds according to the English, weight. that the English pound of silver is coined into 62 shillings. From these elements we may compute the Roman pound of gold, the usual method of reckoning large sums, at 40 pounds sterling. And we may fix the currency of the aureus at somewhat more than 11 shillings. 8891 right arrow curving left. Two masterly dissertations of M. Savigny, in the Memoirs of the Berlin Academy, 1822 and 1823, have thrown new light on the taxation system of the empire. Gibbon, according to M. Savigny, is mistaken in supposing that there was but one kind of capitation tax. There was a land tax, and a capitation tax, strictly so called. The land tax was, in its operation, a proprietor's or landlord's tax. But, besides this, there was a direct capitation tax on all who were not possessed of landed property. This tax dates from the time of the Roman conquests. Its amount is not clearly known. Gradual exemptions released different persons and classes from this tax. One edict exempts painters. In Syria, all under 12 or 14, or above 65, were exempted. At a later period, all under 20, and all unmarried females. Still later, all under 25, widows and nuns, soldiers, veterani and clerici, whole dioceses, that of Thrace and Illyricum. Under Galerius and Licinius, the plebs urbana became exempt. Though this, perhaps, was only an ordinance for the East. By degrees, however, the exemption was extended to all the inhabitants of towns. And as it was strictly capitatio plebea, from which all possessors were exempted, it fell at length altogether on the colony and agricultural slaves. These were registered in the same cataster, capitastrum, with the land tax. It was paid by the proprietor, who raised it again from his colony and laborers. M. Right arrow curving left. Geriens nos esse puta, monstrum tributum. Hic capita ut vivum, tu mihi tolli tria. Sidonius Apollinaris, Carmen 13. The reputation of Father Jacques Sermond led me to expect more satisfaction than I have found in his note, page 144, on this remarkable passage. The words, sua vel suorum nomini, betray the perplexity of the commentator. Right arrow curving left. This assertion, however formidable it may seem, is founded on the original registers of births, deaths, and marriages, collected by public authority, and now deposited in the Control General at Paris. The annual average of births throughout the whole kingdom, taken in 5 years, from 1770 to 1774, both inclusive, is 479,649 boys, and 449,269 girls, in all 928,918 children. The province of French Hainaut alone furnishes 9,906 births. And we are assured, by an actual enumeration of the people, annually repeated from the year 1773 to the year 1776, that, upon an average, Hainaut contains 257,097 inhabitants. By the rules of fair analogy, we might infer that the ordinary proportion of annual births to the whole people is about 1 to 26. And that the Kingdom of France contains 24,151,868 persons of both sexes and of every age. If we content ourselves with the more moderate proportion of 1 to 25, the whole population will amount to 23,222,950. From the diligent researches of the French government, which are not unworthy of our own imitation, we may hope to obtain a still greater degree of certainty on this important subject. 8892 right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L.V. Tit. 9, X, 11. Codex Justinianus, L. 11 Tit. Lx coloni appellanter ca conditionum debent genitali solo, propter agriculturum sub dominio possessorum. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. XCI right arrow curving left. The ancient jurisdiction of Augustodinum, Autun in Burgundy, the capital of the Aedui, comprehended the adjacent territory of Noviodunum, Nevers. C. D. Anvil, Notice de Lancey and Gaul, page 491. The two dioceses of Autun and Nevers are now composed, the former of 610, and the latter of 160 parishes. The registers of births, taken during 11 years, in 476 parishes of the same province of Burgundy, and multiplied by the moderate proportion of 25, see Messence, Recherches sur la population, p. 142, may authorize us to assign an average number of 656 persons for each parish, which being again multiplied by the 770 parishes of the diocese of Nevers and Autun, will produce the sum of 505. 120 persons for the extent of country which was once possessed by the Aedui. Right arrow curving left. We might derive an additional supply of 301,750 inhabitants from the diocese of Chalons, Cabellonum, and of Macon, Matisco, since they contain, the one 200, and the other 260 parishes. This accession of territory might be justified by very specious reasons. Chalons and Macon were undoubtedly within the original jurisdiction of the Aedui. C. D'Anville, Notice de Lancey and Gaul, pages 187, 443. In the Notitia of Gaul, they are enumerated not as civitates, but merely as castra. They do not appear to have been episcopal seats before the 5th and 6th centuries. Yet there is a passage in Eumenius, Panegyrici Vetters 8:7, which very forcibly deters me from extending the territory of the Aedui, in the reign of Constantine, along the beautiful banks of the navigable Saône. 8893 right arrow curving left. Eumenius in Panegyrici Vetters. 811. Right arrow curving left. L'Abbé Dubos, Histoire critique de la monarchie françoise, tom. I, page 121. Right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. I and 4. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Theodosius put an end, by a law, to this disgraceful source of revenue. Godefroy ad Codex Theodosianus 13 tit. IC. 1. But before he deprived himself of it, he made sure of some way of replacing this deficit. A rich patrician, Florentius, indignant at this legalized licentiousness, had made representations on the subject to the emperor. To induce him to tolerate it no longer, he offered his own property to supply the diminution of the revenue. The emperor had the baseness to accept his offer. G. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 115. There is probably as much passion and prejudice in the attack of Zosimus as in the elaborate defense of the memory of Constantine by the zealous Dr. Howell. History of the World, Volume 2, page 20. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 11 tit. 7 leg. 3. Right arrow curving left. See Lipsius, De Magnitudine Romana, L. 2c. 9. The Tarragonese Spain presented the Emperor Claudius with a crown of gold of 7, and Gaul with another of 900 pounds weight. I have followed the rational emendation of Lipsius. 8894 right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 12 tit. 13. The senators were supposed to be exempt from the aurum coronarium. But the aureoblatio, which was required at their hands, was precisely of the same nature. Right arrow curving left. The great Theodosius, in his judicious advice to his son, Claudian in For Consulatu Honorii Augusti, 214, etc., distinguishes the station of a Roman prince from that of a Parthian monarch. Virtue was necessary for the one, birth might suffice for the other. Right arrow curving left. En ne trompera point sur Constantine, en croyant tout le mal chuen dit Eusebe, edi tout le bien chuen dit Zosime. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. 3, page 233. Eusebius and Zosimus form indeed the two extremes of flattery and invective. The intermediate shades are expressed by those writers whose character or situation variously tempered the influence of their religious zeal. Right arrow curving left. The virtues of Constantine are collected for the most part from Eutropius and the younger Victor, two sincere pagans, who wrote after the extinction of his family. Even Zosimus and the Emperor Julian acknowledge his personal courage and military achievements. Right arrow curving left. See Eutropius x6. In primo imperii tempori optimus principibus, ultimo medius comparandus. From the ancient Greek version of Poianius, edit. Haverkamp, page 697, I am inclined to suspect that Eutropius had originally written Vix Medius, and that the offensive monosyllable was dropped by the willful inadvertency of transcribers. Aurelius Victor expresses the general opinion by a vulgar and indeed obscure proverb. Tracula decim annus prestantissimus, duodecim sequentibus latro, decim novissimus pupillus ob emodicas profusions. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, p. 8, in a flattering discourse pronounced before the son of Constantine, and Caesars, page 336. Zosimus, pages 114, 115. The stately buildings of Constantinople, etc., may be quoted as a lasting and unexceptionable proof of the profuseness of their founder. Right arrow curving left. The impartial Ammianus deserves all our confidence. Proximorum fauces apparuit primus omnium Constantinus. L. 16c8. Eusebius himself confesses the abuse, De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 29, 54. And some of the imperial laws feebly point out the remedy. See here in chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. Julian, in the Caesars, attempts to ridicule his uncle. His suspicious testimony is confirmed, however, by the learned Spanheim, with the authority of Medals, see Commentaire, pages 156, 299, 397, 459. Eusebius, Oratio c. 5, alleges that Constantine dressed for the public, not for himself. Were this admitted, the vainest coxcomb could never want an excuse. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus and Zonaras agree in representing Minervina as the concubine of Constantine. But Du Cange has very gallantly rescued her character, by producing a decisive passage from one of the panegyrics, Ab ipso fine puritii te matrimonii legibus didisti. Right arrow curving left. Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, page 44, bestows on him, after Zosimus, the name of Constantine, a name somewhat unlikely, as it was already occupied by the elder brother. That of Hannibalianus is mentioned in the Paschal Chronicle, and is approved by Tillemont. Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 527. Right arrow curving left. Jerome in Chronicon. The poverty of Lactantius may be applied either to the praise of the disinterested philosopher, or to the shame of the unfeeling patron. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6 part 1, p. 345, Dupin, Bibliothèque ecclésiastique, tom. I, page 205. Lardner's The Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2 Volume 7, page 66. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. xc. 9. Eutropius, x6, styles him egregium virum, and Julian, Oratio I, very plainly alludes to the exploits of Crispus in the Civil War. See Spanheim, Commentaire, page 92. Right arrow curving left. Compare Idatius and the Paschal Chronicle, with Ammianus, L. 14c. 5. The year in which Constantius was created Caesar seems to be more accurately fixed by the two chronologists. But the historian who lived in his court could not be ignorant of the day of the anniversary. For the appointment of the new Caesar to the provinces of Gaul, see Julian, Oratio I, p. 12, Godefroy, Chronologia Legum, page 26, and Blondel, de la Primate en l'Église, page 1183. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 9 tit. 4, Godefroy suspected the secret motives of this law. Commentary Tom. 3, page 9. Right arrow curving left. Du Cange, Famille Byzantini, page 28. Tillemont, Tom. 4, page 610. Right arrow curving left. His name was Porphyrius Optationus. The date of his panegyric, written, according to the taste of the age, in vile acrostics, is settled by Scaliger ad Eusebius, page 250, Tillemont, Tom. 4, page 607, and Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina, L. 4c. 1. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 103. Godefroy, Chronologia Legum, page 28. Right arrow curving left. Caparota omega, without a trial, is the strong, and most probably the just, expression of Suedas. The elder Victor, who wrote under the next reign, speaks with becoming caution. Nata grandior incertum qua causa, patris judicio occidicit. If we consult the succeeding writers, Eutropius, the younger Victor, Orosius, Jerome, Zosimus, Philostorgius, and Gregory of Tours, their knowledge will appear gradually to increase. As their means of information must have diminished, a circumstance which frequently occurs in historical disquisition. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, L. 14c. 11, uses the general expression of peremptum. Codinus, page 34, beheads the young prince. But Sidonius Apollinaris, Epistle v. 8, for the sake perhaps of an antithesis to Fausta's warm bath, chooses to administer a draught of cold poison. Right arrow curving left. Sororis filium, commodi indelis juvenum. Eutropius x 6. May I not be permitted to conjecture that Crispus had married Helena, the daughter of the Emperor Licinius, and that on the happy delivery of the princess, in the year 322, a general pardon was granted by Constantine? See Du Cange, Famille Byzantini, page 47, and the law, L. 9 tit. XVI, of the Theodosian Code, which has so much embarrassed the interpreters. Godefroy, Tom. 3, page 267. 8895 right arrow curving left. See the Life of Constantine, particularly L. 2c. 19, 20. 250 years afterwards Evagrius, L. 3c. 41, deduced from the silence of Eusebius a vain argument against the reality of the fact. Right arrow curving left. Histoire de Pierre le Grand, par Voltaire, part 2c. 10. Right arrow curving left. In order to prove that the statue was erected by Constantine, and afterwards concealed by the malice of the Arians, Codinus very readily creates, p. 34, two witnesses, Hippolytus and the younger Herodotus, to whose imaginary histories he appeals with unblushing confidence. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 103, may be considered as our original. The ingenuity of the moderns, assisted by a few hints from the ancients, has illustrated and improved his obscure and imperfect narrative. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 2c. 4. Zosimus, L. 2, pp. 104, 116, imputes to Constantine the death of two wives, of the innocent Fausta, and of an adulteress, who was the mother of his three successors. According to Jerome, 3 or 4 years elapsed between the death of Crispus and that of Fausta. The elder Victor is prudently silent. Right arrow curving left. If Fausta was put to death, it is reasonable to believe that the private apartments of the palace were the scene of her execution. The orator Chrysostom indulges his fancy by exposing the naked empress on a desert mountain to be devoured by wild beasts. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I. He seems to call her the mother of Crispus. She might assume that title by adoption. At least, she was not considered as his mortal enemy. Julian compares the fortune of Fausta with that of Persides, the Persian queen. A Roman would have more naturally recollected the second Agrippina. Aidez-moi, que sur le trône ai suivi mes ancêtres. Moi, fille, femme, sur et mère de vos maîtres. Right arrow curving left. Monody, in Constantine Jr., c. 4, ad calcem Eutropius, edit. Haverkamp. The orator styles her the most divine and pious of queens. Right arrow curving left. Manso, Laban Constantius de Grosson, p. 65, treats this inference of Gibbon, and the authorities to which he appeals, with too much contempt, considering the general scantiness of proof on this curious question. M. Right arrow curving left. Interfecit numerosos amicos. Eutropius x 6. Right arrow curving left. Saturni aurea secula cos requirat? Sunt haec gemmea, sed Neroniana. Sidonius Apollinaris v. 8. It is somewhat singular that these satirical lines should be attributed, not to an obscure libeller, or a disappointed patriot, but to Ablavius, prime minister and favorite of the emperor. We may now perceive that the imprecations of the Roman people were dictated by humanity, as well as by superstition. Zosimus, L. 2, page 105. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Oratio in de Vita Constantini, c. 3. These dates are sufficiently correct to justify the orator. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 117. Under the predecessors of Constantine, nobilissimus was a vague epithet, rather than a legal and determined title. Right arrow curving left. Adstrunt nummi vetters ac singulars. Spanheim, Dissertations de Prestantia et usu numismatum antiquorum 12 Volume 2, page 357. Ammianus speaks of this Roman king, L. 14c. 1, and Valesius ad loc. The Valesian fragment styles him King of Kings, and the Paschal Chronicle, by employing the word rho eta gamma alpha, acquires the weight of Latin evidence. 8896 Right arrow curving left. His dexterity in martial exercises is celebrated by Julian, Oratio I, page 11, Oratio II, page 53, and allowed by Ammianus, L. XXIC, 16. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in de Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 51. Julian, Oratio I, pages 11, 16, with Spanheim's elaborate commentary. Libanius, Oratio 3, page 109. Constantius studied with laudable diligence. But the dullness of his fancy prevented him from succeeding in the art of poetry, or even of rhetoric. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 4c. 51, 52, with a design of exalting the authority and glory of Constantine, affirms that he divided the Roman Empire as a private citizen might have divided his patrimony. His distribution of the provinces may be collected from Eutropius, the two victors and the Valesian fragment. Right arrow curving left. Calasirus, the obscure leader of this rebellion, or rather tumult, was apprehended and burnt alive in the marketplace of Tarsus, by the vigilance of Dalmatius. See the Elder Victor, the Chronicle of Jerome, and the doubtful traditions of Theophanes and Cedrenus. Right arrow curving left. Cellarius has collected the opinions of the ancients concerning the European and Asiatic Sarmatia, and M. D'Anville has applied them to modern geography with the skill and accuracy which always distinguish that excellent writer. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, L. 17c. 12. The Sarmatian horses were castrated to prevent the mischievous accidents which might happen from the noisy and ungovernable passions of the males. Right arrow curving left. Pausanias, L. I, page 50, edit. Kuhn. That inquisitive traveler had carefully examined a Sarmatian cuirass, which was preserved in the temple of Aesculapius at Athens. Right arrow curving left. Aspices eti midit sub adunco toxica ferro. Id telum causas mortis habira duas. Ovid, Epistulae ex Ponto, L. 4, Epistula 7, verse 7. See in the Recherches sur les Américains, tom. 2, pages 236, 271, a very curious dissertation on poison darts. The venom was commonly extracted from the vegetable rain, but that employed by the Scythians appears to have been drawn from the viper and a mixture of human blood. The use of poisoned arms, which has been spread over both worlds, never preserved a savage tribe from the arms of a disciplined enemy. Right arrow curving left. The 9 books of poetical epistles which Ovid composed during the 7 first years of his melancholy exile, possess, beside the merit of elegance, a double value. They exhibit a picture of the human mind under very singular circumstances, and they contain many curious observations, which no Roman, except Ovid, could have an opportunity of making. Every circumstance which tends to illustrate the history of the barbarians has been drawn together by the very accurate Count Louis Gabriel Dubutte, Histoire anciens de peuples de l'Europe, tom. 4 c. 16, pages 286, 317. Right arrow curving left. The Sarmatian Jazygi were settled on the banks of Pathissus or Tibiscus, when Pliny the Elder, in the year 79, published his natural history. Cl. 4c. 25. In the time of Strabo and Ovid, 60 or 70 years before, they appear to have inhabited beyond the Gedi, along the coast of the Euxine. Right arrow curving left. Principes Sarmaturum Jazygum Penis quo civitatis regimen, plebum quoque et vim equitum, qua sola valant, offerbant. Tacitus, Historiae 3:5. This offer was made in the civil war between Vitellius and Vespasian. Right arrow curving left. This hypothesis of a Vandal king reigning over Sarmatian subjects seems necessary to reconcile the Goth Jornans with the Greek and Latin historians of Constantine. It may be observed that Isidore, who lived in Spain under the dominion of the Goths, gives them for enemies, not the Vandals, but the Sarmatians. See his Gotharum, Vandalorum, Sueverum in Hispania Chronicon in Grotius, p. 709.8897. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon states that Constantine was defeated by the Goths in a first battle. No ancient author mentions such an event. It is, no doubt, a mistake in Gibbon. Saint Martin, Note to Lebeau, I 324. M. Right arrow curving left. I may stand in need of some apology for having used, without scruple, the authority of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, in all that relates to the wars and negotiations of the Chersonites. I am aware that he was a Greek of the 10th century, and that his accounts of ancient history are frequently confused and fabulous. But on this occasion his narrative is, for the most part, consistent and probable. Nor is there much difficulty in conceiving that an emperor might have access to some secret archives, which had escaped the diligence of meaner historians. For the situation and history of Cherson, see Claude Charles de Peyssonel, Observations historiques et géographiques, sur les peuples barbares que ont habité les bords du Danube and du Pont Euxine, c. 16, pages 84, 90.88-98. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon supposes that this war took place because Constantine had deducted a part of the customary gratifications, granted by his predecessors to the Sarmatians. Nothing of this kind appears in the authors. We see, on the contrary, that after his victory, and to punish the Sarmatians for the ravages they had committed, he withheld the sums which it had been the custom to bestow. Saint Martin, Note to Lebeau, I 327. M. Right arrow curving left. The Gothic and Sarmatian wars are related in so broken and imperfect a manner that I have been obliged to compare the following writers, who mutually supply, correct, and illustrate each other. Those who will take the same trouble, may acquire a right of criticizing my narrative. Ammianus, L. 17 c. 12. Anonymous Valesianus, page 715. Eutropius x 7. Sextus Rufus, de Provinciis, c. 26. Julian, Oratio I, page 9, and Spanheim, Commentaire, page 94. Hieronymus, in Chronicon. Eusebius in de Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 6. Socrates, L. IC. 18. Sozomen, L. IC. 8. Zosimus, L. 2, page 108. Jornans, de Rebus Jedicis, c. 22. Isidorus Hispalensis in Chronicon, page 709, in Historia Gotharum, Vandalorum, and Langobardorum. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, de Administrando Imperio, c. 53, p. 208, edit. Mercii.8899 right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in de Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 50, remarks three circumstances relative to these Indians. They came from the shores of the Eastern Ocean. A description which might be applied to the coast of China or Coromandel. They presented shining gems and unknown animals. They protested their kings had erected statues to represent the supreme majesty of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Funes relatum in urbum sui nominis, quat sane populus Romanus agerime tullit. Aurelius Victor. Constantine prepared for himself a stately tomb in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Eusebius, L. 4c. 60. The best, and indeed almost the only, account of the sickness, death, and funeral of Constantine is contained in the fourth book of his life, by Eusebius. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 4c. 68, terminates his narrative by this loyal declaration of the troops, and avoids all the invidious circumstances of the subsequent massacre. Right arrow curving left. The character of Dalmatius is advantageously, though concisely, drawn by Eutropius, x. 9. Dalmatius Caesar prosperima in dole, nec patruo absimilis, haud multo post oppressus est faction militari. As both Jerome and the Alexandrian World Chronicle mention the third year of the Caesar, which did not commence till the 18th or 24th of September, AD 337. It is certain that these military factions continued above 4 months. Right arrow curving left. I have related this singular anecdote on the authority of Philostorgius, L. 2c. 16. But if such a pretext was ever used by Constantius and his adherents, it was laid aside with contempt, as soon as it served their immediate purpose. Athanasius, Tom. I. p. 856, mentions the oath which Constantius had taken for the security of his kinsman. 8900 right arrow curving left. Conjugia sobernarum Dio ignorata, tempori adito per cribis. Tacitus, Annals 12:6, and Lipsius ad loc. The repeal of the ancient law, and the practice of 500 years, were insufficient to eradicate the prejudices of the Romans, who still considered the marriages of cousins german as a species of imperfect incest. Augustine, De Civitate Dei 15:6. And Julian, whose mind was biased by superstition and resentment, stigmatizes these unnatural alliances between his own cousins with the opprobrious epithet of gamma alpha mu tau epsilon omicron gamma alpha mu, Oratio 7, p. 228. The jurisprudence of the canons has since revived and enforced this prohibition, without being able to introduce it either into the civil or the common law of Europe. See on the subject of these marriages, John Taylor's Elements of Civil Law, page 331, Henrici Brouwer, De Jure Connubiorum, L. 2c. 12. Louis de Héricourt, Les Loix Ecclésiastiques de France, part 3c. 5, Fleury, Institution au droit ecclésiastique, tom. I. page 331, Paris, 1767. And Fra Paolo Sarpi, Historia del Concilio Tridentino, L. 8. Right arrow curving left. Julian, ad Senatus Populusque Athena, p. 270, charges his cousin Constantius with the whole guilt of a massacre from which he himself so narrowly escaped. His assertion is confirmed by Athanasius, who, for reasons of a very different nature, was not less an enemy of Constantius. Tom. I. page 856. Zosimus joins in the same accusation. But the three abbreviators, Eutropius and the victors, use very qualifying expressions, sinent podius quam jubent, incertum quo suasor, 6 militum. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 69. Zosimus, L. 2, page 117. Idatius in Chronicon. See 2 notes of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, pages 1086, 1091. The reign of the eldest brother at Constantinople is noticed only in the Alexandrian World Chronicle. Right arrow curving left. Agathias, who lived in the 6th century, is the author of this story, L. 4, p. 135, edit. Louvre. He derived his information from some extracts of the Persian chronicles, obtained and translated by the interpreter Sergius, during his embassy at that country. The coronation of the mother of Sapor is likewise mentioned by Wilhelm Schickard, Tarek, page 116, and D. Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 763.8901 right arrow curving left. D'Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 764, right arrow curving left. Gibbon, according to Sir J. Malcolm, has greatly mistaken the derivation of this name. It means Zooloctaph, the Lord of the Shoulders, from his directing the shoulders of his captives to be pierced and then dislocated by a string passed through them. Eastern authors are agreed with respect to the origin of this title. Malcolm I. 84. Gibbon took his derivation from D. Herbelot, who gives both, the latter on the authority of the Leb, Tariq. M. Right arrow curving left. Sextus Rufus, c. 26, who on this occasion is no contemptible authority, affirms that the Persians sued in vain for peace, and that Constantine was preparing to march against them, yet the superior weight of the testimony of Eusebius obliges us to admit the preliminaries, if not the ratification, of the treaty. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 420.8902 right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, page 20. Right arrow curving left. Tiridates had sustained a war against Maximin, caused by the hatred of the latter against Christianity. Armenia was the first nation which embraced Christianity. About the year 276 it was the religion of the king, the nobles, and the people of Armenia. From St. Martin, Supplement to Le Beau, Volume 1, page 78. Compare Preface to History of Vartan by Professor Carl Newman, page 9. M. Right arrow curving left. Khosrow was restored probably by Licinius, between 314 and 319. There was an Antiochus who was Prefectus Vigilum at Rome, as appears from the Theodosian Code, L. 3 de Infisque sub tie, in 326, and from a fragment of the same work published by M. Amadis Perron, in 319. He may before this have been sent into Armenia. St. Martin, page 407. Is it not more probable that Antiochus was an officer in the service of the Caesar who ruled in the East? M. Khosrow was succeeded in the year 322 by his son Dairon. Dairon was a weak prince, and in the 16th year of his reign, AD 337, was betrayed into the power of the Persians by the treachery of his chamberlain and the Persian governor of Atropatene or Azerbaijan. He was blinded, his wife and his son Arsaces shared his captivity, but the princes and nobles of Armenia claimed the protection of Rome. And this was the cause of Constantine's declaration of war against the Persians. The king of Persia attempted to make himself master of Armenia. But the brave resistance of the people, the advance of Constantius, and a defeat which his army suffered at Osca in Armenia, and the failure before Nisibis, forced Shapur to submit to terms of peace. Vera Shapur, the perfidious governor of Atropatene, was flayed alive. Dairon and his son were released from captivity. Dairon refused to ascend the throne, and retired to an obscure retreat. His son Arsaces was crowned king of Armenia. Arsaces pursued a vacillating policy between the influence of Rome and Persia, and the war recommenced in the year 345. At least that was the period of the expedition of Constantius to the east. See St. Martin, Additions to Le Beau, I 442. The Persians have made an extraordinary romance out of the history of Shapur, who went as a spy to Constantinople, was taken, harnessed like a horse, and carried to witness the devastation of his kingdom. Malcolm I 84. M. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, pages 20, 21. Moses of Choronae, L. 2c 89, L. 3c 1, 9, pages 226, 240. The perfect agreement between the vague hints of the contemporary orator and the circumstantial narrative of the national historian gives light to the former and weight to the latter. For the credit of Moses, it may be likewise observed that the name of Antiochus is found a few years before in a civil office of inferior dignity. See Godefroy, Codex Theodotionus, Tom. 6, page 350. 8903 right arrow curving left. It was during this war that a bold flatterer, whose name is unknown, published the itineraries of Alexander and Trajan, in order to direct the victorious Constantius in the footsteps of those great conquerors of the East. The former of these has been published for the first time by M. Angelo Mai, Milan, 1817, reprinted at Frankfurt, 1818. It adds so little to our knowledge of Alexander's campaigns that it only excites our regret that it is not the itinerary of Trajan, of whose eastern victories we have no distinct record. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, 14-4, gives a lively description of the wandering and predatory life of the Saracens, who stretched from the confines of Assyria to the cataracts of the Nile. It appears from the adventures of Malchus, which Jerome has related in so entertaining a manner, that the high road between Berea and Edessa was infested by these robbers. See Hieronymus, Tom. I. p. 256, right arrow curving left. We shall take from Eutropius the general idea of the war, x10. Apersis enim multa et gravia perpessus, sep captis opidus, obsessus herbibus, quisus exercitibus, nolumci I contra saporum prosperum prelium fuit, nisi quadrupud singerum, etc. This honest account is confirmed by the hints of Ammianus, Rufus, and Jerome. The two first orations of Julian and the third oration of Libanius exhibit a more flattering picture. But the recantation of both those orators, after the death of Constantius, while it restores us to the possession of the truth, degrades their own character, and that of the emperor. The commentary of Spanheim on the first oration of Julian is profusely learned. See likewise the judicious observations of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 4, page 656. Right arrow curving left. Now Sinjar, on the river Clabras. M. Right arrow curving left. Acerrima nocturna concertation pugnatum est, nostrorum copius ingenti strege confassus. Ammianus 18:5. See likewise Eutropius x10, and Sextus Rufus, c. 27.8904 right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio 3, page 133, with Julian, Oratio I, page 24, and Spanheim's commentary, page 179. Right arrow curving left. See Julian, Oratio I, p. 27, Oratio 2, page 62, etc., with the commentary of Spanheim, pages 188-202, who illustrates the circumstances, and ascertains the time of the three sieges of Nisibis. Their dates are likewise examined by Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 4, pages 668, 671, 674. Something is added from Zosimus, L. 3, page 151, and the Alexandrian World Chronicle, page 290. Right arrow curving left. Sallustii fragment 84 edit. De Brosses, and Plutarch in Parallel Lives, Lucullus, Tom. 3, page 184. Nisibis is now reduced to 150 houses, the marshy lands produce rice, and the fertile meadows, as far as Mosul and the Tigris, are covered with the ruins of towns and alleges. See Niebuhr, Voyage en Arabie, Tom. 2, pages 300-309. Right arrow curving left. The miracles which Theodoret, L. 2c. 30, ascribes to St. James, Bishop of Edessa, were at least performed in a worthy cause, the defense of his country. He appeared on the walls under the figure of the Roman emperor, and sent an army of gnats to sting the trunks of the elephants, and to discomfit the host of the new Sennacherib. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, page 27. Though Niebuhr, Tom. 2, page 307, allows a very considerable swell to the Mygdonius, over which he saw a bridge of 12 arches. It is difficult, however, to understand this parallel of a trifling rivulet with a mighty river. There are many circumstances obscure, and almost unintelligible, in the description of these stupendous waterworks. Right arrow curving left. John MacDonald Kinnear observes on these floating batteries, as the elevation of place is considerably above the level of the country in its immediate vicinity, and the Mygdonius is a very insignificant stream, it is difficult to imagine how this work could have been accomplished. Even with the wonderful resources which the king must have had at his disposal. A Geographical Memoir of the Persian Empire, page 262. M. Right arrow curving left. We are obliged to Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, p. 11, for this invasion of the Massagetes, which is perfectly consistent with the general series of events, to which we are darkly led by the broken history of Ammianus. Right arrow curving left. The causes and the events of this civil war are related with much perplexity and contradiction. I have chiefly followed Zonaras and the younger Victor. The monody, ad calcem Eutropius, edit. Haverkamp, pronounced on the death of Constantine, might have been very instructive, but prudence and false taste engaged the orator to involve himself in vague declamation. Right arrow curving left. Quarum, gentium, obsides pretio quisidos pueros venusturis quat cultius habuerat libidine hujusmodi arcis pro certo habiter. Had not the depraved taste of Constans been publicly avowed, the elder Victor, who held a considerable office in his brother's reign, would not have asserted it in such positive terms. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio 1 and 2. Zosimus, L. 2, page 134. Victor and Epitome de Caesaribus. There is reason to believe that Magnentius was born in one of those barbarian colonies which Constantius Chlorus had established in Gaul, see here in chapter 13. His behavior may remind us of the patriot Earl of Leicester, the famous Simon de Montfort, who could persuade the good people of England that he, a Frenchman by birth, had taken arms to deliver them from foreign favorites. Right arrow curving left. This ancient city had once flourished under the name of Illiberis, Pomponius Mela 25. The munificence of Constantine gave it new splendor, and his mother's name, Helena, it is still called Elne, became the seat of a bishop, who long afterwards transferred his residence to Perpignan, the capital of modern Roussillon. C. D. Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 380. Longueroux, Description historique et géographique de la France ancienne et moderne, page 223, and the Marca Hispanica, L. IC. 2. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, pages 119, 120. Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, page 13, and the abbreviators. Right arrow curving left. Eutropius, X10, describes Vetranio with more temper, and probably with more truth, than either of the two Victors. Vetranio was born of obscure parents in the wildest parts of Moesia, and so much had his education been neglected that, after his elevation, he studied the alphabet. Right arrow curving left. The doubtful, fluctuating conduct of Vetranio is described by Julian in his first oration, and accurately explained by Spanheim, who discusses the situation and behavior of Constantina. Right arrow curving left. See Peter the Patrician, in the Excerpta Legationum, page 27. Right arrow curving left. Zonaras, Tom. 2L, 13, page 16. The position of Sardica, near the modern city of Sofia, appears better suited to this interview than the situation of either Nisus or Sirmium, where it is placed by Jerome, Socrates, and Sozomen. Right arrow curving left. See the two first orations of Julian, particularly page 31, and Zosimus, L. 2, page 122. The distinct narrative of the historian serves to illustrate the diffuse but vague descriptions of the orator. Right arrow curving left. The younger Victor assigns to his exile the emphatical appellation of voluptarium odium. Socrates, L. 2c. 28, is the voucher for the correspondence with the emperor, which would seem to prove that Vetranio was, indeed, prop ad stultitium simplicissimus. Right arrow curving left. Eum Constantius, fecundiit six dejectum imperio in privatum odium removit. Quae gloria post natum imperium soli processit eloquio clementiac, etc. Aurelius Victor, Julian, and Themistius, Orations 3 and 4, adorn this exploit with all the artificial and gaudy coloring of their rhetoric. Right arrow curving left. Busbequius, p. 112, traversed the Lower Hungary and Sclavonia at a time when they were reduced almost to a desert, by the reciprocal hostilities of the Turks and Christians. Yet he mentions with admiration the unconquerable fertility of the soil, and observes that the height of the grass was sufficient to conceal a loaded wagon from his sight. See likewise Edward Brown's Travels, in John Harris's collection of Voyages and Travels, Volume 2, page 762, etc. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus gives a very large account of the war and the negotiation, L. 2, pp. 123, 130. But as he neither shows himself a soldier nor a politician, his narrative must be weighed with attention, and received with caution. Right arrow curving left. This remarkable bridge, which is flanked with towers, and supported on large wooden piles, was constructed AD 1566, by Sultan Solomon, to facilitate the march of his armies into Hungary. See Brown's Travels, and Bushing's A New System of Geography, Volume 2, page 90. Right arrow curving left. This position, and the subsequent evolutions, are clearly, though concisely, described by Julian, Oratio I, page 36. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, L. 2, page 405. The emperor passed the day in prayer with Valens, the Arian bishop of Mursa, who gained his confidence by announcing the success of the battle. M. de Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 1110, very properly remarks the silence of Julian with regard to the personal prowess of Constantius in the Battle of Mursa. The silence of flattery is sometimes equal to the most positive and authentic evidence. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, pages 36, 37, and Oratio II, pages 59, 60. Zonaras, Tom. 2L, 13, page 17. Zosimus, L. 2, pages 130, 133. The last of these celebrates the dexterity of the archer Menelaus, who could discharge 3 arrows at the same time. An advantage which, according to his apprehension of military affairs, materially contributed to the victory of Constantius. Right arrow curving left. According to Zonaras, Constantius, out of 80,000 men, lost 30,000. And Magnentius lost 24,000 out of 36,000. The other articles of this account seem probable and authentic, but the numbers of the tyrant's army must have been mistaken, either by the author or his transcribers. Magnentius had collected the whole force of the West, Romans and barbarians, into one formidable body, which cannot fairly be estimated at less than 100,000 men. Julian, Oratio I, pages 34, 35. Right arrow curving left. Ingentes Romani imperii vires ea dimication consumpti sunt, ad quaelibet bella externa idonii, quae multum triumpharum possent securitatis conferre. Eutropius x 13. The younger victor expresses himself to the same effect. Right arrow curving left. On this occasion, we must prefer the unsuspected testimony of Zosimus and Zonaras to the flattering assertions of Julian. The younger victor paints the character of Magnentius in a singular light, sermones acer, animi tumidi, eti amadis timidus, artifex tamen ad occultandam audaciae specie formidinum. Is it most likely that in the Battle of Mursa his behavior was governed by nature or by art? I should incline for the latter. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, pages 38, 39. In that place, however, as well as in Oration II, page 97, he insinuates the general disposition of the Senate, the people, and the soldiers of Italy, towards the party of the emperor. Right arrow curving left. The elder victor describes, in a pathetic manner, the miserable condition of Rome, cujus stolidum ingenium addio plebi Romani patribusque exitio fuit, uti passum domus, fora, vai. Templac, cruor, cadaveribus oplorenter busterum modo. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 677, deplores the fate of several illustrious victims, and Julian, Oratio II, page 58, execrates the cruelty of Marcellinus, the implacable enemy of the house of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 133. Victor and Epitome de Caesaribus. The panegyrists of Constantius, with their usual candor, forget to mention this accidental defeat. Right arrow curving left. Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, page 17. Julian, in several places of the two orations, expatiates on the clemency of Constantius to the rebels. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 133. Julian, Oratio I, page 40, 2, page 74. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus 15:6. Zosimus, L. 2, page 123. Julian, who, Oratio I, page 40, unveighs against the cruel effects of the tyrant's despair, mentions, Oratio I, p. 34, the oppressive edicts which were dictated by his necessities, or by his avarice. His subjects were compelled to purchase the imperial domains. A doubtful and dangerous species of property, which, in case of a revolution, might be imputed to them as a treasonable usurpation. Right arrow curving left. The medals of Magnentius celebrate the victories of the two Augusti, and of the Caesar. The Caesar was another brother, named Desiderius. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 757, right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, page 40, 2, page 74, with Spanheim, page 263. His commentary illustrates the transactions of this civil war. Mons Seleuci was a small place in the Cotillon Alps, a few miles distant from Vapincum, or Gap, an episcopal city of Dauphiné. C. d'Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 464. And Longueru, Description de la France, p. 327.8905 right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 134. Libanius, Oratio X, pages 268, 269. The latter most vehemently arraigns this cruel and selfish policy of Constantius. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, page 40. Zosimus, L. 2, page 134. Socrates, L. 2c 32. Sozomen, L. 4c 7. The younger victor describes his death with some horrid circumstances, transfosso latir, ut erat vasti corporis, vulnere naribusque et or crurum effundens, expiravit. If we can give credit to Zonaras, the tyrant, before he expired, had the pleasure of murdering with his own hand his mother and his brother Desiderius. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio I, pp. 58, 59, seems at a loss to determine whether he inflicted on himself the punishment of his crimes, whether he was drowned in the Drave, or whether he was carried by the avenging demons from the field of battle to his destined place of eternal tortures. Right arrow curving left. This is scarcely correct, ut erat in complicandis negotiis artifex dirus, unde ei catini inditum est cognomentum. Ammianus Marcellinus 14.5. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 14.5, XXI 16. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14c. 6. Imputes the first practice of castration to the cruel ingenuity of Semiramis, who is supposed to have reigned above 1900 years before Christ. The use of eunuchs is of high antiquity, both in Asia and Egypt. They are mentioned in the Law of Moses, Deuteronomy 33 verse 1. See Antoine-Yves Goguet, De l'origine de l'oix, de arts, et de sciences, et de leurs progrès chez les anciens peuples, Part 1L. IC, 3. Right arrow curving left. Unicum dixti vel te. Quia soli utunter his regini. Terentius, Eunuchus, Act I Scene 2. This play is translated from Menander, and the original must have appeared soon after the eastern conquests of Alexander. Right arrow curving left. Miles, Spadonibus. Servire rugosus potest. Horatius, Carmina v9, and Dacier ad loc. By the word spado, the Romans very forcibly expressed their abhorrence of this mutilated condition. The Greek appellation of eunuchs, which insensibly prevailed, had a milder sound, and a more ambiguous sense. Right arrow curving left. We need only mention Posides, a freedman and eunuch of Claudius, in whose favor the emperor prostituted some of the most honorable rewards of military valor. See Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, c. 28. Posides employed a great part of his wealth in building. Ut spado vinsbat Capitolia nostra. Posides. Juvenal, Satires 14. Right arrow curving left. Castrari mares vituit. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 7. See Dion Cassius, L. LXVA, page 1107, LXVAI, page 1119. Right arrow curving left. There is a passage in the Augustan History, p. 137, in which Lampridius, whilst he praises Alexander Severus and Constantine for restraining the tyranny of the eunuchs, deplores the mischiefs which they occasioned in other reigns. Huc excedet quat eunuchos nec in conciliis nec in ministerius habuit, ca soli principes perdunt, dum eos more gentium aut regum persarum volunt vivere, ca a populo idiom amicissimum semavant. Ca internuntii sunt, aliad quam responditur, reference, Claudentes principem sum, adiagents anti omnia ne quid sciat. Right arrow curving left. Xenophon, Cyropedia, L. 8, p. 540, has stated the specious reasons which engaged Cyrus to entrust his person to the guard of eunuchs. He had observed in animals that, although the practice of castration might tame their ungovernable fierceness, it did not diminish their strength or spirit. And he persuaded himself that those who were separated from the rest of humankind would be more firmly attached to the person of their benefactor. But a long experience has contradicted the judgment of Cyrus. Some particular instances may occur of eunuchs distinguished by their fidelity, their valor, and their abilities. But if we examine the general history of Persia, India, and China, we shall find that the power of the eunuchs has uniformly marked the decline and fall of every dynasty. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus Marcellinus, L. XXI c. 16, L. XXII c. 4. The whole tenor of his impartial history serves to justify the invectives of Mamertinus, of Libanius, and of Julian himself, who have insulted the vices of the court of Constantius. Right arrow curving left. Aurelius Victor censures the negligence of his sovereign in choosing the governors of the provinces and the generals of the army, and concludes his history with a very bold observation. As it is much more dangerous under a feeble reign to attack the ministers than the master himself. Uti verum absolvum brevi, ut imperator ipso clarius ita apparitorum plurisque magis atrox nihil. Right arrow curving left. Apud quem, si vir disi debit, multum Constantius potuit. Ammianus, L. 18c. 4. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 90, reproaches the apostate with his ingratitude towards Mark, bishop of Arethusa, who had contributed to save his life. And we learn, though from a less respectable authority, Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, page 916, that Julian was concealed in the sanctuary of a church. 8906 right arrow curving left. The most authentic account of the education and adventures of Julian is contained in the epistle or manifesto which he himself addressed to the Senate and people of Athens. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, on the side of the pagans, and Socrates, L. 3 c. 1, on that of the Christians, have preserved several interesting circumstances. Right arrow curving left. For the promotion of Gallus, see Idacius, Zosimus, and the two victors. According to Philostorgius, L. 4c. 1, Theophilus, an Arian bishop, was the witness, and, as it were, the guarantee of this solemn engagement. He supported that character with generous firmness, but M. de Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, page 1120, thinks it very improbable that a heretic should have possessed such virtue. Right arrow curving left. Julian was at first permitted to pursue his studies at Constantinople, but the reputation which he acquired soon excited the jealousy of Constantius. And the young prince was advised to withdraw himself to the less conspicuous scenes of Bithynia and Ionia. Right arrow curving left. See Julian ad Senatus Populusque Athena, page 271. Jerome in Chronicon. Aurelius Victor, Eutropius x 14. I shall copy the words of Eutropius, who wrote his abridgment about 15 years after the death of Gallus, when there was no longer any motive either to flatter or to depreciate his character. Multis incivilibus gestis Gallus Caesar, vir natura ferox edi ad tyrannidum pronier, si sua jure imperare licuiset. Right arrow curving left. Magira quidem mortalis, inflammatrix savientis assidua, humani cruoris avida, etc. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14c. 1. The sincerity of Ammianus would not suffer him to misrepresent facts or characters, but his love of ambitious ornaments frequently betrayed him into an unnatural vehemence of expression. Right arrow curving left. His name was Climatius of Alexandria, and his only crime was a refusal to gratify the desires of his mother-in-law, who solicited his death, because she had been disappointed of his love. Ammianus, L. 14c. I. Right arrow curving left. See in Ammianus, L. 14c. 1, 7, a very ample detail of the cruelties of Gallus. His brother Julian, p. 272, insinuates that a secret conspiracy had been formed against him, and Zosimus names, L. 2, page 135, the persons engaged in it. A minister of considerable rank, and two obscure agents, who were resolved to make their fortune. Right arrow curving left. Zonaras, L. 13 tom. 2, pages 17, 18. The assassins had seduced a great number of legionaries, but their designs were discovered and revealed by an old woman in whose cottage they lodged. Right arrow curving left. The commission seems to have been granted to Domitian alone. Montius interfered to support his authority. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14c. 1, 7. M. Right arrow curving left. In the present text of Ammianus, we read asper, cadem, sed ad lenitatem propenture, which forms a sentence of contradictory nonsense. With the aid of an old manuscript Valesius has rectified the first of these corruptions, and we perceive a ray of light in the substitution of the word vapor. If we venture to change lenitatum into levitatum, this alteration of a single letter will render the whole passage clear and consistent. Right arrow curving left. Instead of being obliged to collect scattered and imperfect hints from various sources, we now enter into the full stream of the history of Ammianus, and need only refer to the 7th and 9th chapters of his 14th book. Philostorgius, however, L. 3 c. 28, though partial to Gallus, should not be entirely overlooked. Right arrow curving left. She had preceded her husband, but died of a fever on the road, at a little place in Bithynia, called Senum Gallicanum. Right arrow curving left. The Theban legions, which were then quartered at Hadrianople, sent a deputation to Gallus, with a tender of their services. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14 c. 11. The Notitia Dignitatum, S. 6, 20, 38, edit. Lab, mentions 3 several legions which bore the name of Theban. The zeal of M. de Voltaire, to destroy a despicable though celebrated legend, has tempted him on the slightest grounds to deny the existence of a Theban legion in the Roman armies. See over completes de Voltaire, Tom. 15, page 414, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. Pet Tau in Styria. M. Right arrow curving left. Rather to Flanonia, now Fianoni, near Pola. Saint Martin. M. Right arrow curving left. See the complete narrative of the journey and death of Gallus in Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14 c. 11. Julian complains that his brother was put to death without a trial. Attempts to justify, or at least to excuse, the cruel revenge which he had inflicted on his enemies, but seems at last to acknowledge that he might justly have been deprived of the purple. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 4 c. 1. Zonaras, L. 13 Tom. 2, page 19. But the former was partial towards an Arian monarch, and the latter transcribed, without choice or criticism, whatever he found in the writings of the ancients. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 15 c. 1, 3, 8. Julian himself, in his epistle to the Athenians, draws a very lively and just picture of his own danger, and of his sentiments. He shows, however, a tendency to exaggerate his sufferings, by insinuating, though in obscure terms, that they lasted above a year, a period which cannot be reconciled with the truth of chronology. Right arrow curving left. Julian has worked the crimes and misfortunes of the family of Constantine into an allegorical fable, which is happily conceived and agreeably related. It forms the conclusion of the 7th oration, from whence it has been detached and translated by the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Jovian, Tom. 2, pages 385, 408. Right arrow curving left. She was a native of Thessalonica in Macedonia, of a noble family, and the daughter as well as sister of consuls. Her marriage with the emperor may be placed in the year 352. In a divided age the historians of all parties agree in her praises. See their testimonies collected by Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, Tom. 4, pages 750, 754. Right arrow curving left. Libanius and Gregory Nazianzen have exhausted the arts as well as the powers of their eloquence, to represent Julian as the first of heroes, or the worst of tyrants. Gregory was his fellow student at Athens. And the symptoms, which he so tragically describes, of the future wickedness of the apostate amount only to some bodily imperfections and to some peculiarities in his speech and manner. He protests, however, that he then foresaw and foretold the calamities of the Church and State. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pages 121, 122. Right arrow curving left. Succumbere tot necessitatibus tamque cribris unum se, quat nunquam fecerat, ape demons trans. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 15 c. 8. He then expresses, in their own words, the flattering assurances of the courtiers. Right arrow curving left. Tantum a tempertis moribus Juliani differens fratris quantum inter Vespasiani filios fuit, Domitianum et Titum. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 14c. 11. The circumstances and education of the two brothers were so nearly the same as to afford a strong example of the innate difference of characters. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 15c. 8. Zosimus, L. 3, pages 137, 138. Right arrow curving left. Julian ad Senatus Populusque Athena, pages 275, 276. Libanius, Oratio X, page 268. Julian did not yield till the gods had signified their will by repeated visions and omens. His piety then forbade him to resist. Right arrow curving left. Julian himself relates, p. 274, with some humor, the circumstances of his own metamorphoses, his downcast looks, and his perplexity at being thus suddenly transported into a new world, where every object appeared strange and hostile. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 15c. 8. Zosimus, L. 3, page 139. Aurelius Victor. Victor Jr. in Epitome de Caesaribus. Eutropius X 14. Right arrow curving left. Militas omnes horrendo fragor sciuta genibus illidentis, quod est prosperitatis indicium plenum. Nam contra cum hastis clippii feriunter, ire documentum est et doloris. Ammianus adds, with a nice distinction, Iunc ut poturi reverentia serveriter. Nec supra modum laudabant nec infra quam decebat. Right arrow curving left. Lambda lambda alpha beta epsilon pi omicron rho phi rho epsilon omicron theta nu alpha tau omicron, kappa alpha mu omicron rho alpha kappa rho alpha tau alpha iota. The word purple, which Homer had used as a vague but common epithet for death, was applied by Julian to express, very aptly, the nature and object of his own apprehensions. Right arrow curving left. He represents, in the most pathetic terms, page 277, the distress of his new situation. The provision for his table was, however, so elegant and sumptuous that the young philosopher rejected it with disdain. Quum legeret libellum acidu, quem Constantius ut provignum ad studia mittens manu sua conscripserat, prelicenter disponens quid in convivio Caesaris impendi deberet, Phasianum. Eti vulvum eti summum exegi vituit et inferi. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 16c. 5. Right arrow curving left. If we recollect that Constantine, the father of Helena, died above 18 years before in a mature old age, it will appear probable that the daughter, though a virgin, could not be very young at the time of her marriage. She was soon afterwards delivered of a son, who died immediately, quod obstetrix, corruptum recede, mox natum praesecto plusquam convenerat umbilico necavit. She accompanied the emperor and empress in their journey to Rome, and the latter, qui situm venenum bibera per fraudum illexit, ut quodiuscum concepicit, immaturum abgisserit partum. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 16c. 10. Our physicians will determine whether there exists such a poison. For my own part, I am inclined to hope that the public malignity imputed the effects of accident as the guilt of Eusebia. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, 1505, was perfectly well informed of the conduct and fate of Sylvanus. He himself was one of the few followers who attended Ursicinus in his dangerous enterprise. Right arrow curving left. For the particulars of the visit of Constantius to Rome, see Ammianus, L. 16c. 10. We have only to add that Themistocles was appointed deputy from Constantinople, and that he composed his fourth oration for this ceremony. Right arrow curving left. Hormisdas, a fugitive prince of Persia, observed to the emperor that if he made such a horse, he must think of preparing a similar stable, the Forum of Trajan. Another saying of Hormisdas is recorded, that one thing only had displeased him, to find that men died at Rome as well as elsewhere. If we adopt this reading of the text of Ammianus, Displaquis, instead of Plaquis, we may consider it as a reproof of Roman vanity. The contrary sense would be that of a misanthrope. Right arrow curving left. When Germanicus visited the ancient monuments of Thebes, the eldest of the priests explained to him the meaning of these hieroglyphics. Tacitus, Annals 2c. 60. But it seems probable that before the useful invention of an alphabet, these natural or arbitrary signs were the common characters of the Egyptian nation. See Warburton's Divine Legation of Moses, Volume 3, pages 69-243. Right arrow curving left. See Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae, L. XXXVI c. 14, 15. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, L. 17 c. 4. He gives us a Greek interpretation of the hieroglyphics, and his commentator Lindenbrogius adds a Latin inscription, which, in 20 verses of the age of Constantius, contain a short history of the obelisk. Right arrow curving left. See Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, L. 3 c. 14, L. 4 c. 12, and the learned, though confused, dissertation of Bargius on obelisks, inserted in the 4th volume of Grevius's Roman Antiquities, pages 1897-1936. This dissertation is dedicated to Pope Sixtus V, who erected the obelisk of Constantius in the square before the Patriarchal Church of St. John Lateran. 8907 right arrow curving left. The events of this Quadian and Sarmatian War are related by Ammianus Marcellinus 1610, 1712, 13, 1911. Right arrow curving left. Rheinesius reads Wara, Ger, War. Wagner, note on Ammianus Marcellinus 1911. Right arrow curving left. Genti Sarmatarum magno decori concidens apud eos regem dedit. Aurelius Victor. In a pompous oration pronounced by Constantius himself, he expatiates on his own exploits with much vanity, and some truth. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1609. Right arrow curving left. In Persian, Tenshapur. St. Martin 2177. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, 1705, transcribes the haughty letter. Themistius, Orations 4, page 57, edit. Petavius, takes notice of the silken covering. Idatius and Zonaras mention the journey of the ambassador, and Peter the Patrician, in Excerpta Legationum, page 28, has informed us of his conciliating behavior. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1705, and Valesius ad loc. The sophist, or philosopher, in that age these words were almost synonymous, was Eustathius the Cappadocian, the disciple of Jamblichus, and the friend of Saint Basil. Eunapius, in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, Adesius, pp. 44, 47, fondly attributes to this philosophic ambassador the glory of enchanting the barbarian king by the persuasive charms of reason and eloquence. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. 4, pages 828, 1132. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1805, 6, 8. The decent and respectful behavior of Antoninus towards the Roman general sets him in a very interesting light. And Ammianus himself speaks of the traitor with some compassion and esteem. Right arrow curving left. This circumstance, as it is noticed by Ammianus, serves to prove the veracity of Herodotus, L. IC. 133, and the permanency of the Persian manners. In every age the Persians have been addicted to intemperance, and the wines of Shiraz have triumphed over the law of Muhammad. Brisson, De Regio Persarum, L. 2, pages 462, 472, and Chardin, Voyages en Perse, Tom. 3, page 90. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus LXVI 6, 8, 10. Right arrow curving left. These perhaps were the barbarous tribes who inhabit the northern part of the present Sherwin, the Albania of the ancients. This country, now inhabited by the Lesghies, the terror of the neighboring districts, was then occupied by the same people, called by the ancients Ligi, by the Armenians Geg, or Leg. The latter represent them as constant allies of the Persians in their wars against Armenia and the empire. A little after this period, a certain Sturger was their king, and it is of him doubtless that Ammianus Marcellinus speaks. St. Martin 2:285. M. Right arrow curving left. For the description of Amida, see D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 108. Histoire de Timur-Bek, par Cherfedin Ali, L. 3 c. 41. Ahmed Arabzaides, Tom. I. page 331, c. 43. Les Six Voyages de Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, Tom. I. page 301. Voyages d'Otter, Tom. 2, page 273, and Voyages de Niebuhr, Tom. 2, pages 324, 328. The last of these travelers, a learned and accurate Dane, has given a plan of Amida, which illustrates the operations of the siege. Right arrow curving left. Diyarbakir, which is styled Amid, or Kara Amid, in the public writings of the Turks, contains above 16,000 houses, and is the residence of a pasha with 3 tails. The epithet of Kara is derived from the blackness of the stone which composes the strong and ancient wall of Amida. 8,908 right arrow curving left. The operations of the siege of Amida are very minutely described by Ammianus, 19:1-9, who acted an honorable part in the defense, and escaped with difficulty when the city was stormed by the Persians. Right arrow curving left. Of these 4 nations, the Albanians are too well known to require any description. The Segestans, Sakastine, St. Martin, inhabited a large and level country, which still preserves their name, to the south of Khorasan and the west of Hindostan. See Geographia Nubiensis, p. 133, and D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 797. Notwithstanding the boasted victory of Bahram, Volume 1, p. 410, the Segestans, above 80 years afterwards, appear as an independent nation, the ally of Persia. We are ignorant of the situation of the Vyrtae and Chionites, but I am inclined to place them, at least the latter, towards the confines of India and Scythia. See Ammianus Marcellinus 16:9. 8,909 right arrow curving left. Ammianus has marked the chronology of this year by 3 signs, which do not perfectly coincide with each other, or with the series of the history. The corn was ripe when Sapor invaded Mesopotamia, cum jam stipula flavent turgerent, a circumstance, which, in the latitude of Aleppo, would naturally refer us to the month of April or May. See Thomas Harmer's Observations on Various Passages of Scripture, Volume 1, page 41. Shaw's Travels, page 335, edit. Quarto. The progress of Sapor was checked by the overflowing of the Euphrates, which generally happens in July and August. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v. 21. Viaggi di Pietro della Valle, Tom. I, page 696. When Sapor had taken Amida, after a siege of 73 days, the autumn was far advanced. Autumno praecipiti haeterumque improbo sidera exhorto. To reconcile these apparent contradictions, we must allow for some delay in the Persian king, some inaccuracy in the historian, and some disorder in the seasons. Right arrow curving left. The account of these sieges is given by Ammianus Marcellinus XX6, 7.8910 right arrow curving left. For the identity of Virtha and Tekrit, see D'Anville, Géographie Ancienne, Tom. 2, page 201. For the siege of that castle by Timur-Bek, or Tamerlane, see Cherfedin Ali, L. 3 c. 33. The Persian biographer exaggerates the merit and difficulty of this exploit, which delivered the caravans of Baghdad from a formidable gang of robbers. 8911 right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, 1805, 6, 1903, XX2, represents the merit and disgrace of Ursicinus with that faithful attention which a soldier owed to his general. Some partiality may be suspected, yet the whole account is consistent and probable. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus XX11. Omisso vano in septo, Hyamaturis Antiochiae redit in Syriam eram nosum, perpessus et ulcerum sed et atrocia, duc deflenda. It is thus that James Gronovius has restored an obscure passage. And he thinks that this correction alone would have deserved a new edition of his author, whose sense may now be darkly perceived. I expected some additional light from the recent labors of the learned Ernestus, Lipsii, 1773. 8912 right arrow curving left. The ravages of the Germans, and the distress of Gaul, may be collected from Julian himself. Oratio ad Senatus Populusque Athena, page 277. Ammianus Marcellinus 1511. Libanius, Oratio X. Zosimus, L. 3, page 140. Sozomen, L. 3, c. 1. Mamertinus, Gratiarum Actio Juliano Augusto, c. 4, m. right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1608. This name seems to be derived from the Toxandry of Pliny the Elder, and very frequently occurs in the histories of the Middle Age. Toxandria was a country of woods and morasses which extended from the neighborhood of Tongres to the conflux of the Vale and the Rhine. See Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, page 558. Right arrow curving left. The paradox of Père Daniel, that the Franks never obtained any permanent settlement on this side of the Rhine before the time of Clovis, is refuted with much learning and good sense by M. Bede, who has proved, by a chain of evidence, their uninterrupted possession of Toxandria 130 years before the accession of Clovis. The dissertation of M. Bede was crowned by the Academy of Soissons, in the year 1736, and seems to have been justly preferred to the discourse of his more celebrated competitor, the Abbé Jean Lebeuf, an antiquarian whose name was happily expressive of his talents. Right arrow curving left. The private life of Julian in Gaul, and the severe discipline which he embraced, are displayed by Ammianus, 1605, who professes to praise, and by Julian himself, who affects to ridicule, Mesopogon, p. 340, a conduct which, in a prince of the house of Constantine, might justly excite the surprise of mankind. Right arrow curving left. Aderat Latine quoque disserenti sufficient sermo. Ammianus Marcellinus 1605. But Julian, educated in the schools of Greece, always considered the language of the Romans as a foreign and popular dialect, which he might use on necessary occasions. Right arrow curving left. We are ignorant of the actual office of this excellent minister, whom Julian afterwards created prefect of Gaul. Sallust was speedily recalled by the jealousy of the emperor. And we may still read a sensible but pedantic discourse, pages 240, 252, in which Julian deplores the loss of so valuable a friend, to whom he acknowledges himself indebted for his reputation. See L'Obliterie, Preface à la Vie de Jovian, page 20. Right arrow curving left. Aliis per arbor, quibustum per setulacum et coram iri debir ferantibus. Ammianus Marcellinus 1602. I do not know what place can be meant by the mutilated name Arbor. Setellanus is Saulieu, a small town of the department of the Côte d'Or, 6 leagues from Autun. Cora answers to the village of Cure, on the river of the same name, between Autun and Nevers. St. Martin 2:162. M. Right arrow curving left. At Brocomages, Brumat, near Strasbourg. St. Martin 2:164. M. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus, 1602, 3, appears much better satisfied with the success of this campaign than Julian himself, who very fairly owns that he did nothing of consequence, and that he fled before the enemy. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 16:7. Libanius speaks rather more advantageously of the military talents of Marcellus, Oratio X, page 272. And Julian insinuates that he would not have been so easily recalled, unless he had given other reasons of offense to the court, page 278. Right arrow curving left. Severus, non discourse, non arrogans, sed longa militiae frugalitate compertus, eum recta priuntum secuturus, ut ductorum merigerus miles. Ammianus Marcellinus 1611. Zosimus, L. 3, p. 140, right arrow curving left. On the design and failure of the cooperation between Julian and Barbatio, see Ammianus Marcellinus, 1611, and Libanius, Oratio X, page 273. 8913 right arrow curving left. Ammianus, 1612, describes with his inflated eloquence the figure and character of Cnodomar. Audax fidens ingenti robor lacertorum, ubi ardor proelii sperabator immanis, equo spumanti sublimier, erectus in jaculum formidandi vastitatis. Armorumque nidor conspicuous, anti astrenuus et miles, et utilis praetor citeros ductor. Dissentium Caesarum superavit equo Marte congressus. Right arrow curving left. After the battle, Julian ventured to revive the rigor of ancient discipline by exposing these fugitives in female apparel to the derision of the whole camp. In the next campaign, these troops nobly retrieved their honor. Zosimus, L. 3, page 142. Right arrow curving left. Julian himself, ad Senatus Populusque Athena, p. 279, speaks of the Battle of Strasbourg with the modesty of conscious merit, mu alpha chi epsilon sigma mu eta nu omicron upsilon kappa kappa lambda epsilon, sigma omega kappa alpha epsilon mu phi kappa epsilon tau omicron iota alpha tau eta mu chi eta. Zosimus compares it with the victory of Alexander over Darius. And yet we are at a loss to discover any of those strokes of military genius which fix the attention of ages on the conduct and success of a single day. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1612. Libanius adds 2,000 more to the number of the slain, Oratio X, page 274. But these trifling differences disappear before the 60,000 barbarians whom Zosimus has sacrificed to the glory of his hero, L. 3, page 141. We might attribute this extravagant number to the carelessness of transcribers, if this credulous or partial historian had not swelled the army of 35,000 Alemanni to an innumerable multitude of barbarians, pi lambda theta omicron pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu beta alpha rho beta rho omicron nu. It is our own fault if this detection does not inspire us with proper distrust on similar occasions. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 1612. Libanius, Oratio X, page 276. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio 3, page 137, draws a very lively picture of the manners of the Franks. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus 17:2. Libanius, Oratio X, page 278. The Greek orator, by misapprehending a passage of Julian, has been induced to represent the Franks as consisting of 1,000 men. And as his head was always full of the Peloponnesian War, he compares them to the Lacedaemonians, who were besieged and taken in the island of Sphacteria. Right arrow curving left. Julian ad Senatus Populusque Athena, page 280. Libanius, Oratio X, page 278. According to the expression of Libanius, the emperor delta rho alpha nu omicron mu alpha zeta epsilon, which Bleetery understands, vide Julian, p. 118, as an honest confession, and Valesius, ad Ammianus 17:2, as a mean evasion of the truth. Dom Martin Bouquet, Recul de Historiens de Gaules et de la France, tom. I. p. 733, by substituting another word, nu mu iota sigma epsilon, would suppress both the difficulty and the spirit of this passage. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Arcellinus, 1708. Zosimus, L. 3, pp. 146, 150, his narrative is darkened by a mixture of fable, and Julian ad Senatus Populusque Athena, page 280. His expression, pi epsilon delta epsilon xi mu eta nu omicron rho alpha nu tau omicron sigma alpha lambda omega nu theta nu omicron upsilon, chi alpha mu beta omicron upsilon delta xi lambda alpha sigma alpha. This difference of treatment confirms the opinion that the Salian Franks were permitted to retain the settlements in Toxandria. 8914 right arrow curving left. This interesting story, which Zosimus has abridged, is related by Eunapius, in Excerpta Legationum, pp. 15, 17, with all the amplifications of Grecian rhetoric, but the silence of Libanius, of Ammianus, and of Julian himself, renders the truth of it extremely suspicious. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, the friend of Julian, clearly insinuates, Oratio 9, page 178, that his hero had composed the history of his Gallic campaigns. But Zosimus, L. 3, p. 140, seems to have derived his information only from the orations, lambda gamma omicron iota, and the epistles of Julian. The discourse which is addressed to the Athenians contains an accurate, though general, account of the war against the Germans. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus Marcellinus 17:1, 10, 18:2, and Zosimus, L. 3, page 144. Julian ad Senatus Populusque Athena, page 280. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 18:2. Libanius, Oratio X, pages 279, 280. Of these 7 posts, 4 are at present towns of some consequence, Bingen, Andernach, Bonn, and Nice. The other 3, Tricesime, Quadriburgium, and Castra Herculis, or Heraclea, no longer subsist. But there is room to believe that on the ground of Quadriburgium the Dutch have constructed the fort of Schenk, a name so offensive to the fastidious delicacy of Boileau. C. D'Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 183. Boileau, Epiter 4 and the notes. 8915 right arrow curving left. We may credit Julian himself, Oratio ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, p. 280, who gives a very particular account of the transaction. Zosimus adds 200 vessels more, L. 3, page 145. If we compute the 600 corn ships of Julian at only 70 tons each, they were capable of exporting 120,000 quarters, see Arbuthnot's Tables of Ancient Coins, page 237. And the country which could bear so large an exportation must already have attained an improved state of agriculture. Right arrow curving left. The troops once broke out into a mutiny, immediately before the second passage of the Rhine. Ammianus Marcellinus 17:9. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 16:5, 18:1. Mamertinus in Panegyrici Vetters 11:4. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Marcellinus 17:3. Julian, Epistola 15, edit. Spanheim. Such a conduct almost justifies the encomium of Mamertinus. Ita illi anni spatia divisa sunt, ut aut barbaros domitet, aut civibus jura restituat, perpetuum professus, aut contra hostem, aut contra vitia, certimen. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis in Julianum Imperatorum, c. 38, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, pages 263, 264. Right arrow curving left. See Julian in Mesopogon, pages 340, 341. The primitive state of Paris is illustrated by Henry Valesius, ad Ammianus XX4, his brother Hadrian Valesius, or de Valois, and M. D'Anville, In their respective notices of ancient Gaul, the Abbé de Longueroux, Description de la France, tom. I, pages 12, 13, and M. Bonamy, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 15, pages 656, 691. Right arrow curving left. Tau nu phi lambda eta nu lambda upsilon kappa epsilon tau alpha nu, Julian, in Mesopogon, page 340. Lutetia, or Lutetia, was the ancient name of the city which, according to the fashion of the 4th century, assumed the territorial appellation of Parisii. Right arrow curving left. Julian in Mesopogon, pp. 359, 360. Right arrow curving left. The date of the divine institutes of Lactantius has been accurately discussed, difficulties have been started, solutions proposed. And an expedient imagined of 2 original editions, the former published during the persecution of Diocletian, the latter under that of Licinius. See Nicolas Lenglet du Fresnoy, Préfacio, P. V. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, pages 465, 470. Lardner's The Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2 Volume 7, pages 78, 86. For my own part, I am almost convinced that Lactantius dedicated his institutions to the sovereign of Gaul, at a time when Galerius, Maximin, and even Licinius persecuted the Christians. That is, between the years 306 and 311. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divinae 1, 727. The first and most important of these passages is indeed wanting in 28 manuscripts, but it is found in 19. If we weigh the comparative value of those manuscripts, one of 900 years old, in the King of France's library, may be alleged in its favor. But the passage is omitted in the correct manuscript of Bologna, which the Père de Montfaucon ascribes to the 6th or 7th century, De Aria Metallicum, page 409. The taste of most of the editors, except Isius, see Lactantius edit. Du Fresnoy, tom. I, page 596, has felt the genuine style of Lactantius. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. IC, 27, 32. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 104. Right arrow curving left. That rite was always used in making a catechumen, see Joseph Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. XC. I, page 419. Dom Matthias Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, tom. I, page 62, and Constantine received it for the first time, Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 61, immediately before his baptism and death. From the connection of these two facts, Valesius, Adloc Eusebius, has drawn the conclusion, which is reluctantly admitted by Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 628, and opposed with feeble arguments by Mosheim, page 968. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 61, 63. The legend of Constantine's baptism at Rome, 13 years before his death, was invented in the 8th century, as a proper motive for his donation. Such has been the gradual progress of knowledge that a story of which Cardinal Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 324, no. 43, 49, declared himself the unblushing advocate is now feebly supported, even within the verge of the Vatican. See the Originum et Antiquitates Christiani, tom. 2, page 232. A work published with 6 approbations at Rome, in the year 1751, by Father Thomas Mamachi, a learned Dominican. Right arrow curving left. The quaestor, or secretary, who composed the law of the Theodosian Code, makes his master say with indifference, hominibus supradicti religionis, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 1. The minister of ecclesiastical affairs was allowed a more devout and respectful style, tau nu theta sigma mu omicron upsilon kappa alpha gamma iota omega tau tau eta kappa alpha theta omicron lambda iota kappa theta rho eta sigma kappa epsilon alpha, the legal, most holy, and Catholic worship. See Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. XC. 6. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 2 tit. 8 leg. 1. Codex Justinianus, L. 3 tit. 12 leg. 3. Constantine styles the Lord's Day Dies Solis, a name which could not offend the ears of his pagan subjects. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 1. Godefroy, in the character of a commentator, endeavors, Tom. 6, page 257, to excuse Constantine, but the more zealous Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 321, no. 18, censures his profane conduct with truth and asperity. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret, LLC, 18, seems to insinuate that Helena gave her son a Christian education. But we may be assured, from the superior authority of Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 3c. 47, that she herself was indebted to Constantine for the knowledge of Christianity. Right arrow curving left. See the medals of Constantine in Du Cange and Banduri. As few cities had retained the privilege of coining, almost all the medals of that age issued from the mint under the sanction of the imperial authority. 8916 right arrow curving left. The panegyric of Eumenius, 7 inter panegyrici vetters, which was pronounced a few months before the Italian War, abounds with the most unexceptionable evidence of the pagan superstition of Constantine, and of his particular veneration for Apollo, or the sun. To which Julian alludes, Oratio 7, page 228, pi omicron lambda epsilon pi omega nu sigma. See Commentaire de Spanheim sur les Caesars, page 317. Right arrow curving left. Constantini, Oratio ad Sanctos, c. 25. But it might easily be shown that the Greek translator has improved the sense of the Latin original. And the aged emperor might recollect the persecution of Diocletian with a more lively abhorrence than he had actually felt in the days of his youth and paganism. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 813, L. 99, and in De Vita Constantini, L. IC. 16, 17. Lactantius, Institutions Divini I. Caecilius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 25. Right arrow curving left. Caecilius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 48, has preserved the Latin original, and Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. XC. 5, has given a Greek translation of this perpetual edict, which refers to some provisional regulations. Right arrow curving left. A panegyric of Constantine, pronounced 7 or 8 months after the Edict of Milan, see Gothofridis, Chronologia Legum, page 7, and Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 246, uses the following remarkable expression, summi reram sater, cujus tot nomina sunt, quod linguas gentium esse voluisti, quem enim te ipsi discivelis, Syri non possumus. Panegyrici Vetters 926. In explaining Constantine's progress in the faith, Mosheim, page 971, etc., is ingenious, subtle, prolix. Right arrow curving left. See the elegant description of Lactantius, Institutions Divini v8, who is much more perspicuous and positive than becomes a discreet prophet. Right arrow curving left. The political system of the Christians is explained by Grotius, De Jure Belli et Paces, L. IC. 3, 4. Grotius was a republican and an exile, but the mildness of his temper inclined him to support the established powers. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, Apologeticus, c. 32, 34, 36. Tamen nunquam Albiniani, nec nigriani vel casciani inveniri paturant Christiani. Ad scapulum, c. 2. If this assertion be strictly true, it excludes the Christians of that age from all civil and military employments, which would have compelled them to take an active part in the service of their respective governors. See Moyle's Works, Volume 2, page 349. Right arrow curving left. See The Artful Bossuet, Histoire de Variations de Églises Protestants, tom. 3, pages 210, 258, and The Malicious Bell, tom. 2, page 620. I name Bell, for he was certainly the author of the Avis aux Refuges. Consult the Nouveau Dictionnaire Critique de Chauffopai, tom. I Part 2, page 145. Right arrow curving left. George Buchanan is the earliest, or at least the most celebrated, of the reformers, who has justified the theory of resistance. See his De Jure Regni apud Scotos, tom. 2, pages 28, 30, edit. Folio, Ruddiman. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, Institutions Divini I. Eusebius, in the course of his history, his life, and his oration, repeatedly inculcates the divine right of Constantine to the empire. Right arrow curving left. Our imperfect knowledge of the persecution of Licinius is derived from Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. XC. 8, De Vita Constantini, L. IC. 49, 56, L. 2c. 1, 2. Aurelius Victor mentions his cruelty in general terms. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 24, 42, 48, 60, right arrow curving left. In the beginning of the last century, the Papists of England were only a 30th, and the Protestants of France only a 15th part of the respective nations to whom their spirit and power were a constant object of apprehension. See the relations which Guido Bentivoglio, who was then nuncio at Brussels, and afterwards cardinal, transmitted to the court of Rome, Relationi del Cardinale Bentivoglio, tom. 2, pages 211, 241. Bentivoglio was curious, well-informed, but somewhat partial. Right arrow curving left. This careless temper of the Germans appears almost uniformly in the history of the conversion of each of the tribes. The legions of Constantine were recruited with Germans, Zosimus, L. 2, page 86, and the court even of his father had been filled with Christians. See the first book of the Life of Constantine, by Eusebius. Right arrow curving left. De hisca arma progiciant in pace, placuit eos abstenir a comnione. Canones Concilii Irrelatensis 3. The best critics apply these words to the peace of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius always considers the Second Civil War against Licinius as a sort of religious crusade. At the invitation of the tyrant, some Christian officers had resumed their zones, or, in other words, had returned to the military service. Their conduct was afterward censured by the 12th canon of the Council of Nice. If this particular application may be received, instead of the loose and general sense of the Greek interpreters, Balsamon, Zonaras, and Alexis Aristinus. See Beveridge, Pandecti Canonum SS. Apostolorum edi Conciliarum ab Ecclesia Graeca Receptorum, tom. I, page 72, tom. 2, page 78, annotation. Right arrow curving left. Nomen ipsum crucis abate non modo a corpore civium Romanorum, sed etiam a cogitation, oculis, oribus. Cicero, Pro Riberio, c. 5. The Christian writers, Justin, Minucius Felix, Tertullian, Jerome, and Maximus of Turin, have investigated with tolerable success the figure or likeness of a cross in almost every object of nature or art. In the intersection of the meridian and equator, the human face, a bird flying, a man swimming, a mast and yard, a plough, a standard, etc., etc., etc. See Lipsius, De Cruz, L. IC. 9. Right arrow curving left. See Aurelius Victor, who considers this law as one of the examples of Constantine's piety. An edict so honorable to Christianity deserved a place in the Theodosian Code, instead of the indirect mention of it, which seems to result from the comparison of the 5th and 18th titles of the 9th book. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. IC 40. This statue, or at least the cross and inscription, may be ascribed with more probability to the second, or even third, visit of Constantine to Rome. Immediately after the defeat of Maxentius, the minds of the Senate and people were scarcely ripe for this public monument. Right arrow curving left. Agnoscas, Regina, libens mea signa necess est. In cabus effigies crucis aut gemmata refulget. Aut longes solido ex oro preferder in hastis. Hoc signo invictus, transmissus alpibus ulter. Servitium solvit miserabile Constantius. Vertical ellipsis. Christus purpureum gemanti textus in oro. Signabat labarum, clapirum insignia Christus. Scripsurat, ardibat summis crux addita Christis. Prudentius, in contra Q. Aurelium Simicum, L. 2464, 486. Right arrow curving left. The derivation and meaning of the word labarum or laborum, which is employed by Gregory Nazianzen, Ambrose, Prudentius, etc., still remain totally unknown, in spite of the efforts of the critics, who have ineffectually tortured the Latin, Greek, Spanish, Celtic, Teutonic, Illyric, Armenian, etc., in search of an etymology. See Du Cange, in Glossarium Medii et Infami Latinitatis, sub voce labarum, and Godefroy, ad Codex Theodosianus, Tom. 2, page 143. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. IC 30, 31. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 312, number 26, has engraved a representation of the labarum. Right arrow curving left. Transversa ex littera, summo capite circumflexo, Christum inscutus notat. Caecilius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 44. Cooper, ad De Mortibus Persecutorum in edit. Lactantius, Tom. 2, page 500, and Baronius, AD 312, no. 25, have engraved from ancient monuments several specimens of these monograms, or, which became extremely fashionable in the Christian world. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 7, 9. He introduces the labarum before the Italian expedition. But his narrative seems to indicate that it was never shown at the head of an army, till Constantine, above 10 years afterwards, declared himself the enemy of Licinius and the deliverer of the church. Right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. XXV, Sozomen, L. IC, 2. Theophanes, Chronographia, page 11. Theophanes lived towards the end of the 8th century, almost 500 years after Constantine. The modern Greeks were not inclined to display in the field the standard of the empire and of Christianity. And though they depended on every superstitious hope of defense, the promise of victory would have appeared too bold a fiction. Right arrow curving left. The Abbé du Voisin, page 103, etc., alleges several of these medals, and quotes a particular dissertation of a Jesuit, the Père de Grainville, on this subject. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian, De Corona Militis, c. 3. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 101. The learned Jesuit Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, L. 15c. 9, 10, has collected many similar passages on the virtues of the cross, which in the last age embarrassed our Protestant disputants. Right arrow curving left. Manso has observed that Gibbon ought not to have separated the vision of Constantine from the wonderful apparition in the sky, as the two wonders are closely connected in Eusebius. Manso, Laban Constantius de Grossen, page 82. M. Right arrow curving left. Caecilius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 44. It is certain that this historical declamation was composed and published while Licinius, sovereign of the East, still preserved the friendship of Constantine and of the Christians. Every reader of taste must perceive that the style is of a very different and inferior character to that of Lactantius. And such indeed is the judgment of Leclerc and Lardner, Bibliothèque ancienne et moderne, tom. 3, page 438, Credibility of the Gospel History, Part 2 Volume 7, page 94. 3 arguments from the title of the book, and from the names of Donatus and Caecilius, are produced by the advocates for Lactantius, see the Père Lestock, tom. 2, pages 46, 60. Each of these proofs is singly weak and defective, but their concurrence has great weight. I have often fluctuated, and shall tamely follow the Colbert MS. in calling the author, whoever he was, Caecilius. Right arrow curving left. Caecilius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 46. There seems to be some reason in the observation of M. de Voltaire, over completes, tom. 14, page 307, who ascribes to the success of Constantine the superior fame of his labarum above the angel of Licinius. Yet even this angel is favorably entertained by Pagi, Tillemont, Fleury, etc., who are fond of increasing their stock of miracles. Right arrow curving left. Besides these well-known examples, Tullius, preface to Boileau's translation of Longinus, has discovered a vision of Antigonus, who assured his troops that he had seen a pentagon, the symbol of safety, with these words, "In this conquer." But Tullius has most inexcusably omitted to produce his authority, and his own character, literary as well as moral, is not free from reproach. See Chauffopi, Nouveau Dictionnaire Critique, tom. 4, page 460. Without insisting on the silence of Diodorus, Plutarch, Justin, etc., it may be observed that Polyaenus, who in a separate chapter, L. 4c. 6, has collected 19 military stratagems of Antigonus, is totally ignorant of this remarkable vision. Right arrow curving left. Instincta Divinitatis, Mentis Magnitudine. The inscription on the triumphal arch of Constantine, which has been copied by Baronius, Grutter, etc., may still be perused by every curious traveler. Right arrow curving left. Havs perfecto aliquid cum illa ment divina secretum, quae delegata nostra diis mineribus cura uni se tibi dignator ostendera. Panegyrici Vetters 9-2. Right arrow curving left. M. Freret, Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 4, pages 411, 437, explains, by physical causes, many of the prodigies of antiquity. And Fabricius, who is abused by both parties, vainly tries to introduce the celestial cross of Constantine among the solar halos. Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 6, pages 8, 29. 8917 right arrow curving left. Nazarius inter Panegyrici Vetters x 14, 15. It is unnecessary to name the moderns, whose undistinguishing and ravenous appetite has swallowed even the pagan bait of Nazarius. Right arrow curving left. The apparitions of Castor and Pollux, particularly to announce the Macedonian victory, are attested by historians and public monuments. See Cicero, De Natura Deorum 2:2, 3:5, 6. Florus 2:12. Valerius Maximus, L. IC 8, number 1. Yet the most recent of these miracles is omitted, and indirectly denied, by Livy, XLVI. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. IC 28, 30. The silence of the same Eusebius, in his ecclesiastical history, is deeply felt by those advocates for the miracle who are not absolutely callous. Right arrow curving left. The narrative of Constantine seems to indicate that he saw the cross in the sky before he passed the Alps against Maxentius. The scene has been fixed by provincial vanity at Treves, Besançon, etc. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 573. Right arrow curving left. The pious Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, p. 1317, rejects with a sigh the useful acts of Artemius, a veteran and a martyr, who attests as an eyewitness the vision of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Gelasius Cyzicus in Acta Concilio Nicii, L. IC. 4. Right arrow curving left. The advocates for the vision are unable to produce a single testimony from the fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries, who, in their voluminous writings, repeatedly celebrate the triumph of the Church and of Constantine. As these venerable men had not any dislike to a miracle, we may suspect, and the suspicion is confirmed by the ignorance of Jerome, that they were all unacquainted with the life of Constantine by Eusebius. This tract was recovered by the diligence of those who translated or continued his ecclesiastical history, and who have represented in various colors the vision of the cross. Right arrow curving left. Godefroy was the first who, in the year 1643, not ad Philostorgius, L. IC. 6, p. 16, expressed any doubt of a miracle which had been supported with equal zeal by Cardinal Baronius and the centuriators of Magdeburg. Since that time many of the Protestant critics have inclined towards doubt and disbelief. The objections are urged, with great force, by M. Chauffapai, Nouveau Dictionnaire Critique, tom. 4, pp. 6, 11, and in the year 1774 a doctor of Sorbonne, the Abbé du Voisin, published an apology, which deserves the praise of learning and moderation. 8918 right arrow curving left. Lor Constantine dit ces propres paroles. J. renverse le culte de idoles. Sur les débris de leurs temples fumants. Au Dieu du ciel J. prodigue l'encens. Mais tu mes soins pour essa grandeur suprême. N'eurent jamais d'autre objet que moi-même. Les saints autres nettoyant à mes regards. Tu en marchepi du trône de Césars. L'ambition, la fureur, les délices. Etoyant mes du, avoyant mes sacrifices. Lors de crétins, leurs intrigues, leurs sang. Ont cementi ma fortune et mon rang. The poem which contains these lines may be read with pleasure, but cannot be named with decency. Right arrow curving left. This favorite was probably the great Osius, Bishop of Cordova, who preferred the pastoral care of the whole Church to the government of a particular diocese. His character is magnificently, though concisely, expressed by Athanasius, tom. I, page 703. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, pages 524, 561. Osius was accused, perhaps unjustly, of retiring from court with a very ample fortune. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini Passim, and Zosimus, L. 2, page 104. Right arrow curving left. The Christianity of Lactantius was of a moral rather than of a mysterious cast. Erat pene rudis, says the orthodox bull, Disciplini Christiani, et in rhetorica melius quam in theologia versatus. Defensio Fidei Niceni, sect. 2c. 14. Right arrow curving left. Fabricius, with his usual diligence, has collected a list of between 300 and 400 authors quoted in the evangelical preparation of Eusebius. See Bibliotheca Graeca, L.V. c. 4, tom. 6, pages 37, 56. Right arrow curving left. See Constantini, Oratio ad Sanctos, c. 19, 20. He chiefly depends on a mysterious acrostic, composed in the 6th age after the deluge by the Erythraean Sibyl, and translated by Cicero into Latin. The initial letters of the 34 Greek verses form this prophetic sentence: Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior of the world. Right arrow curving left. In his paraphrase of Virgil, the emperor has frequently assisted and improved the literal sense of the Latin text. See Blondel, Des Sibyls Celebris tant par l'antiquite pn par le Saints Perez, L. IC 14, 16. Right arrow curving left. The different claims of an elder and younger son of Pollio, of Julia, of Drusus, of Marcellus, are found to be incompatible with chronology, history, and the good sense of Virgil. Right arrow curving left. See Robert Loth, De Sacra Poesi Hebraeorum XXI, pages 289, 293. In the examination of the fourth eclogue, the respectable Bishop of London has displayed learning, taste, ingenuity, and a temperate enthusiasm, which exalts his fancy without degrading his judgment. Right arrow curving left. The distinction between the public and the secret parts of divine service, the Missa Catechumenorum and the Missa Fidelium, and the mysterious veil which piety or policy had cast over the latter, are very judiciously explained by Jean-Baptiste Thiers, Trait de l'exposition du Saint-Sacrament, L. IC 8, 12, pages 59, 91. But as on this subject the papists may reasonably be suspected, a protestant reader will depend with more confidence on the learned Bingham, Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. XC. 5. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 15, 32, and the whole tenor of Constantine's sermon. The faith and devotion of the emperor has furnished Baronius with a specious argument in favor of his early baptism. 89-19 Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 105. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 15, 16. Right arrow curving left. The theory and practice of antiquity with regard to the sacrament of baptism have been copiously explained by Dom Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, tom. I, pages 3, 405. Dom Edmond Martin, De Antiquis Ecclesiae Ridibus, tom. I, and by Bingham, in the 10th and 11th books of his Antiquities of the Christian Church. One circumstance may be observed in which the modern churches have materially departed from the ancient custom. The sacrament of baptism, even when it was administered to infants, was immediately followed by confirmation and the Holy Communion. Right arrow curving left. The Fathers, who censured this criminal delay, could not deny the certain and victorious efficacy even of a deathbed baptism. The ingenious rhetoric of Chrysostom could find only 3 arguments against these prudent Christians. That we should love and pursue virtue for her own sake, and not merely for the reward. That we may be surprised by death without an opportunity of baptism. That, although we shall be placed in heaven, we shall only twinkle like little stars, when compared to the sons of righteousness who have run their appointed course with labor, with success, and with glory. Chrysostom, in Epistolum ad Hebreos, Homilia 13, apud Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, tom. I, page 49. I believe that this delay of baptism, though attended with the most pernicious consequences, was never condemned by any general or provincial council, or by any public act or declaration of the Church. The zeal of the bishops was easily kindled on much slighter occasions. 89-20 Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 2, page 104. For this disingenuous falsehood he has deserved and experienced the harshest treatment from all the ecclesiastical writers, except Cardinal Baronius, AD 324, no. 15, 28, who had occasion to employ the infidel on a particular service against the Arian Eusebius. 89-21 Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, L. 4c. 61, 63. The Bishop of Caesarea supposes the salvation of Constantine with the most perfect confidence. Right arrow curving left. See Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 429. The Greeks, the Russians, and, in the darker ages, the Latins themselves, have been desirous of placing Constantine in the catalogue of saints. Right arrow curving left. See the third and fourth books of his life. He was accustomed to say that, whether Christ was preached in pretense or in truth, he should still rejoice. L. 3 c. 58. Right arrow curving left. M. de Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, pp. 374, 616, has defended with strength and spirit the virgin purity of Constantinople against some malevolent insinuations of the pagan Zosimus. Right arrow curving left. The author of the Histoire philosophique et politique des établissements et du commerce de Européens dans les deux Indes, tom. I. p. 9, condemns a law of Constantine which gave freedom to all the slaves who should embrace Christianity. The emperor did indeed publish a law which restrained the Jews from circumcising, perhaps from keeping, any Christian slaves, see Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 27, and Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 9, with Godefroy's commentary, tom. 6, page 247. But this imperfect exception related only to the Jews. And the great body of slaves, who were the property of Christian or pagan masters, could not improve their temporal condition by changing their religion. I am ignorant by what guides the Abbé Raynal was deceived, as the total absence of quotations is the unpardonable blemish of his entertaining history. Right arrow curving left. See Acta Sancti Silvestri, and Historia Ecclesiastica, Nicephorus Callistus, L. 7c. 34, apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 324, number 67, 74. Such evidence is contemptible enough. But these circumstances are in themselves so probable that the learned Dr. Howell, History of the World, Volume 3, page 14, has not scrupled to adopt them. Right arrow curving left. The conversion of the barbarians under the reign of Constantine is celebrated by the ecclesiastical historians, C. Sozomen, L. 2c. 6, and Theodoret, L. IC. 23, 24. But Rufinus, the Latin translator of Eusebius, deserves to be considered as an original authority. His information was curiously collected from one of the companions of the Apostle of Ethiopia, and from Becarius, an Iberian prince, who was count of the domestics. Father Mamachi has given an ample compilation on the progress of Christianity, in the first and second volumes of his great but imperfect work. Right arrow curving left. According to the Georgian chronicles, Iberia, Georgia, was converted by the Virgin Nino, who effected an extraordinary cure on the wife of the king, Miran. The temple of the god Aramazd, or Armas, not far from the capital Mtskheta, was destroyed, and the cross erected in its place. Lobo I 292, with St. Martin's notes. St. Martin has likewise clearly shown, St. Martin, addition to Lobo, I 291, that Armenia was the first nation which embraced Christianity, addition to Lobo, I 76. And Memoirs sur l'Arménie I 305. Gibbon himself suspected this truth. Instead of maintaining that the conversion of Armenia was not attempted with any degree of success till the scepter was in the hands of an Orthodox emperor. I ought to have said that the seeds of the faith were deeply sown during the season of the last and greatest persecution, that many Roman exiles might assist the labors of Gregory. And that the renowned Tiridates, the hero of the East, may dispute with Constantine the honor of being the first sovereign who embraced the Christian religion. Vindication, Miscellaneous Works 4-5-77. M. Right arrow curving left. See in Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 9, the pressing and pathetic epistle of Constantine in favor of his Christian brethren of Persia. Right arrow curving left. See Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, tom. 7, page 182, tom. 8, page 333, tom. 9, page 810. The curious diligence of this writer pursues the Jewish exiles to the extremities of the globe. Right arrow curving left. Abba Salama, or Fremenatos, is mentioned in the Tariq Nagashti, or Chronicle of the Kings of Abyssinia. Henry salts a voyage to Abyssinia, and travels into the interior of that country. Volume 2, page 464. Right arrow curving left. Theophilus had been given in his infancy as a hostage by his countrymen of the Isle of Diva, and was educated by the Romans in learning and piety. The Maldives, of which Male, or Diva, may be the capital, are a cluster of 1,900 or 2,000 islands in the Indian Ocean. The ancients were imperfectly acquainted with the Maldives, but they are described in the two Mohammedan travelers of the 9th century, published by Renaudot, Geographia Nubiensis, pages 30-31. D'Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 704. Histoire générale de voyages, tom. 8.8922 right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 3 c. 4, 6, with Godefroy's learned observations. The historical narrative is soon lost in an inquiry concerning the seed of paradise, strange monsters, etc. Right arrow curving left. See the Epistle of Osius, Apud Athanasius, Volume 1, page 840. The public remonstrance which Osius was forced to address to the son contained the same principles of ecclesiastical and civil government which he had secretly instilled into the mind of the father. Right arrow curving left. M. de la Bataille, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 15, pp. 38, 61, has evidently proved that Augustus and his successors exercised in person all the sacred functions of Pontifex Maximus, or High Priest, of the Roman Empire. Right arrow curving left. Something of a contrary practice had insensibly prevailed in the Church of Constantinople. But the rigid Ambrose commanded Theodosius to retire below the rails, and taught him to know the difference between a king and a priest. See Theodoret, L.V.C. 18. Right arrow curving left. At the table of the Emperor Maximus, Martin, Bishop of Tours, received the cup from an attendant, and gave it to the presbyter his companion, before he allowed the emperor to drink. The empress waited on Martin at table. Sulpicius Severus, in Vita Sancti Martini, c. 23, and Dialogue 2, 7. Yet it may be doubted whether these extraordinary compliments were paid to the bishop or the saint. The honors usually granted to the former character may be seen in Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. 2c. 9, and Valesius ad Theodoret, L. 4c. 6. See the haughty ceremonial which Leontius, Bishop of Tripoli, imposed on the empress. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 754. Patres Apostoli, tom. 2, page 179. Right arrow curving left. Plutarch, in his treatise of Isis and Osiris, informs us that the kings of Egypt, who were not already priests, were initiated, after their election, into the sacerdotal order. Right arrow curving left. The numbers are not ascertained by any ancient writer or original catalogue, for the partial lists of the Eastern churches are comparatively modern. The patient diligence of Charles A. Sancto Paulo, of Luke Holstenius, and of Bingham has laboriously investigated all the episcopal sees of the Catholic Church, which was almost commensurate with the Roman Empire. The 9th book of the Antiquities of the Christian Church is a very accurate map of ecclesiastical geography. Right arrow curving left. On the subject of the rural bishops, or chorepiscopi, who voted in synods, and conferred the minor orders, see Louis Thomasin. Ancienne et nouvelle discipline de l'Église touchant les bénéfices et les bénéficiaires, tom. I, page 447, etc., and Chardin, Histoire des Sacraments, tom. V, page 395, etc. They do not appear till the 4th century. And this equivocal character, which had excited the jealousy of the prelates, was abolished before the end of the 10th, both in the East and the West. Right arrow curving left. Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, tom. 2L 2C 1, 8, pages 673, 721, has copiously treated of the election of bishops during the 5 first centuries, both in the East and in the West. But he shows a very partial bias in favor of the episcopal aristocracy. Bingham, L. 4c. 2, is moderate, and Chardin, Histoire des Sacrements, Tom. V. pages 108-128, is very clear and concise. 8923 right arrow curving left. Incredibilis multitudo, non solum ex eo oppido, tours, sed etiam ex vicinis urbibus ad suffragia, ferenda convenerat, etc. Sulpicius Severus, in Vita Sancti Martini, c. 7. The Council of Laodicea, Canon 13, prohibits mobs and tumults, and Justinian confines the right of election to the nobility. Novella CXXI 1. Right arrow curving left. The Epistles of Sidonius Apollinaris, 425, 75, 9, exhibit some of the scandals of the Gallican Church, and Gaul was less polished and less corrupt than the East. Right arrow curving left. A compromise was sometimes introduced by law or by consent, either the bishops or the people chose one of the 3 candidates who had been named by the other party. Right arrow curving left. All the examples quoted by Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 2L, 2c, 6, pages 704, 714, appear to be extraordinary acts of power, and even of oppression. The confirmation of the Bishop of Alexandria is mentioned by Philostorgius as a more regular proceeding, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 211. 8924 right arrow curving left. The celibacy of the clergy during the first 5 or 6 centuries is a subject of discipline, and indeed of controversy, which has been very diligently examined. See in particular Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. IL, 2c, LX, LXI, pages 886, 902, and Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. 4c, 5. By each of these learned but partial critics one half of the truth is produced, and the other is concealed. 8925 right arrow curving left. Diodorus Siculus attests and approves the hereditary succession of the priesthood among the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, and the Indians, L. I, page 84, L. 2, pages 142, 153, edit. Wesseling. The Magi are described by Ammianus as a very numerous family, per secula multa ad praesens una idemque prosapia multitudo creata, deorum cultibus dedicator, XEI 6. Ausonius celebrates the Stirps Druidarum, commemoratio professorum Bertigalensium 4. But we may infer from the remark of Caesar, de Bello Gallico 613, that in the Celtic hierarchy, some room was left for choice and emulation. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the vocation, ordination, obedience, etc., of the clergy, is laboriously discussed by Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 2, pp. 183, and Bingham, in the 4th book of his Antiquities of the Christian Church, more especially the 4th, 6th, and 7th chapters. When the brother of St. Jerome was ordained in Cyprus, the deacons forcibly stopped his mouth, lest he should make a solemn protestation which might invalidate the holy rites. Right arrow curving left. This exemption was very much limited. The municipal offices were of 2 kinds, the one attached to the individual in his character of inhabitant, the other in that of proprietor. Constantine had exempted ecclesiastics from offices of the first description. Codex Theodosianus 16 tit. 2 leg. 1, 2, Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. X. C. 7. They sought also to be exempted from those of the second, Munera Patrimoniarum. The rich, to obtain this privilege, obtained subordinate situations among the clergy. Constantine published in 320 an edict, by which he prohibited the more opulent citizens, decuriones and curiales, from embracing the ecclesiastical profession, and the bishops from admitting new ecclesiastics, before a place should be vacant by the death of the occupant, Godefroy ad Codex Theodosianus, L. 12 tit. Ida decurionibus. Valentinian I, by a rescript still more general, enacted that no rich citizen should obtain a situation in the Church, de Episcoporum Ordination, LXVI. He also enacted that ecclesiastics, who wished to be exempt from offices which they were bound to discharge as proprietors, should be obliged to give up their property to their relations. Codex Theodosianus, L. 12 tit. I leg. 49, G. Right arrow curving left. The Charter of Immunities, which the clergy obtained from the Christian emperors, is contained in the 16th book of the Theodosian Code, and is illustrated with tolerable candor by the learned Godefroy, whose mind was balanced by the opposite prejudices of a civilian and a Protestant. Right arrow curving left. Justinian, Novella CIII. 60 presbyters or priests, 100 deacons, 40 deaconesses, 90 subdeacons, 110 readers, 25 chanters, and 100 doorkeepers. In all, 525. This moderate number was fixed by the emperor to relieve the distress of the Church, which had been involved in debt and usury by the expense of a much higher establishment. Right arrow curving left. Universis Cleris Ecclesiae Carthaginiensis, fir quingenti vel amplius, inter quos quamplurimi erant lectors infantili. Victor Vitensis, Commentarius Historicus de Persecution Vandalica v9, page 78, edit. Ruin art. This remnant of a more prosperous state still subsisted under the oppression of the Vandals. Right arrow curving left. The number of 7 orders has been fixed in the Latin Church, exclusive of the episcopal character. But the 4 inferior ranks, the minor orders, are now reduced to empty and useless titles. Right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 42, 43. Godefroy's commentary, and the ecclesiastical history of Alexandria, show the danger of these pious institutions, which often disturbed the peace of that turbulent capital. Right arrow curving left. The Edict of Milan, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 48, acknowledges, by reciting, that there existed a species of landed property, ad jus corporis earum, id est, ecclesiarum non hominum singulorum pertinentia. Such a solemn declaration of the supreme magistrate must have been received in all the tribunals as a maxim of civil law. Right arrow curving left. Habet unus quisque licentium sanctissimo Catholici, ecclesiae, venerabili concilio, decedens bonorum quat optivit relinquer. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 4. This law was published at Rome, AD 321, at a time when Constantine might foresee the probability of a rupture with the Emperor of the East. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. X6, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 28. He repeatedly expatiates on the liberality of the Christian hero, which the bishop himself had an opportunity of knowing, and even of tasting. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. X.C. 2, 4. The bishop of Caesarea, who studied and gratified the taste of his master, pronounced in public an elaborate description of the Church of Jerusalem, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 46. It no longer exists, but he has inserted in the Life of Constantine, L. 3c. 36, a short account of the architecture and ornaments. He likewise mentions the Church of the Holy Apostles at Constantinople, L. 4c. 59. Right arrow curving left. See Justinian, Novella CXXII 3. The revenue of the patriarchs, and the most wealthy bishops, is not expressed. The highest annual valuation of a bishopric is stated at 30, and the lowest at £2 of gold. The medium might be taken at 16, but these valuations are much below the real value. Right arrow curving left. See Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 324, number 58, 65, 70, 71. Every record which comes from the Vatican is justly suspected, yet these rent rolls have an ancient and authentic color. And it is at least evident that, if forged, they were forged in a period when farms, not kingdoms, were the objects of papal avarice. Right arrow curving left. See Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 3 L. 2c. 13, 15, pages 680, 706. The legal division of the ecclesiastical revenue does not appear to have been established in the time of Ambrose and Chrysostom. Simplicius and Gelasius, who were bishops of Rome in the latter part of the 5th century, mention it in their pastoral letters as a general law, which was already confirmed by the custom of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, the most strenuous asserter of ecclesiastical privileges, submits without a murmur to the payment of the land tax. See Tributum Petit Imperator, non negamus. Agri ecclesiae solvent tributum, salvimus quae sunt Caesaris Caesari, quae sunt de Deo, tributum Caesaris est, non negator. Baronius labors to interpret this tribute as an act of charity rather than of duty, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 587. But the words, if not the intentions, of Ambrose are more candidly explained by Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. 3 L. IC, 34, page 268. Right arrow curving left. In Ariminensi Synodo super ecclesiarum et clericorum privilegius tractatu habito, usque eo dispositio progressa est, ut juga quae viderenter ad ecclesiam pertinere. A publica function caesarent inquietude desistent. Quod nostra videtur dudum sanctio repulsus. Codex Theodotionis, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 15. Had the Synod of Rimini carried this point, such practical merit might have atoned for some speculative heresies. Right arrow curving left. From Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 27, and Sozomen, L. IC. 9, we are assured that the episcopal jurisdiction was extended and confirmed by Constantine. But the forgery of a famous edict, which was never fairly inserted in the Theodosian Code, see at the end, Tom. 6, page 303, is demonstrated by Godefroy in the most satisfactory manner. It is strange that M. de Montesquieu, who was a lawyer as well as a philosopher, should allege this edict of Constantine, de l'Esprit de Loix, L. Zix c. 16, without intimating any suspicion. Right arrow curving left. The subject of ecclesiastical jurisdiction has been involved in a mist of passion, of prejudice, and of interest. Two of the fairest books which have fallen into my hands are the Institutes of Canon Law, by the Abbé de Fleury, and the Civil History of Naples, by Giannoni. Their moderation was the effect of situation as well as of temper. Fleury was a French ecclesiastic, who respected the authority of the parliaments. Giannoni was an Italian lawyer, who dreaded the power of the Church. And here let me observe that, as the general propositions which I advance are the result of many particular and imperfect facts, I must either refer the reader to those modern authors who have expressly treated the subject, or swell these notes to a disagreeable and disproportioned size. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont has collected from Rufinus, Theodoret, etc., the sentiments and language of Constantine. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 3, pages 749, 750. Right arrow curving left. See Codex Theodotionis, L. 9 tit. XLV leg. 4, in the works of Fra Paolo Sarpi, Tom. 4, page 192, etc., there is an excellent discourse on the origin, claims, abuses, and limits of sanctuaries. He justly observes that ancient Greece might perhaps contain 15 or 20 asila or sanctuaries, a number which at present may be found in Italy within the walls of a single city. Right arrow curving left. The penitential jurisprudence was continually improved by the canons of the councils. But as many cases were still left to the discretion of the bishops, they occasionally published, after the example of the Roman praetor, the rules of discipline which they propose to observe. Among the canonical epistles of the 4th century, those of Basil the Great were the most celebrated. They are inserted in the Pandects of Beveridge, Tom. 2, pp. 47, 151, and are translated by Chardin, Histoire des Sacrements, Tom. 4, pages 219, 277. Right arrow curving left. Basil, Epistle XLVI in Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 370, no. 91, who declares that he purposely relates it to convince governors that they were not exempt from a sentence of excommunication. In his opinion, even a royal head is not safe from the thunders of the Vatican, and the cardinal shows himself much more consistent than the lawyers and theologians of the Gallican Church. Right arrow curving left. The long series of his ancestors, as high as Eurysthenes, the first Doric king of Sparta, and the fifth in lineal descent from Hercules, was inscribed in the public registers of Cyrene, a Lacedaemonian colony. Synesius, Epistle LVI, page 197, edit. Petavius. Such a pure and illustrious pedigree of 1700 years, without adding the royal ancestors of Hercules, cannot be equaled in the history of mankind. Right arrow curving left. Synesius, de Regno, p. 2, pathetically deplores the fallen and ruined state of Cyrene, pi lambda iota epsilon lambda lambda eta nu iota, pi alpha lambda alpha iota nu omicron mu alpha kappa alpha sigma epsilon mu nu kappa alpha nu delta mu upsilon rho tau nu pi lambda alpha iota sigma phi nu pi nu eta kappa alpha tau eta phi, kappa alpha mu gamma alpha pi epsilon pi iota omicron nu. Ptolemy, a new city, 82 miles to the westward of Cyrene, assumed the metropolitan honors of the Pentapolis, or Upper Libya, which were afterwards transferred to Caesarea. See Wesseling, Itineraria, pages 67, 68, 732. Cellarius, Geographia Antiqua, Tom. 2 Part 2, pages 72, 74. Carolo A.S. Paulo Geographia Sacra, page 273. Danville, Géographie Ancienne, Tom. 3, pp. 43, 44. Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. XVI, pages 363, 391, right arrow curving left. Synesius had previously represented his own disqualifications, Epistle CV, pages 246, 250. He loved profane studies and profane sports, he was incapable of supporting a life of celibacy, he disbelieved the resurrection. And he refused to preach fables to the people, unless he might be permitted to philosophize at home. Theophilus, primate of Egypt, who knew his merit, accepted this extraordinary compromise. See the Life of Synesius, in Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclésiastiques, Tom. 12, pages 499, 554, right arrow curving left. See the Invective of Synesius, Epistle LVA, pages 191, 201. The promotion of Andronicus was illegal, since he was a native of Berenice, in the same province. The instruments of torture are curiously specified, the pi iota epsilon sigma tau rho iota omicron nu, or press, the delta alpha kappa tau upsilon lambda theta rho alpha, the pi omicron delta omicron sigma tau rho beta eta, the iota nu omicron lambda alpha beta, the tau gamma rho alpha. And the chi epsilon iota lambda omicron sigma tau rho phi iota omicron nu that variously pressed or distended the fingers, the feet, the nose, the ears, and the lips of the victims. Right arrow curving left. The sentence of excommunication is expressed in a rhetorical style. Synesius, Epistle LVII, pages 201, 203. The method of involving whole families, though somewhat unjust, was improved into national interdicts. Right arrow curving left. See Synesius, Epistle XLVII, pages 186, 187. Epistle LXXIA, pages 218, 219. Epistle 89, pages 230, 231, right arrow curving left. See Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, tom. 2L. 3 c. 83, pages 1761, 1770, and Bingham, Antiquities of the Christian Church, Volume 1L, 14 c. 4, pp. 688, 717. Preaching was considered as the most important office of the bishop, but this function was sometimes entrusted to such presbyters as Chrysostom and Augustine. Right arrow curving left. Queen Elizabeth used this expression, and practiced this art, whenever she wished to prepossess the minds of her people in favor of any extraordinary measure of government. The hostile effects of this music were apprehended by her successor, and severely felt by his son. When pulpit, drum ecclesiastic, etc., see Peter Heylyn's Life of Archbishop Laud, page 153. Right arrow curving left. Those modest orators acknowledged that, as they were destitute of the gift of miracles, they endeavored to acquire the arts of eloquence. Right arrow curving left. The Council of Nice, in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th canons, has made some fundamental regulations concerning synods, metropolitans, and primates. The Nicene canons have been variously tortured, abused, interpolated, or forged, according to the interest of the clergy. The suburbicarian churches, assigned, by Rufinus, to the Bishop of Rome, have been made the subject of vehement controversy. See Sermon, Opera Varia, tom. 4, pages 1, 238. Right arrow curving left. We have only 33 or 47 episcopal subscriptions, but Edu, a writer indeed of small account, reckons 600 bishops in the Council of Alls. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 422, right arrow curving left. See Tillemont, tom. 6, page 915, and Bozeber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, tom. I, page 529. The name of bishop, which is given by Eutychius to the 2048 Ecclesiastics, Annals, tom. I, page 440, ver. Pocock, must be extended far beyond the limits of an orthodox or even episcopal ordination. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 3 c. 6, 21. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, pages 669, 759. Right arrow curving left. Sansimus igiter visum legum obtenere, quae aquatuor sanctus concilius, expositi sunt aut firmati. Predictarum enim quatuor synodorum dogmata sicut sanctas scripturas et regula sicut legis observamus. Justinian, Novella cxxxi. Beveridge, ad Pandecti Prolegmen, p. 2, remarks that the emperors never made new laws in ecclesiastical matters, and Giannone observes, in a very different spirit, that they gave a legal sanction to the canons of councils. Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli, tom. I, page 136. Right arrow curving left. See the article, Concile, in the Encyclopédie, tom. 3, pages 668, 679, edition deluxe. The author, M. Le Docteur Bouchaud, has discussed, according to the principles of the Gallican Church, the principal questions which relate to the form and constitution of general, national, and provincial councils. The editors, see preface, page 16, have reason to be proud of this article. Those who consult their immense compilation seldom depart so well satisfied. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 3 c. 63, 66. Right arrow curving left. After some examination of the various opinions of Tillemont, Bozeber, Lardner, etc., I am convinced that Manes did not propagate his sect, even in Persia, before the year 270. It is strange that a philosophic and foreign heresy should have penetrated so rapidly into the African provinces. Yet I cannot easily reject the edict of Diocletian against the Manichaeans, which may be found in Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 287. Right arrow curving left. Constantinus enim, cum limatia superstitionum quereret sectas, Maniciorum et similium, etc. Ammianus 1515. Strategus, who from this commission obtained the surname of Musonianus, was a Christian of the Arian sect. He acted as one of the counts at the Council of Sardica. Libanius praises his mildness and prudence. Valesius adloc Ammianus. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 5, leg. 2. As the general law is not inserted in the Theodosian Code, it probable that, in the year 438, the sects which it had condemned were already extinct. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. IC 22. Socrates, L. IC 10. These historians have been suspected, but I think without reason, of an attachment to the Novatian doctrine. The emperor said to the bishop, Acesius, take a ladder, and get up to heaven by yourself. Most of the Christian sects have, by turns, borrowed the ladder of Acesius. Right arrow curving left. The best materials for this part of ecclesiastical history may be found in the edition of Optatus Malevitinus, published, Paris, 1700, by M. Dupin, who has enriched it with critical notes, geographical discussions, original records, and an accurate abridgment of the whole controversy. M. de Tillemont has bestowed on the Donatists the greatest part of a volume, Tom. 6 Part 1, and I am indebted to him for an ample collection of all the passages of his favorite St. Augustine which relate to those heretics. Right arrow curving left. Cisma igiter illo tempori confusi mulieris iracundia pepperit, ambitus nutrivit, avaritia robera v. Optatus, L. IC 19. The language of Purpurius is that of a furious madman. Dissiter te necas filios sororis tui duos. Purpurius respondit, putas me terrari a te, oxidi, eti oxido eos ca contra me facient. Acta Concilia Certensis, ad calcem optatus, page 274. When Caecilian was invited to an assembly of bishops, Purpurius said to his brethren, or rather to his accomplices, let him come hither to receive our imposition of hands. And we will break his head by way of penance. Optatus, L. IC 19. Right arrow curving left. The councils of Alls, of Nice, and of Trent confirmed the wise and moderate practice of the Church of Rome. The Donatists, however, had the advantage of maintaining the sentiment of Cyprian, and of a considerable part of the primitive Church. Vincentius Lyranesis, p. 332, Apud Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 6, page 138, has explained why the Donatists are eternally burning with the devil, while Saint Cyprian reigns in heaven with Jesus Christ. Right arrow curving left. See the 6th book of Optatus Malevitinus, pages 91, 100. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 6 Part 1, page 253. He laughs at their partial credulity. He revered Augustine, the great doctor of the system of predestination. Right arrow curving left. Plato Egyptum paragravit ut a sacerdotibus barbaris numeros et coelestia exciperit. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum v. 25. The Egyptians might still preserve the traditional creed of the patriarchs. Josephus has persuaded many of the Christian fathers that Plato derived a part of his knowledge from the Jews. But this vain opinion cannot be reconciled with the obscure state and unsocial manners of the Jewish people, whose scriptures were not accessible to Greek curiosity till more than 100 years after the death of Plato. See John Marsham, Canon Chronicus Egyptiacus, Hebraicus, Graecus et Disquisitions, page 144. Leclerc, Epistolae Critici et Ecclesiasticae 7, pages 177, 194. Right arrow curving left. This exposition of the doctrine of Plato appears to me contrary to the true sense of that philosopher's writings. The brilliant imagination which he carried into metaphysical inquiries, his style, full of allegories and figures, have misled those interpreters who did not seek. From the whole tenor of his works and beyond the images which the writer employs, the system of this philosopher. In my opinion, there is no trinity in Plato. He has established no mysterious generation between the three pretended principles which he is made to distinguish. Finally, he conceives only as attributes of the deity or of matter, those ideas, of which it is supposed that he made substances, real beings. According to Plato, God and matter existed from all eternity. Before the creation of the world, matter had in itself a principle of motion, but without end or laws. It is this principle which Plato calls the irrational soul of the world, lambda omicron gamma omicron psi chi eta, because, according to his doctrine, every spontaneous and original principle of motion is called soul. God wished to impress form upon matter, that is to say, 1. To mold matter, and make it into a body, 2. To regulate its motion, and subject it to some end and to certain laws. The deity, in this operation, could not act but according to the ideas existing in his intelligence. Their union filled this, and formed the ideal type of the world. It is this ideal world, this divine intelligence, existing with God from all eternity, and called by Plato nu omicron upsilon or lambda gamma omicron, which he is supposed to personify, to substantialize. While an attentive examination is sufficient to convince us that he has never assigned it an existence external to the deity, or de la divinite, and that he considered the lambda gamma omicron as the aggregate of the ideas of God, the divine understanding in its relation to the world. The contrary opinion is irreconcilable with all his philosophy. Thus he says, Timaeus, page 348, edit. By Ponti, that to the idea of the deity is essentially united that of intelligence, of a logos. He would thus have admitted a double logos, one inherent in the deity as an attribute, the other independently existing as a substance. He affirms, Timaeus 3:16, 337, 348, Sophista, Volume 2, pp. 265, 266, that the intelligence, the principle of order, nu omicron upsilon or lambda gamma omicron, cannot exist but as an attribute of a soul, psi chi eta, the principle of motion and of life, of which the nature is unknown to us. How, then, according to this, could he consider the logos as a substance endowed with an independent existence? In other places, he explains it by these two words, pi iota sigma tau mu eta, knowledge, science, and delta iota nu omicron iota alpha, intelligence, which signify the attributes of the deity, Sophista, Volume 2, page 299. Lastly, it follows from several passages, among others from Philebus, v. 4, pages 247, 248, that Plato has never given to the words nu omicron upsilon, lambda gamma omicron, but one of these two meanings, 1. The result of the action of the deity, that is, order, the collective laws which govern the world, and 2. The rational soul of the world, lambda omicron gamma iota sigma tau kappa eta psi chi eta, or the cause of this result, that is to say, the divine intelligence. When he separates God, the ideal archetype of the world and matter, it is to explain how, according to his system, God has proceeded, at the creation, to unite the principle of order, which he had within himself, his proper intelligence, the lambda gamma omicron, the principle of motion, to the principle of motion, the irrational soul, the lambda omicron gamma omicron psi chi eta, which was in matter. When he speaks of the place occupied by the ideal world, tau pi omicron nu omicron eta tau, it is to designate the divine intelligence, which is its cause. Finally, in no part of his writings do we find a true personification of the pretended beings of which he is said to have formed a trinity, and if this personification existed, it would equally apply to many other notions, of which might be formed many different trinities. This error, into which many ancient as well as modern interpreters of Plato have fallen, was very natural. Besides the snares which were concealed in his figurative style, Besides the necessity of comprehending as a whole the system of his ideas, and not to explain isolated passages, the nature of his doctrine itself would conduce to this error. When Plato appeared, the uncertainty of human knowledge and the continual illusions of the senses were acknowledged, and had given rise to a general skepticism. Socrates had aimed at raising morality above the influence of this skepticism. Plato endeavored to save metaphysics by seeking in the human intellect a source of certainty which the senses could not furnish. He invented the system of innate ideas, of which the aggregate formed, according to him, the ideal world, and affirmed that these ideas were real attributes, not only attached to our conceptions of objects, but to the nature of the objects themselves, a nature of which from them we might obtain a knowledge. He gave, then, to these ideas a positive existence as attributes. His commentators could easily give them a real existence as substances, especially as the terms which he used to designate them, upsilon tau omicron kappa lambda omicron nu, upsilon tau omicron tau gamma alpha phi omicron nu, essential beauty, essential goodness, lent themselves to this substantialization, hypostasis. G. We have retained this view of the original philosophy of Plato, in which there is probably much truth. The genius of Plato was rather metaphysical than impersonative. His poetry was in his language, rather than, like that of the Orientals, in his conceptions. M. Right arrow curving left. The modern guides who lead me to the knowledge of the Platonic system are Ralph Cudworth, The True Intellectual System of the Universe, pages 568, 620, Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 4c. 4. Leclerc, Epistolae Criticae et Ecclesiasticae 7, pages 194, 209, and Johann Jacob Brucker, Historia Critica Philosophiae, Tom. I, pages 675, 706. As the learning of these writers was equal, and their intention different, an inquisitive observer may derive instruction from their disputes, and certainty from their agreement. Right arrow curving left. Brucker, Historia Critica Philosophiae, Tom. I, pages 1349, 1357. The Alexandrian school is celebrated by Strabo, L. 17, and Ammianus, XXII 6. 8926 right arrow curving left. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, L. 12c. 1, 3. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 7c. 7. Right arrow curving left. For the origin of the Jewish philosophy, see Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelica 8-9, 10. According to Philo, the Therapeutes studied philosophy. And Brucker has proved, Historia Critica Philosophiae, Tom. 2, page 787, that they gave the preference to that of Plato. Right arrow curving left. C. Calmet, Dissertations sur l'écriture, Tom. 2, page 277. The Book of the Wisdom of Solomon was received by many of the Fathers as the work of that monarch, and although rejected by the Protestants for want of a Hebrew original, it has obtained, with the rest of the Vulgate, the sanction of the Council of Trent. Right arrow curving left. The Platonism of Philo, which was famous to a proverb, is proved beyond a doubt by Leclerc, Epistolae Criticae et Ecclesiasticae 8, pages 211, 228. Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, L. 4c. 5, has clearly ascertained that the theological works of Philo were composed before the death, and most probably before the birth, of Christ. In such a time of darkness, the knowledge of Philo is more astonishing than his errors. George Bull, Defensio Fidei Niceni, S. I.C. I, page 12. Right arrow curving left. Mens agitat molem eti magno se corpore missit. Besides this material soul, Cudworth has discovered, p. 562, in Aemilius, Porphyry, Plotinus, and, as he thinks, in Plato himself, a superior, spiritual, higher cosmian soul of the universe. But this double soul is exploded by Brucker, Basnage, and Leclerc, as an idle fancy of the latter Platonists. Right arrow curving left. Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, Tom. 2L, 8C, 2, page 791. Bull, Defensio Fidei Nicene, S. ICL, pages 8, 13. This notion, till it was abused by the Arians, was freely adopted in the Christian theology. Tertullian, Adversus Praxeam, c. 16, has a remarkable and dangerous passage. After contrasting, with indiscreet wit, the nature of God and the actions of Jehovah, he concludes, Silicet ut haec de filio Dei non credenda fuis, si non scripta essent. Fortas non credenda de pater licet scripta. 8927 Right arrow curving left. The Platonists admired the beginning of the Gospel of St. John as containing an exact transcript of their own principles. Augustine, De Civitate Dei x 29. Aemilius apud Cyrillus, Contra Julianum, L. 8, page 283. But in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Platonists of Alexandria might improve their Trinity by the secret study of the Christian theology. 8928 Right arrow curving left. C. Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Tom. I, page 377. The Gospel according to St. John is supposed to have been published about 70 years after the death of Christ. Right arrow curving left. The sentiments of the Ebionites are fairly stated by Mosheim, p. 331, and Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, page 535. The Clementines, published among the Apostolical Fathers, are attributed by the critics to one of these sectaries. Right arrow curving left. Stanch polemics, like Bull, Judicium Ecclesiae Catholici, c. 2, insist on the orthodoxy of the Nazarenes, which appears less pure and certain in the eyes of Mosheim, page 330. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 2, 501, 3000. The humble condition and sufferings of Jesus have always been a stumbling block to the Jews. Deus, contrarius coloribus messiam depinxerat. Futurus, erat rex, judex, pastor, etc. See Limborch et Orobio, Amica Calatio, pages 8, 19, 53, 76, 192, 234. But this objection has obliged the believing Christians to lift up their eyes to a spiritual and everlasting kingdom. Right arrow curving left. Justin Martyr, Dialogus cum Tryphone, pages 143, 144. C. Leclerc, Historia Ecclesiastica, page 615. Bull and his editor Grabe, Judicium Ecclesiae Catholici, c. 7, and Appendix, attempt to distort either the sentiments or the words of Justin. But their violent correction of the text is rejected even by the Benedictine editors. Right arrow curving left. The Arians reproached the Orthodox party with borrowing their Trinity from the Valentinians and Marcionites. See Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. 3 c. 5, 7. Right arrow curving left. Non dignum est ex utero credere Deum, and Deum Christum, non dignum est ut tanta majestas per swords edisqualers mulieris transire credator. The Gnostics asserted the impurity of matter and of marriage, and they were scandalized by the gross interpretations of the Fathers, and even of Augustine himself. See Bozaber, Tom. 2, page 523. 8929 Right arrow curving left. Apostolus ad hoc in seculo superstitibus apud Judeam Christi sanguine recent, id phantasma corpus Domini acerabator. Codalirius thinks, Patres Apostoli, Tom. 2, p. 24, that those who will not allow the Docetes to have arisen in the time of the Apostles may with equal reason deny that the sun shines at noonday. These Docetes, who formed the most considerable party among the Gnostics, were so called because they granted only a seeming body to Christ. 8930 Right arrow curving left. Some proofs of the respect which the Christians entertained for the person and doctrine of Plato may be found in La Mothe Leveilleur, Tom. V, page 135, etc., edit. 1757. And Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, Tom. 4, pages 29, 70, etc. Right arrow curving left. Dolio bona fide, Platonum omnium Heriaticarum condimentarium factum. Tertullian, de Anima, c. 23. Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, Tom. 3 Prolegmen 2, shows that this was a general complaint. Bozaber, Tom. Il. 3 c. 9, 10, has deduced the Gnostic errors from Platonic principles. And as in the school of Alexandria, those principles were blended with the Oriental philosophy. Brucker, Tom. I. p. 1356, the sentiment of Bozaber may be reconciled with the opinion of Mosheim, General History of the Church, Volume 1, page 37. Right arrow curving left. If Theophilus, Bishop of Antioch, C. de Pan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. I. p. 66, was the first who employed the word triad, Trinity, that abstract term, which was already familiar to the schools of philosophy, must have been introduced into the theology of the Christians after the middle of the 2nd century. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I. page 808. His expressions have an uncommon energy, and as he was writing to monks, there could not be any occasion for him to affect a rational language. Right arrow curving left. In a treatise which professed to explain the opinions of the ancient philosophers concerning the nature of the gods, we might expect to discover the theological trinity of Plato. But Cicero very honestly confessed that, although he had translated the Timaeus, he could never understand that mysterious dialogue. See Hieronymus, Prefatio ad L. 12 in Isaiam, Tom. V, page 154. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian in Apologeticus, c. 46. C. Bell, Dictionnaire historique et critique, OMOT Simonide. His remarks on the presumption of Tertullian are profound and interesting. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius 4:8. Yet the probole, or prolatio, which the most orthodox divines borrowed without scruple from the Valentinians, and illustrated by the comparisons of a fountain and stream, the sun and its rays, etc., either meant nothing or favored a material idea of the divine generation. See Bozaber, Tom. Il. 3 c. 7, page 548. Right arrow curving left. Many of the primitive writers have frankly confessed that the Son owed his being to the will of the Father. See Samuel Clarke's The Scripture Doctrine of the Trinity, pages 280-287. On the other hand, Athanasius and his followers seem unwilling to grant what they are afraid to deny. The schoolmen extricate themselves from this difficulty by the distinction of a preceding and a concomitant will. Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, Tom. 2L, 6c. 8, pages 587-603. Right arrow curving left. See Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, Tom. 2L, 2c. 10, page 159. Right arrow curving left. Carmen K. Christo quasi Deo dicera secum invisum. Pliny the Younger, Epistulae X 97. The sense of Deus, theta epsilon, Elohim, in the ancient languages, is critically examined by Leclerc, Ars Critica, pp. 150-156, and the propriety of worshipping a very excellent creature is ably defended by the Socinian Thomas Emlyn, Collection of Tracts, pages 29, 36, 51, 145. Right arrow curving left. See Jean Dale, De usu patrum ad ea definienda religionis capita, and Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. X, page 409. To arraign the faith of the Ante-Nicene Fathers was the object, or at least has been the effect, of the stupendous work of Petavius on the Trinity, Dogmata Theologica, Tom. 2. Nor has the deep impression been erased by the learned defense of Bishop Bull. 8931 right arrow curving left. The most ancient creeds were drawn up with the greatest latitude. See Bull, Judicium Ecclesiae Catholici, who tries to prevent Episcopius from deriving any advantage from this observation. Right arrow curving left. The heresies of Praxeas, Sabellius, etc. are accurately explained by Mosheim, pages 425, 680, 714. Praxeas, who came to Rome about the end of the 2nd century, deceived, for some time, the simplicity of the bishop, and was confuted by the pen of the angry Tertullian. Right arrow curving left. Socrates acknowledges that the heresy of Arius proceeded from his strong desire to embrace an opinion the most diametrically opposite to that of Sabellius. Right arrow curving left. The figure and manners of Arius, the character and numbers of his first proselytes, are painted in very lively colors by Epiphanius, Tom. I. Adversus Heresies LXX3 p. 729, and we cannot but regret that he should soon forget the historian, to assume the task of controversy. Right arrow curving left. See Philostorgius, L. IC. 3, and Godefroy's ample commentary. Yet the credibility of Philostorgius is lessened in the eyes of the orthodox by his Arianism, and in those of rational critics by his passion, his prejudice, and his ignorance. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. IC. 15, represents Alexander as indifferent, and even ignorant, in the beginning of the controversy, while Socrates, L. IC. 5, ascribes the origin of the dispute to the vain curiosity of his theological speculations. Dr. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 2, p. 178, has censured, with his usual freedom, the conduct of Alexander, Pyro rho gamma nu xi pi tau tau alpha iota, mu omicron omega phi rho omicron nu epsilon nu kappa lambda epsilon upsilon sigma epsilon. Right arrow curving left. The flames of Arianism might burn for some time in secret. But there is reason to believe that they burst out with violence as early as the year 319. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 6, pages 774, 780. Right arrow curving left. Quid creditet? Cert, aut tria nomina audiens tres deos esse creditet, edi idolatra affectus est, aut in tribus vocabulus trinominum credens deum, in Sabellii hersum incurret. Aut doctus ab Arianis unum esse verum deum patrem, filium et spiritum sanctum creditet creaturas. Aut extra haec quid credere paturit nescio. Hieronymus, Dialogus adversus Luciferianos. Jerome reserves for the last the orthodox system, which is more complicated and difficult. Right arrow curving left. As the doctrine of absolute creation from nothing was gradually introduced among the Christians, Bozaber, Tom. 2, pp. 165, 215, the dignity of the workman very naturally rose with that of the work. Right arrow curving left. The Metaphysics of Dr. Clarke, the Scripture Doctrine of the Trinity, pp. 276, 280, could digest an eternal generation from an infinite cause. Right arrow curving left. This profane and absurd simile is employed by several of the primitive fathers, particularly by Athenagoras, in his apology to the Emperor Marcus and his son. And it is alleged, without censure, by Bull himself. See Defensio Fidei Niceni, Sect. 3 c. 5, number 4. Right arrow curving left. See Ralph Cudworth's The True Intellectual System of the Universe, pages 559, 579. This dangerous hypothesis was countenanced by the two Gregories, of Nyssa and Nazianzen, by Cyril of Alexandria, John of Damascus, etc. See Cudworth, page 603. Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. 18, pages 97, 105. Right arrow curving left. Augustine seems to envy the freedom of the philosophers. Liberis verbis loquuntur philosophi. Nos autem non dissimus duo vel tria principia, duos vel tres deos. De Civitate Dei x 23. Right arrow curving left. Boethius, who was deeply versed in the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, explains the unity of the Trinity by the indifference of the three persons. See the judicious remarks of Leclerc, Bibliothèque Choisy, tom. 16, page 225, etc. Right arrow curving left. If the Sabellians were startled at this conclusion, they were driven down another precipice into the confession that the Father was born of a virgin, that he had suffered on the cross, and thus deserved the epithet of patripassions, with which they were branded by their adversaries. See the invectives of Tertullian against Praxeas, and the temperate reflections of Mosheim, pp. 423, 681, and Bozaber, tom. Il. 3c. 6, page 533. Right arrow curving left. The transactions of the Council of Nice are related by the ancients, not only in a partial, but in a very imperfect manner. Such a picture as Fra Paolo Sarpi would have drawn can never be recovered. But such rude sketches as have been traced by the pencil of bigotry, and that of reason, may be seen in Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. V. pp. 669, 759, and in Leclerc, Bibliothèque Universelle, tom. X, pages 435, 454. Right arrow curving left. We are indebted to Ambrose, De Fide de Gratianum Augustum, L. 3 cap. Ultimate. For the knowledge of this curious anecdote. Hoc verbum pogerant patres, quod viderunt adversarius esse formidini, ut tanquam evaginato ab ipsis gladio, ipsum nefandi caput heresios amputarent. Right arrow curving left. See Bull, Defensio Fidei Niceni, sect. 2c. I, pages 25, 36. He thinks it his duty to reconcile two orthodox synods. Right arrow curving left. According to Aristotle, the stars were homoousian to each other. That homoousios means of one substance in kind, hath been shown by Petavius, Carselius, Cudworth, Leclerc, etc., and to prove it would be acta magira. This is the just remark of Dr. Jordan, Volume 2, page 212, who examines the Arian controversy with learning, candor, and ingenuity. Right arrow curving left. See Petavius, Dogmata Theologica, tom. 2L, 4c, 16, page 453, etc., Cudworth, p. 559, Bull, sect. 4, pages 285, 290, edit. Grabe. The pi epsilon rho iota chi rho eta sigma iota, or circumens sessio, is perhaps the deepest and darkest corner of the whole theological abyss. Right arrow curving left. The third section of Bull's defense of the Nicene faith, which some of his antagonists have called nonsense, and others heresy, is consecrated to the supremacy of the Father. Right arrow curving left. The ordinary appellation with which Athanasius and his followers chose to compliment the Arians was that of Ariamanites. Right arrow curving left. Epiphanius, tom. I Adversus Heresies LXXII 4, page 837. See the Adventures of Marcellus, in Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7i, pages 880, 899. His work, in one book, of the unity of God, was answered in the 3 books, which are still extant, of Eusebius. After a long and careful examination, Petavius, tom. 2L. IC 14, p. 78, has reluctantly pronounced the condemnation of Marcellus. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, in his epistle concerning the synods of Seleucia and Rimini, tom. I, pp. 886, 905, has given an ample list of Arian creeds which has been enlarged and improved by the labors of the indefatigable Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 6, page 477. Right arrow curving left. Erasmus, with admirable sense and freedom, has delineated the just character of Hilary. To revise his text, to compose the annals of his life, and to justify his sentiments and conduct, is the province of the Benedictine editors. Right arrow curving left. Absci episcopo elogio et paucis cum eo, ex major part Asiani decim provincii, inter quas consisto, vir deum nescient. Atque utinum penitus nescerent. Cum proclivior enim venia ignorerent quam obtrectorant. Hilarius, Liber de Synodis seu de Fide Orientalium, c. 63, page 1186, edit. Benedicti. In the celebrated parallel between atheism and superstition, the Bishop of Poitiers would have been surprised in the Philosophic Society of Bell and Plutarch. Right arrow curving left. Hilarius, ad Constantiam Augustum, L. IC. 4, 5, pages 1227, 1228. This remarkable passage deserved the attention of Mr. John Locke, who has transcribed it, Volume 3, p. 470, into the model of his new commonplace book. Right arrow curving left. In Philostorgius, L. 3, c. 15, the character and adventures of Aetius appear singular enough, though they are carefully softened by the hand of a friend. The editor, Godefroy, p. 153, who was more attached to his principles than to his author, has collected the odious circumstances which his various adversaries have preserved or invented. Right arrow curving left. According to the judgment of a man who respected both these sectaries, Aetius had been endowed with a stronger understanding, and Eunomius had acquired more art and learning, Philostorgius. L. 8c. 18. The Confession and Apology of Eunomius, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 8, pages 258, 305, is one of the few heretical pieces which have escaped. Right arrow curving left. Yet, according to the opinion of Estius and Bull, page 297, there is one power, that of creation, which God cannot communicate to a creature. Estius, who so accurately defined the limits of omnipotence, was a Dutchman by birth, and by trade a scholastic divine. De Pan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. 17, page 45. Right arrow curving left. Sabinus, apud Socrates, L. 2c. 39, had copied the Acts. Athanasius and Hilary have explained the divisions of this Arian synod. The other circumstances which are relative to it are carefully collected by Baronius and Tillemont. Right arrow curving left. Fideli et Pia Intelligentia. De Synodis, c. 77, page 1193. In his short apologetical notes, first published by the Benedictines from a MS of Chartres, he observes that he used this cautious expression, que intelligerum et impiam, page 1206. See page 1146. Philostorgius, who saw those objects through a different medium, is inclined to forget the difference of the important diphthong. See in particular 817, and Godefroy, page 352. Right arrow curving left. Tester deum celi atque terrae me cum neutrum audicem, semper tamen utrumque sensis. Regeneratus praedum et in episcopatu eloquentis per manens fidem nice nam nunquam nisi exilaturis audivi. Hilarius, De Synodis, c. xci, page 1205. The Benedictines are persuaded that he governed the diocese of Poitiers several years before his exile. Right arrow curving left. Seneca, Epistulae Moralis Lva, complains that even the town knew of the Platonists, the ends of the bolder schoolmen, could not be expressed by a Latin noun. Right arrow curving left. The preference which the Fourth Council of the Lateran at length gave to a numerical rather than a generical unity, see Petavius, Tom. 2L, 4C, 13, p. 424, was favored by the Latin language. Pyro iota alpha seems to excite the idea of substance, trinitas of qualities. Right arrow curving left. Ingemut totus orbis, et Arianum esse miratus est. Hieronymus, Dialogus adversus Luciferianos, Tom. I, page 145. Right arrow curving left. The story of the Council of Rimini is very elegantly told by Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2, pages 419, 430, edit. Lugduni Batavorum, 1647, and by Jerome, in his dialogue against the Luciferians. The design of the latter is to apologize for the conduct of the Latin bishops, who were deceived, and who repented. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 64, 72. The principles of toleration and religious indifference, contained in this epistle, have given great offense to Baronius, Tillemont, etc. who suppose that the emperor had some evil counselor, either Satan or Eusebius, at his elbow. See Jordan's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Tom. 2, page 183. 8932 right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 3c. 13. Right arrow curving left. Theodoret has preserved, L. IC. 20, an epistle from Constantine to the people of Nicomedia, in which the monarch declares himself the public accuser of one of his subjects. He styles Eusebius tau tau upsilon rho alpha nu nu chi eta mu omicron tau tau omicron sigma upsilon mu mu sigma tau eta, and complains of his hostile behavior during the civil war. Right arrow curving left. See in Socrates, L. IC. 8, or rather in Theodoret, L. IC. 12, an original letter of Eusebius of Caesarea, in which he attempts to justify his subscribing the homoousion. The character of Eusebius has always been a problem. But those who have read the second critical epistle of Leclerc, Ars Critica, Tom. 3, pp. 30, 69, must entertain a very unfavorable opinion of the orthodoxy and sincerity of the Bishop of Caesarea. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 727. Philostorgius, L. IC. 10, and Godefroy's Commentary, page 41. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. IC. 9. In his circular letters, which were addressed to the several cities, Constantine employed against the heretics the arms of ridicule and comic raillery. Right arrow curving left. We derive the original story from Athanasius, Tom. I, page 670, who expresses some reluctance to stigmatize the memory of the dead. He might exaggerate. But the perpetual commerce of Alexandria and Constantinople would have rendered it dangerous to invent. Those who press the literal narrative of the death of Arius, his bowels suddenly burst out in a privy, must make their option between poison and miracle. Right arrow curving left. The change in the sentiments, or at least in the conduct, of Constantine, may be traced in Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 3c. 23, L. 4c. 41, Socrates, L. IC. 23, 39, Sozomen, L. 2c. 16, 34, Theodoret, L. IC. 14, 34, and Philostorgius, L. 2c. 1, 17. But the first of these writers was too near the scene of action, and the others were too remote from it. It is singular enough that the important task of continuing the history of the Church should have been left for two laymen and a heretic. Right arrow curving left. Quia etiam tum catechumenus sacramentum fidei merito videritir patuis nesire. Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2, page 410. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 2c. 2. Sozomen, L. 3c. 18. Athanasius, Tom. I, pages 813, 834. He observes that the eunuchs are the natural enemies of the sun. Compare Dr. Jordan's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Volume 4, p. 3. With a certain genealogy in Candide, ch. 4, which ends with one of the first companions of Christopher Columbus. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus in Historia Sacra, L. 2, pages 405, 406. Right arrow curving left. Cyril, Opud Baronius, AD 353, number 26, expressly observes that in the reign of Constantine the cross had been found in the bowels of the earth. But that it had appeared, in the reign of Constantius, in the midst of the heavens. This opposition evidently proves that Cyril was ignorant of the stupendous miracle to which the conversion of Constantine is attributed. And this ignorance is the more surprising, since it was no more than 12 years after his death that Cyril was consecrated Bishop of Jerusalem by the immediate successor of Eusebius of Caesarea. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, page 715. Right arrow curving left. It is not easy to determine how far the ingenuity of Cyril might be assisted by some natural appearances of a solar halo. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 3 c. 26. He is followed by the author of the Alexandrian World Chronicle, by Cedrenus, and by Nicephorus. See Gothafridi, Dissertations, page 188. They could not refuse a miracle, even from the hand of an enemy. Right arrow curving left. So curious a passage well deserves to be transcribed. Christianam religionum absolutum et simplicem, analyse superstition confundens. In qua scrutanda perplexius, quam componenda gravius exciteret desidia plurima. Quae progressa fusius aluit concertation verborum, ut cater vis antiscium gementis publicis ultro citroque discurrentibus. Per synodos, quas appellant, dum ritum omnem ad sum trahir conanter, Valesius reads conator, re vehicularii considerate servos. Ammianus XXI 16. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 870. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 2c. 35, 47. Sozomen, L. 4c. 12, 30. Theodoret Li c. 18, 32. Philostorgius, L. 4c. 4, 12, L. v. c. 1, 4, L. 6c. 1, 5. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. 4c. 23. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 831. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, p. 947, has collected several instances of the haughty fanaticism of Constantius from the detached treatises of Lucifer of Cagliari. The very titles of these treatises inspire zeal and terror. Moriendum pro de filio, de regibus apostaticis, de non conveniendo cum heretico, de non parcendo in deum delinquentibus. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2, pages 418, 430. The Greek historians were very ignorant of the affairs of the West. Right arrow curving left. We may regret that Gregory Nazianzen composed a panegyric instead of a life of Athanasius. But we should enjoy and improve the advantage of drawing our most authentic materials from the rich fund of his own epistles and apologies, tom. I, pages 670, 951. I shall not imitate the example of Socrates, L. 2c. 1, who published the first edition of his history without giving himself the trouble to consult the writings of Athanasius. Yet even Socrates, the more curious Sozomen, and the learned Theodoret connect the life of Athanasius with the series of ecclesiastical history. The diligence of Tillemont, Tom. 8, and of the Benedictine editors has collected every fact, and examined every difficulty. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2, page 396, calls him a lawyer, a jurisconsult. This character cannot now be discovered either in the life or writings of Athanasius. Right arrow curving left. Dispater enim fatidicarum sortium fidem, quaeve augurales portenderant alit scientissimum calens aliquides predixis futura. Ammianus 15:7. A prophecy, or rather a joke, is related by Sozomen, L. for c. 10, which evidently proves, if the crows speak Latin, that Athanasius understood the language of the crows. Right arrow curving left. The irregular ordination of Athanasius was slightly mentioned in the councils which were held against him. See Philostorgius, L. 2c. 11, and Godefroy, page 71. But it can scarcely be supposed that the assembly of the bishops of Egypt would solemnly attest a public falsehood. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 726. Right arrow curving left. See the History of the Fathers of the Desert, published by Roswide, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, in the Lives of Antony, Pachomius, etc. Athanasius himself, who did not disdain to compose the life of his friend Antony, has carefully observed how often the holy monk deplored and prophesied the mischiefs of the Arian heresy. Athanasius, Tom. 2, pages 492, 498, etc. Right arrow curving left. At first Constantine threatened in speaking, but requested in writing, kappa alpha gamma rho phi omega mu nu pi epsilon lambda epsilon iota, gamma rho phi omega nu delta, xi iota omicron upsilon. His letters gradually assumed a menacing tone, but, while he required that the entrance of the church should be open to all, he avoided the odious name of Arius. Athanasius, like a skillful politician, has accurately marked these distinctions, tom. I, page 788, which allowed him some scope for excuse and delay. Right arrow curving left. The Meletians in Egypt, like the Donatists in Africa, were produced by an episcopal quarrel which arose from the persecution. I have not leisure to pursue the obscure controversy, which seems to have been misrepresented by the partiality of Athanasius and the ignorance of Epiphanius. See Mosheim's General History of the Church, Volume 1, page 201. Right arrow curving left. The treatment of the 6 bishops is specified by Sozomen, L. 2c. 25. But Athanasius himself, so copious on the subject of Arsenius and the chalice, leaves this grave accusation without a reply. 8933 Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 788. Socrates, L. IC 28. Sozomen, L. 2c. 25. The Emperor, in his Epistle of Convocation, Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 42, seems to prejudge some members of the clergy, and it was more than probable that the synod would apply those reproaches to Athanasius. Right arrow curving left. See, in particular, the Second Apology of Athanasius, Tom. I, pages 763, 808, and his Epistles to the Monks, pages 808, 866. They are justified by original and authentic documents. But they would inspire more confidence if he appeared less innocent, and his enemies less absurd. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 4c. 41, 47. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 804. In a church dedicated to Saint Athanasius, this situation would afford a better subject for a picture than most of the stories of miracles and martyrdoms. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 729. Eunapius has related, in De Vitis Philosophorum Edi Sophistarum, pages 36, 37, edit. Cumlin, a strange example of the cruelty and credulity of Constantine on a similar occasion. The eloquent Sopater, a Syrian philosopher, enjoyed his friendship, and provoked the resentment of Ablavius, his praetorian prefect. The corn fleet was detained for want of a south wind. The people of Constantinople were discontented, and Sopater was beheaded, on a charge that he had bound the winds by the power of magic. Suedas adds that Constantine wished to prove, by this execution, that he had absolutely renounced the superstition of the Gentiles. Right arrow curving left. In his return he saw Constantius twice, at Viminiacum, and at Caesarea in Cappadocia, Athanasius, Tom. I, page 676. Tillemont supposes that Constantine introduced him to the meeting of the three royal brothers in Pannonia, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 8, page 69. Right arrow curving left. C. Beveridge, Pandecti, Tom. I, pp. 429, 452, and Tom. 2, annotation page 182. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 6, pages 310, 324. Saint Hilary of Poitiers has mentioned this synod of Antioch with too much favor and respect. He reckons 97 bishops. Right arrow curving left. This magistrate, so odious to Athanasius, is praised by Gregory Nazianzen, Tom. I, Oratio XXI, pages 390, 391. Si premant Deo fert Deus alter opum. For the credit of human nature, I am always pleased to discover some good qualities in those men whom party has represented as tyrants and monsters. Right arrow curving left. The chronological difficulties which perplex the residents of Athanasius at Rome are strenuously agitated by Valesius, Observations ad Calcem, Tom. 2, Histoire ecclesiastica, L. IC. 1, 5, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 8, page 674, etc. I have followed the simple hypothesis of Valesius, who allows only one journey, after the intrusion of Gregory. Right arrow curving left. I cannot forbear transcribing a judicious observation of Wettstein, Prolegomena ad Novae Testamenti Greci, p. 19c Tamen Historiam Ecclesiasticum Velimus Consulir, potebit jam ind a seculo quarto, cum ortis controversius, Ecclesiae Graecii doctors in duas partes cinderenter, ingenio, eloquentia. Numero, tantum non equales, eam partem quae vincere cupibat Romum confugus, magistatemque pontificis comiter coluis. Ec pacto oppressus per pontificum et episcopos Latinos adversarius prevaluis, atque orthodoxiam in conciliis stabilivis. Eam ob causam Athanasius, non sine comitatu, Roman petiat, pluresque annos ibi hacet. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 3 c. 12. If any corruption was used to promote the interest of religion, an advocate of Athanasius might justify or excuse this questionable conduct by the example of Cato and Sidney. The former of whom is said to have given, and the latter to have received, a bribe in the cause of liberty. Right arrow curving left. The canon which allows appeals to the Roman pontiffs has almost raised the Council of Sardica to the dignity of a general council. And its acts have been ignorantly or artfully confounded with those of the Nicene Synod. See Tillemont, Tom. 7, page 689, and Geddes' Miscellaneous Tracts, Volume 2, pages 419, 460. Right arrow curving left. As Athanasius dispersed secret invectives against Constantius, see the Epistle to the Monks, at the same time that he assured him of his profound respect. We might distrust the professions of the Archbishop. Tom. I, page 677. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the discreet silence of Athanasius, and the manifest forgery of a letter inserted by Socrates, these menaces are proved by the unquestionable evidence of Lucifer of Cagliari, and even of Constantius himself. See Tillemont, Tom. 8, page 693, right arrow curving left. I have always entertained some doubts concerning the retraction of Ursatius and Valens, Athanasius, Tom. I, page 776. Their epistles to Julius, Bishop of Rome, and to Athanasius himself, are of so different a cast from each other that they cannot both be genuine. The one speaks the language of criminals who confess their guilt and infamy, the other of enemies who solicit on equal terms an honorable reconciliation. 8934 right arrow curving left. The circumstances of his second return may be collected from Athanasius himself, Tom. I, page 769, and 822, 843, Socrates, L. 2c. 15, Sozomen, L. 3c. 19, Theodoret, L. 2c. 11, 12. Philostorgius, L. 3c. 12, right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, pages 677, 678, defends his innocence by pathetic complaints, solemn assertions, and specious arguments. He admits that letters had been forged in his name, but he requests that his own secretaries and those of the tyrant might be examined. Whether those letters had been written by the former or received by the latter. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, pages 825, 844, right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I, page 861. Theodoret, L. 2c. 16. The emperor declared that he was more desirous to subdue Athanasius than he had been to vanquish Magnentius or Silvanus. Right arrow curving left. The affairs of the Council of Milan are so imperfectly and erroneously related by the Greek writers that we must rejoice in the supply of some letters of Eusebius. Extracted by Baronius from the archives of the Church of Vercelli, and of an old life of Dionysius of Milan, published by Bollandus. See Baronius, AD 355, and Tillemont, Tom. 7, page 1415. Right arrow curving left. The honors, presents, feasts, which seduced so many bishops, are mentioned with indignation by those who were too pure or too proud to accept them. We combat, says Hilary of Poitiers, against Constantius the Antichrist, who strokes the belly instead of scourging the back, ca non dorsa cadet, sed ventrem palpat. Hilarius, contra Constantium Augustum, c. 5, page 1240, right arrow curving left. Something of this opposition is mentioned by Ammianus, 1507, who had a very dark and superficial knowledge of ecclesiastical history. Liberius, perseveranter renitbator, nec visum hominum, nec auditum damar, nefas ultimum sep exclamans, aprut silicet recalcitrans imperatoris arbitrio. Id enim il Athanasio semper infestus, etc. Right arrow curving left. More properly by the orthodox part of the Council of Sardica. If the bishops of both parties had fairly voted, the division would have been 94 to 76. M. de Tillemont, C. Tom. 8, pp. 1147, 1158, is justly surprised that so small a majority should have proceeded as vigorously against their adversaries, the principal of whom they immediately deposed. Right arrow curving left. Sulpicius Severus in Historia Sacra, L. 2, page 412, right arrow curving left. The exile of Liberius is mentioned by Ammianus 1507. See Theodoret, L. 2c. 16. Athanasius, Tom. I, pages 834, 837. Hilarius, Fragmenta Historica I, right arrow curving left. The Life of Ozias is collected by Tillemont, Tom. 7, pp. 524, 561, who, in the most extravagant terms, first admires, and then reprobates, the Bishop of Cordova. In the midst of their lamentations on his fall, the prudence of Athanasius may be distinguished from the blind and intemperate zeal of Hilary. Right arrow curving left. The confessors of the West were successively banished to the deserts of Arabia, or Thebais, the lonely places of Mount Taurus, the wildest parts of Phrygia, which were in the possession of the impious Montanists, etc. When the heretic Aetius was too favorably entertained at Mopsuestia in Cilicia, the place of his exile was changed, by the advice of Acacius, to Amblada, a district inhabited by savages and infested by war and pestilence. Philostorgius, L.V.C. 2, right arrow curving left. See the cruel treatment and strange obstinacy of Eusebius, in his own letters, published by Baronius, AD 356, number 92, 102. Right arrow curving left. Ceterum exuls satis constat, totius orbis studius celebratos, pecuniasque eis in sumptum affidim congestas. Legationibus quoque eos plebis Catholici ex omnibus fir provinciis frequentatos. Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, page 414. Athanasius, Tom. I. Pages 836, 840, right arrow curving left. Ample materials for the history of this third persecution of Athanasius may be found in his own works. See particularly his very able apology to Constantius, Tom. I. Page 673, his first apology for his flight, page 701, his prolix, Epistle to the Solitaries, p. 808, and the original protest of the people of Alexandria against the violences committed by Syrianus, page 866. Sozomen, L. 4c. 9, has thrown into the narrative 2 or 3 luminous and important circumstances. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius had lately sent for Antony and some of his chosen monks. They descended from their mountain, announced to the Alexandrians the sanctity of Athanasius, and were honorably conducted by the archbishop as far as the gates of the city. Athanasius, Tom. 2, pp. 491, 492. See likewise Rufinus 3 164, in Vitae Patrum, page 524, right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I. Page 694. The emperor, or his Arian secretaries, while they express their resentment, betray their fears and esteem of Athanasius. Right arrow curving left. These minute circumstances are curious, as they are literally transcribed from the protest, which was publicly presented 3 days afterwards by the Catholics of Alexandria. See Athanasius, Tom. I. Page 867. Right arrow curving left. The Jansenists have often compared Athanasius and Arnauld, and have expatiated with pleasure on the faith and zeal, the merit and exile, of those celebrated doctors. This concealed parallel is very dexterously managed by the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Jovian, Tom. I. Page 130, right arrow curving left. These princes were called Izanas and Cyazanas. Athanasius calls them the kings of Aksum, nu alpha xi omicron mu epsilon iota tau rho alpha nu omicron iota. In the superscription of his letter, Constantius gives them no title, nu iota kappa tau eta kappa omicron nu sigma tau iota omicron mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron sigma beta alpha sigma tau omicron alpha iota xi alpha nu kappa alpha sigma alpha zeta alpha nu, Mr. Salt, during his first journey in Ethiopia, in 1806, discovered, in the ruins of Aksum, a long and very interesting inscription relating to these princes. It was erected to commemorate the victory of Izanas over the Bugati. Saint Martin considers them the Blemis, whose true name is Beja or Baja. Izanas is styled king of the Axumites, the Homerites, of Radin, of the Ethiopians, of the Sabarites, of Cilia, of Tiamo, of the Bugites, and of K. It appears that at this time the king of the Ethiopians ruled over the Homerites, the inhabitants of Yemen. He was not yet a Christian, as he calls himself son of the invincible Mars, upsilon theta epsilon omicron nu iota kappa tau omicron upsilon rho epsilon omega. Another brother besides Cyazanas, named Adiphas, is mentioned, though Izanas seems to have been sole king. See Saint Martin, Note on Lebeau, 2151. Salt's Voyage to Abyssinia. Sylvestre de Sacy, Note in Annals de Voyages 12, page 53, m. right arrow curving left. Hinc jam toto orb profugus Athanasius, nec ullis ci tutus ad latendum superat locus. Tribuni, prefecti, comites, exercitus quoque ad pervestigandum cum moventur edictus imperialibus, premia delatoribus proponuntur, si cas eum vivum, siid-, caput cert Athanasii decilicit. Rufinus, L. IC, 16, right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Tom. I. Oratio XXI, pages 384, 385. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 7, pages 176, 410, 820, 880. Right arrow curving left. Iti nulla tormentorum vis inveneri, ad hoc potuit, quae obdurato ilias tractus latroni in vito elicera potuit, ut nomen proprium dicat. Ammianus XXI 16, and Valesius ad loc. Right arrow curving left. Rufinus, L. IC 18. Sozomen, L. 4c 10. This and the following story will be rendered impossible if we suppose that Athanasius always inhabited the asylum which he accidentally or occasionally had used. Right arrow curving left. Palladius, Historia Lausiaca, c. 136, in Vitae Patrum, p. 776, the original author of this anecdote, had conversed with the damsel, who in her old age still remembered with pleasure so pious and honorable a connection. I cannot indulge the delicacy of Baronius, Valesius, Tillemont, etc., who almost reject a story so unworthy, as they deem it, of the gravity of ecclesiastical history. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I. p. 869, I agree with Tillemont, Tom. 3, page 1197, that his expressions imply a personal, though perhaps secret, visit to the synods. Right arrow curving left. The epistle of Athanasius to the monks is filled with reproaches, which the public must feel to be true, volume 1, pages 834, 856. And, in compliment to his readers, he has introduced the comparisons of Pharaoh, Ahab, Belshazzar, etc. The boldness of Hilary was attended with less danger, if he published his invective in Gaul after the revolt of Julian. But Lucifer sent his libels to Constantius, and almost challenged the reward of martyrdom. C. Tillemont, Tom. 7, page 905, right arrow curving left. Athanasius, Tom. I. p. 811, complains in general of this practice, which he afterwards exemplifies, page 861, in the pretended election of Felix. 3 eunuchs represented the Roman people, and 3 prelates, who followed the court, assumed the functions of the bishops of the suburbicarian provinces. Right arrow curving left. Thomasin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. IL 2c 72, 73, pages 966, 984, has collected many curious facts concerning the origin and progress of church singing, both in the East and West. 8935 right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, L. 3c. 13. Godefroy has examined this subject with singular accuracy, page 147, etc. There were 3 heterodox forms, to the Father by the Son, and in the Holy Ghost, to the Father and the Son in the Holy Ghost, and to the Father in the Son and the Holy Ghost. Right arrow curving left. After the exile of Eustathius, under the reign of Constantine, the rigid party of the Orthodox formed a separation which afterwards degenerated into a schism, and lasted about 80 years. C. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 7, pages 35, 54, 1137, 1158, Tom. 8, pages 537, 632, 1314, 1332. In many churches, the Arians and Homoousians, who had renounced each other's communion, continued for some time to join in prayer. Philostorgius, L. 3c. 14. Right arrow curving left. C. On this ecclesiastical revolution of Rome, Ammianus 15:7, Athanasius, Tom. I. Pages 834, 861, Sozomen, L. 4c. 15, Theodoret, L. 2c. 17, Sulpicius Severus, Historia Sacra, L. 2 p. 413, Hieronymus, Chronicon, Marcellinus ed Faustinus, Libellus Precum, pages 3, 4, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 336, right arrow curving left. Cucusus was the last stage of his life and sufferings. The situation of that lonely town, on the confines of Cappadocia, Cilicia, and the Lesser Armenia, has occasioned some geographical perplexity. But we are directed to the true spot by the course of the Roman road from Caesarea to Anazarbus. See Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. 2, page 213, Wesseling ad Itineraria, pages 179, 703. Right arrow curving left. Athanasius, tom. I, pages 703, 813, 814, affirms, in the most positive terms, that Paul was murdered. And appeals not only to common fame, but even to the unsuspicious testimony of Phalagrius, one of the Arian persecutors. Yet he acknowledges that the heretics attributed to disease the death of the Bishop of Constantinople. Athanasius is servilely copied by Socrates, L. 2c. 26. But Sozomen, who discovers a more liberal temper, presumes, L. 4c. 2, to insinuate a prudent doubt. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, 1410, refers to his own account of this tragic event. But we no longer possess that part of his history. 8936 right arrow curving left. See Socrates, L. 2c. 6, 7, 12, 13, 15, 16, 26, 27, 38, and Sozomen, L. 33, 4, 7, 9, L. 4c. 221. The Acts of St. Paul of Constantinople, of which Photius has made an abstract, Photius, Bibliotheca, pages 1419, 1430, are an indifferent copy of these historians. But a modern Greek, who could write the life of a saint without adding fables and miracles, is entitled to some commendation. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, L. 2c. 27, 38. Sozomen, L. 4c. 21. The principal assistants of Macedonius, in the work of persecution, were the two bishops of Nicomedia and Cyzicus, who were esteemed for their virtues, and especially for their charity. I cannot forbear reminding the reader that the difference between the homoousion and homoiousion is almost invisible to the nicest theological eye. Right arrow curving left. We are ignorant of the precise situation of Mantineum. In speaking of these four bands of legionaries, Socrates, Sozomen, and the author of the Acts of St. Paul used the indefinite terms of rho iota theta mu omicron, phi lambda alpha gamma gamma epsilon, tau gamma mu alpha tau alpha, which Nicephorus very properly translates thousands. Valesius ad Socrates, L. 2c. 38. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle AII, page 436, edit. Spanheim. Right arrow curving left. See Optatus Malevitinus, particularly 3-4, with the Donatist History, by M. de Pan, and the original pieces at the end of his edition. The numerous circumstances which Augustine has mentioned of the fury of the Circumcellions against others, and against themselves, have been laboriously collected by Tillemont. Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, pages 147, 165, and he has often, though without design, exposed injuries which had provoked those fanatics. Right arrow curving left. It is amusing enough to observe the language of opposite parties when they speak of the same men and things. Gratus, Bishop of Carthage, begins the acclamations of an Orthodox synod, Gratias Deo omnipotenti et Christi Jesu, que imperavit religiosissimo Constantii imperatori, ut votum giret unitatis. Et mitterit ministros sancti operis famulos de Paulam et Macarium. De schismate Donatistorum aliaque huc pertinentia vetera monumenta ad calcem optatae, page 313. Ecce subito, says the Donatist author of the Passion of Marculus, de constantis regif tyrannica domo, pollutum Macariani persecutionis murmur increput. Et duobus bestias ad Africam misses, eadem silicet Macario et Paulo, execrandum prorsus ac dira ecclesiae certimen indictum est. Ut populus Christianus ad unionum cum traditoribus faciendam, nidatus militum gladius et draconum presentibus signis, et tuberum vocibus cogeriter. Monumenta, page 304. Right arrow curving left. The Histoire de Camisards, in 3 volumes, 12º, Villefranche, 1760, may be recommended as accurate and impartial. It requires some attention to discover the religion of the author. Right arrow curving left. The Donatist suicides alleged in their justification the example of Rhazias, which is related in the 14th chapter of the 2nd book of the Maccabees. Right arrow curving left. Nullus infestas hominibus bestias, ut sunt sibi ferols plurique Christianorum, expertus. Ammianus XXII 5. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio I, page 33. C. Tillemont, Tom. 6, p. 501, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. Histoire philosophique et politique de établissements et du commerce de Européens dans les deux Indes, Tom. I, page 9. Right arrow curving left. According to Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 45, the emperor prohibited, both in cities and in the country, tau with grave mu upsilon sigma alpha rho with grave, tau epsilon delta omega lambda omicron lambda alpha tau rho epsilon alpha. The abominable acts or parts of idolatry. Socrates, L. IC. 17, and Sozomen, L. 2c. 4, 5, have represented the conduct of Constantine with a just regard to truth and history, which has been neglected by Theodoret, L.V.C. 21, and Orosius, 728. Tum deigned, says the latter, Primus Constantinus justo ordini tu pio visum verdit edicto, siquidem statuit citra ullum hominum quidem, paganorum templa Claudi. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 2c. 56, 60. In the Sermon to the Assembly of Saints, which the emperor pronounced when he was mature in years and piety, he declares to the idolaters, c. 12, that they are permitted to offer sacrifices and to exercise every part of their religious worship. Right arrow curving left. See Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 3c. 54, 58, and L. 4c. 23, 25. These acts of authority may be compared with the suppression of the Bacchanals, and the demolition of the Temple of Isis, by the magistrates of pagan Rome. Right arrow curving left. Eusebius, in De Vita Constantini, L. 3c. 54, and Libanius, Oratio pro Templis, pages 9, 10, edit. Gotthofred, both mention the pious sacrilege of Constantine, which they viewed in very different lights. The latter expressly declares that he made use of the sacred money, but made no alteration in the legal worship. The temples indeed were impoverished, but the sacred rites were performed there. Lardner's Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, page 140. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXII 4, speaks of some court eunuchs who were spolius templorum pasti. Libanius says, Oratio pro Templis, p. 23, that the emperor often gave away a temple, like a dog, or a horse, or a slave, or a gold cup. But the devout philosopher takes care to observe that these sacrilegious favorites very seldom prospered. Right arrow curving left. See Gothofridis, Codex Theodotionus, Tom. 6, page 262. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. X in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 7, page 235. Right arrow curving left. Placuit omnibus locis at urbibus universis Claudi Protinus Templa, eti excessu vititis omnibus licentium delinquendi perditis abnegari. Volumus etium cunctos a sacrificius abstenere. quod sicis aliquid forte hujus modi perpetraverit. Gladio sternator, facultates etiam perempti fisco discernimus vindicari, id similiter ad fligi rectors provinciarum si facinora vindicare neglexerent. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. X leg. 4. Chronology has discovered some contradiction in the date of this extravagant law. The only one, perhaps, by which the negligence of magistrates is punished by death and confiscation. M. de la Bataille, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 15, p. 98, conjectures, with a show of reason, that this was no more than the minutes of a law, the heads of an intended bill, which were found in Scrinius Memoriae among the papers of Constantius, and afterwards inserted, as a worthy model, in the Theodosian Code. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus, Epistle X, 54. Right arrow curving left. The fourth dissertation of M. de la Bataille, sur le souverain pontificat de empereurs romains, in the Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 15, pp. 75, 144, is a very learned and judicious performance, which explains the state, and proves the toleration, of paganism from Constantine to Gratian. The assertion of Zosimus that Gratian was the first who refused the pontifical robe is confirmed beyond a doubt, and the murmurs of bigotry on that subject are almost silenced. Right arrow curving left. As I have freely anticipated the use of pagans and paganism, I shall now trace the singular revolutions of those celebrated words. Pygamaeta, in the Doric dialect, so familiar to the Italians, signifies a fountain. And the rural neighborhood which frequented the same fountain derived the common appellation of pagus and pagans, festus sub voce, and Servius ad Virgilius, Georgix 2:382. By an easy extension of the word, pagan and rural became almost synonymous, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 18I5. And the meaner rustics acquired that name, which has been corrupted into peasants in the modern languages of Europe. The amazing increase of the military order introduced the necessity of a correlative term, Hume's Essays, Volume 1, page 555. And all the people who were not enlisted in the service of the prince were branded with the contemptuous epithets of pagans. Tacitus, Historiae 324, 43, 77. Juvenal, Satires 16. Tertullian, De Pallio, c. 4. The Christians were the soldiers of Christ. Their adversaries, who refused his sacrament, or military oath of baptism, might deserve the metaphorical name of pagans. And this popular reproach was introduced as early as the reign of Valentinian, AD 365, into imperial laws, Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 2 leg. 18, and theological writings. Christianity gradually filled the cities of the empire, the old religion, in the time of Prudentius, Adversus Simmicum, L. I ad fin. And Orosius, in Prefatio Historiae Adversus Paganos, retired and languished in obscure villages, and the word pagans, with its new signification, reverted to its primitive origin. Since the worship of Jupiter and his family has expired, the vacant title of pagans has been successively applied to all the idolaters and polytheists of the Old and New World. The Latin Christians bestowed it, without scruple, on their mortal enemies the Mohammedans, and the purest Unitarians were branded with the unjust reproach of idolatry and paganism. See Gerard Vossius, Etymologicum Linguae Latini, in his works, tom. I, page 420, Godefroy's Commentary on the Theodosian Code, tom. 6, page 250, and Du Cange, Glossarium Medii et Infami Latinitatis. Right arrow curving left. In the pure language of Ionia and Athens, epsilon delta omega lambda omicron nu and lambda alpha tau rho epsilon alpha were ancient and familiar words. The former expressed a likeness, an apparition, Homer, Odyssey 11:601, a representation, an image, created either by fancy or art. The latter denoted any sort of service or slavery. The Jews of Egypt, who translated the Hebrew scriptures, restrain the use of these words, Exodus 20 verses 4 and 5, to the religious worship of an image. The peculiar idiom of the Hellenists, or Grecian Jews, has been adopted by the sacred and ecclesiastical writers, and the reproach of idolatry, epsilon delta omega lambda omicron lambda alpha tau rho epsilon alpha, has stigmatized that visible and abject mode of superstition which some sects of Christianity should not hastily impute to the polytheists of Greece and Rome. Right arrow curving left. Omnes ca plus poterant in pallatio, agilandi professors jam docti, rect consulta, prosperit completa vertebant in derridiculum, talia sine modo strependis insuls. In odium venit cum victorious sui, capella, non homo. Ut hirsudum Julianum carpens, appellantesc loquisem talpam, edi purpuratum sim iam, eti laterianum Grecum, edi his congruentia plurima at vernacula principi resonance. Audire haec taliac gestienti, virtuts aegis abrura verbis impudentibus conabanter, ut segnum incessendis et timidum et umbertillum, gestac sicis verbis comptioribus exornantum. Ammianus 1711.8937 right arrow curving left. Ammianus 1612. The orator Themistius, 4, pages 56, 57, believed whatever was contained in the imperial letters which were addressed to the Senate of Constantinople. Aurelius Victor, who published his abridgment in the last year of Constantius, ascribes the German victories to the wisdom of the emperor and the fortune of the Caesar. Yet the historian, soon afterwards, was indebted to the favor or esteem of Julian for the honor of a brass statue, and the important offices of consular of the Second Pannonia and prefect of the city. Ammianus XXI 10. Right arrow curving left. Caulido nocendi artificio, accusatorium diritatum laudum titulis perigebant. He voces furunt ad inflammanda adia probria omnibus potentiores. See Mamertinus in Gratiarum Actio Juliano Augusto, in Panegyris I Vetters. 11:4, 5. Right arrow curving left. The minute interval which may be interposed between the heme adulta and the primo vir of Ammianus, XX1, 4, instead of allowing a sufficient space for a march of 3,000 miles, would render the orders of Constantius as extravagant as they were unjust. The troops of Gaul could not have reached Syria till the end of autumn. The memory of Ammianus must have been inaccurate, and his language incorrect. 8938 right arrow curving left. Ammianus XX1. The valor of Lupicinus, and his military skill, are acknowledged by the historian, who, in his affected language, accuses the general of exalting the horns of his pride, bellowing in a tragic tone, and exciting a doubt whether he was more cruel or avaricious. The danger from the Scots and Picts was so serious that Julian himself had some thoughts of passing over into the island. Right arrow curving left. He granted them the permission of the cursus clavularis, or clavularis. These post wagons are often mentioned in the code, and were supposed to carry 1,500 pounds weight. See Valesius ad Ammianus XX4. Right arrow curving left. Most probably the Palace of the Baths, Thermarum, of which a solid and lofty hall still subsists in the Rue de la Harpe. The buildings covered a considerable space of the modern quarter of the university, and the gardens, under the Merovingian kings, communicated with the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. By the injuries of time and the Normans, this ancient palace was reduced in the 12th century to a maze of ruins, whose dark recesses were the scene of licentious love. Explicat alla sinus montemque amplectiter alice. Multiplici latibra cellarum tersura ruberem. Peruntis si pudoris. Cellatura nefas, venerisca comita fertis. These lines are quoted from the Architrenius, L. 4c. 8, a poetical work of Jean de Hauteville, or Hanville, a monk of St. Albans about the year 1190. See Thomas Warton's History of English Poetry, Volume 1 Dessert. 2. Yet such thefts might be less pernicious to mankind than the theological disputes of the Sorbonne, which have been since agitated on the same ground. Bonamy, Memoirs de l'Académie, tom. 15, pp. 678, 682. Right arrow curving left. Even in this tumultuous moment, Julian attended to the forms of superstitious ceremony, and obstinately refused the inauspicious use of a female necklace, or a horse collar, which the impatient soldiers would have employed in the room of a diadem. Right arrow curving left. An equal proportion of gold and silver, 5 pieces of the former, 1 pound of the latter, the whole amounting to about 5 pounds 10 shillings of our money. Right arrow curving left. For the whole narrative of this revolt, we may appeal to authentic and original materials. Julian himself, ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, pp. 282, 284, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 44, 48, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, pages 269, 273, Ammianus, xx4, and Zosimus, L. 3, pp. 151, 153, who, in the reign of Julian, appears to follow the more respectable authority of Eunapius. With such guides we might neglect the abbreviators and ecclesiastical historians. Right arrow curving left. Eutropius, a respectable witness, uses a doubtful expression, consensu militum, x 15. Gregory Nazianzen, whose ignorance might excuse his fanaticism, directly charges the apostate with presumption, madness, and impious rebellion, alpha theta delta epsilon iota alpha, pi nu omicron iota alpha, sigma beta epsilon iota alpha. Oratio 3, page 67. Right arrow curving left. Julian ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, page 284. The devout Abbé de l'Obliterie, v. de Julian, page 159, is almost inclined to respect the devout protestations of a pagan. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus xx5, with the note of Lindenbrogius on the genius of the empire. Julian himself, in a confidential letter to his friend and physician, Oribasius, Epistle 17, p. 384, mentions another dream, to which, before the event, he gave credit, of a stately tree thrown to the ground, of a small plant striking a deep root into the earth. Even in his sleep the mind of the Caesar must have been agitated by the hopes and fears of his fortune. Zosimus, L. 3, page 155, relates a subsequent dream. Right arrow curving left. The difficult situation of the prince of a rebellious army is finely described by Tacitus, Historiae I 80, 85. But Otho had much more guilt and much less abilities than Julian. Right arrow curving left. To this ostensible epistle he added, says Ammianus, private letters, objurgatorias et mortices, which the historian had not seen, and would not have published. Perhaps they never existed. Right arrow curving left. See the first transactions of his reign, in Julian ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, pages 285, 286. Ammianus xx5, 8. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 49, 50, pages 273, 275. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 50, pages 275, 276. A strange disorder, since it continued above 7 years. In the factions of the Greek republics, the exiles amounted to 20,000 persons, and Isocrates assures Philip that it would be easier to raise an army from the vagabonds than from the cities. See Hume's Essays, tom. I, pages 426, 427. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXXVII, page 414, gives a short description of Bisancio, or Besançon, a rocky peninsula almost encircled by the river Doubs. Once a magnificent city, filled with temples, etc., now reduced to a small town, emerging however from its ruins. Right arrow curving left. Vladimir entered into the Roman service, and was promoted from a barbarian kingdom to the military rank of Duke of Phoenicia. He still retained the same artful character, Ammianus XXI3. But under the reign of Valens, he signalized his valor in the Armenian War, Zix 1. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XX10, XXI3, 4. Zosimus, L. 3, page 155. Right arrow curving left. Her remains were sent to Rome, and interred near those of her sister Constantina, in the suburb of the Via Nomentana. Ammianus XXI1. Libanius has composed a very weak apology to justify his hero from a very absurd charge, of poisoning his wife, and rewarding her physician with his mother's jewels. See the 7th of 17 New Orations, published at Venice 1754, from a MS in St. Mark's Library, pages 117, 127. Elpidius, the Praetorian prefect of the East, to whose evidence the accuser of Julian appeals, is arraigned by Libanius as effeminate and ungrateful. Yet the religion of Elpidius is praised by Jerome, Tom. I, page 243, and his humanity by Ammianus, XXI6. Right arrow curving left. Feriarum die, quem celebrants mens Januario, Christiani Epiphania dictatant, progressus in eram ecclesiam, solemniter numini orato decessit. Ammianus XXI2. Zonaras observes that it was on Christmas Day, and his assertion is not inconsistent. Since the churches of Egypt, Asia, and perhaps Gaul celebrated on the same day, the 6th of January, the nativity and the baptism of their Savior. The Romans, as ignorant as their brethren of the real date of his birth, fixed the solemn festival to the 25th of December, the Brumalia, or winter solstice. When the pagans annually celebrated the birth of the sun. See Bingham's Antiquities of the Christian Church, L. XXC. 4, and Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Tom. 2, pages 690, 700. Right arrow curving left. The public and secret negotiations between Constantius and Julian must be extracted, with some caution, from Julian himself, Oratio ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, p. 286, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 51, page 276, Ammianus, XX9, Zosimus, L. 3, page 154, and even Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, pp. 20, 22, who, on this occasion, appears to have possessed and used some valuable materials. Right arrow curving left. 300 myriads, or 3 millions of medimni, a corn measure familiar to the Athenians, and which contained 6 Roman modii. Julian explains, like a soldier and a statesman, the danger of his situation, and the necessity and advantages of an offensive war, ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, pages 286, 287. Right arrow curving left. See his oration, and the behavior of the troops, in Ammianus XXI5. Right arrow curving left. He sternly refused his hand to the suppliant prefect, whom he sent into Tuscany, Ammianus XXI5. Libanius, with savage fury, insults Nebridius, applauds the soldiers, and almost censures the humanity of Julian, Oratio Parentalis, c. 53, page 278. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXI8. In this promotion Julian obeyed the law which he publicly imposed on himself. Nec civilis quisquam judex nec militaris rector, alio quodam praetor merita suffragant, ad potiorem veniat gradum, Ammianus XX5. Absence did not weaken his regard for Sallust, with whose name, AD 363, he honored the consulship. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXI8, ascribes the same practice and the same motive to Alexander the Great and other skillful generals. Right arrow curving left. This wood was a part of the great Hercynian forest, which, in the time of Caesar, stretched away from the country of the Rorasi, Basel, into the boundless regions of the north. See Claverius, Germania Antiqua, L. 3 c. 47. Right arrow curving left. Compare Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 53, pages 278, 279, with Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 68. Even the saint admires the speed and secrecy of this march. A modern divine might apply to the progress of Julian the lines which were originally designed for another apostate. So eagerly the fiend. O'er bog, or steep, through straight, rough, dense, or rare. With head, hands, wings, or feet, pursues his way. And swims, or sinks, or wades, or creeps, or flies. Right arrow curving left. In that interval the notitia dignitatum places 2 or 3 fleets, the Lauriacensis, at Lauriacum, or Lorch, the Arlepensis, the Maginensis. And mentions 5 legions, or cohorts, of Libernarii, who should be a sort of marines. Sect. LVA, edit. Lab. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus alone, L3, page 156, has specified this interesting circumstance. Mamertinus, in Panegyrici Vetters 11:6, 8, who accompanied Julian, as Count of the Sacred Largesses, describes this voyage in a florid and picturesque manner. Challenges Triptolemus and the Argonauts of Greece, etc. Right arrow curving left. Banastor. Manert. M. Right arrow curving left. The description of Ammianus, which might be supported by collateral evidence, ascertains the precise situation of the Angustii Saccorum, or passes of Succi. M. D'Anville, from the trifling resemblance of names, has placed them between Sardica and Nisus. For my own justification, I am obliged to mention the only error which I have discovered in the maps or writings of that admirable geographer. Right arrow curving left. Whatever circumstances we may borrow elsewhere, Ammianus, XX8, 10, still supplies the series of the narrative. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXI9, 10. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 54, pp. 279, 280. Zosimus, L3, pages 156, 157. Right arrow curving left. Julian, ad Senatus Populusque Atheniensum, page 286, positively asserts that he intercepted the letters of Constantius to the barbarians. And Libanius as positively affirms that he read them on his march to the troops and the cities. Yet Ammianus, XXI4, expresses himself with cool and candid hesitation, si famo solius admittenda est fides. He specifies, however, an intercepted letter from Vladimir to Constantius, which supposes an intimate correspondence between them, Caesar tus disciplinam non habet. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus mentions his epistles to the Athenians, the Corinthians, and the Lacedaemonians. The substance was probably the same, though the address was properly varied. The epistle to the Athenians is still extant, pages 268, 287, and has afforded much valuable information. It deserves the praises of the Abbé de l'Obliterie, Préfacio à l'Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, pages 24, 25, and is one of the best manifestos to be found in any language. Right arrow curving left. Auctori tuo reverentiam rogamus. Ammianus XXI10. It is amusing enough to observe the secret conflicts of the Senate between flattery and fear. See Tacitus, Historiae I-85. Right arrow curving left. Tenquam venetitium predum capret, hoc enim ad leniendum suorum metum subine predicabat. Ammianus XXI7. Right arrow curving left. See the speech and preparations in Ammianus XXI13. The vile Theodotus afterwards implored and obtained his pardon from the merciful conqueror, who signified his wish of diminishing his enemies, and increasing the numbers of his friends, XXII 14. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXI 7, 11, 12. He seems to describe, with superfluous labor, the operations of the siege of Aquileia, which on this occasion maintained its impregnable fame. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 68, ascribes this accidental revolt to the wisdom of Constantius, whose assured victory he announces with some appearance of truth. Constantio, quem credibat procul dubio for victorum, nemo enim omnium tunc ab hac Constanti sententia discrepabat. Ammianus XXI 7. Right arrow curving left. His death and character are faithfully delineated by Ammianus, XXI 14, 16, and we are authorized to despise and detest the foolish calumny of Gregory, Oratio 3, p. 68, who accuses Julian of contriving the death of his benefactor. The private repentance of the emperor, that he had spared and promoted Julian, page 69, and Oratio XXI, p. 389, is not improbable in itself, nor incompatible with the public verbal testament which prudential considerations might dictate in the last moments of his life. 8939 right arrow curving left. In describing the triumph of Julian, Ammianus, XXII 1, 2, assumes the lofty tone of an orator or poet, while Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 56, p. 281, sinks to the grave simplicity of an historian. Right arrow curving left. The funeral of Constantius is described by Ammianus, XXI 16, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, p. 119, Mamertinus, in Panegyrisi Vetters 1127, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. Lva, page 283, and Philostorgius, L. 6c. 6, with Godefroy's dissertations, page 265. These writers, and their followers, pagans, Catholics, Arians, beheld with very different eyes both the dead and the living emperor. Right arrow curving left. The day and year of the birth of Julian are not perfectly ascertained. The day is probably the 6th of November, and the year must be either 331 or 332. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 693. Ducange, Familiae Byzantini, page 50. I have preferred the earlier date. Right arrow curving left. Julian himself, pp. 253, 267, has expressed these philosophical ideas with much eloquence and some affectation, in a very elaborate epistle to Themistius. The Abbé de la Bliterie, tom. 2, pp. 146, 193, who has given an elegant translation, is inclined to believe that it was the celebrated Themistius, whose orations are still extant. Right arrow curving left. Julianus ad Themistius, page 258. Petavius, note page 95, observes that this passage is taken from the 4th book De Legibus, but either Julian quoted from memory, or his misses were different from ours. Xenophon opens the Cyropedia with a similar reflection. Right arrow curving left. Delta nu theta rho omega pi omicron nu kappa epsilon lambda epsilon omega nu rho chi epsilon iota nu, pi rho omicron sigma tau theta eta sigma iota kappa alpha theta rho iota omicron nu. Aristotle apud Julianus, page 261. The MS. of Vossius, unsatisfied with the single beast, affords the stronger reading of theta rho iota alpha, which the experience of despotism may warrant. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 84, LXXXV, pp. 310, 312, has given this interesting detail of the private life of Julian. He himself, in Mesopogon, p. 350, mentions his vegetable diet, and upbraids the gross and sensual appetite of the people of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Lectulus. Vestalium Taurus Purier, is the praise which Mamertinus, Panegyrisi Vetters 1113, addresses to Julian himself. Libanius affirms, in sober peremptory language, that Julian never knew a woman before his marriage, or after the death of his wife, Oratio Parentalis, c. LXXXVII, page 313. The chastity of Julian is confirmed by the impartial testimony of Ammianus, XXV4, and the partial silence of the Christians. Yet Julian ironically urges the reproach of the people of Antioch that he almost always, pi iota pi alpha nu in Mesopogon, page 345, lay alone. This suspicious expression is explained by the Abbé de la Bliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. 2, pages 103-109, with candor and ingenuity. Right arrow curving left. See Salmasius ad Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, c. XXI. A 25th race, or missus, was added, to complete the number of 100 chariots, 4 of which, the 4 colors, started each heat. Centum quadrajugos agitabo ad flumina curris. It appears that they ran 5 or 7 times round the meta, Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 4, and, from the measure of the Circus Maximus at Rome, the Hippodrome at Constantinople, etc., it might be about a 4-mile course. Right arrow curving left. Julian in Mesopogon, page 340. Julius Caesar had offended the Roman people by reading his dispatches during the actual race. Augustus indulged their taste, or his own, by his constant attention to the important business of the circus, for which he professed the warmest inclination. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. XLV. Right arrow curving left. The reformation of the palace is described by Ammianus, XXII 4, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. LXII, page 288, etc. Mamertinus, Panegyrici Vetters 1111, Socrates, L. 3 c. 1, and Zonaras, tom. 2L. 13, page 24. Right arrow curving left. Ego non rationalem jussi sed tonsurem axeri. Zonaras uses the less natural image of a senator. Yet an officer of the finances, who was satiated with wealth, might desire and obtain the honors of the Senate. Right arrow curving left. Mu alpha gamma epsilon rho omicron upsilon mu nu chi iota lambda omicron upsilon, kappa omicron upsilon rho alpha delta omicron kappa lambda tau tau omicron upsilon, omicron nu omicron chi omicron upsilon delta pi lambda epsilon omicron upsilon, sigma mu nu eta tau rho alpha pi epsilon zeta omicron pi omicron iota nu. Epsilon nu omicron chi omicron upsilon pi rho tau mu upsilon alpha pi alpha rho tau omicron pi omicron iota mu sigma iota nu epsilon nu rho iota, are the original words of Libanius, which I have faithfully quoted, lest I should be suspected of magnifying the abuses of the royal household. Right arrow curving left. The expressions of Mamertinus are lively and forcible. Quin etiam prandiorum et cinerum elaboratas magnitudines Romanus populus sensit. Cumquisitissimi dapes non gustus et difficultatibus estimerenter, miracula avium, longinque meris Pisces, alieni temporis poma, estivi nivis, hiberni rosi. Right arrow curving left. Yet Julian himself was accused of bestowing whole towns on the eunuchs, Oratio 7, against Polyclet, pages 117, 127. Libanius contents himself with a cold but positive denial of the fact, which seems indeed to belong more properly to Constantius. This charge, however, may allude to some unknown circumstance. Right arrow curving left. In the Mesopogon, pp. 338, 339, he draws a very singular picture of himself. And the following words are strangely characteristic: alpha tau pi rho omicron sigma tau theta epsilon iota kappa alpha tau nu beta alpha theta nu tau omicron upsilon tau omicron nu pi gamma omega nu alpha. Tau alpha tau tau omicron iota delta iota alpha theta omicron nu tau omega nu chi omicron mu alpha iota tau omega nu phi theta epsilon iota rho nu sigma pi epsilon rho nu lambda omicron chi mu tau nu theta eta rho omega nu. The friends of the Abbé de la Bliterie adjured him, in the name of the French nation, not to translate this passage, so offensive to their delicacy, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. 2, page 94. Like him, I have contented myself with a transient allusion, but the little animal which Julian names, is a beast familiar to man, and signifies love. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXII, page 389. He uses the words pi omicron lambda upsilon kappa phi alpha lambda omicron nu delta rho alpha nu, in writing to his friend Hermogenes, who, like himself, was conversant with the Greek poets. Right arrow curving left. The two Salists, the prefect of Gaul and the prefect of the East, must be carefully distinguished. Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 696. I have used the surname of Secundus, as a convenient epithet. The second Sallust extorted the esteem of the Christians themselves. And Gregory Nazianzen, who condemned his religion, has celebrated his virtues, Oratio 3, page 90. See a curious note of the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Julian, page 363. 8940 right arrow curving left. Mamertinus praises the emperor, 11:1, for bestowing the offices of treasurer and prefect on a man of wisdom, firmness, integrity, etc., like himself. Yet Ammianus ranks him, XXI1, among the ministers of Julian, quorum merita norat id fidem. Right arrow curving left. The proceedings of this chamber of justice are related by Ammianus, XXII3, and praised by Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 74, pages 299, 300. Right arrow curving left. Ursuli vero nisum ipsa mihi videtur fles justitia. Libanius, who imputes his death to the soldiers, attempts to criminate the Count of the Largesses. Right arrow curving left. Such respect was still entertained for the venerable names of the Commonwealth that the public was surprised and scandalized to hear Taurus summoned as a criminal under the consulship of Taurus. The summons of his colleague Florentius was probably delayed till the commencement of the ensuing year. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXI7. Right arrow curving left. For the guilt and punishment of Artemius, see Julian, Epistle X, page 379, and Ammianus, XXII11, and Valesius, ad loc. The merit of Artemius, who demolished temples, and was put to death by an apostate, has tempted the Greek and Latin churches to honor him as a martyr. But as ecclesiastical history attests that he was not only a tyrant, but an Arian, it is not altogether easy to justify this indiscreet promotion. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, page 1319. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus XXII6, and Valesius, ad loc, and the Codex Theodotionus, L. 2 tit. 6 leg. I, and Godefroy's commentary, tom. I, page 218, ad loc. Right arrow curving left. The President Montesquieu, Considerations sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. 14 in his works, tom. 3, pp. 448, 449, excuses this minute and absurd tyranny, by supposing that actions the most indifferent in our eyes might excite, in a Roman mind, the idea of guilt and danger. This strange apology is supported by a strange misapprehension of the English laws, chez une nation, oils defende de boyer à la santé d'une certaine personne. Right arrow curving left. The clemency of Julian, and the conspiracy which was formed against his life at Antioch, are described by Ammianus, XXII 9, 10, and Valesius ad loc, and Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 99, page 323. Right arrow curving left. According to some, says Aristotle, as he is quoted by Julian ad Themistius, page 261, the form of absolute government, the pi alpha mu beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota alpha, is contrary to nature. Both the prince and the philosopher choose, however, to involve this eternal truth in artful and labored obscurity. Right arrow curving left. That sentiment is expressed almost in the words of Julian himself. Ammianus XXII 10. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 95, p. 320, who mentions the wish and design of Julian, insinuates, in mysterious language, theta epsilon nu omicron tau omega gamma upsilon nu tau omega nu, lambda lambda nu mu epsilon nu omega nu kappa omega lambda omega nu, that the emperor was restrained by some particular revelation. Right arrow curving left. Julian in Mesopogon, page 343. As he never abolished, by any public law, the proud appellations of despot, or dominus, they are still extant on his medals, Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, pages 38, 39. And the private displeasure which he affected to express only gave a different tone to the servility of the court. The Abbé de la Bliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. 2, pp. 99, 102, has curiously traced the origin and progress of the word dominus under the imperial government. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXI 7. The consul Mamertinus, in Panegyrici Vetters 1128-30, celebrates the auspicious day, like an eloquent slave, astonished and intoxicated by the condescension of his master. Right arrow curving left. Personal satire was condemned by the laws of the 12 Tables. See male conditerate in Quemcas Carmina, jus est. Judiciumque. Horatius, Satires 2:1, 82. Julian, in Mesopogon, page 337, owns himself subject to the law, and the Abbé de la Bliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. 2, p. 92, has eagerly embraced a declaration so agreeable to his own system, and indeed to the true spirit of the imperial constitution. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus, L. 3, page 158. Right arrow curving left. Tau beta omicron lambda eta sigma chi upsilon psi chi eta pi lambda epsilon omega sigma tau iota nu. See Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 71, page 296, Ammianus, XXII 9, and the Theodosian Code, L. 12 tit. I leg. 50, 55, with Godefroy's commentary, tom. 4, pages 390, 402. Yet the whole subject of the Curia, notwithstanding very ample materials, still remains the most obscure in the legal history of the empire. Right arrow curving left. Que Paulo ante arida id city anhilantia vicebanter, ea nunc per lui, Mundari, Madeira, fora, deambulacra, gymnasia, laetus idi gaudentibus populis frequentari. Dies festos, id celebrari vetters, idi novos in honorem principis consecrari, Mamertinus 11:9. He particularly restored the city of Nicopolis, and the Actiac Games, which had been instituted by Augustus. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXXV, pages 407, 411. This epistle, which illustrates the declining age of Greece, is omitted by the Abbé de la Bliterie, and strangely disfigured by the Latin translator, who, by rendering tau lambda epsilon iota alpha, tributum, and delta iota tau alpha iota, populus, directly contradicts the sense of the original. Right arrow curving left. He reigned in Mycenae, at the distance of 50 stadia, or 6 miles from Argos, but these cities, which alternately flourished, are confounded by the Greek poets. Strabo, L. 8, p. 579, edit. Amsterdami, 1707. Right arrow curving left. Martiam, Canon Chronicus, page 421. This pedigree from Temenus and Hercules may be suspicious. Yet it was allowed, after a strict inquiry by the judges of the Olympic Games, Herodotus, L.V.C. 22, at a time when the Macedonian kings were obscure and unpopular in Greece. When the Achaean League declared against Philip, it was thought decent that the deputies of Argos should retire. Titus Livius XXXII 22. Right arrow curving left. His eloquence is celebrated by Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 75, 76, pages 300, 301, who distinctly mentions the orators of Homer. Socrates, L. 3 c. 1, has rashly asserted that Julian was the only prince since Julius Caesar who harangued the Senate. All the predecessors of Nero, Tacitus, Annals 13:3, and many of his successors, possessed the faculty of speaking in public. And it might be proved by various examples that they frequently exercised it in the Senate. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXII 10, has impartially stated the merits and defects of his judicial proceedings. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 90, 91, page 315, etc., has seen only the fair side, and his picture, if it flatters the person, expresses at least the duties of the judge. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, p. 120, who suppresses the virtues, and exaggerates even the venial faults of the apostate, triumphantly asks whether such a judge was fit to be seated between Minos and Rhadamanthus in the Elysian fields? Right arrow curving left. Of the laws which Julian enacted in a reign of 16 months, 54 have been admitted into the codes of Theodosius and Justinian. Gothofridis, Chronologia Legum, pages 64, 67. The Abbé de l'Obliterie, Tom. 2, pages 329, 336, has chosen one of these laws to give an idea of Julian's Latin style, which is forcible and elaborate, but less pure than his Greek. Right arrow curving left. Ductor fortissimus armis. Conditor et legum celeberimus, or manuque. Consultor patrii, sed non consultor habendi. Religionis, a monster centum milia divum. Perfidus aldeo, quam vis non eti perfidus orbi. Prudentius, Apotheosis 450, etc. The consciousness of a generous sentiment seems to have raised the Christian poet above his usual mediocrity. Right arrow curving left. I shall transcribe some of his own expressions from a short religious discourse which the imperial pontiff composed to censure the bold impiety of a cynic. Lambda lambda mu omega omicron tau omega delta tau iota tau omicron theta epsilon omicron upsilon pi epsilon phi rho iota kappa alpha iota phi iota lambda, kappa alpha sigma beta omega, kappa alpha zeta omicron mu alpha iota, kappa alpha pi nu theta pi lambda tau tau omicron iota alpha pi rho alpha tau omicron pi sigma chi omega. Sigma alpha pi epsilon rho nu tau iota kappa alpha omicron alpha pi rho gamma alpha theta omicron delta epsilon sigma pi tau alpha, pi rho delta iota delta alpha sigma kappa lambda upsilon, pi rho pi alpha tau epsilon rho alpha. Pi rho kappa eta delta epsilon mu nu alpha. Oratio 7, page 212. The variety and copiousness of the Greek tongue seem inadequate to the fervor of his devotion. Right arrow curving left. The orator, with some eloquence, much enthusiasm, and more vanity, addresses his discourse to heaven and earth, to men and angels, to the living and the dead. And above all, to the great Constantius, epsilon tau iota alpha sigma theta eta sigma iota, an odd pagan expression. He concludes with a bold assurance that he has erected a monument not less durable, and much more portable, than the columns of Hercules. See Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 50, 4, page 134. Right arrow curving left. See this long invective, which has been injudiciously divided into 2 orations in Gregory's works, Tom. I, pages 49, 134, Paris, 1630. It was published by Gregory and his friend Basil, 4, p. 133, about 6 months after the death of Julian, when his remains had been carried to Tarsus, 4, page 120, but while Jovian was still on the throne, 3, page 54, 4, page 117. I have derived much assistance from a French version and remarks, printed at Lyons, 1735. Right arrow curving left. Nicomedii ab Eusebio educatus episcopo, quem genere longius contingbat, Ammianus XXII 9. Julian never expresses any gratitude towards that Arian prelate. But he celebrates his preceptor, the eunuch Mardonius, and describes his mode of education, which inspired his pupil with a passionate admiration for the genius, and perhaps the religion of Homer. Misopogon, pages 351, 352. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, 3, page 70. He labored to effect that holy mark in the blood, perhaps of a Taurobolium. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 361, No. 3, 4. Right arrow curving left. Julian himself, Epistle Eli, page 454, assures the Alexandrians that he had been a Christian, he must mean a sincere one, till the 20th year of his age. Right arrow curving left. See his Christian, and even ecclesiastical education, in Gregory, 3, page 58, Socrates, L. 3 c. 1, and Sozomen, L. v. c. 2. He escaped very narrowly from being a bishop, and perhaps a saint. Right arrow curving left. The share of the work which had been allotted to Gallus was prosecuted with vigor and success. But the earth obstinately rejected and subverted the structures which were imposed by the sacrilegious hand of Julian. Gregory Nazianzen, 3, pages 59, 61. Such a partial earthquake, attested by many living spectators, would form one of the clearest miracles in ecclesiastical story. Right arrow curving left. The philosopher, fragment, p. 288, ridicules the iron chains, etc., of these solitary fanatics, see Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 9, pp. 661, 632, who had forgot that man is by nature a gentle and social animal, nu thetaero pi omicron upsilon phi sigma epsilon iota pi omicron lambda iota tau iota kappa omicron zeta omicron upsilon kappa alpha muro omicron upsilon. The pagan supposes that because they had renounced the gods, they were possessed and tormented by evil demons. Right arrow curving left. See Julian Apud Cyril, L. 6, page 206, L. 8, pages 253, 262. You persecute, says he, those heretics who do not mourn the dead man precisely in the way which you approve. He shows himself a tolerable theologian. But he maintains that the Christian Trinity is not derived from the doctrine of Paul, of Jesus, or of Moses. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 9, 10, page 232, etc. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 61. Eunapius, De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum in Maximus, pages 68, 70, edit. Cumlin. Right arrow curving left. A modern philosopher has ingeniously compared the different operation of theism and polytheism, with regard to the doubt or conviction which they produce in the human mind. See Hume's Essays, Volume 2, pages 444, 457, in octavo edit, 1777. Right arrow curving left. The Idaean mother landed in Italy about the end of the Second Punic War. The miracle of Claudia, either virgin or matron, who cleared her fame by disgracing the graver modesty of the Roman ladies, is attested by a cloud of witnesses. Their evidence is collected by Drakenborch, ad Silius Italicus 1733, but we may observe that Livy, Zix 14, slides over the transaction with discreet ambiguity. Right arrow curving left. I cannot refrain from transcribing the emphatical words of Julian, mu omicron delta delta omicron kappa epsilon tau alpha pi lambda epsilon sigma iota pi iota sigma tau epsilon epsilon iota nu mu lambda lambda omicron nu tau tau omicron iota alpha tau omicron upsilon tau omicron iota sigma iota tau omicron kappa omicron mu psi omicron iota nu tau psi upsilon chi rho iota omicron nu delta rho iota mu mu nu gamma iota delta omicron delta nu beta lambda pi epsilon iota. Oratio v. Page 161. Julian likewise declares his firm belief in the ancilia, the holy shields, which dropped from heaven on the Quirinal hill. And pities the strange blindness of the Christians, who preferred the cross to these celestial trophies. Apud Cyril, L. 6, page 194. Right arrow curving left. See the principles of allegory in Julian, Oratio 7, pp. 216, 222. His reasoning is less absurd than that of some modern theologians, who assert that an extravagant or contradictory doctrine must be divine. since no man alive could have thought of inventing it. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius has made these sophists the subject of a partial and fanatical history. And the learned Brucker, Historia Critica Philosophiae, tom. 2, pages 217, 303, has employed much labor to illustrate their obscure lives and incomprehensible doctrines. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Oratio 7, page 222. He swears with the most fervent and enthusiastic devotion, and trembles lest he should betray too much of these holy mysteries, which the profane might deride with an impious sardonic laugh. Right arrow curving left. See the fifth oration of Julian. But all the allegories which ever issued from the Platonic school are not worth the short poem of Catullus on the same extraordinary subject. The transition of Aedes from the wildest enthusiasm to sober pathetic complaint, for his irretrievable loss, must inspire a man with pity, a eunuch with despair. Right arrow curving left. The true religion of Julian may be deduced from the Caesars, page 308, with Spanheim's notes and illustrations, from the fragments in Cyril, L. 2, pp. 57, 58, and especially from the theological oration in Solum Regem, pages 130, 158, addressed, in the confidence of friendship, to the prefect Sallust. Right arrow curving left. Julian adopts this gross conception by ascribing it to his favorite Marcus Antoninus, Caesars, page 333. The Stoics and Platonists hesitated between the analogy of bodies and the purity of spirits. Yet the gravest philosophers inclined to the whimsical fancy of Aristophanes and Lucian that an unbelieving age might starve the immortal gods. See Observations de Spanheim, pages 284, 444, etc. Right arrow curving left. Lambda iota omicron nu lambda gamma omega, tau zeta nu gamma alpha lambda mu alpha kappa alpha mu psi upsilon chi omicron nu, kappa alpha nu nu omicron upsilon nu, kappa alpha gamma alpha theta omicron epsilon rho gamma nu tau omicron nu omicron eta tau omicron pi alpha tau rho. Julian, Epistle Li. In another place, Apud Cyrillus, L. 2, p. 69, he calls the Son, God, and the throne of God. Julian believed the Platonicean Trinity, and only blames the Christians for preferring a mortal to an immortal logos. Right arrow curving left. The sophists of Eunapius perform as many miracles as the saints of the desert, and the only circumstance in their favor is that they are of a less gloomy complexion. Instead of devils with horns and tails, Iamblichus evoked the genii of love, Eros and Anteros, from two adjacent fountains. Two beautiful boys issued from the water, fondly embraced him as their father, and retired at his command, pages 26, 27. Right arrow curving left. The dexterous management of these sophists, who played their credulous pupil into each other's hands, is fairly told by Eunapius, pages 69, 79, with unsuspecting simplicity. The Abbé de la Bliterie understands, and neatly describes, the whole comedy, v. de Julian, pages 61, 67. Right arrow curving left. When Julian, in a momentary panic, made the sign of the cross, the demons instantly disappeared, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 71. Gregory supposes that they were frightened, but the priests declared that they were indignant. The reader, according to the measure of his faith, will determine this profound question. Right arrow curving left. A dark and distant view of the terrors and joys of initiation is shown by Dion Chrysostom, Themistius, Proclus, and Stobaeus. The learned author of the Divine Legation of Moses has exhibited their words, Volume 1, pages 239, 247, 248, 280, edit. 1765, which he dexterously or forcibly applies to his own hypothesis. Right arrow curving left. Julian's modesty confined him to obscure and occasional hints, but Libanius expiates with pleasure on the facts and visions of the religious hero. Legatio ad Julianus, p. 157, and Oratio Parentalis, c. LXXXI, pages 309, 310, right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. x, pages 233, 234. Gallus had some reason to suspect the secret apostasy of his brother. And in a letter, which may be received as genuine, he exhorts Julian to adhere to the religion of their ancestors, an argument which, as it should seem, was not yet perfectly ripe. See Julian, Opera, page 454, and Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, tom. 2, page 141. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, 3, page 50, with inhuman zeal, censures Constantius for sparing the infant apostate, Kappa Kappa Omega Sigma Theta Epsilon Nu Tau Alpha. His French translator, page 265, cautiously observes that such expressions must not be prizes à la lettre. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 9, page 233. Right arrow curving left. Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, LV.C. 8, pages 88, 90, and Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, pp. 44, 47, have accurately compiled all that can now be discovered of Julian's work against the Christians. Right arrow curving left. About 70 years after the death of Julian, he executed a task which had been feebly attempted by Philip of Side, a prolix and contemptible writer. Even the work of Cyril has not entirely satisfied the most favorable judges, and the Abbé de l'Obliterie, Preface à l'Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, pp. 30, 32, wishes that some theologian philosophe, a strange centaur, would undertake the refutation of Julian. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. LXXXVA p. 313, who has been suspected of assisting his friend, prefers this divine vindication, Oratio 9, in Nisum Julianus, page 255, edit. Morelli, to the writings of Porphyry. His judgment may be arraigned, Socrates, L. 3 c. 23, but Libanius cannot be accused of flattery to a dead prince. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. LVII, pp. 283, 284, has eloquently explained the tolerating principles and conduct of his imperial friend. In a very remarkable epistle to the people of Bostra, Julian himself, Epistle AII, professes his moderation and betrays his zeal. Which is acknowledged by Ammianus, and exposed by Gregory, Oratio 3, page 72. Right arrow curving left. In Greece the temples of Minerva were opened by his express command, before the death of Constantius, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 55, page 280. And Julian declares himself a pagan in his public manifesto to the Athenians. This unquestionable evidence may correct the hasty assertion of Ammianus, who seems to suppose Constantinople to be the place where he discovered his attachment to the gods. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXII 5. Sozomen, LV.C. 5. Bestia Moritor, Tranquillitas redit, omnes episcopi quid approprius sedibus furent exterminati per indulgentiam novae principis ad ecclesias redurnt. Jerome, Dialogus adversus Luciferianos, tom. 2, page 143. Optatus accuses the Donatists for owing their safety to an apostate, L. 2c. 16, pages 36, 37, edit. De Pan. Right arrow curving left. The restoration of the pagan worship is described by Julian, Mesopagon, page 346, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 60, pages 286, 287, and Oratio Consularis ad Julianus, pages 245, 246, edit. Morelli, Ammianus, XXII 12, and Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, page 121. These writers agree in the essential, and even minute, facts. But the different lights in which they view the extreme devotion of Julian are expressive of the gradations of self-applause, passionate admiration, mild reproof, and partial invective. Right arrow curving left. See Julian, Epistolae 49, LXI, LXII, and a long and curious fragment, without beginning or end, pages 288, 305. The Supreme Pontiff derides the Mosaic history and the Christian discipline, prefers the Greek poets to the Hebrew prophets, and palliates, with the skill of a Jesuit, the relative worship of images. Right arrow curving left. The exultation of Julian, p. 301, that these impious sects, and even their writings, are extinguished may be consistent enough with the sacerdotal character, but it is unworthy of a philosopher to wish that any opinions and arguments the most repugnant to his own should be concealed from the knowledge of mankind. Right arrow curving left. Yet he insinuates that the Christians, under the pretense of charity, inveigled children from their religion and parents, conveyed them on shipboard, and devoted those victims to a life of poverty or servitude in a remote country, p. 305, had the charge been proved, it was his duty, not to complain, but to punish. 8941 Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen is facetious, ingenious, and argumentative, Oratio 3, pages 101, 102, etc. He ridicules the folly of such vain imitation, and amuses himself with inquiring what lessons, moral or theological, could be extracted from the Grecian fables. Right arrow curving left. He accuses one of his pontiffs of a secret confederacy with the Christian bishops and presbyters, Epistle LXII. Rho nu omicron nu pi omicron lambda lambda nu mu nu lambda iota gamma omega rho alpha nu omicron sigma alpha nu mu nu pi rho tau omicron theta epsilon upsilon, and again, mu delta omicron tau omega alpha theta mu omega, etc. Epistle LXII. Right arrow curving left. He praises the fidelity of Calixene, priestess of Ceres, who had been twice as constant as Penelope, and rewards her with the priesthood of the Phrygian goddess at Pessinus, Julian. Epistle XXI. He applauds the firmness of Sopater of Hierapolis, who had been repeatedly pressed by Constantius and Gallus to apostatize, Epistle XXVA, page 401. Right arrow curving left. Delta nu omicron mu zeta omega nu delta epsilon lambda phi alpha lambda gamma omicron upsilon tau epsilon kappa alpha theta epsilon nu epsilon rho alpha. Oratio Parentalis, c. 77, page 302. The same sentiment is frequently inculcated by Julian, Libanius, and the rest of their party. Right arrow curving left. The curiosity and credulity of the emperor, who tried every mode of divination, are fairly exposed by Ammianus, XXII 12. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXXVAI. Three other epistles, 15, 16, XXXAX, in the same style of friendship and confidence are addressed to the philosopher Maximus. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius, in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, Maximus, pages 77, 79, and in Chrysantheo, pp. 147, 148, has minutely related these anecdotes, which he conceives to be the most important events of the age. Yet he fairly confesses the frailty of Maximus. His reception at Constantinople is described by Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 86, page 301, and Ammianus, XXII 7. 8942 Right arrow curving left. Chrysantheus, who had refused to quit Lydia, was created high priest of the province. His cautious and temperate use of power secured him after the revolution. And he lived in peace, while Maximus, Priscus, etc., were persecuted by the Christian ministers. See the adventures of those fanatic sophists, collected by Brucker, Tom. 2, pages 281, 293. Right arrow curving left. Secretary Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 101, 102, pages 324, 326, and Eunapius, De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum in Proeregius, page 126. Some students, whose expectations perhaps were groundless or extravagant, retired in disgust, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, page 120. It is strange that we should not be able to contradict the title of one of Tillemont's chapters, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, p. 960, La cour de Julien est pleine de philosophies et de gens produits. Right arrow curving left. Under the reign of Louis XIV his subjects of every rank aspired to the glorious title of convertisseur, expressive of their zeal and success in making proselytes. The word and the idea are growing obsolete in France, may they never be introduced into England. Right arrow curving left. See the strong expressions of Libanius, which were probably those of Julian himself, Oratio Parentalis, c. 59, page 285. Right arrow curving left. When Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio x. p. 167, is desirous to magnify the Christian firmness of his brother Caesarius, physician to the imperial court, he owns that Caesarius disputed with a formidable adversary, pi lambda upsilon nu pi lambda omicron. Kappa alpha mu gamma alpha nu lambda gamma omega nu delta epsilon iota nu tau eta tau iota. In his invectives he scarcely allows any share of wit or courage to the apostate. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXXVAI. Ammianus XXI 12. Adio ut in dies pene singulos militas carnis distenture sagina victitantes inculcius, potusca viditate correpti, humoris impositae transuntium per platias. Ex publicis edibus, ad sua diversoria porterenter. The devout prince and the indignant historian describe the same scene, and in Illyricum or Antioch similar causes must have produced similar effects. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Oratio 3, pp. 74, 75, 83, 86, and Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. LXXXI, LXXXI, pages 307, 308, pi epsilon rho iota tau alpha tau eta nu sigma pi omicron delta eta nu. Omicron kappa rho nu omicron mu alpha iota pi lambda omicron tau omicron nu alpha nu eta lambda omega sigma theta alpha iota mu gamma alpha nu. The sophist owns and justifies the expense of these military conversions. Right arrow curving left. Julian's epistle, XXV, is addressed to the community of the Jews. Aldus Manutius, Venetius, 1499, has branded it with an epsilon gamma nu sigma iota omicron, but this stigma is justly removed by the subsequent editors, Petavius and Spanheim. This epistle is mentioned by Sozomen, L.V.C. 22, and the purport of it is confirmed by Gregory, Oratio 4, page 111, and by Julian himself, fragment, page 295. Right arrow curving left. The Mishnah denounced death against those who abandoned the foundation. The judgment of zeal is explained by Marsham, Canon Chronicus, pages 161, 162, edit. Folio London, 1672, and Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, tom. 8, page 120. Constantine made a law to protect Christian converts from Judaism. Codex Theodosianus, L. 16 tit. 8 leg. 1, Godefroy, tom. 6, page 215. Right arrow curving left. Et interia, during the civil war of Magnentius, Judaeorum seditio, capatricium, neferi and regni specium suscularunt, oppressa. Aurelius Victor, in Constantio, c. xlii. C. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 379, in quarto. Right arrow curving left. The city and synagogue of Tiberius are curiously described by Rieland, Palestina, tom. 2, pages 1036, 1042. Right arrow curving left. Basnage has fully illustrated the state of the Jews under Constantine and his successors, tom. 8c. 4, pages 111, 153. Right arrow curving left. Rieland, Palestina, L. I, pages 309, 390, L. 3, p. 838, describes, with learning and perspicuity, Jerusalem, and the face of the adjacent country. Right arrow curving left. I have consulted a rare and curious treatise of M. D'Anville, Dissertation sur l'étendue de l'ancienne Jerusalem, Paris, 1747, page 75. The Circumference of the Ancient City, Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelica, L. 9c. 36, was 27 stadia, or 2,550 toises. A plan taken on the spot assigns no more than 1,980 for the modern town. The circuit is defined by natural landmarks which cannot be mistaken or removed. Right arrow curving left. See two curious passages in Jerome, Tom. I, page 102, Tom. 6, page 315, and the ample details of Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. I, page 569, Tom. 2, pages 289, 294, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. On the site of the Holy Sepulchre, compare the chapter in Professor George Robinson's Travels in Palestine and Syria, which has renewed the old controversy with great vigor. To me, this temple of Venus, said to have been erected by Hadrian to insult the Christians, is not the least suspicious part of the whole legend. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Eusebius in De Vita Constantini, L. 3 c. 25, 47, 51, 53. The emperor likewise built churches at Bethlehem, the Mount of Olives, and the Oak of Mamber. The Holy Sepulchre is described by Sandys, Travels, pp. 125, 133, and curiously delineated by Cornelius de Bruyne, Voyage au Levant, pages 288, 296. Right arrow curving left. The itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem was composed in the year 333, for the use of pilgrims. Among whom Jerome, Tom. I, page 126, mentions the Britons and the Indians. The causes of this superstitious fashion are discussed in the learned and judicious preface of Wesseling, Itineraria, pp. 537, 545, .8943 right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum v1, has beautifully expressed the common sense of mankind. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 326, no. 42, 50, and Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 7, pages 8, 16, are the historians and champions of the miraculous invention of the cross, under the reign of Constantine. Their oldest witnesses are Paulinus, Sulpicius Severus, Rufinus, Ambrose, and perhaps Cyril of Jerusalem. The silence of Eusebius and the Bordeaux pilgrim, which satisfies those who think, perplexes those who believe. See Jordan's Sensible Remarks, Volume 2, pages 238, 248. Right arrow curving left. This multiplication is asserted by Paulinus, Epistle XXXVI. C. de Pan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. 3, p. 149, who seems to have improved a rhetorical flourish of Cyril into a real fact. The same supernatural privilege must have been communicated to the Virgin's milk, Erasmi, Opera Omnia, Tom. I. p. 778, Lugduni Batavorum, 1703, in Colloquiorum de Peregrination Religionis Ergo, Saints' Heads, etc., and other relics, which are repeated in so many different churches. 8944 right arrow curving left. Jerome, Tom. I, page 103, who resided in the neighboring village of Bethlehem, describes the vices of Jerusalem from his personal experience. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nyssen, Apud Wesseling, page 539. The whole epistle, which condemns either the use or the abuse of religious pilgrimage, is painful to the Catholic divines, while it is dear and familiar to our Protestant polemics. Right arrow curving left. He renounced his Orthodox ordination, officiated as a deacon, and was reordained by the hands of the Arians. But Cyril afterwards changed with the times, and prudently conformed to the Nicene faith. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, who treats his memory with tenderness and respect, has thrown his virtues into the text, and his faults into the notes, in decent obscurity, at the end of the volume. Right arrow curving left. Imperii sui memoriam magnitudine operam gestions propagare. Ammianus Xi 1. The Temple of Jerusalem had been famous even among the Gentiles. They had many temples in each city, at Sichem 5, at Gaza 8, at Rome 424, but the wealth and religion of the Jewish nation was centered in one spot. Right arrow curving left. The secret intentions of Julian are revealed by the late Bishop of Gloucester, the learned and dogmatic William Warburton, who, with the authority of a theologian, prescribes the motives and conduct of the Supreme Being. The discourse entitled Julian, 2nd edition, London, 1751, is strongly marked with all the peculiarities which are imputed to the Warburtonian school. Right arrow curving left. I shelter myself behind Maimonides, Marsham, Spencer, Leclerc, Warburton, etc., who have fairly derided the fears, the folly, and the falsehood of some superstitious divines. See Divine Legation of Moses, Volume 4, page 25, etc. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Fragment, page 295, respectfully styles him mu gamma alpha theta omicron, and mentions him elsewhere, Epistle LXA, with still higher reverence. He doubly condemns the Christians, for believing and for renouncing the religion of the Jews. Their deity was a true, but not the only, God. Apud Cyril, L. 9, pages 305, 306. Right arrow curving left. 1 Kings 8 verse 63. 2 Chronicles 7 verse 5. Josephus, Antiquitates Judaicae, L. 8c. 4, page 431, edit. Haverkamp. As the blood and smoke of so many hecatombs might be inconvenient, Lightfoot, the Christian rabbi, removes them by a miracle. Leclerc, Adlock, is bold enough to suspect the fidelity of the numbers. 8945 right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistles 6, XXX. L'Obliterie has neglected to translate the second of these epistles. Right arrow curving left. See the zeal and impatience of the Jews in Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, p. 111, and Theodoret, L. 3 c. 20. Right arrow curving left. Built by Omar, the second caliph, who died AD 644. This great mosque covers the whole consecrated ground of the Jewish temple, and constitutes almost a square of 760 toises, or 1 Roman mile in circumference. C. D. Anvil, Dissertation sur l'étendue de l'Ancienne Jerusalem, page 45. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus records the consuls of the year 363, before he proceeds to mention the thoughts of Julian. Templum, instaurare sumptibus cogitabat immodicis. Warburton has a secret wish to anticipate the design. But he must have understood, from former examples, that the execution of such a work would have demanded many years. Right arrow curving left. The subsequent witnesses, Socrates, Sozomen, Theodoret, Philostorgius, etc., add contradictions rather than authority. Compare the objections of Basnage, Histoire de Juifs, tom. 8, pp. 156, 168, with Warburton's answers, Julian, pages 174, 258. The bishop has ingeniously explained the miraculous crosses which appeared on the garments of the spectators by a similar instance, and the natural effects of lightning. Right arrow curving left. Ambrose, tom. 2, Epistola XL, page 946, edit. Benedicti. He composed this fanatic epistle, AD 388, to justify a bishop who had been condemned by the civil magistrate for burning a synagogue. Right arrow curving left. Chrysostom, tom. I, page 580, Adversus Judaeos et Gentes, tom. 2, page 574, De Sancto Babila, edit. Montfaucon. I have followed the common and natural supposition. But the learned Benedictine, who dates the composition of these sermons in the year 383, is confident they were never pronounced from the pulpit. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pp. 110, 113. Tau delta omicron nu pi epsilon rho iota beta eta tau omicron nu pi sigma iota theta alpha mu alpha, kappa alpha omicron delta tau omicron theta omicron iota alpha tau omicron iota pi iota sigma tau omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu, lambda xi omega nu, rho chi mu alpha iota. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus xi 1. Cum itac re fortiter insterit ali pius, juverec provincii rector, metuendi globi flamrum prope fundamenta cribris assultibus irrumpens facere locum exustus aliquides operantibus in excessum. Hocque modo elemento destinatius repellent, cessavit in septem. Warburton Labors, pp. 60, 90, to extort a confession of the miracle from the mouths of Julian and Libanius, and to employ the evidence of a rabbi who lived in the 15th century. Such witnesses can only be received by a very favorable judge. Right arrow curving left. Michaelis has given an ingenious and sufficiently probable explanation of this remarkable incident, which the positive testimony of Ammianus, a contemporary and a pagan, will not permit us to call in question. It was suggested by a passage in Tacitus. That historian, speaking of Jerusalem, says, I omit the first part of the quotation adduced by M. Guizot, which only by a most extraordinary mistranslation of Muri introrsus sinuati by Infonsmans could be made to bear on the question. M. The temple itself was a kind of citadel, which had its own walls, superior in their workmanship and construction to those of the city. The porticos themselves, which surrounded the temple, were an excellent fortification. There was a fountain of constantly running water, subterranean excavations under the mountain, reservoirs and cisterns to collect the rainwater. Tacitus, Historiae v. 12. These excavations and reservoirs must have been very considerable. The latter furnished water during the whole siege of Jerusalem to 1,100,000 inhabitants, for whom the fountain of Silo could not have sufficed, and who had no fresh rainwater. The siege having taken place from the month of April to the month of August, a period of the year during which it rarely rains in Jerusalem. As to the excavations, they served after, and even before, the return of the Jews from Babylon, to contain not only magazines of oil, wine, and corn, but also the treasures which were laid up in the temple. Josephus has related several incidents which show their extent. When Jerusalem was on the point of being taken by Titus, the rebel chiefs, placing their last hopes in these vast subterranean cavities, pi omicron nu mu omicron upsilon, pi omicron gamma alpha alpha, delta iota rho theta chi alpha, formed a design of concealing themselves there, and remaining during the conflagration of the city, and until the Romans had retired to a distance. The greater part had not time to execute their design. But one of them, Simon, the son of Gioras, having provided himself with food, and tools to excavate the earth, descended into this retreat with some companions. He remained there till Titus had set out for Rome. Under the pressure of famine he issued forth on a sudden in the very place where the temple had stood, and appeared in the midst of the Roman guard. He was seized and carried to Rome for the triumph. His appearance made it be suspected that other Jews might have chosen the same asylum. Search was made, and a great number discovered. Josephus, De Bello Judaico, L. 7 c. 2. It is probable that the greater part of these excavations were the remains of the time of Solomon, when it was the custom to work to a great extent underground. No other date can be assigned to them. The Jews, on their return from the captivity, were too poor to undertake such works. And, although Herod, on rebuilding the temple, made some excavations, Josephus, Antiquitates Judaicae 1511, 7. The haste with which that building was completed will not allow us to suppose that they belonged to that period. Some were used for sewers and drains, others served to conceal the immense treasures of which Crassus, 120 years before, plundered the Jews, and which doubtless had been since replaced. The temple was destroyed AD 70, the attempt of Julian to rebuild it, and the fact related by Ammianus, coincide with the year 363. There had then elapsed between these two epochs an interval of near 300 years, during which the excavations, choked up with ruins, must have become full of inflammable air. The workmen employed by Julian, as they were digging, arrived at the excavations of the temple. They would take torches to explore them. Sudden flames repelled those who approached. Explosions were heard, and these phenomena were renewed every time that they penetrated into new subterranean passages. 8946. This explanation is confirmed by the relation of an event nearly similar by Josephus. King Herod, having heard that immense treasures had been concealed in the sepulchre of David, he descended into it with a few confidential persons. He found in the first subterranean chamber only jewels and precious stuffs. But, having wished to penetrate into a second chamber which had been long closed, he was repelled, when he opened it, by flames which killed those who accompanied him. Antiquitates Judaicae 16:7, I. As here there is no room for miracle, this fact may be considered as a new proof of the veracity of that related by Ammianus and the contemporary writers. G. To the illustrations of the extent of the subterranean chambers adduced by Michaelis may be added, that when John of Giscala, during the siege, surprised the temple, the party of Eleazar took refuge within them. De Bello Judaico 6:3, I. The sudden sinking of the hill of Zion, when Jerusalem was occupied by Barchokab, may have been connected with similar excavations. History of the Jews, Vol. 3, 122 and 186. M. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Lardner, perhaps alone of the Christian critics, presumes to doubt the truth of this famous miracle. Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Volume 4, pages 47, 71. 8947. The silence of Jerome would lead to a suspicious that the same story which was celebrated at a distance might be despised on the spot. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 81. And this law was confirmed by the invariable practice of Julian himself. Warburton has justly observed, page 35, that the Platonists believed in the mysterious virtue of words. And Julian's dislike for the name of Christ might proceed from superstition, as well as from contempt. Right arrow curving left. Fragmenta Julian, page 288. He derides the mu omega rho alpha gamma alpha lambda iota lambda alpha omega nu, Epistle 7, and so far loses sight of the principles of toleration as to wish, Epistle XLI, kappa omicron nu tau alpha sigma theta alpha iota. Right arrow curving left. Omicron gamma rho mu omicron iota theta mu iota sigma tau kappa omicron mu iota zeta mu epsilon nu lambda epsilon alpha rho epsilon iota nu. Alpha nu epsilon rho alpha, omicron kappa epsilon theta epsilon omicron sigma iota nu pi chi theta omega nu tau, theta alpha nu tau omicron iota sigma iota nu. These two lines, which Julian has changed and perverted in true spirit of a bigot, Epistle 49, are taken from the speech of Aeolus, when he refuses to grant Ulysses a fresh supply of winds, Odyssey X 73. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. LAX, page 286, attempts to justify this partial behavior by an apology in which persecution peeps through the mask of candor. Right arrow curving left. These laws which affected the clergy may be found in the slight hints of Julian himself, Epistle III, in the vague declamations of Gregory, Oratio 3, pp. 86, 87, and in the positive assertions of Sozomen, LV.C. 5. Right arrow curving left. In Clemens, Perenni Abruendum Silentio. Ammianus XXII 10, XXV 5. Right arrow curving left. The edict itself, which is still extant among the epistles of Julian, XLII, may be compared with the loose invectives of Gregory, Oratio 3, page 96. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, Tom. 7, pages 1291-1294, has collected the seeming differences of ancients and moderns. They may be easily reconciled. The Christians were directly forbid to teach, they were indirectly forbid to learn, since they would not frequent the schools of the pagans. Right arrow curving left. Codex Theodosianus, L. 13 tit. 3, De Medicis et Professoribus, Leg. 5, published the 17th of June, received, at Spoleto in Italy, the 29th of July, AD 363, with Godefroy's illustrations, Tom. V, page 31. Right arrow curving left. Orosius celebrates their disinterested resolution, sic et a majoribus nostris comperdum habemus, omnes ubique propemitum, officium quam fidem deserir maliorant, 730. Proeresius, a Christian sophist, refused to accept the partial favor of the emperor, Hieronymus in Chronicon, page 185, edit. Scaliger. Eunapius in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, Proeregio, page 126. Right arrow curving left. They had recourse to the expedient of composing books for their own schools. Within a few months Apollinaris produced his Christian imitations of Homer, a sacred history in 24 books, Pindar, Euripides, and Menander. And Sozomen is satisfied that they equaled, or excelled, the originals. 8948 right arrow curving left. It was the instruction of Julian to his magistrates, Epistle 7, Pyro omicron tau iota mu sigma phi alpha iota mu nu tau omicron theta epsilon omicron sigma epsilon beta epsilon kappa alpha pi nu upsilon phi eta mu delta epsilon nu. Sozomen, L. v. c. 18, and Socrates, L. 3. c. 13, must be reduced to the standard of Gregory, Oratio 3, page 95, not less prone to exaggeration, but more restrained by the actual knowledge of his contemporary readers. Right arrow curving left. Psi phi theta epsilon nu kappa alpha delta delta omicron upsilon kappa alpha mu delta delta omicron. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 88, page 814. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, pages 74, 91, 92. Socrates, L. 3 c. 14. Theodoret, L. 3 c. 6. Some drawback may however be allowed for the violence of their zeal, not less partial than the zeal of Julian. Right arrow curving left. If we compare the gentle language of Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 60, p. 286, with the passionate exclamations of Gregory, Oratio 3, pages 86, 87, we may find it difficult to persuade ourselves that the two orators are really describing the same events. Right arrow curving left. Restan, or Arethusa, at the equal distance of 16 miles between Emesa, Hems, and Epiphania, Hamath, was founded, or at least named, by Seleucus Nicator. Its peculiar era dates from the year of Rome 685 according to the medals of the city. In the decline of the Seleucids, Emesa and Arethusa were usurped by the Arab Sampsis Aramus, whose posterity, the vassals of Rome, were not extinguished in the reign of Vespasian. See D'Anville's Maps and Geographie Ancienne, Tom. 2, page 134. Wesseling, Itineraria, page 188, and Norris, De Epicis Syro-Macedonum, pages 80, 481, 482. Right arrow curving left. Sozomen, L. v. c. 10. It is surprising that Gregory and Theodoret should suppress a circumstance which, in their eyes, must have enhanced the religious merit of the confessor. Right arrow curving left. The sufferings and constancy of Mark, which Gregory has so tragically painted, Oratio 3, pages 88, 91, are confirmed by the unexceptionable and reluctant evidence of Libanius. Muro kappa omicron kappa epsilon nu omicron kappa rho epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron, kappa alpha mu alpha sigma tau ota gamma omicron mu epsilon nu omicron, kappa alpha tau omicron pi gamma omega nu omicron alpha tau tau iota lambda lambda omicron mu nu omicron upsilon. Pi nu tau alpha nu epsilon gamma kappa nu delta rho epsilon omega nu sigma theta epsilon sigma tau iota tau iota mu alpha, kappa nu phi alpha nu pi omicron upsilon, pi epsilon rho iota mu chi eta tau omicron epsilon upsilon theta. Epistle 730, pages 350, 351, edit. Wolf, Amsterdam, 1738. Right arrow curving left. Pi epsilon rho iota mu chi eta tau omicron, certatum eum sibi, Christiani, vindicant. It is thus that Lacroze and Wolfius, ad loc. have explained a Greek word whose true signification had been mistaken by former interpreters, and even by Leclerc, Bibliothèque ancienne et moderne, tom. 3, page 371. Yet Tillemont is strangely puzzled to understand, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, page 1390, how Gregory and Theodoret could mistake a semi-Arian bishop for a saint. Right arrow curving left. See the probable advice of Sallust, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, pages 90, 91. Libanius intercedes for a similar offender, lest they should find many marks. Yet he allows that, if Orion had secreted the consecrated wealth, he deserved to suffer the punishment of Marsyas, to be flayed alive, Epistle 730, pages 349, 351. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Oratio 3, p. 90, is satisfied that, by saving the apostate, Mark had deserved still more than he had suffered. Right arrow curving left. The grove and temple of Daphne are described by Strabo, L. 16, pages 1089, 1090, edit. Amsterdam, 1707, Libanius, Nania, pages 185, 188, Antiochus Oratio 11, pages 380, 381, and Sozomen, L.V.C. 19. Wesseling, Itineraria, page 581, and Casaubon, Ad Historia Augusta, p. 64, illustrate this curious subject. Right arrow curving left. Simulacrum in eo Olympiaci Jovis imitamenti equiparens magnitudinum. Ammianus XXII 13. The Olympic Jupiter was 60 feet high, and his bulk was consequently equal to that of 1,000 men. See a curious memoir of the Abbé Guédouin, Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 9, page 198. Right arrow curving left. Hadrian read the history of his future fortunes on a leaf dipped in the Castalian stream, a trick which, according to the physician Anton van Dale, De Oraculis, pp. 281-282, might be easily performed by chemical preparations. The emperor stopped the source of such dangerous knowledge, which was again opened by the devout curiosity of Julian. Right arrow curving left. It was purchased, AD 44, in the year 92 of the era of Antioch, Norris, De Epicis Syro-Macedonum, pages 139, 174, for the term of 90 Olympiads. But the Olympic Games of Antioch were not regularly celebrated till the reign of Commodus. See the curious details in the Chronicle of John Malalas, tom. I, pp. 290, 320, 372, 381, a writer whose merit and authority are confined within the limits of his native city. Right arrow curving left. 15 talents of gold, bequeathed by Sosibius, who died in the reign of Augustus. The theatrical merits of the Syrian cities, in the reign of Constantine, are computed in the Expositio Totius Mundi, page 6, Hudson, Geography Greci Minoris, tom. 3. Right arrow curving left. Avideo Cassio Syriacas legions dedi luxuria diffluentis et Daphnisis moribus. These are the words of the Emperor Marcus Antoninus in an original letter preserved by his biographer in Historia Augusta, page 41. Cassius dismissed or punished every soldier who was seen at Daphne. Right arrow curving left. Aliquantum agrorum Daphnensibus dedit, Pompey, quo Lucas ibis spatiosier fieret, delectatus amenitate loci et aquarum abundantia. Eutropius 6:14. Sextus Rufus, de Provinciis, c. 16. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Mesopogon, pages 367, 362, discovers his own character with that naivete, that unconscious simplicity, which always constitutes genuine humor. Right arrow curving left. Babylos is named by Eusebius in the succession of the bishops of Antioch, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 6c. 29, 39. His triumph over two emperors, the first fabulous, the second historical, is diffusely celebrated by Chrysostom, Tom. 2, pages 536, 579, edit. Montfaucon. Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Tom. 3 Part 2, pages 287, 302, 459, 465, becomes almost a skeptic. 8949 Right arrow curving left. Ecclesiastical critics, particularly those who love relics, exult in the confession of Julian, Mesopogon, p. 361, and Libanius, Linnea, page 185, that Apollo was disturbed by the vicinity of one dead man. Yet Ammianus, XXII 12, clears and purifies the whole ground, according to the rites which the Athenians formerly practiced in the Isle of Delos. Right arrow curving left. Julian, in Mesopogon, p. 361, rather insinuates than affirms their guilt. Ammianus, XXII 13, treats the imputation as levissimus rumor, and relates the story with extraordinary candor. Right arrow curving left. Quo tam atroci casu repent consumpto, ad id usque e imperatoris ira provexit, ut questions agiter juberit solito acriors, yet Julian blames the lenity of the magistrates of Antioch. Et majorum ecclesiam Antiochiae Claudi. This interdiction was performed with some circumstances of indignity and profanation. And the seasonable death of the principal actor, Julian's uncle, is related with much superstitious complacency by the Abbé de l'Obliterie. Vie de Julian, pages 362, 369. Right arrow curving left. Besides the ecclesiastical historians, who are more or less to be suspected, we may allege the passion of Saint Theodore, in the Acta Primorum Martyrum Sincera of Ruinart, page 591. The complaint of Julian gives it an original and authentic air. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Mesopogon, page 361. Right arrow curving left. See Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 87. Sozomen, L. v. c. 9, may be considered as an original, though not impartial, witness. He was a native of Gaza, and had conversed with the confessor Zeno, who, as bishop of Myuma, lived to the age of 100, L. 7 c. 28. Philostorgius, L. 7 c. 4, with Godefroy's Dissertations, page 284, adds some tragic circumstances, of Christians who were literally sacrificed at the altars of the gods, etc. Right arrow curving left. The life and death of George of Cappadocia are described by Ammianus, XXII 11, Gregory of Nazianzus, Oratio XXI, pages 382, 385, 389, 390, and Epiphanius, Adversus Heresies LXXVI. The invectives of the two saints might not deserve much credit, unless they were confirmed by the testimony of the cool and impartial infidel. Right arrow curving left. After the massacre of George, the Emperor Julian repeatedly sent orders to preserve the library for his own use, and to torture the slaves who might be suspected of secreting any books. He praises the merit of the collection, from whence he had borrowed and transcribed several manuscripts while he pursued his studies in Cappadocia. He could wish indeed that the works of the Galileans might perish, but he requires an exact account even of those theological volumes, lest other treatises more valuable should be confounded in their loss. Julian, Epistolae 9, XXXVI. Right arrow curving left. Julian himself says that they tore him to pieces like dogs, tau omicron lambda mu delta mu omicron sigma pi epsilon rho omicron kappa upsilon nu epsilon sigma pi alpha rho tau tau epsilon iota nu. Epistle X, M. Right arrow curving left. Philostorgius, with cautious malice, insinuates their guilt, kappa alpha iota tau nu alpha sigma omicron upsilon gamma nu mu eta nu sigma tau rho alpha tau eta gamma eta sigma alpha iota tau pi rho xi epsilon omega, L, 7c, 2. Godefroy, page 267. Right arrow curving left. Seniers progessit in mer, id metuans ut clamabat, ne, collecti supremus, adis illis extraorentur ut reliquis, que deviar a religioni compulsi, perculera cruciabiles poenas. Adusc gloriasam mortem intemerata fide progressi, ed nunc martyrs appellanter. Ammianus XXI 11. Epiphanius proves to the Arians that George was not a martyr. Right arrow curving left. Some Donatists, Optatus Malevitinus, pages 60, 303, edit. Depan, and Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 6, page 713, in quarto, and Priscillianists, Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, page 517, in quarto, have in like manner usurped the honors of the Catholic saints and martyrs. Right arrow curving left. The saints of Cappadocia, Basil, and the Gregories, were ignorant of their holy companion. Pope Gelasius, AD 494, the first Catholic who acknowledges St. George, places him among the martyrs, que Deo magis quam hominibus noti sunt. He rejects his acts as the composition of heretics. Some, perhaps, not the oldest, of the spurious acts are still extant, and, through a cloud of fiction, we may yet distinguish the combat which St. George of Cappadocia sustained, in the presence of Queen Alexandria, against the magician Athanasius. Right arrow curving left. This transformation is not given as absolutely certain, but as extremely probable. See the Longeruana, tom. I, p. 194.8950. Right arrow curving left. A Curious History of the Worship of St. George, from the 6th century, when he was already revered in Palestine, in Armenia, at Rome, and at Treves in Gaul, might be extracted from Dr. Peter Heylin, The History of St. George of Cappadocia, 2nd edition, London, 1633, in quarto, page 429, and the Bollandists, Acta Sanctorum, Mensis Aprilis, tom. 3, pages 100, 163. His fame and popularity in Europe, and especially in England, proceeded from the Crusades. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XLII. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle X. He allowed his friends to assuage his anger. Ammianus XXI 11. Right arrow curving left. See Athanasius ad Rufinus, tom. 2, pages 40, 41, and Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, pp. 395, 396, who justly states the temperate zeal of the primate as much more meritorious than his prayers, his fasts, his persecutions, etc. Right arrow curving left. I have not leisure to follow the blind obstinacy of Lucifer of Cagliari. See his adventures in Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 7, pages 900, 926. And observe how the color of the narrative insensibly changes, as the confessor becomes a schismatic. Right arrow curving left. Ascensus est huic sententiae occidens, ite, per tam necessarium canilium, satani faucibus mundus ereptus. The lively and artful dialogue of Jerome against the Luciferians, tom. 2, pp. 135, 155, exhibits an original picture of the ecclesiastical policy of the times. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont, who supposes that George was massacred in August, crowds the actions of Athanasius into a narrow space, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 8, page 360. An original fragment, published by the Marquis Maffei, from the Old Chapter Library of Verona, Osservazioni Letterari, tom. 3, pp. 60, 92, affords many important dates, which are authenticated by the computation of Egyptian months. Right arrow curving left. Tau nu mu iota alpha rho nu tau lambda mu eta sigma epsilon nu lambda lambda eta nu delta alpha, pi mu omicron, gamma upsilon nu alpha kappa alpha tau nu pi iota sigma nu omega nu beta alpha pi tau sigma alpha iota, delta iota kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. I have preserved the ambiguous sense of the last word, the ambiguity of a tyrant who wished to find, or to create, guilt. Right arrow curving left. The three epistles of Julian which explain his intentions and conduct with regard to Athanasius should be disposed in the following chronological order: XXVI, X, 6. 8951. See likewise Gregory Nazianzen, XXI, page 393, Sozomen, L.V.C. 15, Socrates, L.3c. 14, Theodoret, L.3c. 9, and Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 8, pp. 361, 368, who has used some materials prepared by the Bollandists. Right arrow curving left. See the Fair Confession of Gregory, Oratio 3, pages 61, 62. Right arrow curving left. Hear the furious and absurd complaint of Optatus, De Schismate Donatistorum, L. 2c. 16, 17. Right arrow curving left. Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 3, page 91, 4, page 133. He praises the rioters of Caesarea, tau omicron tau omega nu delta tau nu mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda omicron phi upsilon nu kappa alpha theta epsilon rho mu nu epsilon iota epsilon sigma epsilon beta epsilon alpha nu. See Sozomen, L.V. 4, 11. Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 7, pp. 649, 650, owns that their behavior was not dans l'ordre commun, but he is perfectly satisfied, as the great Saint Basil always celebrated the festival of these blessed martyrs. Right arrow curving left. Julian determined a lawsuit against the new Christian city at Mayuma, the port of Gaza, and his sentence, though it might be imputed to bigotry, was never reversed by his successors. Sozomen, L.V.C. 3. Rieland, Palestina, tom. 2, page 791. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Oratio 3, pages 93, 95, Oratio 4, p. 114, pretends to speak from the information of Julian's confidants, whom Orosius, 730, could not have seen. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Oratio 3, p. 91, charges the apostate with secret sacrifices of boys and girls, and positively affirms that the dead bodies were thrown into the Orontes. See Theodoret, L. 3c. 26, 27. And the equivocal candor of the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Julian, pages 351, 352. Yet contemporary malice could not impute to Julian the troops of martyrs, more especially in the West, which Baronius so greedily swallows, and Tillemont so faintly rejects, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques. tom. 7, pages 1295, 1315. Right arrow curving left. The resignation of Gregory is truly edifying, Oratio 4, pages 123, 124. Yet, when an officer of Julian attempted to seize the church of Nazianzus, he would have lost his life if he had not yielded to the zeal of the bishop and people, Oratio 19, page 308. See the reflections of Chrysostom, as they are alleged by Tillemont, Memoirs Ecclesiastiques, tom. 7, page 575. Right arrow curving left. See this fable or satire, pp. 306, 336 of the Leipzig edition of Julian's works. The French version of the learned Ezekiel Spanheim, Paris, 1683, is coarse, languid, and incorrect, and his notes, proofs, illustrations, etc. are piled on each other till they form a mass of 557 close-printed quarto pages. The Abbé de la Bliterie, V. de Jovian, Tom. I. pp. 241, 393, has more happily expressed the spirit, as well as the sense, of the original, which he illustrates with some concise and curious notes. Right arrow curving left. Spanheim, in his preface, has most learnedly discussed the etymology, origin, resemblance, and disagreement of the Greek satyrs, a dramatic piece, which was acted after the tragedy. And the Latin satires, from satura, a miscellaneous composition, either in prose or verse. But the Caesars of Julian are of such an original cast that the critic is perplexed to which class he should ascribe them. 8952 right arrow curving left. This mixed character of Silenus is finely painted in the 6th eclogue of Virgil. Right arrow curving left. Every impartial reader must perceive and condemn the partiality of Julian against his uncle Constantine and the Christian religion. On this occasion, the interpreters are compelled, by a most sacred interest, to renounce their allegiance, and to desert the cause of their author. Right arrow curving left. Julian was secretly inclined to prefer a Greek to a Roman. But when he seriously compared a hero with a philosopher, he was sensible that mankind had much greater obligations to Socrates than to Alexander, Orations ad Themistocles, page 264. Right arrow curving left. In nationibus indicis certatum cum donis optimates metentibus, obusque divis edi serendivis. Ammianus XXI 7. This island, to which the names of Taprobana, Serendib, and Ceylon have been successively applied, manifests how imperfectly the seas and lands to the east of Cape Comorin were known to the Romans. Under the reign of Claudius, a freedman, who farmed the customs of the Red Sea, was accidentally driven by the winds upon this strange and undiscovered coast. He conversed 6 months with the natives. And the king of Ceylon, who heard for the first time of the power and justice of Rome, was persuaded to send an embassy to the emperor, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 624. The geographers, and even Ptolemy, have magnified, above 15 times, the real size of this new world, which they extended as far as the equator and the neighborhood of China. 8953. Right arrow curving left. These embassies had been sent to Constantius. Ammianus, who unwarily deviates into gross flattery, must have forgotten the length of the way, and the short duration of the reign of Julian. Right arrow curving left. Gothos sep fallaces et perfidos. Hosts quirera se meliors ibat, illis enim sufficer mercators galatas per quos ubique sine conditionis discrimin venendanter. Ammianus XXI 7. Within less than 15 years, these Gothic slaves threatened and subdued their masters. Right arrow curving left. Alexander reminds his rival Caesar, who depreciated the fame and merit of an Asiatic victory, that Crassus and Antony had felt the Persian arrows. And that the Romans, in a war of 300 years, had not yet subdued the single province of Mesopotamia or Assyria. Caesars, page 324. Right arrow curving left. The design of the Persian War is declared by Ammianus, XXII 7, 12, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 79, 80, pages 305, 306, Zosimus, L. 3, page 158, and Socrates, L. 3 c. 19. Right arrow curving left. The satire of Julian and the homilies of Saint Chrysostom exhibit the same picture of Antioch. The miniature which the Abbé de la Bliterie has copied from thence, V. de Julian, p. 332, is elegant and correct. Right arrow curving left. Laodicea furnished charioteers, Tyre and Berytus, comedians, Caesarea, pantomimes, Heliopolis, singers, Gaza, gladiators, Ascalon, wrestlers, and Castabala, rope dancers. See the Expositio Totius Mundi, page 6, in the 3rd tome of Hudson's Geography Greci Minoris. Right arrow curving left. Chi rho iota sigma tau nu delta gamma alpha pi nu tau epsilon, chi epsilon pi omicron lambda iota omicron chi omicron nu tau tau omicron delta iota. The people of Antioch ingenuously professed their attachment to the chi, Christ, and the kappa, Constantius. Julian in Mesopogon, page 357. Right arrow curving left. The Schism of Antioch, which lasted 85 years, AD 330, 415, was inflamed, while Julian resided in that city, by the indiscreet ordination of Paulinus. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, tom. 3, page 803 of the quarto edition, Paris, 1701, etc., which henceforward I shall quote. Right arrow curving left. Julian states 3 different proportions, of 5, 10, or 15 modii of wheat, for 1 piece of gold, according to the degrees of plenty and scarcity, in Mesopogon, page 369. From this fact, and from some collateral examples, I conclude that under the successors of Constantine the moderate price of wheat was about 32 shillings the English quarter, which is equal to the average price of the 64 first years of the present century. See Arbuthnot's tables of coins, weights, and measures, pages 88, 89, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 1812, Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 18, pages 718, 721. Smith's An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, page 246. This last I am proud to quote, as the work of a sage and a friend. Right arrow curving left. Nunquam a proposito declinabat, Galli similis fratris, licet incruentus. Ammianus XXII 14. The ignorance of the most enlightened princes may claim some excuse, but we cannot be satisfied with Julian's own defense, in Mesopogon, pp. 363, 369, or the elaborate apology of Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. XCV, page 321. Right arrow curving left. Their short and easy confinement is gently touched by Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. XCVI, pp. 322, 323. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Ad Antiochinos de Imperatoris Ira, c. 17, 19, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, pp. 221, 223, like a skillful advocate, severely censures the folly of the people, who suffered for the crime of a few obscure and drunken wretches. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Ad Antiochinos de Imperatoris Ira, c. 7, page 213, reminds Antioch of the recent chastisement of Caesarea, and even Julian, in Mesopogon, p. 355, insinuates how severely Tarentum had expiated the insult to the Roman ambassadors. Right arrow curving left. On the subject of the Mesopogon, see Ammianus, XXII 14, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. XCX, p. 323, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, page 133, and the Chronicle of Antioch, by John Malalas, tom. 2, pages 15, 16. I have essential obligations to the translation and notes of the Abbé de l'Obliterie, V. de Jovian, tom. 2, pages 1, 138. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus very justly remarks, coactus dissimulare pro tempore ira sufflabator interna. The elaborate irony of Julian at length bursts forth into serious and direct invective. Right arrow curving left. Ipsi autem Antiochiam egratiurus, Heliopolitan quendam Alexandrum Syriacae jurisdictione prefessit, turbulentum et sevum. Disbat non illum meruis, sed Antiochensibus avarice et contumiliosus hujus modi judicum convenire. Ammianus XCI 2. Libanius, Epistle 722, pp. 346, 347, who confesses to Julian himself that he had shared the general discontent, pretends that Alexander was a useful, though harsh, reformer of the manners and religion of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Julian, in Mesopogon, page 364. Ammianus Xei and Valesius, adloc Libanius, in a professed oration, invites him to return to his loyal and penitent city of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 7, pages 230, 231. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius reports that Libanius refused the honorary rank of praetorian prefect, as less illustrious than the title of sophist, in De Vitis Philosophorum et Sophistarum, page 135. The critics have observed a similar sentiment in one of the epistles, 18 edit. Wolf, of Libanius himself. Right arrow curving left. Near 2,000 of his letters, a mode of composition in which Libanius was thought to excel, are still extant, and already published. The critics may praise their subtle and elegant brevity, yet Dr. Bentley, Dissertation on the Epistles of Phalaris, p. 487, might justly, though quaintly, observe that, you feel, by the emptiness and deadness of them, that you converse with some dreaming pedant, with his elbow on his desk. Right arrow curving left. His birth is assigned to the year 314. He mentions the 76th year of his age, AD 390, and seems to allude to some events of a still later date. Right arrow curving left. Libanius has composed the vain, prolix, but curious narrative of his own life, Tom. 2, pages 184, edit. Morelli, of which Eunapius, pp. 130, 135, has left a concise and unfavorable account. Among the moderns, Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, pages 571, 576, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 7, pp. 376, 414, and Lardner, Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, tom. 4, pages 127, 163, have illustrated the character and writings of this famous sophist. Right arrow curving left. From Antioch to Litarb, on the territory of Chalcis, the road, over hills and through morasses, was extremely bad. And the loose stones were cemented only with sand. Julian, Epistle XXVI. It is singular enough that the Romans should have neglected the great communication between Antioch and the Euphrates. See Wesseling, Itineraria, page 190, Bergier, Histoire de grands chemins de l'Empire Romain, tom. 2, page 100. Right arrow curving left. Julian alludes to this incident, Epistle XXVI, which is more distinctly related by Theodoret, L. 3 c. 22. The intolerant spirit of the father is applauded by Tillemont, Histoire d'Empereurs, tom. 4, page 534, and even by La Bleaterie, V. de Julian, page 413. Right arrow curving left. This name, of Syriac origin, is found in the Arabic, and means a place in a valley where waters meet. Julian says the name of the city is barbaric, the situation Greek. Beta alpha rho iota kappa nu omicron mu alpha tau omicron chi omega rho omicron nu sigma tau nu lambda eta nu iota kappa nu. The Geographer of Bulfida, Tabula Syrii, page 129, edit. Kohler, speaks of it in a manner to justify the praises of Julian. Saint Martin, Notes to Lebeau, 356. M. Right arrow curving left. See the curious treatise De Dea Syria, inserted among the works of Lucian, tom. 3, pages 451, 490, edit. Writes. The singular appellation of Ninus Vetus, Ammianus 14:8, might induce a suspicion that Hierapolis had been the royal seat of the Assyrians. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXVII, kept a regular account of all the fortunate omens, but he suppresses the inauspicious signs, which Ammianus, Xei, has carefully recorded. Right arrow curving left. Julian, Epistle XXVII, pages 399, 402. Right arrow curving left. Or Bambus, now Bambush, Manbej, Arabia, or Mabug, Syria. It was 24 Roman miles from the Euphrates. M. Right arrow curving left. I take the earliest opportunity of acknowledging my obligations to M. D. Anvil, for his recent geography of the Euphrates and Tigris, Paris, 1780, in quarto, which particularly illustrates the expedition of Julian. Right arrow curving left. There are 3 passages within a few miles of each other: 1. Zeugma, celebrated by the ancients; 2. Bur, frequented by the moderns; and 3. The bridge of Menbigs, or Hierapolis, at the distance of 4 parasangs from the city. 8954 Right arrow curving left. Haran, or Cari, was the ancient residence of the Sabaeans and of Abraham. See the Index Geographicus of Albert Schultens, ad calcem vita et residential gesti sultani al-Maliki al-Nasiri Saladini. A work from which I have obtained much oriental knowledge concerning the ancient and modern geography of Syria and the adjacent countries. 8955 Right arrow curving left. See Xenophon, Cyropedia, L. 3, page 189, edit. Hutchinson. Artavasts might have supplied Mark Antony with 16,000 horse, armed and disciplined after the Parthian manner. Plutarch, in Parallel Lives, Marcus Antonio, Tom. V, page 117. Right arrow curving left. Moses of Choronae, History of Armenia, L. 3 c. 11, page 242, fixes his accession, AD 354, to the 17th year of Constantius. 8956 Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XX 11. Athanasius, Tom. I. p. 856, says, in general terms, that Constantius gave to his brother's widow tau omicron beta alpha rho beta rho omicron iota, an expression more suitable to a Roman than a Christian. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XEI 2, uses a word much too soft for the occasion, monuerat. Muratori, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 7, page 86, has published an epistle from Julian to the satrap Arsaces. Fierce, vulgar, and, though it might deceive Sozomen, L. 6c. 5, most probably spurious. L'Oblitori, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, Tom. 2, page 339, translates and rejects it. 8957 Right arrow curving left. Arsaces did not abandon the Roman alliance, but gave it only feeble support. St. Martin 341. M. Right arrow curving left. Kirkesia, the Carchemish of the Scriptures. M. Right arrow curving left. Latissimum flumen Euphraton artabat. Ammianus XEI 3. Somewhat higher, at the fords of Thapsacus, the river is 4 stadia, or 800 yards, almost half an English mile broad. Xenophon, Anabasis, L. I, page 41, edit. Hutchinson, with Foster's Observations, page 29, etc., in the 2nd volume of Spellman's translation. If the breadth of the Euphrates at Bur and Zeugma is no more than 130 yards, Voyages de Niebuhr, Tom. 2, page 335, the enormous difference must chiefly arise from the depth of the channel. Right arrow curving left. Munimentum tutissimum et fabrae politum, cujus moenia abora, the Orientals aspirate chaboras or shabur, edi Euphrates ambient flumina, volus spatium insulare fingentes. Ammianus XEI 5. Right arrow curving left. The enterprise and armament of Julian are described by himself, Epistle XXVA, Ammianus Marcellinus, XEI 3, 5, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 108, 109, pages 332, 333, Zosimus, L. 3, pages 160, 162, Sozomen, L. 6c. 1, and John Malalas, Tom. 2, page 17. Right arrow curving left. Before he enters Persia, Ammianus copiously describes, XEI 6, pages 396-419, edit. Jacobus Gronovius in Quarto, the 18 great satrapies, or provinces, as far as the Syriac, or Chinese frontiers, which were subject to the Sassanids. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, Ziv 1, and Zosimus, L. 3, pages 162-163, have accurately expressed the order of march. Right arrow curving left. The adventures of Hormisdas are related with some mixture of fable. Zosimus, L. 2, pages 100-102. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs, tom. 4, page 198. It is almost impossible that he should be the brother, Frater Germanus, of an eldest and posthumous child, nor do I recollect that Ammianus ever gives him that title. 8958 right arrow curving left. See the first book of the Anabasis, pages 45-46. This pleasing work is original and authentic. Yet Xenophon's memory, perhaps many years after the expedition, has sometimes betrayed him. And the distances which he marks are often larger than either a soldier or a geographer will allow. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Spellman, the English translator of the Anabasis, Volume 1, p. 51, confounds the antelope with the roebuck, and the wild ass with the zebra. Right arrow curving left. See Les 6 Voyages de Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, Part 1 L. 3 p. 316, and more especially Viaggi di Pietro della Valle, tom. I let Terra 17, page 671, etc. He was ignorant of the old name and condition of Anna. Our blind travelers seldom possess any previous knowledge of the countries which they visit. Shaw and Tournefort deserve an honorable exception. Right arrow curving left. This is not a title, but the name of a great Persian family. St. Martin 379. M. Right arrow curving left. Famosi nominis latro, says Ammianus, a high encomium for an Arab. The tribe of Ghassan had settled on the edge of Syria, and reigned sometime in Damascus, under a dynasty of 31 kings, or emirs, from the time of Pompey to that of the Caliph Omar. Derbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 360. Pocock, Specimen Historiae Arabum, pages 75-78. The name of Rhodosaces does not appear in the list. 8959 right arrow curving left. See Ammianus, Ziv 1, 2, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 110, 111, page 334, Zosimus, L. 3, pages 164-168. Right arrow curving left. This Syriac or Chaldaic word has relation to its position. It easily bears the signification of the division of the waters. M. St. Martin considers it the Massais of Pliny the Elder, v. 26. St. Martin 383. M. Right arrow curving left. The description of Assyria is furnished by Herodotus, L. IC. 192, etc., who sometimes writes for children, and sometimes for philosophers, by Strabo, L. 16, pp. 1070, 1082, and by Ammianus, L. XEI c. 6. The most useful of the modern travelers are Tavernier, Part 1 L. 2, pages 226, 258, Otter, tom. 2, pages 35, 69, and 189, 224, and Niebuhr, tom. 2, pages 172, 288. Yet I much regret that the Iraq Araby of Abulfeda has not been translated. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus remarks that the primitive Assyria, which comprehended Ninus, Nineveh, and Arbela, had assumed the more recent and peculiar appellation of Adiabene, and he seems to fix Teredon, Vologesia, and Apollonia as the extreme cities of the actual province of Assyria. Right arrow curving left. The two rivers unite at Apamea, or Korna, 100 miles from the Persian Gulf, into the broad stream of the Pas-Tigris, or Shat al-Arab. The Euphrates formerly reached the sea by a separate channel, which was obstructed and diverted by the citizens of Orko, about 20 miles to the southeast of modern Basra, d'Anvil. In the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. XXX, pages 170-191. Right arrow curving left. We are informed by Mr. Gibbon that nature has denied to the soil and climate of Assyria some of her choicest gifts, the vine, the olive, and the fig tree. This might have been the case in the age of Ammianus Marcellinus, but it is not so at the present day. And it is a curious fact that the grape, the olive, and the fig are the most common fruits in the province, and may be seen in every garden. MacDonald Kinnear, A Geographical Memoir of the Persian Empire, page 239. M. Right arrow curving left. The learned Camphor, as a botanist, an antiquary, and a traveler, has exhausted, Amenitatum Exoticarum, fasciculi 4, pages 660-764, the whole subject of palm trees. Right arrow curving left. Assyria yielded to the Persian satrap an artaba of silver each day. The well-known proportion of weights and measures, see Bishop Hooper's elaborate inquiry into the state of ancient weights and measures, the specific gravity of water and silver. And the value of that metal, will afford, after a short process, the annual revenue which I have stated. Yet the great king received no more than 1,000 Euboic or Tyrian talents, 252,000 pounds, from Assyria. The comparison of two passages in Herodotus, L. I.C. 192, L. 3c. 89-96, reveals an important difference between the gross, and the net, revenue of Persia, the sums paid by the province, and the gold or silver deposited in the royal treasure. The monarch might annually save 3,600,000 pounds, of the 17 or 18 millions raised upon the people. Right arrow curving left. Libanius says that it was a great city of Assyria, called after the name of the reigning king, Nu pi lambda iota sigma sigma upsilon rho iota omega nu mu epsilon gamma eta tau omicron tau tau epsilon beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon upsilon omicron nu tau omicron pi nu upsilon mu omicron. The orator of Antioch is not mistaken. The Persians and Syrians called it Firas Shapur or Firas Shabur, in Persian, the victory of Shapur. It owed that name to Sapor I. It was before called Anbar. St. Martin 385. M. Right arrow curving left. And as guilty of a double treachery, having first engaged to surrender the city, and afterwards valiantly defended it. Gibbon, perhaps, should have noticed this charge, though he may have rejected it as improbable. Compare Zosimus 323. M. Right arrow curving left. The operations of the Assyrian war are circumstantially related by Ammianus, Ziv 2, 5, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 112, 123, pages 335, 347, Zosimus, L. 3, pp. 168, 180, and Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pages 113, 144. The military criticisms of the saint are devoutly copied by Tillemont, his faithful slave. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, De Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 13, page 162. Right arrow curving left. The famous examples of Cyrus, Alexander, and Scipio were acts of justice. Julian's chastity was voluntary, and, in his opinion, meritorious. Right arrow curving left. Sallust, Apud Veterum Scholiast Juvenal, Satires I-104, observes that nihil corruptius moribus. The matrons and virgins of Babylon freely mingled with the men in licentious banquets, and, as they felt the intoxication of wine and love, they gradually, and almost completely, threw aside the encumbrance of dress. Ad ultimum ima corporum velamenta progiscent. Quintus Curtius v1. Right arrow curving left. Ex virginibus autumn, quae speciosi sunt captae, etiam perside, ubi feminarum pulchritudo excellit, nec contractor aliquam votuit nec videre. Ammianus Ziv 4. The native race of Persians is small and ugly, but it has been improved by the perpetual mixture of Circassian blood. Herodotus, L. 3 c. 97, Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. 3, page 420. Right arrow curving left. Obsidian alibus caronis donati. Ammianus Ziv 4. Either Julian or his historian were unskillful antiquaries. He should have given mural crowns. The obsidianal were the reward of a general who had delivered a besieged city, Aulus Gellius, Nox Atticae v6. Right arrow curving left. I give this speech as original and genuine. Ammianus might hear, could transcribe, and was incapable of inventing it. I have used some slight freedoms, and conclude with the most forcible sentence. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Ziv 3. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 122, page 346. Right arrow curving left. M. D'Anville, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 18i, pp. 246, 259, has ascertained the true position and distance of Babylon, Seleucia, Ctesiphon, Baghdad, etc. The Roman traveler, Pietro della Valle, tom. I Lettera 17, pp. 650, 780, seems to be the most intelligent spectator of that famous province. He is a gentleman and a scholar, but intolerably vain and prolix. Right arrow curving left. The royal canal, Nahar Malcha, might be successively restored, altered, divided, etc. Salarius, Geographia Antiqua, tom. 2, page 453. And these changes may serve to explain the seeming contradictions of antiquity. In the time of Julian, it must have fallen into the Euphrates below Ctesiphon. Right arrow curving left. Kappa alpha mu epsilon gamma theta epsilon sigma iota nu, lambda epsilon phi nu tau omega nu, omicron sigma omicron nu rho gamma omicron nu delta alpha sigma tau alpha chi omega nu lambda theta epsilon nu, kappa alpha phi lambda alpha gamma gamma omicron. Rein ne beau que l'ouvre, a maxim which should be inscribed on the desk of every rhetorician. Right arrow curving left. This is a mistake. Each vessel, according to Zosimus 2, according to Ammianus 5, had 80 men. Ammianus Ziv 6, with Wagner's note. Gibbon must have read octogenas for octogenes. The 5 vessels selected for this service were remarkably large and strong provision transports. The strength of the fleet remained with Julian to carry over the army. M. Right arrow curving left. Libanius alludes to the most powerful of the generals. I have ventured to name Sallust. Ammianus says, of all the leaders, quod acri meta teriti duces concordi precatu fieri prohibera tentarent. 8960 right arrow curving left. Hinc imperator. Says Ammianus, ipsi cum levis armaturi auxilius per prima postremic discurrens, etc. Yet Zosimus, his friend, does not allow him to pass the river till 2 days after the battle. Right arrow curving left. Secundum Homericum dispositionum. A similar disposition is ascribed to the wise Nestor, in the 4th book of the Iliad, and Homer was never absent from the mind of Julian. Right arrow curving left. Persas terror subito miscurrent, versisc agminibus totius gentis, apertas Ctesiphontis portus victor miles intraset, ni major praederum ocasio fuisit, quam cura victoriae, Sextus Rufus. De Provinciis, c. 28, their avarice might dispose them to hear the advice of Victor. Right arrow curving left. The suburbs of Ctesiphon, according to a new fragment of Eunapius, were so full of provisions that the soldiers were in danger of suffering from excess. Page 260. Eunapius in Niebuhr, Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini 68. Julian exhibited warlike dances and games in his camp to recreate the soldiers. Ibid, M. Right arrow curving left. The labor of the canal, the passage of the Tigris, and the victory are described by Ammianus, Ziv 5, 6, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 124, 128, pp. 347, 353, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, page 115, Zosimus, L. 3, pages 181, 183, and Sextus Rufus, De Provinciis, c. 28. Right arrow curving left. The fleet and army were formed in 3 divisions, of which the first only had passed during the night, Ammianus Ziv 6. The Pi Sigma Eta Delta Omicron Rho Upsilon Phi Omicron Rho Alpha, whom Zosimus transports on the 3rd day, L. 3, p. 183, might consist of the protectors, among whom the historian Ammianus, and the future emperor Jovian, actually served, some schools of the domestics, and perhaps the Jovians and Herculeans, who often did duty as guards. Right arrow curving left. Moses of Chorene, History of Armenia, L. 3 c. 15, page 246, supplies us with a national tradition and a spurious letter. I have borrowed only the leading circumstance, which is consistent with truth, probability, and Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 131, page 355. Right arrow curving left. Civitas inexpugnabilis, facinus audax edi importunum. Ammianus Ziv 7. His fellow soldier, Eutropius, turns aside from the difficulty, Assyriamque populatus, castra apud tessiphantum stat eva aliquandia habuit, Remiansk victor, etc., x 16. Zosimus is artful or ignorant, and Socrates inaccurate. Right arrow curving left. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 130, page 354, c. 139, page 361, Socrates, L. 3 c. 21. The ecclesiastical historian imputes the refusal of peace to the advice of Maximus. Such advice was unworthy of a philosopher. But the philosopher was likewise a magician, who flattered the hopes and passions of his master. Right arrow curving left. The arts of this new Zopyrus, Gregory Nazianzen, Oratio 4, pp. 115, 116, may derive some credit from the testimony of 2 abbreviators, Sextus Rufus and Victor, and the casual hints of Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 134, page 357, and Ammianus, Ziv 7. The course of genuine history is interrupted by a most unseasonable chasm in the text of Ammianus. Right arrow curving left. See Ammianus, Ziv 7, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 132, 133, pp. 356, 357, Zosimus, L. 3, page 183, Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 13, page 26, Gregory, Oratio 4, page 116, and Augustine, De Civitate Dei, L. 4 c. 29, L. v. c. 21. Of these, Libanius alone attempts a faint apology for his hero, who, according to Ammianus, pronounced his own condemnation by a tardy and ineffectual attempt to extinguish the flames. Right arrow curving left. Consult Herodotus, L. IC 194, Strabo, L. 16, page 1074, and Tavernier, Part 1 L. 2, page 152. Right arrow curving left. Acceleritate tigris incipit vocari, ita appellant medi sagittam. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 631. Right arrow curving left. One of these dikes, which produces an artificial cascade or cataract, is described by Tavernier, Part 1 L. 2, page 226, and Thevenot, Part 2 L. I, page 193. The Persians, or Assyrians, labored to interrupt the navigation of the river, Strabo, L. 15, page 1075, D'Anville, Euphrates et le Tigre, pages 98, 99. Right arrow curving left. Recollect the successful and applauded rashness of Agathocles and Cortez, who burnt their ships on the coast of Africa and Mexico. Right arrow curving left. See the judicious reflections of the author of the Essai General de Tactique, Tom. 2, pages 287, 353, and the learned remarks of M. Guichard, Memoirs critiques et historiques sur plusieurs points d'antiquités militaires, Tom. I, pages 351, 382, on the baggage and subsistence of the Roman armies. Right arrow curving left. The Tigris rises to the south, the Euphrates to the north, of the Armenian mountains. The former overflows in March, the latter in July. These circumstances are well explained in the geographical dissertation of Foster, inserted in Spellman's Expedition of Cyrus into Persia, Volume 2, page 26. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, Ziv 8, describes, as he had felt, the inconveniency of the flood, the heat, and the insects. The lands of Assyria, oppressed by the Turks, and ravaged by the Kurds, or Arabs, yield an increase of 10, 15, and 20-fold. For the seed which is cast into the ground by the wretched and unskilful husbandman. Voyages de Niebuhr, Tom. 2, pages 279, 285. Right arrow curving left. Isidore of Carax, Mansions Parthicae, pages 5, 6, in Hudson, Geography Greci Minores, Tom. 2, reckons 129 Skene from Seleucia, and Thevenot, Part 1L. 1, 2, pages 209, 245, 128 hours of march from Baghdad to Ecbatana, or Hamadan. These measures cannot exceed an ordinary parasang, or 3 Roman miles. Right arrow curving left. The march of Julian from Ctesiphon is circumstantially, but not clearly, described by Ammianus, Ziv 7, 8, Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 134, page 357, and Zosimus, L. 3, page 183. The two last seem ignorant that their conqueror was retreating, and Libanius absurdly confines him to the banks of the Tigris. Right arrow curving left. Chardin, the most judicious of modern travelers, describes, Tom. 3, pages 57, 58, etc., edit. In quarto, the education and dexterity of the Persian horseman. Brissonius, De Regio Persarum, pages 650, 651, etc., has collected the testimonies of antiquity. Right arrow curving left. In Mark Antony's retreat, an Attic chonik sold for 50 drachmae, or, in other words, a pound of flour for 12 or 14 shillings, barley bread was sold for its weight in silver. It is impossible to peruse the interesting narrative of Plutarch, Tom. V. pp. 102, 116, without perceiving that Mark Antony and Julian were pursued by the same enemies and involved in the same distress. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus Ziv 8, XXV1. Zosimus, L. 3, pages 184, 186. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, c. 134, 135, pages 357, 359. The sophist of Antioch appears ignorant that the troops were hungry. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus XXV2. Julian had sworn in a passion, nunquam esse marti sacra facturum, Ziv 6. Such whimsical quarrels were not uncommon between the gods and their insolent votaries. And even the prudent Augustus, after his fleet had been twice shipwrecked, excluded Neptune from the honors of public processions. See Hume's Philosophical Reflections. Essays, Volume 2, page 418. Right arrow curving left. They still retain the monopoly of the vain, but lucrative, science which had been invented in Etruria, and professed to derive their knowledge of signs and omens from the ancient books of Tarchicius, a Tuscan sage. Right arrow curving left. Clamabant hinc inde candidati, see the note of Valesius, quos disgesserat terror, ut fugientium molum tanquam ruinam male compositi culminis declinerit. Ammianus XXV3. Right arrow curving left. Sapor himself declared to the Romans that it was his practice to comfort the families of his deceased satraps by sending them, as a present, the heads of the guards and officers who had not fallen by their master's side. Libanius, de Ulcicenda Juliani Nice, c. 13, page 163. Right arrow curving left. The character and situation of Julian might countenance the suspicion that he had previously composed the elaborate oration which Ammianus heard and has transcribed. The version of the Abbé de la Bliterie is faithful and elegant. I have followed him in expressing the Platonic idea of emanations, which is darkly insinuated in the original. Right arrow curving left. Herodotus, L. IC. 31, has displayed that doctrine in an agreeable tale. Yet the Jupiter, in the 16th book of the Iliad, who laments with tears of blood the death of Sarpedon his son, had a very imperfect notion of happiness or glory beyond the grave. Right arrow curving left. The soldiers who made their verbal, or nuncupatory, testaments upon actual service, in procinctu, were exempted from the formalities of the Roman law. See Haenexius, Antiquitatem Romanorum Jurisprudentium, Tom. I, page 504, and Montesquieu, de l'Esprit de l'Oix, L. XXVI. Right arrow curving left. This union of the human soul with the divine ethereal substance of the universe is the ancient doctrine of Pythagoras and Plato. But it seems to exclude any personal or conscious immortality. See Warburton's Learned and Rational Observations, Divine Legation of Moses, Volume 2, pages 199, 216. Right arrow curving left. The whole relation of the death of Julian is given by Ammianus, XXV3, an intelligent spectator. Libanius, who turns with horror from the scene, has supplied some circumstances, Oratio Parentalis, c. 136, 140, pages 359, 362. The calumnies of Gregory, and the legends of more recent saints, may now be silently despised. 8961 Right arrow curving left. Honorature aliquis Miles, perhaps Ammianus himself. The modest and judicious historian describes the scene of the election, at which he was undoubtedly present, XXV5. Right arrow curving left. The primus or primicerius enjoyed the dignity of a senator. And, though only a tribune, he ranked with the military dukes. Codex Theodosianus, L. 6 tit. Ziv. These privileges are perhaps more recent than the time of Jovian. Right arrow curving left. The soldiers supposed that the acclamations proclaimed the name of Julian, restored, as they fondly thought, to health, not that of Jovian. Ammianus in Locke, M. Right arrow curving left. The ecclesiastical historians, Socrates, L. 3 c. 22, Sozomen, L. 6 c. 3, and Theodoret, L. 4 c. 1, ascribed to Jovian the merit of a confessor under the preceding reign, and piously supposed that he refused the purple till the whole army unanimously exclaimed that they were Christians. Ammianus, calmly pursuing his narrative, overthrows the legend by a single sentence. Hostias pro Joviano extisc inspectus, pronunciatum est, etc., XXV6. Right arrow curving left. Ammianus, XXV10, has drawn from the life an impartial portrait of Jovian, to which the younger Victor has added some remarkable strokes. The Abbé de la Bliterie, Histoire de l'Empereur Jovian, Tom. I, pages 1, 238, has composed an elaborate history of his short reign. A work remarkably distinguished by elegance of style, critical disquisition, and religious prejudice. Right arrow curving left. Regius Equitatis. It appears from Procopius that the immortals, so famous under Cyrus and his successors, were revived, if we may use that improper word, by the Sassanides. Brisson, De Regio Persarum, page 268, etc. Right arrow curving left. The obscure villages of the inland country are irrecoverably lost, nor can we name the field of battle where Julian fell, but M. D'Anville has demonstrated the precise situation of Sumra, Carche, and Dura, along the banks of the Tigris, Géographie ancienne, tom. 2, page 248, L'Euphrate et le Tigre, pages 95, 97. In the 9th century, Sumara, or Samara, became, with a slight change of name, the royal residence of the caliphs of the House of Abbas. 8962 right arrow curving left. Dura was a fortified place in the wars of Antiochus against the rebels of Media and Persia, Polybius, LV.C. 48, 52, pages 548, 552, edit. Casaubon, in octavo. Right arrow curving left.